Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 1143, How did you manage to steal Raven's ancient artifact fragment? Fallen Beauty felt that Yue Yang was really daring and quick to act. That Raven must have treated the ancient artifact fragment as his precious treasure, yet he was able to steal it without anyone knowing. She had to admit that if this brat changed his profession to become a thief, many thieves would starve to death. Who said that I stole Ravens? Yue Yang laughed. No. Fallen Beauty was surprised. Other than Raven, could it be that there was someone else who possessed the ancient artifact fragment? I guess not. If I only took one fragment back, no matter how small it was, it would not be enough to decorate everyone's black tortoise battle armor. Furthermore, Raven would easily notice it and become suspicious. Before Southern Demon King could finish her sentence, Yue Yang had already opened his palm. There were 12 ancient artifact fragments on his palm. They were dark purple in color. They contained a special kind of divine power. Although they were no longer controlled by divine sense, their nature was extremely beneficial to living beings. Everyone surrounded them in surprise. They couldn't help but cheer for them. With so many ancient artifact fragments, not only could they be used to decorate Yue Yang and Princess Sissy's black tortoise battle armor, they could also be made into accessories or bracelets for the impatiens, who were preparing to participate in the battle but didn't wear the black tortoise battle armor. No wonder Yue Yang gathered everyone to report the good news the moment he returned. It turned out that he had an unexpected harvest and couldn't wait to share it with everyone. Even Sickly Beauty and Yu looked at each other and nodded. They secretly praised him. As for Princess Sissy, her face lit up with joy. She asked with a smile, "What happened? How did you manage to get so many ancient relics fragments in one go?" Yue Yang first made a guess expression, which made Princess Qian angry. He then hurriedly revealed the answer. It's like this. There's a gladiator plaza on the suspending sky mothership. The galactic pirates gathered all the hostages and searched them. Their original intention was not to search for the ancient artifact fragments, but to search for the merchants' treasures. Some of the merchants were very resistant, but there were also quite a few who cooperated. I used my divine vision to observe the abnormality of a very cooperative bootlicker and secretly summoned the quintet seeking golden mice. In the arena, the abilities of all the non-living battle puppets were greatly enhanced. Even if they weren't enhanced, the quintet seeking golden mice could easily detect the fragments of ancient relics on that guy's body. Luo Hua Beauty was instantly amused. So, you came here to steal? Yue Yang shrugged. It's just a small trick. At this moment, Princess Sissy suddenly frowned. If it was just one fragment, it could be considered smuggling. But now, there are so many of them. There must be something strange about this. Yue Yang gently poured the dark purple fragment in his palm into her hand and agreed. That's right, there is a conspiracy brewing. I suspect that there is a powerful figure secretly supporting the space pirates in the dark. It is also this person who gave Winged Tiger, Raven, and the others the ancient relics fragments and the forbidden power. He even provided them with information about the pelican, giving them the opportunity to hijack it. Otherwise, the space pirates alone would not dare to touch the Empyrean mothership. Of course, this person is definitely up to no good. He won't hand the pelican over to the space pirates so easily. This Empyrean mothership might just be a framing device or some kind of conspiracy. When the space pirates drive the Empyrean mothership to a certain location, there will definitely be another battle. These ancient relics fragments are the back door that the person left on the ship. Princess Sissy was very smart and immediately understood. You mean that there are still people lurking on the ship, waiting for a chance to counterattack the space pirates? Yue Yang nodded. That's right. These ancient relics fragments are necessary for those lurking to restrain Winged Tiger, Raven, and the others. Fallen Beauty's expression turned grave. There are as many as 12 ancient relics fragments. Could it be that there are 12 experts like Winged Tiger or Raven on the ship? Furthermore, this is only what you discovered. There might be a second or third batch. Even if there isn't, it is hard to say that the person controlling the space pirates doesn't have other arrangements. I'm not sure if there is a second or third batch. What I can be sure of is that the strongest griffins, golden eagles, and even spears have not appeared. Yue Yang admitted that there were still many changes to the situation. Little San, you must be careful. Yu was a little worried. After all, there were 8 god-level experts in the outer mountains. They are just fake gods. Although Impatience's tone was filled with disdain, she was actually not as relaxed as she looked. She was not Queen Vivian Li. She had not reached the level where she could look down on fake gods. If she had to fight one of them alone, she would not dare to say that she could win. If she had to fight two of them, she would definitely lose. Now that there were 8 of them, this battle was even more difficult than the battle against the evil deities in the human valley. The only consolation was that these 8 fake gods were not united. They appeared to be harmonious on the surface, but they were actually not. They were constantly fighting in the dark. If they could use some opportunity to split the 8 of them and defeat them one by one, it would be much easier. Impatience concluded, maybe this is our chance. With the help of Sickly Beauty and Yu. That night, Yue Yang embedded 12 ancient artifact fragments into the black tortoise battle armor. He also made the remaining fragments into pendants or bracelets and distributed them to Impatience and the others, who were waiting for an opportunity to fight. Without time to rest, Yue Yang seized the time to familiarize himself with these ancient artifact fragments, in case any accidents happened when the battle suddenly broke out. After confirming that the ancient artifact fragments were harmless to the human body, Yue Yang finally returned to the cabin of the hanging mothership, Pelican, with a peace of mind. Having not slept for the whole night, Yue Yang had no time to rest. There was a knock on the door outside. As soon as the door opened, the galactic pirate Spotted Duck, who acted familiar with him, barged in with a hot breakfast. You slept really well. I have called you 3 times. If Boss Wing Tiger did not ask me not to disturb you, I would have barged in because I was afraid that something would happen to you. I don't know what you like to eat, so I went to the kitchen and took some. Do you like it? Although he knew that the other party was trying to rope him in, Yue Yang could not help but feel touched. One had to know that the other party was a reckless pirate. To be able to do this, he really could not ask for more. Therefore, even though Yue Yang rarely thanked others, he could not help but nod at Spotted Duck. I have troubled you. Actually, I am very casual. I am not picky. Spotted Duck grinned. That's good. Ha ha ha, you don't have to be so courteous with me. Just tell me what you want to eat. Although the chefs on the ship are not as good as the famous chefs in the East God Nation's full flower house, if they put their heart into making 2 dishes, they can still barely be seen. Even if those fellows are useless, don't you still have me? In our kennel, your big brother's cooking skills are top-notch. It's just that I am not willing to serve ordinary people. Eat, eat, eat. Don't just look, I have already eaten. I think you are the only one on the ship who has not eaten yet. This Spotted Duck was probably Tripitaka's brother who was stranded in another world. He was even more talkative than an 80-year-old granny. Yue Yang felt dizzy listening to him, but he was too embarrassed to chase him away. Fortunately, after a while, a galactic pirate came to look for the team leader Spotted Duck. After whispering to him for a long time, Spotted Duck's smiling face darkened. In the end, he could not help but shout angrily, "What are you doing? You have clearly returned to our territory, and yet you still got the wrong direction. This is so embarrassing that I am too embarrassed to say that I am a galactic pirate. I actually got lost in my own home. Tell me, what is this all about? Piloting a suspended sky carrier for the first time. You still have the cheek to say that. There was someone who came to guide you for 3 months, and you have all kinds of navigation maps. You even simulated it once before. Now, you come and tell me that you got the wrong direction. How am I going to explain this to Boss Wing Tiger? Where is Pelican? Is that guy's brain full of dog shish asterisk tea? And to think that he patted his chest and said that it was absolutely safe. Now, he has caused such a mess for us. What is he trying to do? The black-cloaked man, Raven, suddenly floated over and snorted coldly. Calm down, Spotted Duck. Things have already happened. What we should be thinking about now is how to deal with it, not complaining. The gannet changed its direction and deviated from its original track. Clearly, someone is playing tricks. Otherwise, it would not have happened. As he spoke, he looked at Yue Yang, who was leisurely eating his breakfast. In fact, in the end, Raven was still staring at Yue Yang with an extremely sharp gaze. Yue Yang put down the breakfast in his hands, smiled, and looked back without any guilt. Leader Raven, your gaze doesn't seem too friendly. The black-cloaked man, Raven's voice was even colder than ice. He snorted and said, I only want to know one thing. Where did you go last night? Spotted Duck called you for supper last night, but you did not respond at all. Only now did you return. If you don't mind, I hope you can explain a little. Yue Yang shook his head. I don't want to explain, but I can tell you one thing. You are wrong to suspect me. I have already investigated you. The black-cloaked man, Raven, suddenly took out a piece of paper that was densely written with words. He waved it and snorted coldly. Young and full of potential trainee divine attendant Yue Yang, I have already found out everything about you from your comrade, Grasshopper. Can you tell me why you were recognized by Mao Po Di and became a probationary god servant with the identity of a newcomer? There has never been such an exception in the past 1,000 years. These days, your whereabouts have been secretive and strange, including when you boarded the Pelican hovering mothership. You also hid it from your comrade, Grasshopper, and did all kinds of inexplicable actions. Can you give me a response? If you don't want to answer my question, does that prove that you are guilty? Although I don't have direct evidence to prove that you were involved in misguiding the Pelican's voyage, it will be hard for you to clear your name. If you don't confess the truth, I'm afraid we will temporarily classify you as a suspect. If I'm classified as a suspect, will I have to move out of this cabin and stay in a small dark room? Yue Yang suddenly asked. That won't be necessary. However, before we find out the truth, please don't leave this room. Furthermore, you must accept the supervision of our personnel. The black-cloaked man, Raven, smiled. If you are really an important person, I believe that Mao Po Di and the others will definitely come back to save you. Ah, since it's like this, then it doesn't matter. I also don't intend to leave this place. You can slowly investigate the so-called truth. Yue Yang picked up his breakfast that was still warm and started eating. At this moment, Winged Tiger and another leader, Wind Eagle, were standing at the entrance of the luxurious cabin that Yue Yang had stayed in before. If Yue Yang was here, he would be able to recognize this Wind Eagle. He was the impoverished drunkard that he saw in the hotel that day. A person flew over from a faraway passage. It was the middle-aged man wearing a fiery red luxurious fur who had shouted at Yue Yang to stop the huge man from using violence. He was also one of the 3 leaders of the Falling Sky Pirates, Flamingo. This flamingo flew over and shouted hurriedly, "Xiao Tian, Qian Li, why did you call me here? I'm very busy right now, I really don't have time to look around the luxurious cabin. Heavens, what happened? Who did this? Impossible, what kind of power is this? Is it a beast or an inherent skill? Maybe it's divine power." The impoverished drunkard, Wind Eagle, was not drunk at all. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Although I don't know how he did it, I can confirm that he is not the one who misguided the Pelican's course. Because, if he wanted to, he could totally sink the Pelican and make everyone on the ship fall and perish together with the ship. Winged Tiger, who was dressed like a soldier, let out a long sigh and said, "This little friend is really an interesting little fellow. I even suspect that the person who misguided the Pelican's course isn't targeting us, but him. If that's really the case, what should we do?" The impoverished, burly man, Wind Eagle, asked. "That young man has potential, but he's really too young. In a few hundred years, he might be able to break out of this deadlock. It's still too early now. If he gets targeted, then everything will be over. A young man like him will definitely not be allowed to grow. They will kill him at all costs." Winged Tiger clenched his fist and waved it heavily. "I can't say what you guys will do, but I've decided, protect him." "Can you protect him?" Hearing this, Wind Eagle's voice trembled a little. "Whether we can protect him or not, we have to protect him. We definitely can't do nothing. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, I'll still stake it all." Winged Tiger took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. "Yes, rather than being a thief who can't see the light of day for the rest of our lives, we might as well stake it all." Flamingo, who was dressed gorgeously, revealed a sorrowful yet resolute smile. "Although it's very foolish to stake our lives for a stranger, I hope that our descendants will be able to be proud of a scum. After all, this is a battle where we are sacrificing ourselves for others. Maybe that person's target isn't him. Maybe he's really targeting us." Wind Eagle's gaze regained its sharpness. "In this round, we might have become someone else's chess pieces. We have been schemed against from the start. I hope you're right." Winged Tiger expressionlessly closed the door and said in a deep voice, "If you're right, then that would be our greatest fortune. Unfortunately, your fortune ends here." A voice that made one's hair stand on end, like a venomous snake, eerily rang out from outside the tunnel. Chapter 1144. The sky-suspending mothership, which was moving forward at a high speed, suddenly came to a halt, as if it had come to a sudden stop. Everyone on the mothership couldn't help but rush forward. Those with poor reflexes couldn't stop themselves. They fell on the deck. Most people came to themselves and looked at the items piled up on the mothership falling to the ground in astonishment. Such a scene was rare. The Pelican probably hadn't experienced such a thing many times since it had been put into service. Raven, who was watching over Yue Yang, changed his expression. He quickly jumped to the door and observed the enemy. Then, he shouted at Spotted Duck and the other space pirates who were panicking, "Keep an eye on him. Don't let anyone get close. I'll go out and check the situation. I'll be back soon." It's most likely a counterattack from the Griffin, the Golden Condor, and Mao Padi. If Mao Padi really comes to save him, take him with you and leave on the shuttle. The Flower Duck watched as the Raven disappeared in a flash, and hurriedly closed the cabin door. Then, he smiled at Yue Yang and said, "Brother, I'm not suspecting you, but it's not safe to go out now. Let's wait for the news here." Yue Yang was speechless. Can't you guys use your brains? If they were really enemies, would they cooperate like this? Even a door couldn't be closed. Of course, one shouldn't slap a smiling person. Waya had treated him quite well, so he couldn't get angry. Raven rushed to the gladiator square as fast as she could, but she was stunned by the bloody scene in front of her. In front of her, countless corpses with broken limbs and twisted bodies were piled up one after another. The corpses were piled up like a mountain. Blood was flowing like a river on the ground. The guards, border soldiers, merchants, and space pirates who were temporarily detained here had all been killed here. There were tens of thousands of corpses piled up indiscriminately. The ground was covered with broken arms and heads. The smell of blood was so strong that even Raven, who was used to seeing death, vomited on the spot. Ugh! Raven was trembling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Now, he understood a little. Everything that had happened was a conspiracy. Those hidden enemies didn't care about the lives of the hostages at all. In fact, they were prepared to use the lives of tens of thousands of hostages to frame them. This pelican that had been dyed red by blood would become an irrefutable piece of evidence in the future, and the targets, the experts whose interests had been affected, would vent all their anger on the space pirates. This time, the space pirates were facing a calamity. What was even more frightening was that the conspiracy had already been formed. The Star Pirates could no longer defend themselves. He had to report this matter to Winged Tiger, Wind Eagle, and Fiery Bird immediately. Now was not the time to hijack the Gannet and use it as a base to expand. Now was the time to escape. From now on, the Galactic Pirates would become the target of the Master God Powerhouse's anger. If they did not leave as soon as possible and went into hiding, the space pirates would probably go extinct forever. Roar! A pained howl sounded from afar. It was like the howl of an injured beast that was being chased by hunters. It's Pelican. He's being attacked from all sides. This means that the cockpit has already fallen. The elite guards of the Galactic Pirates there are all dead. That's why the Gannet has stopped. Raven became calm in the face of extreme danger. He first suppressed the urge to rush to the rescue and first rushed to the skylight that led to the outer side of the ship. He looked at the scene outside and discovered that the gigantic Gannet had been forced to stop in a chaotic and dangerous meteorite zone at some point in time. Raven's eyelids twitched. He took a deep breath and suppressed all the negative emotions in his heart. He activated his movement technique and rushed toward the place where he had heard the pained howl. A blood-soaked giant covered in cuts and bruises was frantically resisting the enemies that besieged him. The enemies surrounding the giant were extremely cunning. They did not attack head-on at all. They used the hunting method. One or two of them would distract the giant while the others would ambush him. Although this kind of wolf pack tactic couldn't kill in a single strike, it was extremely effective. It brought out a great deal of power, making the giant run for his life. He couldn't take care of his head and tail at all, so he couldn't make an effective response at all. If this continued, he wouldn't even be able to fight against a single enemy before dying on the battlefield. The most terrifying thing was that the enemies were much faster than the blood-soaked giant. It was impossible for the blood-soaked giant to fight and escape at the same time. If Raven had not arrived in time, the blood-soaked giant would definitely be dead. It was only a matter of time before he fell. Bastard, get out of my way. Raven rushed to the battlefield like a black bolt of lightning. His cloak spread wide like an iron wall as he helped the blood-soaked giant resist the sneak attacks of two cunning enemies. At the same time, Raven waved his cloak with force and produced an irresistible taboo force that sent the sneak attackers flying more than 10 meters away. The two of them spat out blood from the impact and were seriously injured. It's Raven. Good, just in time. This saves me the trouble. I thought I would have to spend a lot of effort to capture him. I didn't expect the earth mouse to come out by himself. In the darkness far away, another enemy was clapping his hands in praise. Blackleaf, you fool. You're usually very smart. Why are you so stupid now? What kind of situation is this? Why did you still come here to die? Can't you see that I'm already finished? Not only can you not save me, but you've also lost your life. Do you want me to die with everlasting regret? Get out of my sight while I still have a bit of strength left. Get as far away from me as possible. I'll be counting on you for revenge in the future. When the blood-soaked giant saw Raven, not only was he unhappy, but he was also very angry. He scolded Raven to his face. Let's go together, Santon. Although we don't usually see eye to eye, now is the time to fight side by side. You can't do without me. If I were trapped here, you would also come to save me. Raven pressed his hat down to cover his eyes. He stood in front of the blood-soaked giant indifferently. You're a bandit and you still care about loyalty. FCK, no wonder you have no future. The blood-soaked giant scolded, but as he scolded, tears began to fall. His tears mixed with blood. They turned into tears of blood and flowed down the giant's cheeks, which had been cut by many sharp weapons. In the darkness, someone clapped his hands and praised loudly, so touching. What a pair of good brothers with a deep friendship. Tisk 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 tisk, how enviable. Why don't I, the flying corpses, have such good brothers? At this time, another uninvited guest appeared in the darkness. He sneered, Flying corpse, you want to enjoy your good brother's chrysanthemum, don't you? Do you deserve to talk about brothers? The man who was clapping his hands was choked. He laughed dryly and said, I just like to enjoy chrysanthemums. It's better than you, hungry ghost, eating people. At the very least, I've never seen a person who looks uglier than you when you eat a human head. I've never heard of another person who finds eating people's faces is the greatest joy. Hungry ghost, calling you a pervert is simply a compliment. The uninvited guest was not angry. He laughed strangely, same here. I'm not a good person, and neither are you. We're both scum, otherwise, why would we work together? This is called birds of a feather flock together. Flying corpse, don't think that you're so great, bright, and righteous. Flying corpse and hungry ghost. Upon hearing this, Raven and the blood-soaked giant's expressions changed drastically. Raven had heard too many rumors about these two fellows who would bite each other the moment they met. Both the flying corpses and hungry ghost were the subordinates of the left marshal of the West Deity Nation, Gugu. Gugu, who had the strength of a super divine general, had more than 1,000 experts under him. However, only 5 of them were memorable. They were Poisonous Maggot, Flying Corpse, Hungry Ghost, Dark Flame, and Ghost. These 5 evil scum were not only famous for their cruelty in Outer Mountain and Earth Valley, but also had the strength of a divine general. Ordinary people could not fathom them. Other than the 8 almighty gods and experts of super divine general level and above, other warriors could not do anything to them. The worst thing was that these 5 scum were used to working together and were rarely alone. Basically, if one appeared, the other 4 would not be far away. Now that 2 of them were here, would the other 3, Poisonous Maggot, Dark Flame, and Ghost, be far away? The 5 scum besieged him. This time, it would be a disaster. Raven now completely understood why the tens of thousands of people in the Gladiator Square were slaughtered so quickly. The reason was because of these 5 scum. They killed people like flies and were guilty of countless crimes. Only the 5 of them would have such a cruel heart to slaughter tens of thousands of innocent lives. Wait a minute, the 5 scum came here. Why were only 2 of them after waiting for so long? Where did the other 3 go? Could it be? Raven suddenly thought of a terrible answer, and his body turned even colder. That young man, they must have killed that young man. That young man was the newcomer with the most potential in the Southeast Divine Kingdom. He might have been secretly trained by the Southeast God Lord. Now, if the 5 scum killed him, then this black pod would be carried by the space pirates forever, and they would never be able to remove it. Although the Southeast God Lord was furious that he had lost a pelican, the pelican could still be taken back, but the disciple that he had trained as a newcomer could never be redeemed after being killed. If that was really the case, then the space pirates were finished. The 8 divine kingdoms might also be in chaos because of this, and the underground valley and the mountains outside the mountains would enter the countdown of destruction in advance. And the one who had the last laugh might be the one who was hiding in the dark, sowing discord and causing misunderstandings among the various parties. Not good. We can't die. We must save someone first. We must let him escape from the pelican and spread the truth about this place. The more Raven thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He shouted at the blood-bathed giant pelican, who was close to despair, "Kill our way out with me, we can't die now. If we die here, then everything will be over." "What did you say? I don't understand." The blood-bathed giant pelican clenched his fists, "But before I die, I will do as you say." "You are smarter than me, I think you are right." At this time, the cabin was silent. Everyone could hear their breathing. Yue Yang hugged his head with his hands, lying on the sofa with his legs crossed. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he had fallen asleep. On the other hand, Spotted Duck and the other space pirates were restless. Although they did not dare to make a sound, they all stared anxiously in the direction of the cabin door, trying their best to hold their breath, waiting for Raven to return. No matter how slow they were, they could smell the stench of blood that even the cabin door could not block out. They did not dare to imagine how many people had died outside to accumulate so much blood. This was because the blood had seeped into the almost completely sealed cabin door, slowly wetting a small part of the doorway. "Is anyone home?" Just when Spotted Duck and the rest were at their most uneasy, there was a soft knock on the door. Chapter 11:45. The expressions of Spotted Duck and the other space pirates changed when they heard that. That was not Raven's voice. Not to mention Raven, no space pirate would speak in such a genteel manner, let alone joke around at such a time. Since it was not a space pirate or one of their own, there could only be one kind of person who was knocking on the door, the enemy. What should they do if they were discovered by the enemy? Should they fight their way out or defend the cabin? Both choices were difficult. It was impossible for them to fight their way out, and defending the cabin was obviously a dead end. What should they choose? While Waya and the others were having a headache and hesitating, the person who knocked on the door had already solved this difficult problem. The person was so thin that even blood could only slowly seep through the crack of the door. Then, an almost transparent arm quickly stretched out, and it was so flexible that it easily found the button to open the door as if it had seen it with its own eyes. The transparent hand grabbed the button. It turned hard. Swoosh. The cabin door opened instantly and rose up quickly. A wave of blood surged into the room from the corridor outside. It covered the whole room like a mountain of water, soaking the ankles of Waya and the others who were still standing there blankly, not knowing what to do. There was not one person standing at the door but three. A middle-aged man who looked fair and chubby and had a kind face looked into the cabin and said with a gentle smile, "Winged Tiger, Wind Eagle, and Fiery Bird are not here. Griffin, Golden Condor, Maupati, and the rest also have their own missions. Other than that little friend, it seems that nobody is home. If that's the case, I'll go take care of something else. My two sisters, Ghost and Death Flame, should be enough. All right, I'll leave this place to you." Then, the middle-aged man bowed to everyone in the room politely. Then, he left. If it weren't for the strange woman whose body flickered with ghostly fire snorting in disdain, Spotted Duck and the others might have mistaken the kind-looking and courteous middle-aged man as a good person. However, as soon as the woman with ghostly fire said that, Spotted Duck and the others immediately trembled in fear. Their teeth chattered, and they couldn't control themselves. That was because the woman whose body was flickering with ghostly flames snorted. "Poison maggot, you disgusting fellow. Why are you pretending to be the boss? Among us 5 villains, although we are slightly inferior to the other 3 in terms of killing methods and viciousness, in terms of strength, Sister Spectre and I still have a slight advantage. Isn't he just a little more experienced than us? You actually want to order us, you really don't know what you're talking about. 5 evildoers, poisonous maggots, ghost." There was also this strange woman whose body was flickering with the wisps. Even if Spotted Duck and the others were deaf, blind, and stupid, they could guess who their enemies were. If the strange woman whose body flickered with the wisps was faintly discernible, then the other woman standing next to her was completely transparent. The woman with long arms and legs was extremely skinny, but she was wearing a loose dress. Her entire body, including the loose dress, was transparent. If she stood still, it would be difficult for the eyes of an ordinary person to detect her existence. Only when she was moving could one barely capture the difference between the air and her body. This transparent woman had long hair covering her face. One couldn't see her face. Needless to say, she was one of the 5 evildoers, Ghost. As for the strange woman whose body flickered with ghostly flames, she was another famous one of the 5 evildoers, Nether Flame. These 2 women, Ghost and Nether Flame, were extraordinary villains. Spotted Duck had heard a secret rumor a long time ago, saying that these 2 women were actually immortal existences. Unless one was a god, there was absolutely no one in the world who could kill them. Even injuring them was extremely difficult. Their strength was already inferior to theirs, and now they had to face these immortal enemies. Other than desperation, Spotted Duck could only feel despair. Do we go in and invite them personally, or do you want to come out on your own? Nether Flame looked at Yue Yang, who was still pretending to sleep with his legs crossed, with great interest. Her voice was so sweet that it could drip honey. Our guests have been standing at the door for a long time. Master, aren't you going to invite us in for a cup of tea? Retreat. Spotted Duck clenched his teeth and squeezed out a word. A few of the galactic pirates who saw him as their leader hurriedly rushed to Yue Yang's side, preparing to carry him up and evacuate to the emergency escape channel in the cabin. As long as they opened the emergency mechanism, the cabin would split open, and a shuttle would be waiting inside. Of course, no matter how fast they were, it would still take some time to open the mechanism and get on the shuttle. Would Nether Flame and Ghost just stand by and watch? Spotted Duck would never have such an extravagant hope. Therefore, when he squeezed out the word, retreat, he roared and pounced towards his enemies like a ferocious tiger. He dared to say that he had never been so brave in his life. His opponents were Nether Flame and Ghost, 2 of the 5 great evildoers. Any one of them could kill him instantly with just a finger. Now, he was going to fight 2 of them alone. This was not just courage. There was also responsibility. This was a responsibility that Boss Wing Tiger and Raven had solemnly entrusted to him. Although he knew that he was powerless, in order to live up to their trust, Spotted Duck decided to go all out and complete it even if he had to risk his life. Just 1 second, and a few of his brothers would be able to open the mechanism, bring him onto the shuttle, and escape. Before the perfect plan in Spotted Duck's mind was completed, he felt his throat tighten, and he was lifted up by a single hand. It was Ghost. She used her extremely long arm to lift up Spotted Duck's sturdy body. In front of her, Spotted Duck, whose body was as sturdy as an ox, was no different from a small worm. Not to mention resisting, it was impossible for him to even struggle. At the same time, when Spotted Duck's subordinates were preparing to open the mechanism and move Yue Yang away, they were horrified to find that Nether Flame, that woman, was already standing on top of the emergency escape route. That faintly discernible face of hers was smiling at the galactic pirates who were rushing over to open the mechanism. It was extremely terrifying, scaring the poor guy so much that he fell to the ground. The one hiding at the door, since you are already here, come in and have a seat. Yue Yang sat up and poured himself a glass of water as if there was no one else around. You still have the leisure to pay attention to others now. Nether Flame was a little curious. I didn't want to care about this at first, but the sound of that guy's teeth chattering was too loud. It was so noisy that I couldn't sleep at all. Before Yue Yang finished speaking, half of his face stuck in from outside the cabin door. His face was filled with bitterness and fear. That's right, this was one of the few acquaintances of Yue Yang, Grasshopper. I didn't want to betray you at first, but that poisonous maggot stuffed a giant maggot into my mouth and said that if I didn't tell him the truth, he would let the giant maggot eat my organs and drill a big hole in my stomach. I really couldn't stand that disgusting thing. You don't know, that maggot's mouth was full of teeth. There were at least 1,000 of them, and all of them were like sawteeth. I really didn't want it to drill into my throat. Grasshopper had a sad face as he explained to Yue Yang that he had his own difficulties. Don't worry, it's not the first time I've been betrayed by you. I'm already used to it. Yue Yang comforted Grasshopper instead. Indeed, if a giant maggot that liked to eat internal organs was stuffed into one's mouth, no one would be able to stand this kind of torture. What was more terrifying than watching helplessly as a big hole was gnawed out of one's stomach? Not to mention that Grasshopper was originally a coward. He was a man made of iron. He wouldn't be able to stand it. Hence, Yue Yang understood Grasshopper very well. Moreover, even if Grasshopper didn't say it, the poisonous maggot, Nether Flame and the spirit could easily find them. Finding a traitor who betrayed his comrades was just an excuse to lower his fighting spirit and morale. If there's a next time, I definitely won't betray you. I promise to be brave this time. Grasshopper was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. Thank you. I'm very happy that you have this intention. In fact, you should prioritize preserving your own life. After all, there's nothing more important than living. Yue Yang was as great as a saint. At the end of his speech, even he himself was almost moved. When did he become so great? It was a pity that he couldn't record it. Otherwise, it would be something to brag about. Ha, what an interesting little friend. I'm liking you more and more. Nether Flame's face was faintly discernible. She giggled and asked, right now, your other friend is still in the hands of little Sister Spectre. She's very impatient. If you don't rescue him, she'll crush his throat. She might even tear his chest open with her hands and dig out his heart and lungs. She might even pull out his spine and use his bones to make a necklace. Do you have any good ways to convince my little Sister Spectre? She's famous for being introverted and taciturn. She's very difficult to convince. I have 2 ways to convince people. Yue Yang smiled and raised 2 fingers. One is to convince them quickly. The other is to convince them with righteousness and virtue. Let's try to convince them quickly. Nether Flame expressed her interest. Convince them quickly. I'll quickly chop off the arms or legs of the person I need to convince. I'll let him or her understand that I'm a very persuasive person. Yue Yang's explanation made the few galactic pirates dumbfounded. To be honest, they had never seen someone as persuasive as Yue Yang using such a fast method of persuasion before. A very good method of persuasion. I like it. Nether Flame clapped her hands and praised. She then asked, what about convince them with righteousness and virtue? Convince them with righteousness and virtue. I'll smash the head of the person I'm trying to convince them with one punch. I'll let them understand that I have the patience and sincerity to convince them with righteousness and virtue. Overall, when I used this method to convince others, the response I received was pretty good. At the very least, not a single person raised any objections. Yue Yang expressed that he usually liked to use this method to convince others. Gulp. The few galactic pirates couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Only now did they realize that compared to this Yue Yang who liked to convince people with righteousness, they were severely lacking in persuasion. What's the difference between these 2 methods? Nether Flame frowned and asked curiously. Actually, the difference is quite big. The difference is in time. Yue Yang explained in a good mood. One method is faster and clear-cut. It won't waste everyone's time. The other method is more clear-cut and doesn't require any time at all. Now, which method do you want me to use to convince them? Is it to convince them quickly or to convince them with virtue? Chapter 1146. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the tunnel outside. Tisk, who doesn't know how to talk big? Another voice immediately retorted, no, I think it's very interesting. I haven't heard such strong words in a long time. Furthermore, he's a rookie. Sometimes, the performance of a rookie can be forgiven. As long as he doesn't wet his pants, it's already a great success for a rookie. The cold man sneered at such words. Then let's see if he will wet his pants. He was not finished yet. He waved his hand, and 2 objects flew into the cabin. Pa, 2 objects of different sizes fell straight in front of Yue Yang. The space pirates next to Yue Yang took a closer look and were shocked to find that 2 people had fallen in front of them like salted fish. What scared them even more was that one of the 2 people was Raven, whom they had been looking forward to for a long time. Right now, Raven was seriously injured and on the verge of death. His black clothes and cloak were tattered, and he looked like a beggar. Raven was always so elegant and graceful in front of his subordinates. But now, he was thrown to the ground by someone, unable to struggle or even move a finger. To be honest, Raven had never been in such a sorry state in his life. He was not unconscious, and his mind was still clear. But in front of his subordinates, he was helpless to struggle. He wished that he could die immediately so that he could avoid this humiliation in front of everyone. Next to Raven, the bloody giant was naturally Pelican. He was covered in wounds and looked as if he had been fished out of a red dye vat. He had been knocked out and was sleeping soundly on his back. There was no need to look at him to know that he was a fool who did not even know how he died. The space pirates rushed up and cried, "Lord Raven, what's going on? What's going on?" They did not understand, nor were they willing to believe, that their invincible boss, he had been defeated. This reality was not something they could accept. Raven's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. His heart was already in despair the moment he was easily defeated by the enemy. "Why are you crying? Are you crying for a funeral? Aren't you ashamed? They're not dead yet." Yue Yang roared and ordered the galactic pirates to drag the 2 of them behind him. He didn't pee his pants and can still give orders. I win. Outside the passageway, a man clapped his hands proudly. Is that so? Are you sure you won? That was just now. Okay. Now, he's about to pee his pants. I guarantee that in less than a minute, you'll see a completely different coward kneeling on the ground and begging us for mercy. The cold voice strode in. It was a tall, burly, and dignified middle-aged man. This person's face was full of seriousness, like a serious leader. Wherever he appeared, that place seemed to become a meeting hall. Whether it was from his eyes or his expression, it could be seen that this was a person of high authority who was very assertive and would not easily waver in his own opinion. We're in charge of this matter. You'd better not interfere. Nether Flame's expression was a little unhappy as he warned the man coldly. What if I insist on interfering? The tall, burly, and extraordinary man asked back. Then I'll leave it to you. Nether Flame looked at the man for a while and suddenly laughed. He shrugged his shoulders and said, Who asked me and Sister Ghost to be women? Women are sometimes too stubborn and not likable. So, I'll leave this matter to you ostentatious men to handle. Sister Ghost, put him down. We'll stand aside and watch Hungry Ghost and Flying Corpse. We can also learn some experience. The transparent ghost seemed to be very unwilling, but after Nether Flame's repeated requests, she still threw Spotted Duck away unhappily. Cough, cough, cough. Spotted Duck almost died. Once he was free, he immediately coughed non-stop, almost coughing his lungs out. The other galactic pirates quickly snatched him back. They pulled him back behind Yue Yang. Now, they could only hide behind Yue Yang to give them some sense of security. Although they had no confidence in Yue Yang, Waluo and the other galactic pirates were forced to get closer to Yue Yang. They did not know how strong he was, but at least in terms of his mannerisms and speech, this young newbie was not much weaker than them. So, they tried to trust him for the time being. Yue Yang swept a glance at the tall and sturdy Hungry Ghost that didn't look like an evil person at all. He then looked at the flying corpse that was slowly walking towards him from the cabin's passageway. However, it was extremely cautious and refused to enter the cabin no matter what. The flying corpse was wearing a long white robe. His hair was slightly reddish-purple. It was not combed intentionally, but it was still very smooth. In front of his long hair was a broad forehead of wisdom. His facial features were much more delicate and elegant than normal people. If it wasn't for the fact that Ming Huo had addressed him as Flying Corpse, Yue Yang wouldn't be able to imagine that such a person who looked like a spoiled prince would actually have such a terrifying name, Flying Corpse. This Flying Corpse was tall and slender. There was a hint of green in his eyes, which gave him a very personal charm. Noticing that Yue Yang was looking at him, he clapped his hands out of habit, laughed and nodded. It's really better to see than to know. I was a little confused at first. Raven is a smart and selfish guy. His jealousy is stronger than anyone else's. Why would he sacrifice himself to save an outsider? Now, I believe that you are indeed worthy of his sacrifice. A young man like you, once you grow up, will have limitless potential. So, no matter what kind of sacrifice, it is actually worth it. A murderous intent that was hard to fathom appeared on the solemn and dignified Hungry Ghost's face. Perhaps, to destroy the beautiful things in the world. It was his innate desire to destroy those newbies with limitless potential who were still growing. The more the Flying Corpse praised Yue Yang, the stronger the killing intent in the Hungry Ghost's eyes. In the end, his sinister eyes were filled with killing intent. If that's the case, the Hungry Ghost interrupted the Flying Corpse's words. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Yue Yang. He snorted, I'll reserve your face. I hope that you will struggle with all your might and use all your strength. This way, when I chew on your body, head and cheeks, I will feel more chewy. So, don't disappoint me. He likes to eat people. Grasshopper hid behind Yue Yang, his whole body trembling as he reminded Yue Yang. He especially likes to chew on human faces. When Spotted Duck and the rest saw that Grasshopper had vomited, they couldn't help but feel their stomachs churning. What good taste. Chew on faces. Even Nether Flame couldn't help but ridicule. It seems like I can't use quick persuasion on such a person. That would waste too much of everyone's time. There's no other way, I'll just use virtue. Who asked me to have enough patience and sincerity in persuading people to do good? Yue Yang expressed that he was a great negotiator. He had a deep passion for the cause of maintaining world peace and saving all mankind. The Hungry Ghost's face was full of mockery when he heard Yue Yang's words. He didn't reply. It was because he was disdainful of Yue Yang's strength. Aren't you afraid that you'll lose your tongue? You're just a newbie without any strength, yet you dare to say such words. The hungry ghost, who despised Yue Yang in his heart, couldn't even wait for a second. He decided not to talk to Yue Yang, this rookie, anymore. He directly hooked his finger, provoking Yue Yang contemptuously. He was prepared to wait for the moment Yue Yang pounced on him, and then kill this brat on the spot with a single punch. Yue Yang smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun and filled with confidence. Seeing Yue Yang's smile, the extremely cautious flying corpse immediately retreated. At the same time, it warned its companion, "Hungry ghost, be careful, there's something strange." Before his words reached the hungry ghost's ears, Yue Yang had already moved. His speed didn't seem fast, but he slowly extended his hand forward and pressed it on the hungry ghost's face. Nether Flame and Spectre, who were standing nearby on guard, immediately jumped to the left and right. Clearly, they felt uneasy about this strange attack and were unwilling to get too close to avoid being implicated. The hungry ghost's face was full of mockery. He stretched out his big hand and grabbed Yue Yang's hand. He was prepared to break this snail's hand in an instant, and then throw this rookie who was painfully lying on the ground at his feet. Finally, he would stomp on his head until it exploded. The next moment, in less than a 10,000th of a second, the mockery and contempt on the hungry ghost's face froze. Yue Yang's hand was still moving forward slowly in the air, but his real hand was already pressed on the hungry ghost's face. As the hungry ghost made a futile counterattack, Yue Yang slammed the hungry ghost's head heavily on the floor. Spotted Duck, Grasshopper and the rest couldn't see the movements at all. Even Raven, Nether Flame, Spectre, and Flying Corpse couldn't see all the moves clearly. They could only vaguely make out the gist of it. Rumble. The whole cabin was shaking. It was 100 times more shocking than a lightning strike. Everything in the cabin was blown into the air. Spotted Duck and the other space pirates were all swaying. After being blown into the air, Raven tried his best to adjust himself and landed safely. However, the blood-bathed giant, who was still sleeping like a dead pig, was thrown out like a mountain of meat. He first hit the roof of the cabin and then fell down heavily, burying a bunch of items that had been messed up by the shockwave. Only 2 elephant legs were left outside. On the other side, Nether Flame and Spectre jumped up abnormally lightly and floated in the air, dodging the impact of this blow. The flying corpse outside retreated even further and looked at Yue Yang solemnly. The cautious flying corpse felt a great threat looming over him. Even though the current Yue Yang was still as weak as a newbie, he still had a friendly smile on his face, as if he was harmless to both humans and animals. Convincing people with virtue was a headshot. Spotted Duck and Grasshopper already knew Yue Yang's negotiation method. Now, they saw the effect. When the negotiation method of convincing people with virtue was used, the hungry ghost's head really exploded. Furthermore, it exploded completely into a pile of mush that no one could distinguish. That dignified face no longer existed. Brain juice splattered everywhere. All kinds of skull fragments and rotten flesh were scattered all over the floor. It was unknown whether it was a chin or something else, but it fell on Grasshopper's shoulder. It was bloody and stinky. Grasshopper quickly brushed it off as if he had been bitten by a ghost. However, he couldn't help but feel disgusted and vomited. This negotiation method of convincing people with virtue is very good. I like it very much. Unfortunately, you used it on the wrong person. Nether Flame's faintly discernible face revealed a mischievous smile. In this world, not everyone can be persuaded with virtue. For example, this hungry ghost in front of you can't. Before she finished speaking, the hungry ghost's headless corpse on the floor suddenly sat up. It used its hand to forcefully tear off the mush above its neck, leaving only a few earthworm-like blood vessels swaying. The headless corpse suddenly emitted a strange sound from its stomach. It sounded a little like the voice of the hungry ghost just now, and also a little like the sound of a suppressed fart. It had the unique feeling of leaking gas. Ugh, my head hurts. It's been a long time since someone made me so miserable. Damn it, how dare you trick me like this? Spotted Duck and Grasshopper's jaws dropped to the ground. Damn it, how could this fellow still be alive without a head? Could this fellow still be considered human? The headless hungry ghost, who was still alive and well, stood up straight and pointed its arm angrily at Yue Yang. Don't think that you can be cocky just because you tricked me. I have an immortal body, an existence that can never die. It doesn't matter which family's brat you are. Since you dared to hit my head, I'll teach you a lesson. The mountains outside the mountains are the world of us adults. It's not a place where a brat like you can play. Ayo, You really scared your daddy to death. Yue Yang patted his chest and made a frightened gesture. He then shrugged his shoulders and sighed helplessly. You can still live without a head. That's true, but then again, it seems like this head is just a decoration. I've heard of brainless idiots many times, but this is the first time I've seen one. The world is so big, there really are all kinds of people. Even a brainless idiot can live. What can I say? No, I have to stand further away. Idiocy might be contagious. Chapter 1147. Hungry Ghost did not speak again. His body suddenly emitted a thick smoke. Smoke rose up and covered the entire cabin space. The originally faintly discernible figure of the nether flame became more obvious in this smoke. The transparent body of the specter seemed to have turned into a solid body, which was very strange. The flying corpse that retreated to the outside of the passage seemed to dislike this smoke. He frowned and retreated another 10 meters, but his eyes were as sharp as arrows, watching for any movement in the cabin. In the cabin, the black smoke became denser and denser, and in the blink of an eye, it was dark. One could not see their fingers in front of them. In the darkness, Hungry Ghost's voice was no longer the previous sound of leaking air, but became clear again. Boy, you have the power to destroy in an instant. There must be someone behind you. Is it the divine power that the Southeast God Lord gave you? No wonder you are so arrogant and fearless. However, with just a little bit of divine power, you want to act like a tyrant in the outer mountains. That's too laughable. You, who has obtained a few divine pets, might have never thought about what your weakness is. Let me, a senior with long experience, tell you. Your weakness is your body. There is nothing wrong with my body. Yue Yang did not think there was anything wrong with his body. It is the same taboo power, but you did not fuse with it. Instead, you used external suppression. Once I take away your divine crystal fragment, you will immediately explode and die. Of course, before that, I can easily kill you 100 times. Hungry Ghost was very clear about how to deal with people who used taboo power. For example, Raven. Under the suppression of the ancient fragment, Raven could almost fight evenly with Hungry Ghost with the taboo power on the black cloak. However, it was still an external object. Once the Hungry Ghost removed the ancient artifact fragment pendant that was used to suppress the taboo power, Raven would quickly revert from a super expert to his original strength. He would be weakened by more than 100 times. At this time, even if he wanted to use taboo power to self-destruct, it would be impossible because Hungry Ghost, who was familiar with everything, had already restrained him. In Hungry Ghost's heart, this rookie was also the same. He used taboo power. His attack power would reach such a terrifying level, and he could easily blow his own head off. But no matter what, there was only one possibility for someone who used forbidden power and did not undergo any physical changes, and that was to suppress it externally, such as divine power or divine crystal shards. For example, Raven and Pelican were the latter. The arrogant young man in front of him was probably not only the latter, but also the former. In this newbie's body, it was likely that the Southeastern Divine Lord or some other almighty being had left some divine power in his body to protect him. That was why this newbie was so fearless. This was not the first time Hungry Ghost had to deal with such a person. In Earth Valley or Outer Mountains, any newcomer with potential would be welcomed. However, what no one knew was that once a newcomer with potential joined a faction, it was highly likely that they would be assassinated or destroyed. Without the protection of a super expert, it was practically impossible for them to grow. Even Hungry Ghost himself had killed a few of these newcomers with such potential. Not to mention the other villains of the 5 great villains. Killing such a newcomer with potential was much more meritorious than snatching a pelican goose from a suspended mothership. A suspended mothership could be built, but newcomers with potential were rare. Even if there was one, it might not belong to him. Hungry Ghost was sure that if he killed this newbie, he would be rewarded handsomely when he returned. Maybe even the Western Divine Lord would give him a special reward. Be careful. The seriously injured and weak Raven spat out with difficulty. He wanted to remind Yue Yang that he had also failed in such smoke. It's done. You can die now. Hungry Ghost's voice became louder and louder, and the black smoke in the cabin gradually thinned and dissipated. In front of everyone's eyes, Hungry Ghost's figure reappeared. Now, his head had returned to its original state at some point. What was even more strange was that not only did his head recover, but another head of the same size grew on his shoulder. Yue Yang blew up his head, and in less than a minute, he grew 2 new heads in the black smoke. Spotted Duck and Grasshopper were dumbfounded. This guy was not human. This guy, he really wasn't human. Even Raven, who was so weak that he could barely breathe, shook his head. He felt that his defeat was not unjust. How could a freak like Hungry Ghost win? No wonder the legend said that unless a god personally made a move, it was impossible to kill the 5 evildoers. Be careful. This time, it was not Raven who shouted, "Be careful," but the flying corpse standing far away outside the tunnel. Quote. The Hungry Ghost was completely baffled. Who are you telling to be careful? He, who had already unsealed the forbidden power in his body, was already immortal. Aside from God, who could kill him? Why is he telling me to be careful? What did flying corpses mean? Death Flame didn't shout for him to be careful. She wasn't on the same team as Hungry Ghost. The more unlucky Hungry Ghost was, the happier she was. After the flying corpse shouted to be careful, the hellfire retreated out of the passageway with a whoosh. Even Ghost, who was the most stubborn of them all, he also slid out silently. Their actions were as strange as small animals avoiding a strong enemy. Could it be that the Southeast God Lord personally came to look after this rookie? How could this be possible? According to the 8 Gods Alliance, no god would interfere in the matters of guidance. No matter how talented a rookie was, he could only be secretly trained and couldn't appear in person. How could the Southeast God Lord appear in this place? But if it wasn't him, then why were the flying corpse, hellfire, and Ghost so cautious? Hungry Ghost had a thought and kept all the smoke away, especially when he kept the smoke that shrouded the enemy. Originally, he wanted to use the smoke to play cat and mouse. Now, he just wanted to see clearly. What exactly happened to this rookie that made the flying corpse and hellfire feel uneasy? Yue Yang was still standing in the same place. He didn't move a single step. However, on the outside of his slender body, there was a special dark purple battle armor that was almost black. On this heavy armor, there were mysterious runic circles that no one present could recognize. Every runic circle was resonating with each other. Before the will of the owner was activated, they were as silent as the eternal and unmoving laws of nature. A kind of law power that was extremely hard to sense was connected on it. No one knew what it was pointing to. But no one knew what kind of divine wisdom it was pointing to. This special battle armor had a novel style and an extremely mysterious design. Even Raven, who was familiar with all the weapons and armors in the world, had never seen this kind of battle armor. It was a completely new existence. This kind of armor had never existed in the Outer Mountains. Even the 8 gods had never worn armor made of this kind of material. God Destroyer Secret Gold. Among the people present, whether it was Hellfire, Ghost, Flying Corpse, Raven, or even Spotted Duck and Grasshopper, who had not seen much of the world, they could all tell at a glance what material this battle armor was made of. It was God-destroying secret gold. The entire pelican of the suspended sky carrier was made of this material. There was no difference at all. It was a special material that even the gods couldn't destroy easily. Using God-destroying secret gold to make the suspended sky carrier was a secret that only the gods knew. Moreover, this method was created by the 2 fallen gods, Tian and Bing Li. Apart from the suspended sky carrier, no one in the God Kingdom or any force in Outer Mountain could use God-destroying secret gold to make something else. Now, what appeared in front of everyone was a very novel and unique battle armor. How did he do it? Everyone's hearts were filled with confusion. What made the flying corpses and Raven the most speechless was that this brat had actually imprinted all kinds of rune arrays on the God-destroying mysterious gold. Unless it was a god, no matter what kind of power one used, it was impossible to leave a mark on the God-destroying mysterious gold. Since ancient times, it had been known as something that could not be destroyed except by gods. But now, there was a newbie imprinting runes on it. Just how did he do it? Was it talent? Was it a battle beast? Or some other kind of power? Seeing Yue Yang wearing such an armor, Hungry Ghost was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Isn't it cool? Yue Yang took out a helmet and put it on. Then, he pulled down his mask. Now, even if 10 divine generals ganged up on him, it wouldn't stop him from having a sexy breakfast. God-destroying secret gold was a material that even the gods had a headache over. It contained natural rules that could at least weaken the power of any living being in the world by 100 times. If it was made into a battle armor, the enemy wouldn't even need to fight to cry. It wasn't that no one had thought of using it before, but all of them had failed. Hungry Ghost never thought that he would be so unlucky to meet an opponent that he had never met in 10,000 years. A young man wearing a god-destroying secret gold battle armor that was densely covered with mysterious runes. If he hadn't boasted earlier, he would have wanted to retreat. There was no point in attacking a person wearing a god-destroying secret gold battle armor, not to mention that this young man could use forbidden power. HMPH, don't think that I can't do anything to you. Hungry Ghost looked at Flying Corpse outside the passage and found that this cautious guy had already retreated more than 50 meters. He was extremely dissatisfied. Why did I have to rush ahead and be the pathfinder for you? I'm leaving. Flying Corpse didn't want to fight with Yue Yang anymore. He would believe it even if someone said that this newbie was the illegitimate son of the Southeast Divine Master. He even felt that this newbie might have an even greater background. If he were to touch such a person, not only would he not be able to harm him, he would also invite a fatal disaster. Now that Hungry Ghost was fighting with this newbie, it had nothing to do with him. Why should he stay here and not please either side? With Hungry Ghost's idiotic behavior, it was very likely that he would fight to the end. It would be terrible if he dragged him down with him. With this thought in mind, Flying Corpse couldn't care less about brotherhood. What was brotherhood? Could it be Eden? Who would accompany an idiot like Hungry Ghost to death? Flying Corpse waved at Yue Yang and smiled. Little friend, we met because of a misunderstanding, but a wise man doesn't have doubts. Flying Corpse will bid farewell here, we will meet again. His words didn't sound like a greeting to an enemy, but a farewell to a friend. Hungry Ghost was so depressed that he almost vomited blood on the spot. Not only did you not have any brotherhood and leave, you even wanted to draw a line in front of everyone and express goodwill. You were the good guy, what was I? Not only was I unlucky, I was also tricked by my teammate. Before Hungry Ghost could scold Flying Corpse, Nether Flame also laughed and said, we are also wise men, and we don't have any enmity with this little friend. We were just curious and passed by to watch the fun. No problem, we won't interfere, you guys fight slowly. This time, Hungry Ghost couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, what are you guys doing? Do you think I will lose for sure? Nether Flame spread his hands, anyway, I don't think you can win. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Hungry Ghost wasn't a fool. Seeing that Flying Corpse had slipped away and Nether Flame and Ghost were watching his misfortune with great interest, he immediately lost his will to fight and wanted to retreat. However, he still stubbornly said, wearing such a turtle shell, it's so cumbersome. Other than being able to withstand attacks, it's useless. I have played enough today. I will let you go for now. If you dare to be arrogant next time, I can kill you with one finger. Hearing this, even the expressionless Ghost couldn't help but show a look of disdain. What did it mean to die with only one mouth left? This was it. Hungry Ghost's body emitted thick black smoke, which instantly filled the cabin. Using the cover of the smoke, he retreated out of the cabin at lightning speed. Ghost seemed to want to move, but Nether Flame, who was standing beside her, shook his head. When Hungry Ghost passed by them, he was also secretly on his guard, deeply afraid that these two women, who usually didn't see eye to eye, would play tricks on him at this critical moment. Fortunately, they didn't make a move. Hungry Ghost rejoiced in his heart and immediately sped up, trying his best to escape from this cabin that had made him so unlucky and humiliated. Did I say you can leave? Just when Hungry Ghost thought he had escaped safely, a voice as clear as spring came from outside the cabin door. Then, a hand that seemed slow but was so fast that Hungry Ghost couldn't react at all. It pressed on the back of one of Hungry Ghost's two heads. It was the same action as before, except that one pressed on his face and the other pressed on the back of his head. In the next second, Yue Yang, who was wearing the black tortoise armor, appeared in a flash and directly pressed Hungry Ghost down, smashing him heavily onto the floor. Other than Hungry Ghost, everyone heard Yue Yang say, I never believe that there is an enemy in this world that I can't convince. My negotiation method of persuading people with virtue has never failed before, and this time is no exception. Chapter 1148. In the arena, countless maggot men stood up from the mountain of corpses. Some of them were similar to ordinary people, except that they were blood red or pitch black. However, some of them were very different in size. Not only were they more than 10 times taller than a human, they also had all kinds of sharp teeth, horns, long noses, and thorny arms. Some of them even had the appearance of monsters and did not look like humans at all. They looked disgusting and terrifying. Thousands of maggot men parasitized the mountain of corpses and matured. Then, under the command of the leader of the 5 evildoers, Poison Maggot, they surged out violently. They quickly rushed to various parts of the sky-suspending mothership. They searched for survivors who might be hiding. Very soon, the survivors hiding in the secret rooms were discovered by the maggot men, who had a keen sense of smell. They surrounded and attacked them, or gathered their strength to break in and tear the pitiful survivors apart. Spotted Duck and Grasshopper were running frantically. They were running in a panic, and a large group of maggot men were chasing closely behind them. They were one of the survivors who had been found by the maggot men. Yue Yang, who originally had the ability to protect them, had already left the cabin with Raven and the bloody giant pelican, who were heavily injured but had regained the power to use the ancient artifact fragment. They went to welcome the 3 pirate bosses, Winged Tiger, Wind Eagle, and Fiery Bird. Although he had easily defeated Hungry Ghost and sealed him in the demon-subduing tower, it did not mean that Yue Yang would let his guard down. Hungry Ghost's strength was only one of the weakest of the 5 evildoers. He was not as strong as Hellfire and Spectre, and his intelligence was not as good as the Flying Corpses and Poison Maggot. Other than his perverted hobbies and vicious heart, Hungry Ghost could only be ranked at the bottom of the 5 evildoers. As for an evil expert like him who could easily defeat Raven and Pelican, he was just a small pawn of the 8 godly kingdoms. Not to mention the 8 godly masters, he was not even worth a fart when compared to the various marshals who had the strength of a godly general. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. Regardless of his considerations or the need to conceal his identity, Yue Yang felt that rescuing Winged Tiger, Wind Eagle, and Fiery Bird was a good thing. Before he had a clear understanding of the 8 great divine masters' strength, Yue Yang did not want them to focus all their attention on him. Unless there was no other way, he wanted to keep a low profile and explore the Outer Mountains. Once he had obtained all the information on Outer Mountain, he would challenge him again. It's not too late. Winged Tiger, Wind Eagle, and Fiery Bird are really being held up by the Griffin Marshal, the Golden Condor General, and Mao Po D's envoy. Yue Yang had a bad premonition. He felt that things weren't that simple. Although Yue Yang's senses were usually far from Princess Sissy's, who possessed the 6 records inherent skill, his battlefield intuition and judgment ability were the highest in battle. He was actually on par with Princess Sissy, and even surpassed her at certain moments. We've seen the 5 great evildoers. It can't be them. Other than them, who else could it be? Pelican retorted with a buzzing voice. Until now, he still could not accept the fact that this newbie was a super expert and had saved him. If the one behind the 5 great evildoers is here, then things will become very bad. Raven sighed worriedly as he flew forward. Isn't it Shishen Nation's left marshal, Gu? He has always been at odds with Griffin and Golden Condor. As long as he appears here, Griffin and Golden Condor will definitely be suspicious. They might even attack Gu directly. Pelican might look like a boorish person on the outside, and he usually did things rashly and impulsively. However, at critical moments, he could be trusted. He was a boorish person who was muddle-headed and astute when it came to important matters. On the surface, with his impulsive personality and low intelligence, it was impossible for him to accept the fact that a newbie like Yue Yang had saved his life. Raven was originally very worried, but in reality, when Pelican opened his eyes and saw the God Destroyer's secret gold heavy armor that Yue Yang was wearing, he was secretly convinced. However, his mouth was still unconvinced. That may be the case, but the truth is unlikely to be reversed. Raven felt that the direction of the situation would only worsen and not turn for the better. Winged Tiger, Wind Eagle, and Fiery Bird's 3 bosses won't be defeated that easily. Perhaps they are rushing over to look for us. Once we meet up with the 3 bosses, we will kill our way out. Pelican maintained his optimism. This was also his personality. He would always think of everything on the bright side. Let's hope so. Raven wasn't an optimist and couldn't be that optimistic. There's a commotion. Yue Yang sensed a commotion in front of him. When the 3 of them stopped and made some preparations, they saw countless maggot men swarming out of the passageway in the spaceship, filling up the entire passageway. Many maggot men couldn't move on the floor, so they climbed to the ceiling or the 2 sides of the passageway, increasing their speed as they chased after them. In front of these maggot men, there were a few soldiers and merchants who were scared out of their wits as they scrambled forward to escape. Slightly slower, they turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood as they were devoured in an instant. The remaining 2 soldiers didn't have the courage to resist. Even though they were holding onto their weapons, they absolutely didn't dare to turn back and fight. They ran for their lives, turning from another passageway and running straight towards Yue Yang. Raven originally didn't want to care about these survivors because he couldn't protect himself. He couldn't care about others. However, in the crowd of survivors, he saw a mother and daughter with tears streaming down their faces. They were lagging behind the group. There was a maggot man with a bone hook on its back that looked like a scorpion tail. It was laughing sinisterly as it stabbed the mother and daughter with its bone hook, as if it wanted to strangle both of them with its tail. The mother used all her strength to dodge left and right. Even though she was already exhausted, she didn't give up. She desperately protected her daughter in her arms and ran forward. Raven's expression changed. He wanted to fly forward and save the mother and daughter who were about to fall into the mouth of the maggot man. Blackleaf, don't do such a stupid thing. Pelican hurriedly stopped him. Get out of my way. Raven was furious because he saw that because of Pelican's obstruction, he couldn't save her in time. The maggot man with the long tail instantly pierced through the young mother's body, piercing through her heart from the back and coming out from the front of her abdomen. That tail even slashed forcefully. The chest and abdomen of the young mother were completely cut open, and bloody internal organs splattered on the ground. No one dared to stop or turn back to save the mother and daughter. When the soldiers and merchants saw Yue Yang and the other two, they rushed over as if they had been given a new life, seeking the protection of the strong. When Raven was about to fly forward and save the daughter who was still under the mother's protection, Pelican once again blocked his way with his hill-like body. Pelican grabbed a corner of Raven's cloak and shouted loudly, "The 50 to 60,000 people on the ship are all dead. How many can you save? Even if you save her now, can you protect her? There are many stronger enemies in front of us. Even we might not be able to deal with them. How can a child survive? If you save her now, she will only live a little longer. If you insist on doing this, it will only increase her pain. Blackleaf, you should be more rational. Now is not the time to do this. You are smarter than me. You should understand these principles better than me." Raven roared in pain. Back then, Winged Tiger also did this. He saved me from death. Without him, I wouldn't be who I am today. Ask him why he didn't act rationally back then. The young mother, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, held her daughter with her hands and tried to prevent the maggot man's tail from piercing her daughter. She lifted her precious baby high in the air, even though she knew it was impossible to save her daughter. Being able to protect her daughter for one more second was also her biggest wish. Seeing this, Raven almost burst into tears. Mom. Back then, my mom also protected me like this. I, Blackleaf, can't just stand by and watch. Saving her is saving myself and fulfilling my mom's wish. Santon, get out of my way. He shook his cloak with all his strength and directly shook off Pelican's huge body. Like a bird flying across the night sky, Raven's body movement technique was extremely fast, and he directly pounced on the mother and daughter. However, it was too late. The long-tailed maggot man had already used its tail to drag the weak young mother in front of it. Its sharp claws were raised high, and before Raven could come to her rescue, it smiled cruelly and slammed down heavily. It was ready to destroy the baby that the young mother was desperately protecting in front of Raven. No, Raven cried in despair. It was as if he could see his young self being killed because he couldn't be saved. He. The maggot man seemed to enjoy the enemy's despair and pain. Its sharp claws slammed down heavily. However, the change of events was beyond everyone's expectations. The sharp claws that could easily cut the little girl into pieces not only didn't cause any damage, but also fell to the ground with a crack. The young mother, who had closed her eyes and was waiting for death, opened her weak eyes and saw a man in heavy armor standing in front of her. His body was emitting a mysterious glow, so peaceful and so warm, the young mother couldn't help but hand over the baby in her hand. She couldn't help but ask with tears of joy, "Are you the legendary Lord God? I beg you, have mercy on my daughter, please give her a way to live." Although she came from a humble background, this isn't her fault. Yue Yang reached out and took the little girl who had fainted from shock. He nodded at the young mother who was about to die. "You are a great mother. Because of your protection, your daughter will be saved. It's not me, but you yourself who gave your daughter a new life. If you don't mind, I'm willing to raise her as my daughter." Raven flew over and stood beside Yue Yang, giving the young mother a guarantee. At the same time, he waved his cloak and punched the long-tailed maggot man into meat paste. When the maggot men saw such a powerhouse appear, they didn't dare to act rashly. They retreated and prepared to join forces to attack again. "Thank you." The young mother breathed her last with a look of relief. Although she was dead, she no longer had any worries in her heart. She died unusually peacefully. Raven, you're crazy. Do you think you can stop the enemy by bringing a little girl? Give her to those soldiers and let them take her away. At most, we can only clean up this group of monsters for them. Pelican felt that if he brought a little girl with him, she would be a huge burden. If he really insisted on doing this, not only would he not be able to save her in the end, but everyone would also be trapped. No, to me, she is me. I absolutely can't abandon her. Otherwise, I'll be abandoning my past self, and I'll be letting down my mother who risked her life to protect me. Raven flatly refused and took the little girl in Yue Yang's arms, gently hugging her in his arms. You're simply unreasonable. Pelican angrily grabbed the collar of Raven's clothes and roared, these are completely different things, and now is not the time for you to be willful. Are you still going to save her? Go, but you must bring her with you. Raven gently wiped away the tears on the face of the unconscious little girl. I'm so angry. Pelican was furious. He raised his fist and punched his own chest, as if he regretted having a friend like Raven. Yue Yang suddenly coughed. He wanted to remind the two of them not to forget his existence. When Pelican and Raven looked over, Yue Yang raised his right hand and summoned his grimoire. He smiled at the two of them and said, if you don't mind, I can put her inside for a while. Don't worry, I definitely won't snatch your daughter away from you. Seeing this scene, Pelican and Raven didn't reveal a happy expression because the problem was solved. Instead, their faces were filled with shock. You actually have a grimoire. This is the legendary grimoire, right? Yue Yang was speechless. The legendary grimoire, could it be that no one in the outer mountains had a grimoire? Chapter 1149. When Yue Yang put the little girl into the grimoire world, Raven and Pelican were still in a daze. They couldn't recognize that this was a holy grimoire. They even mistakenly thought that all grimoires were so glorious and dazzling. When Yue Yang added the giant shadow to their bodies, the two of them felt that their strength had suddenly increased by more than 10 times. They were even more shocked. Raven looked at his hands in disbelief. After the giant shadow's buff, he found it hard to control his hands. He muttered to himself, is this the power of a summoning grimoire? This is the power of a guardian beast. Pelican, the boorish man, also looked like he had lost his soul. Yue Yang was speechless. It was just a summoning grimoire. Was there a need to be so scared? If he saw a holy grimoire that was thousands of times more powerful, wouldn't he go crazy on the spot? Only a god's son has a summoning grimoire. Which god's son are you? Raven finally understood why Titan Yu was fearless against any enemy. It was because he was a god's son. Naturally he wouldn't be afraid of normal enemies. No, I'm a normal person. Yue Yang asked him curiously, is there no one in the Earth Valley or mountain beyond mountain who has a summoning grimoire? How can a normal person have a summoning grimoire? Raven and Pelican didn't believe Yue Yang's words at all. What Yue Yang didn't know was that there were very few warriors who entered the Earth Valley. Even if there were, they were extremely strong warriors. Once these people entered the Earth Valley, they would immediately be found out by the 8 gods' secret spies. After contacting them, they would be assigned to a god's son or hide their identity. If these strong warriors weren't willing to stay in the Earth Valley or mountain beyond mountain, the 8 god had already opened a shortcut to the 9th heaven valley, heaven beyond heaven, 10,000 years ago. Warriors who had a summoning grimoire wouldn't be able to compete with the 8 god's son in the Earth Valley or mountain beyond mountain. That was why they had to leave the Earth Valley and return to the Heaven Realm or go to the 9th Heaven Valley. The Earth Valley or mountain beyond mountain. It was extremely rare for a grimoire holder to appear. If there was one, it would be someone with the identity of a god's child or someone else who was hiding their identity. It was almost impossible for normal people to come into contact with them. It was also because of this that warriors who possessed grimoires were especially mysterious and respected in the underground valley and the outer mountains. Even the powerful Raven and Pelican felt the same. They also felt that those who possessed grimoires were the god's sons who were second only to the god master. At first, they were still in disbelief. However, the giant shadow that Yue Yang gave them had completely convinced them. Other than taboo powers, what other powers could increase a person's strength by tens of times? Then it could only be a guardian beast from a summoning grimoire. Moreover, this kind of improvement, it was not as frightening as the forbidden power. It was completely harmless. How could Raven, Pelican, and the others still doubt the authenticity of the legend after witnessing and feeling the changes in their own bodies? On the contrary, they were even more convinced. Roar, all of you scum, go to hell. His strength had increased by tens of times in an instant, and he didn't have to worry about being devoured. Pelican, this guy who had been beaten up miserably, finally had a place to vent his anger. He rushed towards the variant maggot men, like a fierce tiger pouncing into a flock of sheep, sweeping everything in his way. Originally, his strength was far superior to these variant maggot men. Even if the maggot men had the advantage in numbers, it was not enough to stop his charge. Now that his strength had increased by tens of times, how could the maggot men resist? You don't have to trouble yourself, just leave these lowly maggot men to me. Yue Yang was just about to make a move, but Raven saw this and rushed forward hurriedly, cooperating with Pelican to start a massacre, to vent his depression. Yue Yang turned around to look. Those soldiers and merchants had actually disappeared without a trace while they were blocking the maggot men. Since it was like this, he couldn't be bothered to care about the life and death of these selfish people. If one of them had turned back to help the young mother, she wouldn't have died here. Of course, Yue Yang didn't have the right or reason to ask them to do so. People could be selfish, but since those were selfish people, Yue Yang wouldn't take the initiative to stand out and meddle in other people's business. Let them be. Maybe they would be swallowed by another wave of maggot men in the next second. Maybe they would be lucky enough to escape. But this had nothing to do with Yue Yang. Everyone had their own way of choosing their own destiny. They could be selfless or selfish. On the surface, people were powerless to go against the heavens, but in reality, all their destinies were in their own hands. It was just that, from the beginning, people didn't make the best choice for themselves. One wrong step, every step after that was wrong. It could be said that the more they did, the more mistakes they made, the more mistakes they made. In the end, there was no turning back. Yue Yang's finger ignited a little nirvana flame, burning the body of the young mother who sacrificed herself to protect her daughter. In Yue Yang's spiritual sense, it was as if he could feel the young mother's soul saying goodbye to him, peacefully ascending to an unknown mysterious world. Yue Yang knew that he couldn't save everyone on the ship, but if he really met them, it would depend on the situation. If it was really necessary, he definitely couldn't save them. The little fellow is asleep. Mistress Yu will take care of her during this period of time, don't worry. Hong floated out of the grimoire world, bringing a message to Yue Yang. At the same time, she requested to fight with him. In the human valley, there was no way to fight. Since the Earth Valley doesn't have the strict ancient code, the sisters should all think of a way to train. All right, after a few seconds of consideration, Yue Yang finally agreed to this request. This was also a good opportunity. In the Earth Valley, if they could fight with some strong warriors, then Red, Man, Future, Yi Ka and the others would grow faster. Without a strong opponent, there would be no challenge, no training, and their improvement would not be slow. Red, Man and the others were all guardian warbeasts. Unlike Princess Sissy, they didn't have to worry about their safety at all. The only thing that made Yue Yang worried was that Ji Wuri had come to the mountain beyond mountain. It was not good to expose his strength to Ji Wuri too early. Of course, because of the growth of Duo, Zhang Ying and Little Wen Li, Yue Yang was not afraid of starting a war with Ji Wuri. If not, he still had the Phoenix Sisters' secret trump card. Yue Yang just wanted to find the best opportunity to get rid of Ji Wuri, this arrogant guy. He must not let this chicken get the information and run away. If that happened, he would miss this golden opportunity. Red, Man, Yi Ka and the others all came out, and there was even a spirit of chaos following behind them. They did not appear in front of Raven and Pelican. Red and Man, Yi Ka and the Future, instantly disappeared into the passageway inside the ship. Pelican did not sense anything, but Raven felt that it was a little strange. He seemed to sense several powerful forces appearing and disappearing in an instant. Could it be that Titan Yu was using some kind of summoning ritual? When he rushed back, Red, Man and the others had already disappeared without a trace. Even the slowest of them, the spirit of chaos, who did not know how to conceal its aura, was already 1,000 meters away. What happened just now? Raven was a little uncertain, because the energy disappeared too quickly. He was not sure if he was hallucinating. No, Yue Yang shook his head and waved his hand. Could it be an illusion because I can't control my body 100% after the blessing? Raven had no choice but to attribute it to this explanation. Whether it was him or Pelican, neither of them could adapt to the blessing of the giant shadow. This blessing not only increased the power by dozens of times in an instant, but it would also continue to increase as the body adapted and the will control system fused. Raven estimated that the maximum upper limit of this giant shadow was a blessing of 100 times. After some adaptation, he could now control less than 50 times, and Pelican was less than 30 times. This, in other words, if he could continue to adapt, then the final upper limit of the improvement would far exceed the current 50 times, reaching 100 times. Just as Raven was thinking about how to speed up the adaptation of this blessing, another large wave of maggots surged over. Raven was so excited that his blood was boiling. This group of monsters came at the right time. Just now, he hated that he could not find enough opponents to practice on. Now, wasn't it like giving a pillow to a sleepy person? Kill. At this time, Pelican was excited and roared like thunder. Without waiting for Raven to come up, they joined hands to resist the enemy and directly charged forward. After watching for a while, Yue Yang realized that no matter if it was the Pelican or the Raven, they didn't summon any beasts, nor did they have any battle skills that matched their strength. Although their battle skills had a certain level of discipline, they were still far from the current Tong Tian Tower's battle skills, not to mention those peerless secret skills that were passed down from ancient times. What exactly happened in the valley and mountain beyond mountain? How did it become like this? Without summoning beasts or combat skills, they were just fighting instinctively. Not to mention the warriors of Tong Tian Tower, even the warriors of Heaven Realm were completely out of touch. Was this deliberately done by the 8 heavenly masters, or was it all lost after the battle between Tian and Bing Li? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly realized that the golden beast, with Dao Tai, heaven-swallowing beast and star sky scorpion, was preparing to slip away in front of him. Really, who did they think they were? Did they think they could hide from him by being so sneaky? The golden beast was very small, but didn't they see the size of Dao Tai? It was a huge monster that weighed more than 10 tons and was comparable to a tank, yet they actually wanted to slip away quietly in front of him. Could they be more stupid? Yue Yang was furious. It's fine if you guys came out to cause trouble, but you actually dared to lie to us like this. He was sure that the golden beast and the others did not get permission from Princess Sissy or Sickly Beauty, otherwise they wouldn't be so sneaky. You are all idiots. Yue Yang ruthlessly slapped the butt of the golden beast that was leading the group. Wu, the golden beast was most afraid of him. It immediately pretended to be pitiful, looking at Yue Yang with its big teary eyes. It looked as if it would cry if Yue Yang didn't agree to it. Dao Tai and Star Sky Scorpion also cooperated and pretended to be honest and obedient. Only the newly born heaven-swallowing beast, who had not learned how to be cunning from Wei Tai Lang, still retained a little bit of innocence. Be careful, I will sue you for acting cute. Yue Yang was not fallen beauty or Inan. He would not be soft-hearted just because this little thing pretended to be pitiful. The golden beast had no choice but to lower its head and receive the scolding. Tears welled up in its eyes. Fortunately, Yue Yang did not scold them for long. Raven returned after killing all the maggot men. Yue Yang did not have time to keep them, so he waved his hands to tell them to scram and not let others see them. The golden beast and the others were overjoyed and disappeared one by one. They were several times faster than their usual speed, making Yue Yang feel both angry and amused. When Raven came back, his face was full of confusion. He wanted to ask if something happened just now, but when he came back to take a look, there was nothing. He could only desperately suppress his curiosity. It was so uncomfortable. The mutated maggot men had suffered heavy casualties. As the master, Poison Maggot, naturally sensed it, he rushed to Yue Yang's side at top speed, wanting to see what kind of enemy could actually kill so many of his subordinates in such a short period of time. Unfortunately, he did not go in the opposite direction. Before he could reach Yue Yang's battlefield, he encountered the golden beast that had just slipped out and was preparing to do something bad. After this little thing was criticized by Yue Yang, it decided to work hard to show off and strive to snatch the throne of Wei Tai Lang's #1 fighter. Therefore, the poisonous maggot was shocked to see a little thing standing in front of it, flaunting its prowess. It was issuing a challenge to him. If the golden beast was not standing on the back of the Star Sky Scorpion, with one claw holding the heaven-swallowing beast as a scabbard and the other claw holding the Dao Tai as a war blade, then Poison Maggot would have laughed until his stomach hurt. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Even in his dreams, Poison Maggot never thought that he would meet such an opponent. The golden beast wanted to learn from its master and make a long speech to declare war, but after posing for a long time, it could not say anything. It scratched the back of its head with its little claw and decided to forget it. It would use the blade to speak. Therefore, It used its small body to imitate Yue Yang's imposing manner. It pulled out the Dao Tai's blade, and with the star sky scorpion as its mount, it leapt into the air. Its little claw carried the giant blade that weighed more than 10 tons and slashed down. This was the move that Yue Yang often used, earth-splitting slash. Although it was not as good as Yue Yang, it was still at least 30% proficient. Moreover, no matter what move it used, the Dao Tai's blade would not feel good, at least that was how Poison Maggot felt. Chapter 1150, Hu Hu. On the meteorite belt, the envoy of the Southeast Divine Kingdom, Mao, had broken the ground and knelt down on one knee, panting in pain. He felt that every breath he took was like a fire burning in his lungs. However, his body was in desperate need of air after a long period of suffocation. He had no choice but to breathe frantically to fill up the air he lacked. There was also air in the asteroid belt, but it was extremely thin. Even if there was no battle, just standing here would make one feel powerless, and it would be hard to stand for a long time. Not only did he have to fight here, but he also had to give it his all. The battle was so tense that it was almost suffocating, making it hard for people to breathe. Mao Podi also knew that he was able to breathe properly for a few seconds because his companions had risked their lives to give him this chance. If not for the Griffin Marshal and the Golden Eagle General's protection, he would have died at the hands of the ancient skeleton. Gu Bai was the left marshal of the Western and Western divine nations of the 8 major divine nations. He possessed the strength of a superior divine general. No matter how much the outside world hated him, his true strength could not be erased. Among the 8 divine nations, not to mention the 8 God Masters, if there was a ranking list below the God Masters, then this left marshal Gu Hai of the West divine nation would definitely be in the top 5. No matter how it was ranked, it was impossible to put Ancient Skeleton out of the top 5. There were even some people who said that Ancient Skeleton had the strength to compete for the top 3. It was just that the West God Nation had an equally powerful Right Marshal, Wan Xie, who was not as outstanding as the other God Nations. That was why the evaluation was a little lower. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As Mao Po Di panted, he raised his head and saw dozens of huge meteors exploding under the attacks of the Ancient Skeleton. Even those as powerful as the Griffin Marshal and the Golden Eagle General had no choice but to hide. He didn't dare to face Gu Gu's ultimate move, Starburst Explosion, head-on. Let's go and report everything to the Southeastern Divine Master. Marshal Griffin wasn't a fool. He knew the truth a long time ago. Ancient Skeleton from the West Divine Nation was the one supporting the falling Heavenly Bandit. He might even be the West Divine Lord who wanted to conquer the entire realm beyond heaven. Why was the falling Heavenly Bandit able to grasp forbidden power? Why was he able to roll into the Pelican so easily? Why was he even familiar with all the routes? Why was he able to attack the suspending mothership calmly? Why was he able to do all this? Now it was completely clear that it was because the West God Nation had provided information and provided assistance. The West Deity Nation was preparing to make a fuss over the Gannet. But it would not be good to make it public. Therefore, he went to look for the Galactic Pirates. Those stupid space pirates were ordered around by the West Deity Nation and became the scapegoats for the West Deity Nation. The most frightening thing was not that the Gannet had been robbed, but that the West God Nation was prepared to shift the blame to the East God Nation. Among the 8 great God Nations, only the East God Nation could be mentioned in the same breath as the West God Nation, and only the East God Lord of the East God Nation could fight to a draw with the West God Lord. If the Southeastern God Master of the Southeastern God Nation fell out with the Eastern God Master because of the Gannet's robbery and the 2 nations decided to go to war, then the Western God Nation would be the one to reap the benefits. The Griffin Marshal also knew that the West God Nation had been planning for a long time. It was almost impossible for him and the Golden Eagle General to safely return to the country and report everything to the Southeast God Lord. Gu Hai alone was already difficult to deal with, let alone the Right Marshal, Wan Xie, whose strength was similar to Gu Hai's. Thus, the Griffin Marshal didn't want to break out of the encirclement at all. He was only thinking about how he could send the news back. The hijacking plan of West God Nation was almost foolproof. The only mistake was that the guide envoy, Mao Padi, had actually ended the escort ahead of time and returned to the country on the Gannet. Although Mao Padi's strength was insufficient, he was calm and did not panic when faced with trouble. If it was just to escape, there should be hope. Fierce wind. The Golden Eagle General took advantage of the fact that the Griffin Marshal was restraining the formidable enemy, Gu Hai, and grabbed the battered guide envoy, Mao Padi, who was injured in many places. Using his movement technique, he brought him along and flew more than 10 kilometers through the meteorite belt. Behind them, Yue Yang was unforgiving. Wherever he passed, the meteorites exploded. That ultimate move, Star's explosion, was unstoppable. The Griffin Marshal had lost the support of the Golden Eagle General and was in a difficult situation. If the Golden Eagle General did not return to help, it was estimated that he would soon be defeated and killed by Yue Yang on the spot. How could the Golden Eagle General not know the strength of the Griffin Marshal? Hearing the rumbling explosion behind him, he hurriedly put down the panting Malpati. I can only send you up to here. I've hidden a lifeboat in a dark meteorite area about 50 kilometers ahead. You can leave on it. Remember, you must report the truth to the God Master as soon as possible. Otherwise, all our efforts will be wasted. General, Malpati knew that this was an important moment. There was no time for hesitation. He immediately nodded and saluted the Golden Eagle General. No need to be so courteous. Let's go. Malpati was not a subordinate of the Golden Eagle General. On the contrary, he was an old friend of the Metal General. The reason why he saluted the Golden Eagle General so solemnly and seriously was because Malpati knew that once they parted on the battlefield, they would never meet again. The Golden Eagle General gave him a punch. He gave Malpati a strong hug, turned around, and flew towards the battlefield where the Griffin Marshal and Yue Yang were fighting fiercely. Malpati solemnly saluted the Golden Eagle General again. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and ran forward with all his might. As long as he could find that airship, he could escape. As long as he could return, he could thwart the conspiracy of the West God Nation. Then, he would not let down the trust of the Griffin Marshal and the Golden Eagle General. As for other things, Malpati did not have time to think too much about it. Run, run. In Malpati's mind, there was only this one thought. 50 kilometers, for an expert of the Divine Envoy level, was not far. He arrived in the blink of an eye. Although the air in the meteorite belt was thin and the gravity was strange, it was not as easy to walk as it was on the surface. But Malpati still quickly arrived at the meteorite dark area. He found the lifeboat that allowed the Griffin Marshal and the Golden Eagle General to move immediately after the change occurred. Marshal, General, I will not let you down. Before Malpati jumped onto the lifeboat, he looked back at the distant battlefield. He looked back. He was shocked. His face was full of horror. His heart felt like it had fallen into an ice cellar. The reason was that there were 5 people standing behind him at some point in time. These 5 people had extremely strange appearances. The one in the middle was the shortest. His limbs were shriveled, his appearance was wretched, and he even had 2 large front teeth protruding from his mouth. Standing beside this mouse-like man was a man flying in the air. His black and red cloak fluttered in the wind. When he did not make any sound, it was fine. But once he made a sound, it would be extremely ear-piercing, comparable to the most unpleasant sound in the world. The most incongruous thing was that the man flying in the air had a pair of huge, round, and large ears, which made him look extremely comical. It completely offset the arrogance on his face that was filled with the aura of an expert. Beside the big-eared man was a hairy person with large eyes. He was thinner than a monkey, but on his narrow face, he had a pair of eyes that were 3 times bigger than a normal person's. Occasionally, in this pair of large eyes, there would be a strange light flickering faintly. When Malpati saw it, he could not help but shiver. On the other side of the team of 5, there were still 2 monster-like opponents. One had an extremely long tongue, his face was as pale as a ghost, and his eyes shone with a green light. His blood-red tongue hung down so long that it almost reached the ground. The other one wasn't too excessive in other aspects, but his nose was especially long. If Yue Yang was here, he would definitely point at this fellow and laugh out loud. J8 face, this fellow really looks like the J8 face from DOTA's Void Mask. Seeing these 5 people appear, Malpati's heart turned cold. Unless he was born blind, he would definitely be able to tell who these 5 people were. Other than the 5 great evildoers of the West God Nation, these 5 people were the most hated, disgusting and despised group of 5. They were called the 5 Generals, and some people secretly mocked them as the 5 Dog Heads. They were a little different from the 5 great evildoers. The 5 Generals, these 5 people had official ranks and status in the West God Nation. Each of them was a general in the West God Nation's army. Unlike the 5 great evildoers, although people knew that they were the lackeys of the West God Nation's ancient bones, on the surface, the West God Nation did not recognize them as official members of the country. They only appeared as ancient bones, private subordinates. Their facial features were completely different. They were the official generals of the West God Nation, and their boss was the most notorious Right Marshal of the West God Nation, Wan Xie. The appearance of these 5 people meant that this matter had completely fallen out. There was no possibility or leeway for them to redeem themselves. Because, until the last moment, these 5 people would not easily show their faces. You run pretty fast. The leader of the Whistling Teeth Rats laughed. Unfortunately, we found the target before you moved out this lifeboat. Ha ha ha, you still don't know, this meteorite hidden area is our original hiding place. Boss, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him directly. That big-eared bad man sneered. This little bug is too weak, I'm not interested. The guy with the long tongue and the J8 face turned and left, seemingly disapproving of Mao Po Di's struggle before his death. Indeed, among the 5 of them, each of them had the strength to easily kill Mao Po Di. Now that they were surrounded by one person, it was not interesting at all. The guy with the big and evil eyes also shook his head. We came a little late. The 5 great evildoers are now showing off. We have to hurry and snatch some credit. No matter what, we can't let our marshal lose face. Alright, you guys go first. Big Ear, you do it. Quickly kill this guy, we'll go and do something big. The Whistling Teeth Rat boss was a cautious person. Although leaving behind the big-eared bad man was enough to crush Mao Po Di, he did not do so. Instead, he stayed and watched Mao Po Di die, making sure there were no accidents. Give me 10 seconds. The big-eared bad man's expression was very arrogant, raising a black hand. Fight. Mao Po Di's heart was filled with despair. Just as he was about to fight to the death with the bad man, a lazy voice suddenly came from the dark area of the meteorite. As the guide, you're only responsible for receiving and not sending. Isn't that a little too much? In this dangerous moment, you actually plan to escape alone. I trusted you before, is this how you act as a senior? This really hurts my heart. Mao Po Di's mouth was wide open. It was so big that a toad could be stuffed in it. He could not believe the reality in front of him. A young man who could not have survived, let alone appear here, actually walked out of the dark area of the meteorite. His footsteps were very leisurely, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in his backyard. The expression of the Whistling Teeth Rat boss also changed. With his strength, he actually did not notice when this young man appeared. However, his reaction was extremely fast. He flew towards Mao Po Di, ready to kill the young man the moment he got close to Mao Po Di. At the same time, he also issued a command, signaling his companions to cooperate and attack, kill. Chapter 11:51 Two black shadows dashed out. In midair, they blocked the attacks of the leader of the single-toothed rats and the strange bad man, so there was no need for Yue Yang to make a move. They were, of course, Raven and Pelican, who had been strengthened by the giant shadow. Originally, with their strength, even with the forbidden power, it would have been very difficult to defeat the single-toothed rats and the strange bad man. After all, the 5 senses generals were the strongest divine generals in the West God Nation. In a way, the 5 senses generals were not inferior to the 5 great villains, and their status was even higher. Raven flung out his cloak and parried the attack of the single-toothed rats. His body retreated slightly, sliding about a meter. On the other side, Pelican was much weaker. He was rebounded by a heavy blow from the strange bad man, and his huge body was pushed back more than 10 meters. He crashed into a meteorite, causing it to explode. He felt a tightness in his chest, and only then did he manage to stand up. Although that was the case, Pelican was also very surprised. It should be known that in the battle with the 5 great villains, Ravenous Ghost alone could easily injure him and Raven, and capture them in one fell swoop. Now, although there was still a slight gap, there was no longer the feeling of powerlessness from before. He could fight it head-on, so what if he was slightly at a disadvantage? He had the support of the giant shadow, and the more he fused with it, the more his strength would increase. Now, it was 40 times. If he had 50 times, then he could stand still like Raven, and even repel this bat. Although the single-toothed rats in front of him looked extremely wretched, in terms of strength, it was definitely the leader of the 5 senses generals. If Raven could withstand the single-toothed rats, then he could definitely withstand the big-eared bats too. Pelican's fighting spirit soared, and he roared like thunder. He lifted a huge meteorite with all his might, and threw it at the big-eared bat. In the instant that the other party dodged, he charged towards the big-eared bat like a tank. Any move, in the face of absolute strength and huge size, was nothing. Big-eared Bat was hit by the pelican's charge, and his entire body was thrown high into the air, as if he had been rammed by a mammoth. But before the pelican could rejoice, he suddenly realized that the body of the big-eared bat that had been tossed into the air had split into countless little bats, numbering in the tens of thousands. They scattered across the sky like dark clouds circling above his head. Without waiting for the pelican on the ground to react, dozens of bats immediately swooped down and ruthlessly bit his body. Compared to these nimble bats, the giant pelican looked clumsy. He couldn't defend against the bats that swooped down. He could only angrily grab one on his arm and tear it to pieces. However, he couldn't stop such a large number of bats from attacking him one after another. Tiny bite wounds began to appear on his body. Once they saw blood, the bats became even crazier. It squeaked. Many bats swooped down fearlessly, desperately sucking blood from Pelican's wounds. A giant as strong as Pelican. After a short period of sucking blood, he started to show signs of weakness that only a sick man would have. He was dizzy, his head heavy as he waved his arms, chasing away the bats that filled the sky. Although dozens of bats were torn to pieces by him and turned into minced meat, but there were even more bats that dodged his attacks and flew back into the sky, something strange happened. Those bats that had sucked the blood would emit countless black smoke and split into two. Some that had sucked enough blood could even split again, from 1 to 2, and from 2 to 4. In the blink of an eye, these bats had recovered and increased in number. Yue Yang, who was watching from the side, used his Heaven Eye's divine vision to observe the entire process. He realized that these bats had increased in number by at least 500 because they had sucked Pelican's blood. Now that there were over tens of thousands of bats, who knew how many of Pelican's or Pelican's stronger martial artists had been sucked. Not good. Mao Po Di also realized that the situation was not good. These bats, after killing them, would increase in number. As long as they sucked blood, their numbers would increase. How could he deal with them? Big-eared bat, if you have the guts, fight with me properly. Pelican was extremely depressed. Now that he finally had such great power, who knew that the opponent would be so shameless, not fighting him head-on, but using such underhanded tactics. I'm not afraid that I can't catch up to you. On the other side, Raven was also unhappily chasing after the sentinel-tooth rat. What an idiot. The sentinel-tooth rat's speed was as fast as lightning, but that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that it had successfully spat a mouthful of plague poison at Raven's face. Infected with the plague poison, Raven's life was temporarily not in danger, but his speed was getting worse, and in the end, he was not much faster than a tortoise. With every step that Raven took, his body would become heavier. The poisoned Raven did not weaken his battle power too much. However, he had lost his speed. Without speed, in front of a strong enemy like the sentinel-tooth rat, Raven was no different from a dead man. Mao Po Di was anxious, and rushed forward, wanting to intercept the sentinel-tooth rat for Raven before Raven lost his speed, who would have thought that he would fall into the sentinel-tooth rat's trap. The sentinel-tooth rat slid through Mao Po Di's, earth-piercing, and was not affected in the slightest. In the instant that Raven caught up to him, he used his oversized front teeth. Ruthlessly, he bit Mao Po Di's arm. At first, Mao Po Di did not feel any pain, and wanted to use his spear to stab the sentinel-tooth rat, but the rat disappeared in a flash, and he did not even manage to get a single mouse hair from the sentinel-tooth rat. When he turned around to chase, his body staggered, and his vision went black for no reason. Suddenly, he felt that his arm did not belong to him, and it was extremely heavy. His eyelids were also heavy, and waves of fatigue attacked his body. Mao Po Di knew that this was an extremely dangerous battlefield, but he still could not resist the deep drowsiness. Yawn after the first yawn, Mao Po Di could no longer endure his body's urgent need for sleep. He mercilessly pierced his palm with the silver spear, intending to use the pain to prevent himself from sleeping, but it was useless. One of his hands was pierced, dripping with blood, but the pain was under the extreme drowsiness. It was completely covered. Mao Po Di fell on the meteorite. One of his hands was dripping with blood, but he did not feel it at all, and directly fell asleep. No one in the world can resist the hypnotic bite of the dormant rat. The sentinel-tooth rat sneered. He was now standing beside Raven. The distance between the two was less than 3 meters, but Raven had no way to attack him. At this time, Raven felt that his body was hot and cold. His whole body was weak and powerless. He was too lazy to even move a finger. He knew that there was an enemy in front of him, but he could not reach out his hand. His hands were tightly wrapped around the spear, and his body was trembling non-stop. If he still had a strong will to hold on, he would probably fall to the ground like Mao Po Di. Be careful, Raven used the last of his strength to remind Yue Yang, the sentinel-tooth rat's body is poisonous. You still want to count on him? A rookie like him, I can kill him in less than 10 seconds. Big-eared bat, who had returned to his human form from the fusion of countless blood-sucking bats, laughed out loud. He did not care about an opponent like Yue Yang, who did not even have the strength of a divine servant. To be able to stand in this meteorite belt was already good enough, and he still wanted to fight. Besides, even if there was a divine champion, how could he be a match for himself and the sentinel-tooth rat? This, big-eared bat, you better be careful. The sentinel-tooth rat was always so cautious. Even if the strength Yue Yang had displayed was terrible, he could keenly sense that this rookie's attitude was not like that of an ordinary rookie. At the very least, there was no panic or fear on this rookie's face, which was extremely abnormal. I say, sentinel-tooth rat, are you joking? Give me a second, I'll kill him. Big-eared bat did not think that Yue Yang could take a single blow from him. Yue Yang did not make a sound. He was observing. Whether it was the 5 great villains or the 5 officers generals, they all had one thing in common. That was to completely fuse with the forbidden energy, and in a certain specialty, to the extreme, to display the ultimate strength in a certain aspect. Of course, the price they had to pay was very high. Ordinary people might not know about it and would envy them for their strength. However, with Yue Yang's heaven-eyes divine vision, he discovered that no matter if it was the 5 great evildoers or the 5 sense generals, they could not be called humans anymore. They no longer had a human body, and would never have the qualifications to contract a summoning grimoire again. They could not have descendants, could not reproduce, could not return to a human body, could not contract a summoning grimoire again, and could not advance any further. They would forever be in this neither human nor ghost state. In order to make this mutation reach its limit, the 5 great villains and the 5 officers generals had used some extreme methods. For example, the 5 great villains had completely fused with some kind of ability. As for the 5 officers generals, they had fused with 5 different kinds of beasts, borrowing the beasts' specialty to increase their strength. Hungry Ghost's ability was to eat corpses. As long as there was a corpse, he would be in immortal existence. This kind of corpse-eating ability also included his own corpse. It could also be eaten, to be reborn. If he wanted to completely kill Hungry Ghost, he had to completely destroy him. Yue Yang saw through this, but he did not do it. He was prepared to bring Hungry Ghost back and slowly study it. The special ability of the single-toothed rat boss in front of him was different from Hungry Ghost. He relied on the special abilities of various rodents to strengthen himself. To deal with these rodent abilities, he had to use special methods. Yue Yang looked at the arrogant big-eared bat again. Needless to say, this guy had fused with various kinds of bats, especially the vampire bat's ability to strengthen his body. If he wanted to kill an enemy that could use ultrasonic waves to easily dodge the enemy's attack, and was good at flying while also sucking blood to replenish his body, he had to use some small tricks. Brute force like Pelican was not enough. Seeing through this, Yue Yang felt that he could make his move. Forbidden power. He had no interest in it. However, he had previously discovered a similar forbidden power on Fatty High's body. Although it was not the same, out of curiosity, Yue Yang was thinking about how to expand Fatty High's forbidden power. That was why he wasted a lot of time to study it, hoping to accumulate some experience and let Fatty High, who had been unlucky for 18 lifetimes, try his luck. Instant kill. No, I don't want to do this. I want to torture you for a long time, to torture you until you feel the thrill. Yue Yang did not forget to remind Big-Eared Bat, if you feel the thrill, just shout, don't be shy. You dare to talk to me like this? You're really looking for death. Big-Eared Bat was provoked and immediately became angry, pouncing towards Yue Yang fiercely. Why is it that every time I tell the truth, no one believes me? Aren't you forcing me to lie? Aren't you forcing me to be a bad boy? Aren't you harming me, a young man with a pure heart and a heart full of goodness? It's your fault that I can't become a pillar of the country. It's also your fault that I can't serve the country and contribute to the 4 modernizations of the country. Tell me, for you to harm me like this, how should I punish you? Yue Yang reached out and grabbed Big-Eared Bat's neck, lifting him into the air as he asked the big-eared bat, who was struggling to no avail. The spirit-toothed bat's jaw dropped to the ground. This was illogical. How could it become like this? If big-eared bat could open his mouth and speak, he would definitely shout that he was wrongly accused. Just an honorable master. Whether Yue Yang was pure or not, the fact that Yue Yang couldn't become a pillar of the country and contribute to the 4 modernizations of the country really had nothing to do with him. If big-eared bat could speak, he would definitely say, "You're not pockmarked, you're FC King tricking me." But no one would be able to speak when their necks were lifted into the air. Furthermore, Yue Yang had never been a person who could solve problems just by talking. It must be known that other than being reasonable, Yue Yang could talk about anything except being unreasonable. What could a person like this do to him? If Yue Yang hadn't decided to let big-eared bat experience the legendary thrill of torture, he would have long used his personal skill, win people over by virtue. Chapter 1152. Yue Yang raised his hand. He gave big-eared bat a few slaps, angering the divine general who had never been humiliated like this before. Not only the dumbstruck big-eared rat, even he himself was baffled. How could he be captured without being able to struggle? Big-eared bat felt as if he had fallen into an endless quagmire. His entire body felt weak and sluggish, and he did not want to move at all. If he had not been slapped so many times and felt so humiliated, he would not even have the heart to retaliate. "Does it feel good?" Yue Yang was asking if big-eared bat was feeling good. "You are definitely dead." Big-eared bat had never hated a person so much in his life. Facing the man who had humiliated him the most in his life, his first thought was not to kill him, but to torture him 1,000 times, 10,000 times more. Otherwise, he would not be able to quench his hatred. Slap slap slap. Yue Yang gave big-eared bat a few more slaps without hesitation. He did it so skillfully, as if big-eared bat was begging him, and he could not take it anymore, so he gave him face and slapped him. Big-eared bat was so angry that his eyes turned green. His whole body trembled slightly. There was a black aura. Like smoke, like fog, it came out from his body. In the blink of an eye, this black aura had enveloped his body. Countless blood-sucking bats flew out from the black aura. Yue Yang's hand was empty. Big-eared bat's whole body had turned into a sky full of bats, quickly escaping from Yue Yang's control. Those blood-sucking bats were circling crazily, every one of them looking for the best opportunity to attack. As long as they had the chance to bite, Yue Yang would probably be turned into a dried corpse. Net. Yue Yang's hand grabbed thin air, but his lips curled into a contemptuous smile. Just by turning into a blood-sucking bat, would it be able to escape from his grasp? When those blood-sucking bats were circling high up in the sky, a strange net had appeared out of nowhere in the sky. This net was not formed from any substance in the world. It was formed from Yue Yang's will. Threads of psyche power condensed from thoughts intertwined densely in the sky, forming a heavenly net that was comparable to the heavens. The heavenly net descended slowly. The vampire bats could fly low, but once they flew high, they would crash into the net. These telekinesis threads were formed by Yue Yang's sovereign will and had an indestructible property. The vampire bats would immediately become prey if they bumped into them. Before Yue Yang lost consciousness, there was no way he could break free. Squeak, 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 a large number of vampire bats were caught in the net, struggling to no avail. However, there were also many people on the ground who saw that the situation was not good and immediately flew at a low altitude, trying to find an opportunity to escape the range of the sky net. Idiot. Yue Yang was amused. If the nets above snares below could be exploited, then what was the point of creating them? Return to your original form. Hurry up, quickly return to your original form. The leader of the Whistling Fangs rats did not dare to get close. He observed the battle from afar and sensed that something was wrong. He hurriedly reported to the big-eared bat. This choice was actually the best and most logical one, but the big-eared bat, who had transformed into a swarm of vampire bats, had a weaker mental control than when he was in his human form. Furthermore, he was completely dissatisfied. Why should he give up on the battle at such an important moment? If one of the bat avatars managed to bite through the kid's skin, then the kid would be sucked dry of his blood and die. No matter how many avatars he had sacrificed, he would be able to recover immediately. The big-eared bat did not follow the Whistling Fangs rat's suggestion. He felt that with so many avatars, he could still turn the tables. Having forbidden power was equivalent to having an immortal body. He had never thought that he would lose. Victory was certain. It was just that the process and timing of victory would be different. Countless vampire bats swooped down, each bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws, attacking various parts of Yue Yang's body. Yue Yang flicked his finger. The first avatar of the vampire bat that was sent flying seemed to be unharmed. However, something strange happened. After the first avatar was sent flying, when it collided with the second avatar, the former immediately revealed a hideous expression of extreme pain. When the second avatar collided with the third and fourth avatars, the body of the first vampire bat suddenly inflated like a balloon. Finally reaching its limit, it could not hold on any longer and exploded in front of Yue Yang. The avatars that were sent crashing into each other after being sent flying were like blind flies. Their speed was extremely fast. It directly affected many of their companions who were flying around. The number of collisions increased exponentially. As the number of collisions increased, each of the vampire bats exploded like firecrackers. In the sky, there was a rain of bad blood that reeked of a foul stench. The few remaining avatars squeaked as they flew around, looking at the slowly descending psychic web above their heads in fear and despair. The whistling fangs rat's expression changed drastically. He threw himself into the air, his body that had come to rescue made a strange turn. He fled far away at a speed that was 100 times faster than before, no longer showing any reluctance. Yue Yang saw this and smiled. He did not chase after him, only forcing the few remaining bats to reform back into their original bodies, and then forcefully stuffed them into the demon-subduing tower. There were still many things worth experimenting with in terms of taboo power. He would not kill the hungry ghosts or the big-eared bats for the time being. Moreover, even if Duo, who had already become a flower goddess, did not need flowers to increase her strength, it did not mean that Yue Yang did not have plans to cultivate a golden crown thorny flower queen. Even if Yue Yang did not need a golden crown thorny flower queen, it would not be bad to cultivate one for his sister Yu Bing. One must know that Yu Bing had the highest talent in plant-type beasts. With the help of a flower goddess like Duo, a new generation of golden crown thorny flower queen would definitely be born soon. Who knows, Duo might even turn all her subordinates into golden crown thorny flower queens. This was completely up to her. As a flower goddess, there was nothing she could not do with plant-type beasts. When the Shuanghua sword of the innate invisible sword Qi appeared, Raven, Pelican and Mao Po Di's debuffs completely disappeared. It was as if they had never been poisoned. Aya, how could we let Whistle Teeth Rat escape? Chase, let's chase. Pelican was an impatient person. Don't be impulsive. Raven naturally understood that Yue Yang had purposely let them go. What should we do now? Mao Po Di was surprised and happy. He did not dare to imagine Yue Yang's identity anymore. His attitude had also changed greatly. His original plan to escape had also been temporarily put aside, waiting for Yue Yang's orders. Master Mao, it's better if you leave on the lifeboat and report to the Southeast Divine Lord as soon as possible. We must tell him the truth. This battle is just the beginning. There may be a bigger battle in the future. We must be mentally prepared. Even if Yue Yang did not say it, everyone understood that if this matter was revealed, it would inevitably lead to a war between countries, or even a war between gods. Is it really okay for Whistle Teeth Rat to escape? Mao Po Di now felt that his strength was not enough to help here. It was better to go back and report the news. But was it really okay for Whistle Teeth Rat, the leader of the Five Senses Generals, to escape? Once he ran, he would definitely call for more powerful reinforcements. For example, the leader of the Five Senses Generals, the Right Marshal of the West God Nation, Wan Xie. That, Wan Xie, was not someone that the Five Senses Generals could compare to. He was an expert that far exceeded the strength of a divine general. Whether it was in the underground valley or the outer mountain, he was notorious, but no one could do anything to him. Previously, the left marshal of the West God Nation appeared and fought against the Griffin and the Golden Eagle. This further proved that the right marshal Wan Xie was not far away. Once these two giants arrived, who could match them? The Golden Eagle general and the Griffin marshal teamed up. They could barely hold on. But it was 2 against 2. They would definitely lose. At that time, who would stand up to share the pressure? Just the Galactic Pirates, Raven and Pelican. Don't joke around. Even with their boss Winged Tiger, Wind Eagle and Flamingo, they were still not enough to be crushed by Ancient Skeleton or Wan Xie. Not to mention that only one of the 5 evils in the 5 Senses Generals was gone. Mao Po Di was a little worried for Yue Yang. After all, no matter how much potential he had, he was still young. If it was 1 against 2, against Ancient Skeleton and Wan Xie, it would be difficult to fight alone. It's okay, it's just a small fight now. The real battle is still behind. Yue Yang sent Mao Po Di off on the lifeboat and nodded to Raven and Pelican. The enemy came faster than we expected, and there are more of them. It seems that we have to split up. If you guys continue to follow me, it will be dangerous. The more it is like that, the more we can't leave. Pelican was a stubborn person. He felt that if a strong enemy came, he might be able to stall for a while and save Yue Yang, the youngest star with potential. Are we really going to split up? Raven was much smarter than him. Yue Yang said this because he and Pelican couldn't fight against an enemy that they couldn't. Such an enemy couldn't be defeated just by risking their lives. The enemy could probably squash them like a flea with a casual stretch of his hand. Furthermore, if they stayed, not only would they not be able to help, they would also become a burden and give the enemy a chance to take advantage of them. Yue Yang nodded. It's good that we split up. Although the strongest enemy hasn't shown up yet, I feel that this battle won't be easy. If I am alone, I can still retreat if I can't beat them. But if I bring you guys along, it won't be so easy to leave. How about this? I will save the Griffin Marshal and the Golden Eagle General. You guys go look for Winged Tiger and Wind Eagle. If there are no problems, come back here and meet up. Now that the situation is pressing, no matter whether we were soldiers or thieves in the past, we must join forces now. The enemy is a strong army that we can't fight alone. They are gradually forming an encirclement and are making arrangements. If we don't work together, I'm afraid we will all die without a burial place. Raven's heart trembled when he heard this. He nodded solemnly. Understood. The Pelican was reluctant to part with them. But he couldn't dissuade Raven. He very reluctantly bid farewell to Yue Yang and followed Raven's team to search for traces of Winged Tiger and Wind Eagle in another direction. Yue Yang, on the other hand, directly returned to the meteorite battlefield where a crazy battle was taking place. The left marshal of the West God Nation, Ji Yu Hai, relied on his own strength to beat the Griffin Marshal and the Golden Eagle General back step by step. They could only block but not fight back. Maybe it was an illusion, or maybe there was really a god somewhere in the sky overlooking all this. It was because of this strange feeling that Yue Yang changed his mind at the last minute. He let Old Spear leave by airship and asked Raven and Pelican to stay away from him. He hoped that the god overlooking everything was the Southeast God Lord, not the West God Lord of the West God Nation. Otherwise, this battle would be really difficult. Yue Yang was very conflicted. On the one hand, he wanted to challenge the god alone. On the other hand, he didn't want to fight with the God State strongman so early. If he could collect more information or crack the secrets of the 8 fake gods, it would be the best time to challenge them. In another battlefield, the Evil Eye Monkey, the Long-Tongued Lizard, and the Slug, who returned to the suspending sky carrier, met several strange opponents. These opponents, who looked like weak women, were not afraid after seeing them. Instead, they surrounded them and stretched out their small hands to play rock paper scissors. It seemed that they wanted to use this method to decide the winner and then decide who to fight. Rock paper scissors, rock paper scissors. I won. Future, you cheated. You are so cunning. Just as the Evil Eye Monkey and the others were getting angry out of shame, the few girls finally decided on a winner. A girl called Future guessed and won. She was so happy that she jumped and jumped, causing the Evil Eye Monkey and the others to roll their eyes. Could their attitudes be any more relaxed and indifferent? This is simply arrogant and ignorant. Chapter 1153. After consecutively killing off Hungry Ghost and Big-Eared Bat, these two average-sized characters, Yue Yang felt that he had been targeted. Perhaps, no one had noticed him at the beginning. But after killing Hungry Ghost, the situation immediately changed. He did not know if it was because of the flying corpse's report, or if there was a spy behind Hungry Ghost and the others who had been involved in the whole situation. Once the spy was cut off, someone would notice and come after him. After killing Big-Eared Bat, Yue Yang could clearly feel that someone was watching him in the dark. Moreover, his strength was unfathomable. He pretended not to know anything and first sent Mao Po Di away to test the reaction of the enemy hiding in the dark. Mao Po Di smoothly boarded the airship and left. It seemed that in the enemy's mind, Mao Po Di was just an ant. He did not care at all. It was the same when Raven and Pelican left. The enemy hiding in the dark only paid attention to Yue Yang. For some reason, he had not made a move on Yue Yang yet. Was it because the time was not right? Or did he belong to another force and was sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight? Yue Yang could not guess the intention of the person hiding in the dark. After all, he had just arrived and knew too little about the mountain beyond mountain. While thinking, he rushed to the battlefield in the meteorite belt. Gu was displaying his divine might. The Griffin Marshal and the Golden Eagle General were forced to retreat. The three of them were bewildered by Yue Yang's arrival. None of them knew who this young man was. The Griffin Marshal and the Golden Eagle General looked at each other in dismay, while the ancient skeleton had also stopped attacking, looking pensive. Yue Yang hurriedly waved his hands. You guys continue, don't worry about me, I'm just passing by. You don't look like one of the Southeast God Lord, Akaji's people, but more like one of the Eastern God Lord, Deicide's people. Young man, there is a very special aura on your body. This is the mark of your people. Ancient Skeleton's reaction was extremely fast. As soon as he saw the expressions of the Griffin and the Golden Condor, he immediately realized that Yue Yang was not their friend or helper. Instead, he was a descendant of Eastern God Lord Deicide's race. He specifically pointed out Yue Yang's identity because he didn't want Yue Yang to participate in this war. The West God Nation was strong enough to bully a Southeast God Nation. Whether it was the Lord God, comprehensive national strength, or war potential, the West God Nation was far ahead. Even the three Southeast God Nations combined couldn't compare. However, in the outer mountains, the West God Nation was definitely not the strongest. At the very least, in front of the East God Nation, where the East God Lord, Deicide, reigned supreme, the West God Nation would never be number one in any aspect. No matter how arrogant the West God Nation cultivator was, he could only think that his country was on equal footing with the East God Nation. No one dared to say that he was the best in the world. Even the West God Lord, Black Day, had never said so. Gu pointed it out like this to shut the mouths of the Griffin Marshal and the Golden Eagle General. Of course, Gu also had the intention of testing Yue Yang's true identity. At this critical juncture, he didn't want to provoke this young man, Yue Yang. As the left marshal of the West God Nation, he wasn't a fool like Hungry Ghost, one of the 5 great villains, or Big-Eared Bat, one of the 5 senses general. With just one look, he could see that this young man was different and unfathomable. Our people, Yue Yang's eyebrows moved. No matter who I am, I have no interest in the battle between you. If you don't provoke me, I don't mind watching. As long as you don't make a move, I can give you the whole pelican. Gu wanted this sentence. HMPH, I'm not dead yet. The pelican hasn't really belonged to your West God Nation yet. The Griffin Marshal immediately sneered. What's the point of taking someone else's things as a gift? Why don't you give the West God Nation's largest and mightiest suspended mothership, the Dragon Eagle, to this little brother? Sending a pelican to such an outstanding little brother like him is an insult to him. Gu, how can you have the nerve to give it to him? The Dragon Eagle is even bigger than the pelican. I like it. Yue Yang clapped his hands and laughed. Of course there's a pelican too. I never refuse gifts. If little brother needs it, we can take down the Dragon Eagle and give it to you as a gift. The Golden Eagle General naturally understood what the Griffin Marshal meant. The Griffin Marshal used this opportunity to point out to this young man the war between the forces. Now it was the West God Nation's intention to annex the Southeast God Nation. If this young man was a clansman or descendant of the East God Nation's Deicide, he couldn't just sit back and watch. The 8 God Nations were led by the East and West God Nations. No matter who was the strongest, it would break the balance between them. The East God Nation couldn't tolerate the West God Nation growing stronger. They couldn't tolerate the West God Nation annexing the Southeast God Nation and using it as a bridgehead to further pressure and threaten the East God Nation. Yue Yang looked at the haggard Griffin and Golden Eagle and smiled. Although the Dragon Eagle is good, I'm afraid it won't be easy to take it down. The Griffin Marshal answered, the difficulty of taking it down is the same as taking down this pelican. Gu laughed. I only know one fact. The pelican is right in front of me, and the Dragon Eagle is thousands of miles away. If this little brother is willing to wait patiently, I guarantee that in less than 3 hours, I can offer the entire pelican to you. I have always respected the Griffin Marshal, but no matter what, as a senior, you can't just lie like that, can you? This is too disappointing. He took the initiative to put Yue Yang on his side, trying his best to rope him in. As long as Yue Yang didn't interfere, he was even willing to offer the entire pelican. The Golden Eagle General immediately raised his lips and said sarcastically, I'm afraid we won't even have to wait 3 hours. As long as Deicide arrives, he will kill this little brother. Compared to Marshal Gu, who goes back on his word and turns hostile, I personally feel that our Griffin Marshal's words are more trustworthy. For a moment, both sides engaged in a war of words, insulting each other. Although it was not as good as directly fighting, but in terms of wits and courage, it was actually better. Both sides could not figure out the power and attitude behind Yue Yang. They did not wish for this young man to support the enemy and become a variable in the grand scheme of things. Whether it was Gu, the Griffin Marshal, or the Golden Eagle General, none of them were willing to continue fighting. They stopped for the time being, quietly waiting for their own reinforcements. They could see that no matter which side this unfathomable young man joined, the overall advantage would be tilted towards that side. Therefore, even if they could not obtain his support, they did not want to incur enmity with Yue Yang. Was Yue Yang a member of the East God Nation Deicide's tribe? This was a crucial point. But it was definitely not the main reason for the ceasefire. Because, no matter which side this young man belonged to, the power behind him was definitely not simple. It was impossible to cultivate such a young man without a huge power and a deep heritage. The battle was suddenly in a stalemate. Everyone was waiting, including Yue Yang, who was also quietly waiting for the reaction of the person hidden in the darkness. At this moment, in the suspending sky carrier, the result of the rock-paper-scissors game was out. The winner was the future of the Reaper Mantis. After the Gate of Rebirth in the Beast Valley, becoming a sage, and transcending a sage, coupled with the double enlightenment from the Divine Light, and the Fruit of Wisdom, as well as defeating the Sun Queen and advancing together with her master, the current Reaper Mantis was no longer the premature child of its mother, a poor little thing that could barely hatch after being frostbitten. Today, the future was the guardian beast under Yue Yang's command after Red and Ah-Man, who had undergone the most changes and improved the most. Originally, she was not as strong as the Spirit of Chaos, but she had long surpassed her partner and become a super strong individual. Perhaps now, she could not catch up with Little Wen Li, Duo, and the hornless dragon Zhang Ying. But in terms of combat power, she could already be compared with Red, Ah-Man, and Ye Ka, who had been fighting for a long time. You guys step back, no one is allowed to steal the kill. Let me fight first. None of you are allowed to act shamelessly, otherwise, I will tell my master. The Reaper Mantis sister learned this trick from Wei Tai Lang. Fortunately, Wei Tai Lang did not follow this trial. Otherwise, in the future, this little girl could learn shameless tactics from Wei Tai Lang. Hurry up, I'm a little impatient. Red looked at her hand in confusion, as if wondering how she lost. Ah-Man was honest and easy to talk to. Ye Ka usually had a good relationship with the future, so she also stepped aside. Only the Spirit of Chaos was a little reluctant and floated back a little with difficulty. It was not that the evil eye monkey had a mocking face, but he had a preference for God's stone. He used God's stone to make a lot of jewelry and hung it on his body, shining, making him look like a giant firefly. Although the Spirit of Chaos had evolved countless times, after all, her wisdom was not as good as Red and Ah-Man. Moreover, she had an innate weakness for the gemstone crystals that contained huge energy, because she had been scolded by Yue Yang many times. Even if she saw the gemstone now, she would not want to swallow it immediately. She began to have some control and was able to make a difficult choice. Although the evil eye monkey, the long-tongued lizard, and the slug were arrogant, they were not fools. For these seemingly weak women in front of them, they also knew that they were not to be trifled with. The leader and the one with the horn may be a little stronger. Forget about the two who haven't grown up, but that fire girl is worth paying attention to. The evil eye monkey and the others also made an evaluation. What was surprising was that the three of them all thought that the Spirit of Chaos was the strongest, followed by Red and Ah-Man. As for Ye Ka in the future, they did not think that they would be their opponents. I like the one with the horn. Her face has to be heroic, a little wild, and her body is super hot. Her waist is slender and her legs are long. It must be fun to play with her. The long-tongued lizard whispered to his companions and reserved Ah-Man, who had now evolved into a super beauty after countless reconstructions. She is good, but I prefer the female leader who is as arrogant as a queen. If she holds a whip, no, just thinking about it makes me have a nosebleed. The slug was obviously more inclined to Red, who was born as a bloody queen. His point of view was affirmed by the evil eye monkey. Looking at Red, the evil eye monkey swallowed his saliva with difficulty, and his huge eyes were shining. I'll leave the others to you, I want this girl. Why? The slug snorted coldly. I'm the first one, she belongs to me. After I'm done playing with her, I'll give her to you. The evil eye monkey expressed that he was willing to be the first one to fight. Get lost, I don't need you to fight. The two little ones are all yours, this one is mine. Don't quarrel, I'll give you another 100 beauties as compensation, and the virgin fox girl you wanted last time. Whatever you want, I'll give it all to you, but this woman must belong to me. The slug stated his conditions, willing to pay any price. The two of them were in a stalemate for a while. Neither of them gave in. They almost fought. After the long-tongued lizard's persuasion, the two of them decided to temporarily put aside the captive and slowly negotiate. While they were daydreaming, the Reaper Mantis sister, the future, had already done enough warm-up exercises and arranged the overall situation according to Yue Yang's usual requirements. She couldn't wait to start the battle. Bang! When the evil eye monkey jumped out, before he could introduce himself, the Reaper Mantis sister had already punched him in the eye, causing him to see stars. Chapter 1154. As soon as the evil eye monkey appeared, he was beaten up. Moreover, it was his most beautiful eyes that he could not tolerate being hurt, so he was even more furious. Faster than lightning, the evil eye monkey counterattacked. His fists were like a storm, bombarding the body of the Reaper Mantis sister. At this moment, all the beauties were fake. As long as he was angered, not to mention a woman, even a country would be destroyed by his fists. Boom! To the evil eye monkey's disbelief, the fist that he swung out was caught by the seemingly weak little girl. He was actually caught by this seemingly weak little girl in front of him. Then, it was the right fist, which was also caught. Then, it was the right fist, which was also caught. After his left fist was caught, the evil eye monkey's first reaction was to use his right fist to attack with all his strength. He did not realize why he was caught. Even when his right fist was also caught, before his brain could think, he lifted his leg and gave a fierce flying kick. The long-tongued lizard and the slug were secretly discussing how to distribute the captured women. They did not notice that the evil eye monkey was beaten as soon as he appeared, and his hands were caught. The evil eye monkey's leg kicked the afterimage of the Reaper Mantis sister heavily. The smirk on his face was still blooming. She used the enemy's arms as a pole, turned over, and her long legs were like spears, heavily piercing the evil eye monkey's face. The evil eye monkey felt pain in his heart and lungs, as if two giant hammers had hit his face. Blood flew out of his mouth. Several broken teeth splashed to the ground. But his arms were still in the grasp of the Reaper Mantis sister. She used her legs to counterattack the evil eye monkey's face, turned around, and used the mysterious 3 moves that Yue Yang taught her. She used the skillful force of pulling 1,000 kilograms to make the evil eye monkey, who was bleeding from his mouth and nose, fall hard on the ceiling of the inner passage of the suspending sky carrier. Boom! The long-tongued lizard and the slug heard the sound and looked up. They found that the evil eye monkey fell from the ceiling involuntarily, kicked by the weak little girl in the air, and flew 10 meters away, falling heavily on a cabin door. The cabin door was shattered. The evil eye monkey smashed into the cabin like a cannonball. Seeing all this, the long-tongued lizard rubbed his eyes and asked the slug, "Am I seeing things? Illusion, this must be an illusion." The slug couldn't believe that the demon-eyed monkey, one of the 5 sense generals, would be beaten senseless by an unknown little girl. It was impossible. After a long time, a bloody hand appeared on the edge of the cabin door. It was the evil-eyed monkey that had been beaten by Future to the point of vomiting blood. His malevolent face appeared, and his veins popped out. His eyeballs, which were 3 times the size of an ordinary person's, bulged out of his cheeks. Because of his anger, they were bloodshot and filled with hatred. When the evil eye monkey opened its mouth and cursed, a few pieces of blood dripped down and fell to the ground. In front of the long-tongued lizard and the slug's incredulous expressions, the broken teeth that were stained with blood were particularly eye-catching. The long-tongued lizard still didn't quite believe it and asked tentatively, "Are you hurt?" The evil-eyed monkey cursed loudly. Foul language. The Reaper Mantis sister frowned and drew a few rune patterns in the void. The runes interwoved to form a formation. Resplendent, sparkling, specks of silver light flickered between her 10 fingers. She reached out and touched the evil-eyed monkey's mouth. The evil-eyed monkey opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't make a sound, just like a mute. He reached out and dug in his mouth, but the mouth that was sealed by the heaven rune diagrams, silence, was not something that could be removed by external force. The evil-eyed monkey, who had lost his voice and couldn't even curse, was even angrier at this time. It was even more violent than an erupting volcano that was forcibly sealed by an external force. He used all his strength and pounced on the Reaper Mantis. This attack, it gathered the greatest power of his divine general. In the past, all the opponents weaker than the evil-eyed monkey had failed under this attack. No one could escape. However, the little lass in the future did not panic at all. She slid backwards, her domain power and supreme willpower exploding out. The evil-eye monkey seemed to be in an invisible and extremely powerful force field. The speed at which it pounced at was getting slower and slower. When it was still 3 meters away from the future, the lightning-fast monkey turned into a tortoise, advancing inch by inch as it charged towards the slowly retreating future. The evil-eyed monkey had already used all his strength, but the invisible force field seemed to have countless chains that were binding and pulling his body, making it hard for him to move an inch. In the sky, a golden Reaper Mantis statue flashed. It glared angrily. The golden scythe stretched out and caught the evil-eyed monkey's pouncing body with irresistible power. The evil-eyed monkey struggled desperately, but it was useless. This kind of capture was not something that could be broken free with strength. This was the capture of the future supreme will combined with her gifted skills and domain characteristics. Even a giant dragon couldn't break free. The golden Reaper Mantis statue not only caught the evil-eyed monkey, but also ate the giant dragon. It lowered its head and bit. The evil-eyed monkey's skull was bitten off. Its eyeballs exploded and brain juice splattered everywhere. But it didn't die. It was still struggling desperately. At the same time, because its mouth was sealed by the silence rune, the pain couldn't be vented through roars and cries. It accumulated in the evil-eyed monkey's chest, suffocating it until it exploded. Of course, the evil-eyed monkey, who had taboo power and beast characteristics, wouldn't die so easily. A large amount of black smoke appeared on its head. Other than the parts of its body that were caught by the Reaper Mantis statue's scythes, the rest of its body was mixed with the black smoke. A pair of blood-red eyes protruded from the black smoke, shining with a demonic light. It stared at the Reaper Mantis sister's eyes, piercing deep into her heart. This was the evil-eyed monkey's ultimate move. Evil Eye Explosion. Under the stare of this evil eye explosion, any living being would destroy themselves because of their killing heart. The greater the killing heart, the faster they would be destroyed, and the more painful their death would be. The evil-eyed monkey rarely used this move against its enemies. It wasn't that this move wasn't powerful enough. On the contrary, this ultimate move was too powerful. The evil-eyed monkey didn't want its ultimate move to be recognized and broken by its enemies because it was used too often. This had always been the evil-eyed monkey's secret weapon. Unless it was the most crucial moment, the evil-eyed monkey wouldn't use it. Although the evil-eyed monkey's life wasn't in danger now, it was too aggrieved. Without hesitation, it used its ultimate move on the Reaper Mantis sister, Evil Eye Explosion. Regardless of whether the long-tongued lizard, the slug or the enemy would be able to recognize and break this ultimate move, it couldn't care less. The evil-eyed monkey now only wanted to kill this despicable little girl in front of it immediately. It didn't want to let her live for even a second. Killing heart. Everyone had it, the only difference was the size. Generally, combat-type warriors had a very strong killing heart. If they were too kind and couldn't punch the enemy, how could they go on the battlefield? Therefore, the evil-eyed monkey never worried that its evil eye explosion would fail. On the contrary, it was almost invincible. Other than gods or people with immortal bodies, any other life form that was hit by this ultimate move would definitely die. Die, 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 start from your eyes, swell up and explode. Even your body will explode at the same time under your crazily expanding killing heart. Although its mouth was sealed by silence and it couldn't make any sound, the evil-eyed monkey that was gradually returning to its original form in the black fog couldn't help but feel proud and crazy. In this world, what could be more satisfying than seeing an enemy that you hated to the bone die tragically in front of you? Seeing the evil-eyed monkey use his ultimate move, the long-tongued lizard and the slug looked at each other and smiled. It was over. Once this move was used, no one would be spared. No matter how strong or how weak the enemy was, they couldn't resist it. This was because the enemy wasn't killed by external forces, but by their own infinitely expanding killing heart. In other words, they were committing suicide. No one could stop it, and no external forces could stop it. Heart as still as water. The Reaper Mantis sister closed her eyes, her hands forming the rune seals that Yue Yang had personally taught her. She exhaled softly. From her exhalation, a blood-red skull with a demonic eye was spat out. After the demon eye skull was spat out into the air, it opened its mouth and swallowed wildly, trying to drill back into the Reaper Mantis sister's body. But that was impossible. In the future, she stretched out a fair hand towards the demon eye skull. With a light tap, the golden light of the sky god fixed the demon eye skull that was originally in a state of nothingness. In the sky, the outer Reaper Mantis was like a guardian deity that could not tolerate its descendants being harmed by the enemy. It angrily stretched out its giant scythe and caught the demon eye skull. Opening its giant mouth, it directly bit the demon eye skull into pieces, chewed and swallowed it. Boom! The evil-eyed monkey's body made a loud noise. It didn't come from his mouth that was sealed by silence, but from the inside of his chest. At the location of his heart, a huge black heart, along with some lungs and broken ribs, directly burst through his chest and fell to the ground. The evil-eyed monkey, who was in extreme pain, still wanted to reach out and pick it up. The black heart on the ground was still beating and hadn't lost its function. On top of the black heart, there was a strange black smoke, protecting the heart, just as the evil-eyed monkey was about to pick up the heart. A foot stepped heavily on it, directly trampling the black heart into meat paste. The foot stomped down heavily, causing the entire pelican to shake uncontrollably. The power could even flatten a mountain, not to mention a black heart. At the moment when the evil-eyed monkey was in even more pain, a hand reached out and grabbed his collar. Then, he heard an angry voice, "Overconfident guy, look at my eyes." He subconsciously looked up. The evil-eyed monkey found that there was a woman with horns on her head, staring at him with abnormal anger. There seemed to be something flashing through his mind world. His soul hurt. His consciousness disappeared in an instant. The evil-eyed monkey fell to the ground softly. His soul was instantly killed by man's doom's gaze, leaving only the immortal body supported by the forbidden power to survive. His body didn't die like other lives after doom's gaze. His body was still alive. The forbidden power and the fusion of war beasts did indeed give him a near-immortal body, but there was only a piece of flesh left, no doubt dead. What's going on? The long-tongued lizard felt inexplicable. How did the evil-eyed monkey, who had always killed his enemies with his eyes, die? And die under someone else's gaze? What the hell was going on? That girl with horns is also good at using her eyes, it must be like that. The slug cried out in fear. It was also the first time he saw the evil-eyed monkey, who had the strongest eye power, being stared to death by someone else's eyes. Other than using her eyes, she can also use sound waves. A voice quietly rang in the ears of the long-tongued lizard and the slug. There was no time to look back to see who it was. There was no time to escape. The ears of the long-tongued lizard and the slug burst into pieces. They heard a shrill, banshee scream, that could shatter their souls. Chapter 1155. Poison Maggot was running for his life. Originally, with his immortal body and the combat power of thousands of bloodthirsty maggots, even if the enemy was slightly stronger than him, he couldn't do anything to him. However, this time, Poison Maggot was unlucky. He had to face the Golden Beast, the Star Scorpion, the Dao Tai, and the Heaven-Swallowing Beast. Needless to say, the Golden Beast was the one and only heaven-reaching beast in the world. It was only a baby now, but when it grew up, it would definitely be a heaven-reaching beast that looked down on thousands of creatures in the world. Poison Maggot had no hope of defeating it in this lifetime. If it was just this little thing, it would be fine. After all, it was still young. However, the Dao Tai, which had been repeatedly refined and cultivated by Yue Yang, was a super powerful earth divine weapon. Its power could devour heaven and earth, and it was unparalleled. The Star Scorpion was also an earth divine weapon, an existence that was on par with the Dao Tai. Perhaps it was slightly inferior to the Dao Tai in some aspects, but in terms of toxicity, runes, and killing, it was far superior. Whoever dared to underestimate it was equivalent to having one foot in the coffin. Among their group of troublemakers, only the newly born heaven-swallowing beast was slightly inferior. Of course, Poison Maggot didn't think so. All his attacks were swallowed by the heaven-swallowing beast, as if this little thing's mouth, throat, and chest were made of God-destroying secret gold and would never be damaged. Poison Maggot would never know that the reason why the heaven-swallowing beast could swallow the energy of his attacks and ignore all attacks was because it was the sheath of the Hell Tiger divine sword. Even a divine sword couldn't hurt it. How could a few waves of energy attacks damage its body? Fortunately, there were enough bloodthirsty and mutated maggots. Fen came to the rescue without fear of death, attracting the attention of the Dao Tai and the others. Otherwise, it would really be a little difficult for Poison Maggot to escape. When Poison Maggot escaped to the exit of the sky-suspending mothership in a sorry state, there were a few acquaintances standing opposite. One of them was his sworn enemy, the Whistling Teeth Rat. Poison Maggot, who usually thought of himself as the boss of the 5 villains, had always maintained a state of hatred towards the boss of the 5 organs, the Whistling Teeth Rat, and always wanted to hit him when he was down. The Whistling Teeth Rats hated the venomous maggots to the bone and had been looking for an opportunity to scheme against them. Apart from the Whistling Teeth Rat, there were also the Flying Corpses, who were also part of the 5 great villains but had no respect for the venomous maggots. A little further away were the faintly discernible nether flames and the transparent, silent specter. Due to the special nature of their bodies, nothing unusual could be seen. The Flying Corpses were not a big problem, only their clothes were slightly dirty, but the rats looked like they had crawled out of a pile of corpses on a battlefield. How pathetic. Haha, what did I see? You're just a rat that fell into a cesspool. The poisonous maggot couldn't help but mock. A certain disgusting worm isn't much better than me. Do you think that just because you've eaten your fill in the cesspool, you can talk dirty? In any case, I, the whistle-toothed rat, at least helped my companion, unlike a certain fat worm who ran away the moment he saw a strong enemy. To think that the fat worm thought he was the boss. The whistle-toothed rat retorted without holding back. In truth, the whistle-toothed rat did not extend its hand to help the big-eared bat. After witnessing Yue Yang's super-powerful strength, he was shocked. His first choice was to run away. However, no one saw it, so no one could accuse him of abandoning his companion and running away. On the other hand, the poisonous maggot was deeply resented by the Flying Corpses, Nether Flame, and the Ghost. They felt that this so-called boss had no sense of loyalty. Not only did he avoid a fight when he encountered a strong enemy, he even used the mutant maggots to block the way and framed his companion. The poisonous maggot's expression changed after hearing this. He felt that he had been wronged. He did not know that Hungry Ghost would be defeated at first. He was just greedy. He used corpses to cultivate the mutant maggots. Later, when the Flying Corpses, Nether Flame, and the Ghost escaped, he did not want to use the mutant maggots to block the way at all, but out of habit, he sent them out to search for the enemy. Who knew that such a strong enemy would suddenly appear in the Pelican? The mutant maggots went from a meritorious act of searching for survivors in the Pelican to a stupid trick of framing his companion. Although it was a failure, it was really unintentional. This was just self-defeating. There's no need to explain. We believe what we see with our own eyes. The Flying Corpse snorted coldly. If not for the fact that the situation was unclear, he would have fallen out with the poisonous maggot. Boss Poisonous Maggot is really bold. Nether Flame had never called the poisonous maggot boss. She said it this way. It was sarcasm. The more she smiled, the greater the anger in her heart. The poisonous maggot let out a long sigh. I know it's useless to say anything, but I really didn't mean it. The situation is not very good now. We have to join forces to resist the enemy. I hope you can put aside your prejudices for now and finish this battle first. Nether Flame's faintly discernible face showed a hint of mockery. Of course, with your scheming and strength, we can't not call you boss and follow your lead. The Flying Corpse laughed heartily and clapped his hands. Agreed. The Ghost did not speak. He also did not express his stance. However, the person that the poisonous maggot felt would be the most unlikely to forgive him was the most taciturn and most powerful ghost. The whistle-toothed rat had already scared the guts out of Yue Yang. In addition, he had just entered the ship and secretly discovered that the long-tongued lizard and the slug were in a bitter battle, so he quickly retreated. Now the whistle-toothed rat was only waiting for one person, and that was his superior, the Right Marshal of the West God Nation, Wan Xie. If even Lord Wan Xie could not fight against those strong enemies that appeared out of nowhere, then he would definitely not stay any longer. This was a land of death. Big-eared Bat was finished, and the Evil Eye Monkey was also dead. Of the 5 Sense Generals, 2 were gone. How could they fight this battle? Not to mention that the Flying Corpse had just said that the hungry ghost of the 5 great evildoers was also dead, which made people's hearts turn cold. Ha 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 ha. A burst of heroic laughter rang out from the ship, reverberating for a long time. Those who were familiar with this laughter knew that it was the laughter of the Right Marshal of the West God Nation, Wan Xie. The infamous Wan Xie, who killed people like scything flax and was crazily bloodthirsty, but it did not mean that he was a maniac like a man-eating demon on the surface. On the contrary, Wan Xie was a handsome man. In the West God nation, he was famous for his good looks. He had been famous for thousands of years, and now he was a little more mature, but his handsome and heroic appearance did not diminish. In fact, there was a kind of wisdom and stability that came from years of experience. Every time Wan Xie laughed, it was when he was the most furious and wanted to kill people. The happier he laughed, the more people he would kill. The sentinel rat was his subordinate. He knew this notorious boss of his very well. What was the reason that made Lord Wan Xie laugh so happily? Could it be that Lord Wan Xie met that unfathomable young man? Brother Wind Ear, long time no see. I wanted to meet you, but I didn't expect that we would be so fated today. Ha ha ha, as the saying goes, a chance encounter is better than an invitation. Why don't we sit down and have a good drink? The sentinel rat heard such a voice coming from the ship's passageway. Since Brother Wan Xie has the heart to invite me, if Wind Ear refuses, it would be too disrespectful. I also hope to have a drinking contest with Brother Wan Xie, and not go home until I'm drunk. But I have an errand to do, so I invited Gannett here to pick up a few old friends. The task given to me by my superior has not been completed, so how would Wind Ear dare to be greedy? So, please forgive me. Another gentle and refined voice rang out, politely rejecting Wan Xie. Following that, a white-robed middle-aged man and a green-robed man walked out side by side. The white-robed middle-aged man on the left was the sentinel rat's immediate superior, the right marshal of the West God nation, Wan Xie. As for the green-robed man on the right, the sentinel rat and the others also knew him. This was the East God nation's thousand-mile ear, Marshal Wind Ear. This Marshal Wind Ear was not weaker than either Wan Xie or Ancient Bones. In fact, he was slightly stronger. If Wan Xie and Ancient Bones joined forces, they would naturally be able to suppress Wind Ear. But now it was just Wan Xie alone. How could he defeat this Marshal of the East God nation, who was said to be able to hear the whispers of others? A few dozen meters behind, 3 men covered in wounds and dripping with blood walked out, supporting each other. It was the Winged Tiger, Wind Demon, and Flamingo that Wan Xie had gone to kill. Unexpectedly, they had been saved by Wind Ear. They had not been killed. Wan Xie did not even look at Winged Tiger and the others. It was as though he was not the one who had beaten them to the brink of death. Instead, he bade farewell to Marshal Wind Ear, chuckling. In that case, let us set a time to meet again. We will drink to our heart's content and not rest until we're drunk. The sentinel rat knew what Lord Wan Xie meant. Since the plan had changed, and the East God nation had interfered, then they would temporarily abandon the pelican and the plan. Sir, the sentinel rat now understood a little. That unfathomable young man was a member of the East God nation Deicide's tribe. No wonder his aura and demeanor were so unique. The 5 sense generals had lost the big-eared bat, and then the devil-eye monkey. Even the long-tongued lizard and the slug were in danger. As the leader of the 5 sense generals, the sentinel rat had no choice but to bite the bullet and report to his immediate superior. Is that so? Hearing Wan Xie, the sentinel rat's secret message, his face did not change. He continued to smile. He maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. He did not express anything about the long-tongued lizard and the slug being in danger. The sentinel rat was at a loss. He could only bear it for the time being. Anyway, the ones in danger were not him. If he killed them, he would not have the competition from before. Wan Xie did not even look at the flying corpse, earthly flame, and specter. It was as if the 3 of them did not exist. He bid farewell to the green-robed Wind Ear and floated away. The sentinel rat hurried to follow. Even the flying corpse, earthly flame, and specter hurried to follow Wan Xie when they saw Wind Ear appear. They walked for a long distance before going their separate ways. Wind Ear looked at Wan Xie's back with a complicated expression. He shook his head and sighed. This battle will not happen. Even if that young man did not appear, it will not happen. The West God Lord Black Day is too careful. But where did that young man come from? It is impossible for a Kaji to cultivate a young man like him, and our Lord Deicide does not have such a clansman. It has been a long time since such an outstanding young man appeared in the outer mountains. Could he be from the human valley? Why is there no news at all? Marshal Wind Ear, are you taking us to the East God nation? Winged Tiger searched for traces of his companions. He did not dare to speak of other companions, but with Raven and Pelican working together, one cautious and meticulous, the other brave and decisive, it was unlikely that anything would happen. No, I am not interested in you. Marshal Windear smiled slightly. I was really just passing by. I did not know the situation beforehand, but seeing the situation deteriorate, I could not sit back and watch the West God realm smear black ashes on our East God nation. Oh right, who is that young man to you? Forget it, I will not ask. Everyone has the right to keep their secrets. Although I am curious, I will not force you. Quote. Whether it was Winged Tiger, Wind Eagle, or Flamingo, they could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They were most afraid that Windear would be interested in Titan Yu. The East God nation's conditions. If they wanted to entice Titan Yu to join them, it was almost a done deal. Luckily, this gentlemanly East Field Marshal had given up on trying to rope him in. In the distance, there was an earth-shattering roar. A streak of golden light shot through the air like a meteor. As the golden light soared through the sky, it even let out a depressed howl. From the sound, it seemed to be West God Nation's left field marshal, Gu, who had intercepted Marshal Griffin and the Golden Condor General, had retreated as well. Winged Tiger and the others were overjoyed. The Gannett hijacking plan had indeed failed, but at least they had not been completely wiped out. Especially when Winged Tiger and the others saw Raven and Pelican come out, covered in blood, with the still trembling Spotted Duck and the others. They were so excited that they high-fived and congratulated them. Because of that young man's appearance, the West God Nation's plan had failed. Even the East God Nation, who had not intended to act, had been moved. They had extended a leg, turning what had been an irreversible defeat into an unimaginable draw. East God Nation's Marshal Windear had performed well in this battle. But the one who had truly taken the lead was, actually, it was that young man who looked like a rookie but was unfathomable. Chapter 1156. The enemy came in a menacing manner, pouncing on them like a tidal wave. But they retreated quickly and left as soon as they said they would. When Gu, the two left and right marshals Wan Xie, as well as the five great evildoers Poison Maggot, Flying Corpse, Netherworld Flame, Ghost and the others left, Yue Yang realized that the god, who was hiding in the sky and overlooking the whole situation, had also disappeared without a trace. The departure of the enemy did not mean that the battle was over. On the contrary, this was just the prelude of the enemy's temporary truce, adjustment of strategy, and rallying. The next wave of attack was bound to be fiercer and more fatal. Of course, being able to strike and defeat the enemy head-on was not without some gains. The most powerful of the enemies were the 5 Sense Generals. 4 out of 5 were gone. In the end, only the 5 Sense Generals, the Whistling Rat, the first to escape, survived. The remaining Big-Eared Bat, Demon-Eyed Monkey, Long-Tongued Lizard, and Slug were either killed or captured. If the hungry ghost that Yue Yang had killed before was added, then the West God Nation had lost a total of 5 God General level experts in this battle. If the accident that was Yue Yang had not appeared, the Southeast God Nation had lost more than tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians. Perhaps the Griffin Marshal, the Golden Eagle General, Mao Padi, and the others would not have been spared either. As for the space pirates that had been manipulated by the West God Nation, they would not be able to escape the tragic fate of being pawns. At the end of the battle, Winged Tiger, Wind Eagle, and Flamingo only had one breath left to hang on. As soon as Ancient Skeleton and 10,000 Evil retreated, they immediately fell to the ground, too exhausted to continue. Although the interior of the Gannett had become a bloody slaughterhouse, no one had the best choice. They still returned to find a clean place to rest. In this battle, whether it was the Space Pirates or the Southeast God Nation, there was no winner. The Southeast Godly Nation had lost tens of thousands of border soldiers and nearly 10,000 merchants. They had almost lost the entire Pelican. As for the Galactic Pirates, except for a few leaders and Spotted Duck and the others who had been saved by Yue Yang, they had all been wiped out. The Griffin Marshal, the Golden Eagle General, Winged Tiger, Wind Eagle, and Fiery Bird sat opposite each other, but none of them had the intention to fight. Everyone knew that the real culprit was the West Godly Nation that had driven the whole battle. Who are you? East God Nation Marshal Windear, who claimed to be passing by, asked Yue Yang what everyone was thinking. Does it matter who I am? Yue Yang shrugged casually. I'm sure that I'm not your enemy. Be it Space Pirates or the Southeast Divine Kingdom, I'm not your enemy. Well, none of us would consider you an enemy. Wind Eagle laughed heartily. We're just curious. If you don't even know Marshal Wind's Ear, that means you're not from the East God Nation. Since you're not a disciple of the Southeast God Lord Akaji, nor a member of the East God Lord Deicide's clan, nor are you a space pirate, then who are you? You're from Human Valley, and you're preparing to borrow the path to sky beyond mountains, right? The Griffin Marshal made his own guess. Although not exactly, it's close. Yue Yang admitted, I came here completely unprepared, and I don't know how to return for now. As for sky beyond mountains, I'd really like to see it, if there's a chance in the future. In that case, you're the real passerby. East God Nation Marshal Wind's Ear was amused. You killed Ravenous Ghost in one battle, and 4 of the 5 Sense Generals. You've offended the West God Lord Black Day. What plans do you have next? The Golden Eagle General actually wanted to invite Yue Yang to join the Southeast God Nation, but the East God Nation Marshal Wind's Ear was also here, and he was embarrassed to say it out loud. Especially since the East God Nation was stronger, and Wind Ear had helped him. No matter how much he wanted Yue Yang to join, he could not say it directly. I've offended too many people, and my enemies are as many as the hairs on a cow. I don't care about a few more. Yue Yang deliberately did not catch the Golden Eagle General's meaning. Although the enemy has retreated, I'm afraid this is not over. The Griffin Marshal hurriedly coughed, changing the subject. In front of East God Nation Marshal Wind's Ear, he could not open his mouth to invite him. He did not want Yue Yang to reject him outright. He dared to say that his old friend Marshal Wind's silence was giving them face. If Yue Yang had rejected the invitation, he would have tried his best to convince the young Titan Yu to join the East God Nation. Compared to the Southeast God Nation, the East God Nation had too many advantages. Not only could they match the West God Nation in power, but the East God Lord Deicide was very similar to Titan Yu. They were probably of the same race. The first few conditions were fine. Later, Deicide and Titan Yu should be of the same race. This was an unparalleled advantage. Fortunately, Titan Yu, a young man with limitless potential, had not directly rejected him, leaving the Southeast God Nation with some theoretical hope. The Griffin Marshal knew very well that the reason Marshal Wind Ear had insisted on staying as a guest, rather than leaving in style, was because he wanted to invite the young Titan Yu. Marshal Wind Ear did not speak now because he did not have enough confidence. And he wanted to save face for everyone else. So he did not take the initiative to speak. Winged Tiger, Wind Eagle, and Fiery Bird no longer hoped that Yue Yang would join them as space pirates. Who would give up being the Marshal of the East and Southeast God Nations and run off to be a notorious space pirate leader? The 3 of them wanted to close the distance between them and Yue Yang. Since they could not be partners, then it should not be a problem to be friends, right? Let's not compete with the East and Southeast God Nations, and just talk about personal feelings, okay? With this kind of thinking, Winged Tiger and the others were undoubtedly standing behind Yue Yang and supporting him as staunch allies. Winged Tiger and Wind Eagle had considered Marshal Griffin's concerns. Winged Tiger pondered for a moment, then frowned and said, General 5 Senses was almost completely wiped out. This is a harsh slap to Black Day's face. I'm afraid that this West God Master will unilaterally tear up the agreement and directly attack. Ancient Bones and 10,000 Evils have already tired us out. If this West God Master attacks, even if we are 10 times stronger, we will not be able to resist. If Black Day dares to attack, my Master Akaji will definitely not sit idly by. Griffin Marshal felt that the possibility of this was not high. After all, Black Day was a God Master. It might be possible to start a war, but it was unlikely that he would directly attack. The possibility of an all-out war is higher. Marshal Wind Ear quietly revealed a secret. It turned out that as early as 10,000 years ago, the powerful West God Nation had an agreement with the East God Nation to divide the mountains beyond mountains equally. Of course, this was all kept secret. It was not built on the level of war. After 10,000 years of bribing and swallowing each other up, the 2 countries had already established a clear distinction between the 2 camps in the mountain beyond the mountain. They were the East Camp, led by the East God Nation, with allies from the South God Nation and the Southeast God Nation, and the West Camp, led by the West God Nation, including the West, North, Southwest, and Northwest God Nations. Even the Northeast God Nation, which was the only one not involved for the time being, was a little uncertain and secretly inclined to the West God Nation. If the Northeast God Nation really decided to turn to the West God Nation and join the West Camp, then the West God Lord Black Day, who had 5-3 strength, would definitely declare war and suppress the East God Lord Deicide, who had been suppressing him for 10,000 years, and snatch the throne of the strongest in the mountains beyond mountains. The Gannett incident was just a test. It was a small attempt to test the waters. Next, the West God nation would probably have more follow-up actions. The loss of soldiers in this battle was only a small setback, and it was not enough to affect the overall situation. On the contrary, it would only intensify the anger of the West God Lord Black Day and catalyze his determination to declare war. The possibility of the God Lord attacking us is indeed small, but after 10,000 years of peace agreement, the peace has come to an end. The war of the 8 God Lords is very likely to break out. At that time, there will be a catastrophe in the mountains beyond mountains in the valley. Collapse and destruction are almost inevitable. The Golden Eagle General did not believe that the God Lord would attack the people of the lower levels. He was more worried that the war of the gods would destroy the whole world. Maybe Black Day will not attack you, but there is one person, you have to be careful, he may be more terrible than Black Day. Yue Yang's heart moved. He felt that Jiwari might take the opportunity to mess up the overall situation in the mountains beyond mountains and profit from it. What? The people present were shocked when they heard this. Someone more terrible than the West God Lord Black Day. This person is called Jiwari. Yue Yang decided to tell them the situation in advance. Jiwari, he's not dead yet. Hearing the name Jiwari, everyone's face changed greatly, as if they had heard the most terrible thing in the world. Marshal Feng stood up directly and exclaimed, he appeared. This is not possible, wasn't he killed by my lord? Where did you see him? Reception platform, I saw Ji Zhang, of the West God Nation leading people to pick him up, and also gave him the identity of a trainee oracle. Yue Yang explained the situation that day in detail. Not good, Griffin Marshal could not sit still. That devil is really not dead, he is back. Jiwari has been to the mountains beyond mountains before. Yue Yang was even more shocked in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. It turned out that the confusion in his heart could now be explained. Why could Jiwari leave from Human Valley, come to the mountains beyond mountains halfway, and have a loyal servant Ji Zhang greet him? It turned out that he had already been to the 8th stage of the underground valley and the mountains beyond mountains. This Jiwari you are talking about, he is actually the nephew of Black Day. Black Day was called Ji Yi before he became a god, and then he took the divine spark of Black Day as his god name. Marshal Feng clenched his fists and tried to control his emotions. You don't know, Jiwari was the most terrible schemer in the mountains beyond mountains in the past. With his strategy, the West God Nation could grow crazily. The forbidden power of the 5 evildoers and General Wu Guan and the others was created by Jiwari. It was him who single-handedly defeated the talents of the entire 8 God Nations. Because of his terror, my Lord Deicide killed him in anger, smashing him into pieces and throwing him out of our world. I didn't expect him to not die and come back. Without him, the West God Nation's development has stagnated. Black Day's ambitions have also been restrained for a long time. I didn't expect him to come back, no wonder Black Day couldn't wait to make a move. It turns out that Jiwari is back. The Golden Eagle General's expression was solemn and his brows were tightly furrowed. The expressions of Marshal Feng Marshal Griffin, and the Golden Eagle General were different. Winged Tiger, Wind Eagle, and Fiery Bird, these galactic pirates, were a little puzzled, as if they had never heard of the existence of the name Jiwari. They were the sky pirates of the meteorite belt. It was naturally impossible for them to have heard of a secret that only the highest level of the God Nation knew. However, the abnormal expressions of Marshal Feng and the others, as well as the words, the creator of the forbidden power, made them feel that this unknown, Jiwari was a powerful and terrifying existence. A man who had completely mastered the forbidden power and could turn anyone into a powerhouse like the 5 evildoers or General Wu Guan at any time. He was Jiwari. With him, the West God Nation would have countless of the 5 evildoers and General Wu Guan. Thinking of this, not to mention the galactic pirates like Winged Tiger, even Yue Yang couldn't help but secretly suck in a breath of cold air. Chapter 1157. After receiving the news that Jiwari had returned to the outer mountains, Marshal Feng and Marshal Griffin could not sit still. They were burning with anxiety and hoped to report to their superiors as soon as possible. Time was of the essence now. Even Lord Gods like Deicide and Akagi had to seize this time to deal with it. Otherwise, if they fell one step behind, they would always fall behind. If Black Day did not have Jiwari's help, Although his strength and prestige as the Western Lord was close to Eastern Lord Deicides, he was definitely not the strongest person in the Outer Mountains. On the contrary, if he had the help of the schemer Yue, it was very likely that he would gather the forces of the North, Southwest, and Northwest Lord to declare an all-out war. The Northeast Lord God Sharon, who was originally wavering, was also very likely to fall to his side. In any case, Eastern Lord Deicide, Southeastern Lord Akaji, and Southern Lord Tencho, who firmly supported Deicide, had to receive the news in advance and make all preparations to deal with the war that could break out at any time. After agreeing on the location and time for the next meeting, Marshal Feng and the others immediately left the meteorite belt. Marshal Griffin, the captain of the Gannet, did not even want the suspending mothership anymore. He gave it to Yue Yang on the spot. First, this suspending mothership no longer had enough crew members. Even if there were, its speed was far from enough to meet Marshal Griffin's needs. Instead of carrying it painfully, it was better to give it to the young man Titan Yu in exchange for a favor. Second, while Marshal Griffin gave away a hot potato, he also had the intention to rope in Yue Yang. Whether they could work together or not, this was temporarily uncertain. At the very least, he wanted to rope in Yue Yang as his ally. The Western camp, led by the West God Nation, did not know what conditions the West camp would offer to please this young man in the future. In the previous battle, Ancient Skeleton had promised to give away the Gannet. Marshal Griffin would definitely not let the enemy succeed. He directly gave the Gannet under his command to Yue Yang, directly blocking Ancient Skeleton's mouth and the Western camp's way to rope in Yue Yang. It's useless even if you give it to me. I don't need it anyway. It would definitely be a lie if Yue Yang said that he did not like the pelican. However, the problem was that this big fellow required a few hundred people to operate. Student Yue Yang, who had come to the Outer Mountains alone, how could he find a few hundred people? Furthermore, they had to be people who were familiar with piloting the suspending mothership. Most importantly, this thing was a huge target. It was very easy to attract hatred. Yue Yang didn't want Yue to discover him. Since he knew about Yue's conspiracy, he had to sneak up on Yue, right? We will. Pelican jumped out impatiently and said confidently, the space pirates suffered a setback this time, but it's still easy to find a few hundred people. Although I've never piloted an Empyrean carrier before, it's not difficult at all. I can learn it by touching it. You make it sound so easy. Yue Yang sweated profusely. Piloting an Empyrean carrier was definitely a skill. There might be people who could learn it by touching it, but it would definitely not be Pelican. There is indeed a group of brothers who have received piloting training. However, Raven didn't continue. The space pirates had once received training from the technicians sent by the West God Nation. He had once received training from the technicians secretly sent by the West God Nation. Of course, that was only superficial learning. The people who actually piloted the Pelican were still the people on the original ship. It was just that the galactic pirates had learned a little and would not be fooled by the original crew members on the Pelican. If they really had to pilot it themselves, it would probably be impossible. Furthermore, this time, the space pirates were almost completely wiped out. There were only a dozen or so survivors left, and they were all boorish men like Spotted Duck. If they wanted to successfully pilot the Pelican that had been stranded in the meteorite belt with such a small number of people, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream. However, if they really wanted to give up this Pelican, not to mention Pelican, Raven, and Spotted Duck, even Winged Tiger, Wind Eagle, and Flamingo, who had extremely strong willpower and control, would find it hard to give it up. This was something that the space pirates had exchanged for with the lives of thousands of their brothers. Furthermore, this was an Empyrean carrier. With it, the space pirates could truly be called galactic pirates that could soar in the sky. Marshal Griffin gave the Pelican to Yue Yang. In the eyes of the space pirates, this was no different from giving it to them. This young man, Titan Yu, had a boundless future. After the Gods' War, if the Eastern camp obtained the final victory, this young man would very likely become a god and become a rising force in the Outer Mountains. Why would someone like him care about an ordinary Empyrean carrier? For the space pirates to ride the Pelican and follow him was also a good way to whitewash themselves. Who knew, in the end, they might even be able to become marshals or generals. No one wanted to think about things that were too far in the future, but one thing was for sure. Titan Yu would definitely have more than one Pelican in the future. He would have countless of them, or even a god's kingdom with countless territories, countless people, and countless wealth. Right now, we don't have enough people to pilot it. Let's go back and find some brothers to help us. Also, find some retired veterans on the ship. Winged Tiger and Wind Eagle looked at each other. Seeing that Yue Yang did not mind the space pirates steering the ship for him, they were instantly delighted. In just half a month, we will be able to take care of it. Flamingo was also very excited. Don't forget the agreed time. The last to leave was General Golden Eagle. He passed some of the classified documents on the ship to Yue Yang. Of course, there was also some information that could not be disclosed to the public. It was different from Golden Eagle, Griffin, and Wind Ears. Thunder Beast, Blood Leopard, Raging Bull, Ulna, and Meat Butcher, who had been seriously injured and captured, had not fully recovered after being rescued from their cells. Furthermore, they did not have enough strength to return to the ground through the long meteorite belt. They did not have the strength of Golden Eagle and Griffin. Living and even fighting for a short period of time was not a problem, but it was not very possible for them to leave the meteorite belt and return to the ground smoothly. Heavily injured, they rejected Winged Tiger's persuasion to reconcile and chose to use the lifeboats. They insisted on leaving. Before leaving, Thunder Beast and Blood Leopard also represented their survivors and expressed a small thank you to Yue Yang. Although it was not Yue Yang who had saved them personally. However, Yue Yang had personally killed Hungry Ghost, Big-Eared Bat, and also eliminated the evil-eyed monkey, long-tongued lizard, slug, and tens of thousands of mutant maggot men with unknown methods. Finally, he had appeared on the battlefield and scared away the infamous ancient skeleton and 10,000 evil, indirectly saving Griffin Marshal and Golden Eagle General, and indirectly saving Thunder Beast and the others who had been seriously injured and captured. Therefore, it was understandable for them to express their gratitude to Yue Yang. Let's meet on the battlefield. Thunder Beast had a lot of resentment towards Raven and the other galactic pirates. However, he now understood the situation. The real enemy was the West God Nation, who was manipulating everything behind the scenes. The galactic pirates were just some pitiful pawns. I don't dare to say anything above the God Champion level, but the God Servants and God Servants of the West Camp Elites, I really want to compete with you in the number of enemies killed. Raven issued a challenge. I'll accompany you to the end. Blood Leopard suppressed his anger and replied. The survivors boarded 2 small lifeboats. They flew out of the Gannet and shot straight to the ground. Winged Tiger, Wind Eagle, and Fiery Bird, the 3 leaders, left one after another. They hoped to hire enough retired veterans with a large sum of money so that the Gannet could move again and become a battleship that could be used by them. Raven and Pelican did not have the strength they had, so they could only leave on a medium-sized lifeboat. The speed of a medium-sized lifeboat was much slower than a small-sized lifeboat, but the capacity and number of seats inside were close to 100 times greater. Raven and Pelican needed to bring more galactic pirates with them. They could not leave as easily as Thunder Beast and the others. Other than Spotted Duck and the other galactic pirates who were originally with Yue Yang, Grasshopper had also volunteered to stay. Even Yue Yang could not understand his reaction. Didn't Grasshopper hate him? Furthermore, he was obviously a smart person who was afraid of death. Instead of leaving when he had the chance, he chose to stay on the Gannet. This was too strange. I have nowhere to go now. I will leave when we reach the agreed location and meet up with Lord. That was Grasshopper's excuse on the surface. Actually, as a smart person, he knew that there was probably no safe haven in the outer mountains. A war of gods was about to break out. Staying at the foot of the outer mountains might be a dead end. Although staying on the Gannet seemed dangerous, it was actually very safe. Not to mention the Divine Master, at the very least, Ancient Bones and 10,000 evil, those kind of powerful people, couldn't do anything to Yu Taiden. The 5 great evildoers and General Wu Guan had even been slaughtered by him. Therefore, no matter what, staying here was the safest. Up to you. Yue Yang had just taken over the Gannet and was too busy to bother with him. Taking over the Gannet hovering mothership, Yue Yang did not do anything. He returned to the Grimoire world immediately and carefully studied the top-secret information given to him by the Golden Eagle General with Yu Yu, Princess Sissy, and the others. After spending half a day digesting and organizing the information, Yue Yang finally had some idea about the structure of the hovering mothership. No matter how big or small the hovering mothership was, it was made in the God-destroying secret realm. Moreover, not everyone had the qualifications and ability to make it. It was invented by the 2 fallen great gods, Tian and Bing Li. They used the God-destroying secret gold, a special material that had existed since ancient times, to guide it with divine power and divine telekinesis, to form the shape of the hovering mothership. Back then, the two great gods, Tian and Bing Li, only designed and developed the hovering mothership. Therefore, the 8 master gods who inherited their legacy could only use their divine power to make the hovering mothership. They could not make anything else. In the past 10,000 years, whether it was Black Day or deicide, they had tried thousands and thousands of new research methods, but none of them succeeded. From this, it could be seen how outstanding the great wisdom of Tian and Bing Li was. The power of divine power and divine telekinesis were different, so the sizes of the hovering motherships that the 8 master gods created were also different. Deicide and Black Day were the most powerful. They could create super large hovering motherships. For example, the West God Nation had a 10-kilometer-long dragon hawk, and the East God Nation had a similarly huge kun pong. As for the Southeast God Nation and the other God Nations, they only had hovering motherships the size of pelicans. If that's the case, why don't we create another super large hovering mothership as our future ride? Sickly Beauty was most interested in this kind of research. Not only do we want to build the biggest hovering mothership, but we also want to build other things, such as weapons, armor, war dolls, castles. In short, we can make use of everything. Princess Sissy had a good impression of the god-destroying secret gold, which contained the power of the precept and could weaken the enemy's attack by 100 times. That's a good idea, but it's just an idea. Yue Yang was not too optimistic. Haven't you already created the armor? Princess Sissy snorted. I can, but the efficiency is too low. Yue Yang complained, pouring out his grievances. Creating a few armors and a few battle dolls has already exhausted me to the point of exhaustion. Who knew? You still want to build a castle? Why don't you just kill me? Think about it, if the hovering mothership was so easy to build, why did the 8 god nations only have so few hovering motherships after tens of thousands of years? Who doesn't want to build more? The reason is that it's not easy to build them. Even those so-called gods would have to put in a lot of effort to build a hovering mothership. I don't care, you can think of a way. I just want the castle. Princess Qian was very reasonable when she was reasonable, but when she became savage, she was a tigress who didn't care about anything. Girl, being a tsunere is a disease, you have to cure it. Before Yue Yang could finish, he was sent flying by Princess Sissy with a punch. Since the God Destroyer mysterious gold can be used to build the hovering mothership, it can definitely be used to build other things. Moreover, we have already succeeded in this. What we need now is to find the best way to guide it. I feel that there must be a secret behind it. The two great gods, Tian and Bing Li, can't come up with such a stupid method. Yu held her cheeks and started to think. She had always been Yue Yang's right-hand man. No matter what problem it was, she wanted to share the burden of her precious brother. Impatience looked at the God Destroyer mysterious gold for a long time and suddenly put it down, attracting everyone's attention. They thought that she had discovered a big secret. Who knew that this Queen of Sky Law stretched her body seductively? She was so sexy that she was mesmerizing. I'm sleepy, I'm going back to have a beauty sleep. You guys take your time to research, I'll support you guys in spirit. Oh, right, if we manage to research a castle, I want to reserve one. Hearing this, everyone fell to the ground. You're too comfortable being the Queen of Sky Law, no one is as smart as you. Impatience slipped back to sleep without any sense of loyalty, which greatly affected everyone's morale. After half a night of research, they found nothing, so they decided to go back to rest. In the end, even the most energetic Princess Sissy yawned in boredom and decided to put it aside for the time being. Tomorrow, after a good night's sleep, she would decide whether to help Yue Yang research this God Destroyer mysterious gold that had not yielded any good results for thousands of years. Sickly Beauty was persuaded by Yue Yang to go back to rest, leaving only Yu alone. After cleaning up the mess in the house, she quietly stayed behind. She sat next to Yue Yang and comforted him softly. Little San, actually, we've already succeeded. It's just that we haven't found the best way yet. The God Destroyer mysterious gold is a special material. It should be something created by the ancient great gods. For this kind of thing, we can't deal with it with common sense. Maybe it doesn't need to be so troublesome to research, because the gods can do it with just a thought. If you are also a god, then you can do it with just a thought. You can create whatever you want without any external force. At first, Yue Yang didn't care. But the more he listened, the more he felt a flash of inspiration in his mind. Especially the last unconscious comfort of Yu made him feel as if he was struck by lightning. A kind of enlightened light of wisdom exploded in his mind. He was so excited that he forgot everything and jumped up. He hugged Yu tightly and kissed her fiercely. He didn't even get enough and kissed her a few more times before finally letting go of the dumbstruck Yu. He happily held the God-Destroyer mysterious gold that had been placed in front of him for the whole night. He activated his talent, raised the world creation domain, enhanced the supreme will, and condensed the super-strong divine power that had long surpassed the ordinary God realm to wrap the God-Destroyer mysterious gold in his hands. It wasn't a forced change, but a natural guidance. Moreover, it was completely different from the previous armors and war dolls he made. Yue Yang was now purely guided by his divine sense. After a thought, a dazzling and strange light burst out from Yue Yang's hands. Its brightness was like the blazing sun, and also like the beginning of the universe when the universe exploded. Chapter 1158. When Princess Sissy and the others heard the news and rushed over, Yue Yang was already holding a strangely shaped sword in his hand. The sword was transparent and soft like silk. It was 1 meter long and 2 fingers wide. It was narrow and shallow, as thin as paper and as clear as jade. This treasured sword was made by Yue Yang in an inconceivable or even impossible way. No matter who saw it, they would not be able to imagine that it was actually made from the god-destroying secret gold that even gods would find hard to chew. Previously, when Yue Yang used the god-destroyer mysterious gold to make armors, no matter how much effort he put in, he could only make those kind of clumsy, heavy armors. They were dark purple and thick, heavy and hard. Although their defense was heaven-defying, Phoenix Fairy Beauty and the others did not like them at all. Who would have thought that the same type of god-vanquishing secret gold, made by the same person using a different method, could have such an earth-shattering change in its form? Not to mention others, even Yue Yang himself was holding the sword in his hand in a daze. For a long time, he still could not accept the fact that he had made it with his own hands. It was not that he was dissatisfied, but he was too surprised that he felt like he was in a dream. He did not dare to easily believe that the truth was so blissful. Done with a thought, so that's how the gods created it. It can really be done like this. Impatience, who was wearing a nightgown and holding a pair of huge weapons that almost killed everyone, muttered to herself absent-mindedly. So that's how it is. The god-destroying secret gold can't be forcefully changed by external forces. That's right, it contains the will of the ancient gods. Any action that goes against the power of the law is equivalent to going against the heavens. On the contrary, we can use our divine sense to guide it, then we can get twice the result with half the effort. Sister Yu, wow, you're really a big lucky star. You've once again enlightened this idiot. If it wasn't for you, this guy would probably be so tired that he would find a place with no one around and cry secretly. Princess Sissy suddenly realized and praised Yu for inadvertently enlightening Yue Yang. It has nothing to do with me, I'm just saying casually. Yu's heart was as sweet as honey, but she didn't want to take the credit. She felt that no matter what help she gave her brother, it was what she should do. It depends on who you're talking about. I can't do it. Inin stuck out her tongue cutely, making everyone laugh. The secret gold of God Destroyer can turn into a transparent jade sword. Then, can it have an even greater change? Fallen Beauty raised a question. Definitely. The one who always believed in her brother unconditionally was, of course, Yu Bing. In her heart, her brother was omnipotent. Moreover, the god-extinguishing secret gold was placed in front of everyone after being guided by the divine thought. Since it could transform like this, then it was definitely possible to transform into other forms and existences. Everything depended on the guidance of Yue Yang's divine will. The god-vanquishing secret gold that no one had been able to conquer for 10,000 years seemed to have unlimited possibilities. It was just that no one knew how to guide this kind of ancient treasure. Only divine will could guide and change it. Why was it that the 8 gods of mountain beyond mountain could only make the suspending sky mothership for 10,000 years and couldn't make anything else? How did Yue Yang do it? Everyone was very curious. They all looked at him, waiting to see how he would explain it. Divine will was necessary, but there was an even more important reason. Otherwise, mountain beyond mountain wouldn't only have the suspending sky mothership, a super weapon. Yue Yang was very proud now. Although it was unintentionally inspired by Yu before this, his own comprehension couldn't be low. Seeing everyone's eager eyes, he proudly took a few square steps with his hands behind his back, like an old scholar who had finally passed the exam after a lifetime of studying. He then coughed twice like an old man, angering Princess Sissy. She casually picked up the specially made 100-ton hammer and wanted to hit Yue Yang's head, preparing to give him a deafening reminder. Everyone hurriedly rushed forward to stop her. It was Sickly Beauty who stood up for Yue Yang. On the surface, she stood on Princess Sissy's side, but she glared at him. "You, don't you know that others are anxious? Why do you have to cause trouble?" She then comforted Princess Sissy and confiscated her 100-ton hammer at the same time. "I will definitely confess." Yue Yang's words sounded like the sophistry of a petty thief who was caught in the police station. "Speak." This time, no one gave him a chance to talk nonsense. "Actually, the truth is like this." Yue Yang sat down on the chair that Xiaonu had brought over. As he enjoyed her gentle massage, he pretended to be serious as he explained his experience. The biggest requirement for the godly exterminating mysterious gold is Jizun's will. It must be a completely unmoving Jizun's will. Anyone who wanted to change its form had to have complete trust in it. No matter what it was made into, the creator had to do it without the slightest bit of doubt. Otherwise, it would fail, or rather, it wouldn't succeed at all. The 8 gods were able to create the suspending sky mothership because they believed that it would succeed. Because the 2 gods, Tian and Bing Li, had succeeded before and left behind the manufacturing method. They don't know that it's possible to create something else. If they don't have absolute faith and certainty in their hearts, then there will only be one outcome for those attempts, and that is, they will always fail. Of course, other than the sovereign's will, there are 2 other key points. Yue Yang paused for a moment, sorted out his words, and explained to everyone. One of them is the compatibility between one's own creativity and the power of the precept in the god-destroying secret gold. The higher one's imagination, the stronger the creativity, and the better the compatibility, then the god-destroying secret gold will be used by him as he pleases. The second point, which is more important, is one's own power. Own power. Many people didn't understand, such as Inan, Yu Bing, and the other girls. Is that so? Some people seem to understand, such as Princess Sissy and Yu Yu. From the fact that the suspending sky mothership created by the Eastern god, Deicide, and the Western god, Black Day are the largest, we can see a little bit. Before Yue Yang could finish his words, Impatience happily continued, "I understand. The stronger the divine power, the higher the realm, the greater the effect on the god-destroying secret gold. Ah, if that's the case, then I'll leave my new dress to you, big bad guy." Southern Demon King giggled, "I wanted to make one myself, but my realm is not high enough, so it might not be good enough. So, I'll have to trouble big bad guy to help me. I want one like this. I've already designed the blueprint, but I couldn't make it last time, so I didn't mention it to you. I've been wanting a dress like this for a long time. You want me to make a dress?" Yue Yang's face turned blue. "Good guy, I just want it." Southern Demon King, the Pippa girl, started to act coquettishly. "You want it? Tell me before you sleep, I promise I'll satisfy you then." Yue Yang was determined not to agree. Even if the god-destroying secret gold could be turned into a beautiful dress, how could he, a man, make a dress for a girl like her? How could he show his face? Absolutely not. That's right, why make a dress? You're simply being rude. Fallen Beauty rarely stood on Yue Yang's side. "Fallen Flowers girl, you understand me the best." Yue Yang was moved to tears. "Call me city mistress." Fallen Beauty acted like a leader and patted Yue Yang's shoulder, reminding him, "My dear guard captain, you haven't forgotten this responsibility, right? The responsibility of protecting the city mistress will not be forgotten even in death. Do you want me to warm your bed tonight?" Yue Yang was really happy. This was the blessing of his life. "No need." Fallen Beauty shook her head and waved her hands. "I just feel that sometimes, there's a need to give a certain guard captain, who does nothing all day and has no ambition to improve himself, some work. How can I, the city mistress, wear the same set of clothes all the time? This is too unreasonable. This is a serious dereliction of duty by a certain guard captain." "What do you mean?" Yue Yang asked carefully. "If a certain guard captain still wants to sneak into the city lord's bed to snatch the blankets and sleep lazily while standing guard at night, if a certain guard captain still wants to retain the right to warm the bed for free, then this city lord feels that he needs to do a little bit of his duty." Fallen Beauty counted with her fingers and casually counted. If a certain guard captain only gives out the most gorgeous set of clothes, it would definitely not be enough. I believe that the city mistress's mood would not be good. Other than clothes, he also needs to be equipped with weapons, puppets, horse carriages, airships. If he doesn't have a magnificent castle, what kind of city mistress is he? If he doesn't have these, then a certain guard captain should just resign. If he doesn't have the ability to do anything, he shouldn't even think about warming the bed. I'm omnipotent, I can do anything. Yue Yang felt that a man shouldn't say no, especially to the woman he loved. What kind of mentality would it be if he said no? I'll wait and see. Fallen Beauty patted Yue Yang's shoulder, with the air of a city mistress saying, I have faith in you. Ah, can I find a rope to hang myself on? Yue Yang asked weakly. Before that kind of thing happens, according to the standard, I also want a set. Before Princess Sissy could finish her words, Yue Yang had already collapsed, tears streaming down his face. Tigress, don't hit me when I'm down. Please be magnanimous and let me live. According to the standard, everyone will get a set, everyone will get a share, never fail. Princess Sissy snorted coldly, otherwise, a certain wolf will sleep alone at night. Dong. This was the sound of Yue Yang fainting. Everyone was overjoyed. It was rare for Princess Qian to have such an opportunity. Usually, even if Princess Sissy had issued a ban, there would always be some girls who were especially compassionate and would secretly help him. For example, a certain Xiaonu who would always stand by her master's side, the gentle and virtuous sickly beauty, or the hard-mouthed but soft-hearted fallen beauty who would always be the first to lift the ban on him. On the surface, fallen beauty the city mistress was making things difficult for her beloved guard captain, but in reality, she was always creating opportunities for him. For example, just now, she was sure that Princess Sissy wouldn't ask for something from him like other people. Hence, she tried to goad him. When Princess Qian saw this, she was indeed tricked. Not to be outdone, she pushed forward her request and even increased the stakes. Regarding this matter, even if everyone didn't mention it, he would complete it for everyone sooner or later. However, Princess Qian especially increased the stakes, so she had to stay behind to supervise him. This unknowingly created an opportunity for both of them. Those who didn't understand would think that fallen beauty was acting coquettishly towards Yue Yang, but it wasn't like that. There weren't many people who could see the real intention. Of course, those who could see it wouldn't say it. After confirming the results of the battle, Impatience yawned and turned to leave. Looking at Yu Bing comforting her brother, saying that she didn't want a skirt, a carriage, an airship, or a castle, Yu and Sickly Beauty looked at each other and smiled. A castle was impossible. Don't even think about a carriage or an airship. Even if it could be done, there was a serious lack of materials. What Yue Yang wanted to improve now was the black tortoise battle armor, that everyone thought was heavy and clumsy. With this idea, although Yue Yang was tired and suffering, for the sake of a happy sex life, for a better tomorrow, Yue Yang had to work hard to move forward. One after another, the perfect armors with similar but different styles were reforged. With the guidance of his divine will, they transformed into sets of unique, black tortoise sacred armor. No one would dare to imagine that these crystal-clear Super Saint-level battle armors were the clumsy, heavy, and inflexible heavy armors from before. What was even more amazing was that every time Yue Yang tried his best to recreate or create a new, black tortoise sacred armor, for everyone with the God Destroyer's secret gold, the creation god pearl in his body that was overflowing with chaotic energy would gain a little more spirituality and a little more brilliance. However, Yue Yang, who was completely immersed in creation, did not notice its changes. Although creation was hard, Yue Yang enjoyed it, because right now, he truly had the feeling of being the creator. With a single thought, he was omnipotent. Chapter 1159. In the next few days, Yue Yang used the God Destroyer's secret gold to create more and more things, and his creation skills were getting better and better. Many unimaginable things were created, such as a multi-form battle puppet called Black Tortoise Guard, that could enter the water, go ashore, and even fly in the sky. When they were fighting alone, they were human-shaped battle puppets. When they were ridden, they were also beasts. When they were fighting against huge enemies, they could gather tens or hundreds of these transformations and combine into one, turning into Black Tortoise Giant, or Black Tortoise Giant Spirit. These indestructible multi-purpose battle puppets were powered by God stones. As long as there was light, they would never stop moving. Of course, on these Black Tortoise guards, there were also heaven rune circles that Yue Yang could create with a single thought. Those beautiful and mysterious rune circles were definitely not just for show. Believe in the enemies they were fighting against. They would have the deepest feelings. The God Destroyer's secret gold could create almost anything in the world. Under the guidance of Yue Yang's spiritual will, its manifestation was omnipotent. However, there was one thing that could not be created, and that was life. When Yue Yang discovered this ancient law, he did not pursue a breakthrough in this aspect. It was better not to bother about impossible things. Since the God Destroyer's secret gold could not give birth to life, then the ancient gods who created it must have had their own considerations. He focused on making a breakthrough in his creation. For example, the dress that the Southern Demon King and the others requested, he naturally would not make it himself. This was because these things could be left to the cute maid, Xiaonu, to do. Yue Yang used the God Destroyer's secret gold to upgrade everyone's moon battle armor. He combined the two and created a brand new, moon battle armor, with a single thought. It had the transformation ability of the previous battle armor and the defensive ability of the God Destroyer's secret gold. It turned out that it took a lot of effort to create the nine-headed dragon. Now, it needed to be rebuilt. The only thing that made Yue Yang feel slightly regretful was that although the nine-headed dragon's combat power had increased by 100 times, it could not become a divine weapon. This might be the biggest weakness of the God Destroyer's secret gold. Half a month later, am I seeing things? When Raven and Pelican returned to Pond Goose with a large group of space pirates, they could not believe what they saw. Currently, there were no changes to the exterior of the Gannet, but the interior had been turned upside down. All the decks and cabins had been remodeled. Other than the Gladiator Plaza remaining in the middle, the rest of the ship had been remodeled by Yue Yang according to his own ideas, turning it into an unprecedented new ship. Not to mention Raven and the others, even the original captain, Marshal Griffin, would not be able to recognize that this was the original Pelican. What's going on? Pelican scratched the back of his head stupidly. With his intellect, it would be impossible for him to figure out the truth in this lifetime. I don't know. Don't ask me. The spotted duck's intelligence was almost on par with the Pelican's. He, Grasshopper, and the others had been told by Yue Yang that they were going to modify the Pelican. At first, everyone did not pay much attention to it. They thought that the entire process would take a few years or even decades, and Titan Yu was just giving them a plan. Unexpectedly, when they woke up, they realized that they were living in another suspending mothership. They were petrified for a long time before they finally found the Gladiator Plaza and found the goods there. Only then did everyone recognize that this was the Pelican that had been modified by Titan Yu. No one could understand how Titan Yu could modify it so quickly. No one knew what method he had used. However, after living here for more than 10 days, they had already gotten used to the new ship. Indeed, the new Pelican that had been modified by Yue Yang was more reasonable, convenient, and comfortable than before. It became like this after waking up. After listening to Spotted Duck and the others' introduction, Raven was so shocked that his heart almost exploded. Even the 8 master gods would need at least 10 years to build a suspending mothership. It was said that a super large one like the Dragon Eagle would need a few hundred years. Titan Yu had completed the entire modification of the Pelican in one night. What kind of abnormal existence was he? Was this guy still human? He was simply a monster. Why didn't he modify the outside? Even a fool like the Pelican now believed that Yue Yang had the ability to modify the entire body. However, he did not understand why he wanted to retain the appearance of the outside. He said that the outside of the ship was already designed perfectly and that there was no need to modify it. Grasshopper shrugged. It was also to protect the secret of the modification. Raven realized this point. Perhaps, but I feel that this guy is not a low-profile person at all. Grasshopper inadvertently revealed a big secret to Raven and the others. It is said that in order to strengthen our combat power, he designed a battle armor made of God Destroyer mystic gold, called the Black Tortoise Heavy Armor. I have already seen it. The design is extremely mighty and domineering. When I wear it, I don't even need to be afraid of the 5 evildoers. At that time, I will definitely be able to take the head of the enemy even among thousands of soldiers and horses. Grasshopper, forget it. Spotted Duck mocked him without holding back. A little mouse wearing the lion armor will not be able to become the king of beasts. We have it too. Pelican excitedly rushed to the captain's room. As soon as they entered the newly constructed piloting room, Raven and Pelican discovered that there were a few hundred humanoid battle dolls made of God Destroyer mystic gold. They were of different sizes and heights, and they were all busy in an orderly manner. They were 100 times more efficient than the original crew of the Pelican ship. Yue Yang, who was sitting on the captain's seat high up on the bridge, yawned and waved his hand at Raven and the others who were dazzled. "You guys don't need to ask anything. I haven't slept well for the past few days and I don't have the energy right now. I will go back and catch up on sleep. You guys wait patiently. Once Winged Tiger and the others return, we will set off." "Oh right, I have already placed your heavy armor in the armory. Only the combatants can wear it. I have worked so hard to make it, don't waste it." Grasshopper felt that these words were directed at him. He was afraid that he would not have a share in the end. He hurriedly stood up to protest. "I am also a standard combatant. It would definitely be suitable for me to wear the black tortoise heavy armor. At the very least, it would be better than that idiot Spotted Duck." Spotted Duck had already become familiar with him these few days, so he was not angry. In any case, everyone was trash and would definitely not be able to help in battle. The black tortoise heavy armor that Titan Yu designed was definitely for Raven, Pelican and Winged Tiger, these leaders. However, it was still necessary for him to be thick-skinned enough to wear a set of black tortoise heavy armor. This was the greatest fortune and glory of his entire life. Since Titan Yu knew how to make it, everyone did not stand on ceremony with him. When they reached the armory, everyone happily put on the thick and heavy, black tortoise heavy armor. Only then did the idiot Pelican realize a problem. "Those battle dolls can't be the pilots, right? If they do all the work, then what should we do? This won't do. We have to take on the job of piloting the ship." Raven rolled his eyes. "You don't believe me when I say that you are stupid. If the galactic pirates could pilot the Gannet, would Titan Yu still need to painstakingly make battle dolls out of God Destroyer's secret gold to pilot it?" By the time Winged Tiger, Gale Eagle and Fiery Bird returned with a large group of temporarily recruited veterans, a few days later, they were completely dumbfounded when they saw that the Gannet had been renamed Big Swan, as suggested by Raven and the rest. Those veterans who were familiar with piloting the ship were also completely confused. How was this the standard suspending space carrier that had remained the same for tens of thousands of years? Other than the shell, the inside of the thing was even stranger than that of a stranger. Even a seasoned first mate who had served and lived on the suspended mothership for decades felt that he had become a blind man. Everything in front of his eyes was black, and he could not understand anything that he saw. Everything that he saw was confusing. Luckily, Yue Yang had already created a few hundred black tortoise guards. These battle dolls were proficient not only in combat but also in life support. Without any effort, they could start up the warship and take off into the sky. They would never make a mistake, and they would never get tired. The level of piloting the ship was so precise that any veteran would want to cry. Living in this place is simply heaven. Drink, 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 let's drink to the brim. Pelican was a simple-minded fellow. After a few days, he had already gotten used to the life here. He did not need to think about anything and only cared about eating and drinking every day. How carefree was this? As for the food, there were tens of thousands of people stored on the ship. It would not be finished even if they ate for 10 years. Furthermore, Titan Yu was a generous master who even provided wine and often treated everyone to the heaven-reaching tower's fine wine. Where else could they find such a life? All right, Winged Tiger and the rest were speechless. They suspected that Titan Yu had misunderstood that galactic pirates were a bunch of paupers who had never eaten their fill. Pelican, Spotted Duck, and the rest were simply too embarrassing. Raven shrugged his shoulders helplessly and waved his hands. He had no other choice. In reality, life here was just so good, different from those gluttons. Winged Tiger, Wind Eagle, Flamingo and the rest started to discuss the upcoming battle with Raven after recovering from their shock. Since Titan Yu had made such preparations, it proved that the upcoming battle would definitely not be easy. Not mentioning Spotted Duck and the rest, as the leaders, they definitely could not turn into worms. They would definitely fight with their lives on the line. It was just that they did not know to what extent. Furthermore, they still had an agreement with the Southeast God Kingdom's Thunder Beast and the other generals to kill their enemies. If they lost at that time, not only would they lose face, they would also lose face for Titan Yu who created the black tortoise heavy armor. Inside the grimoire world, Yue Yang was currently discussing the next step of the plan with Princess Sissy and the rest. Whether it was Princess Sissy or Impatience, they all felt that Yue Yang should first go to the God-vanquishing secret realm, to take a look. Perhaps the place where Tian and Bing Li died still had some information. If they could find it, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to the Western camp led by Black Day. Furthermore, Yue Yang's main reason for coming to the outer mountain was for the ancient relics. Perhaps there might be information about it in the god-vanquishing secret realm. Even if they took 10,000 steps back and did not obtain anything in the god-vanquishing secret realm, at least there was god-vanquishing secret gold there. We must go to the god-vanquishing secret realm, but I'm worried that we might meet Jiwari there. Yue Yang knew that people like Jiwari were extremely vigilant. Once he discovered that something was amiss, he would definitely escape. At that time, it would be difficult to kill him. Rather than worrying about Jiwari, why not worry about the eastern camp? Princess Sissy frowned. I have a very bad premonition. Princess Sissy, who possessed the 6 records inherent skill, was usually much more sensitive than Yue Yang. Moreover, her premonition ability was also the strongest. Other than Shui Wuxia, no one else could be compared to her. When she said this, everyone's expression turned solemn. Impatience boldly guessed, could it be that the Eastern God Master Deicide had persuaded the Northeastern God Master to join the Eastern camp? If this fence-sitter turned against them at the most crucial moment, it would indeed be very troublesome. An open enemy would be much easier to deal with than going undercover. Unfortunately, this was a divine master with extremely powerful strength. He was a target that both camps had to fight for. No matter which side the Northeastern God Master sided with, that side's strength would increase greatly. Under such a delicate situation, the Eastern camp, which was slightly weaker, was really in a passive position. Yue Yang pondered for a while and shook his head. We are not familiar with the outer mountain, so we can't say for sure what the relationship between the 8 divine masters is like. However, we have to fight this battle. Even if the Eastern camp cannot win, we must complete our mission. Moreover, Jiwari must be eliminated. Chapter 1160. Far from reaching the god-vanquishing secret land, Raven, who was passing through a border town of the Southeast God Kingdom, learned a shocking piece of news. The West God Kingdom had declared war on the East God Kingdom. For 10,000 years, the 8 God Kingdoms had signed a peace agreement. Now, it was unilaterally torn up by the West God Kingdom. The reason for the West God Lord Black Day's declaration of war was that he had proposed marriage to the East God Lord Deicide's most beloved daughter. Deicide had rejected him with the saying, I would rather marry a mortal than marry an idiot like Black Day. Then, the West God Lord Black Day challenged the East God Lord Deicide to a battle in the name of his divine prestige and said that the West God Kingdom would send out all its troops to show its determination to marry. This move really shocked everyone. What was Black Day's age? 1,000-year-old tortoise, 10,000 years old. He actually wanted to marry Deicide's most precious daughter, the little girl who had just been born 3 years ago and was still a babbling little girl. This was not the way to eat young grass. Not to mention Deicide, even if it was another father, he would not agree to such a perverted request. Of course, even a fool could think that Black Day did not want to marry a little girl who was still suckling milk, but to find an excuse to declare war. However, to find an excuse to declare war, could you find an appropriate reason? Did you really think that Deicide had no temper? As for Black Day's claim that the divine prestige and prestige were not to be offended, it was even more ridiculous. Whether Deicide had said that or not, no one knew, but he was also a God Lord, not a mortal. What kind of divine prestige did the West God Lord Black Day put on in front of Deicide? This act of acting tough was too much. As for the whole army attacking the East God Kingdom, it was not called a marriage, but an invasion. West God Nation made his move so soon. When Winged Tiger, Wind Eagle and the others heard the news, they all felt that it was too sudden. It seems like everything had a plan, including the hijacking of the pond goose and the return of Jiwari. The Black Day's excuse of sending out troops must have been part of it. Fiery Bird had come to meet up with them. After receiving the news, he offered his own opinion. What should we do now? Raven looked at Yue Yang. The declaration of war by the West God Nation is equivalent to the declaration of war by the entire Western camp to the Eastern camp. A war of gods that sweeps through the mountains is bound to happen. Yue Yang thought for a while and made a decision. Let's head to the agreed location first. Although it's not time yet, let's contact Marshal Griffin and Marshal Wind Ears as soon as possible. If we can't get in touch, then we'll go directly to the East God Nation. I think the center of this war will definitely be in the East God Nation. Even if the Southeast God Nation and the South God Nation do battle, they won't be the focus of the Western camp's attacks. What about you? You're leaving? Pelican asked anxiously. I have something to do. I need to personally go to the God-vanquishing secret realm to investigate, Black Day and Deicide can't fight for the time being. A war between armies is not the same as a war between gods. Before we get rid of the Southeast God Lord Akaji and the South God Lord Tencho, and cut off these two powerful allies of Deicide, Black Day won't fight recklessly with Deicide. Yue Yang was not in a hurry to make a move. Alright, we'll act according to the plan. If we can't make it, we'll wait for you at the East God Nation's stormy stronghold. Winged Tiger and Wind Eagle exchanged opinions and made a decision. Before I leave, there's one thing I want to remind everyone. Yue Yang's expression became solemn. Jiwari's cunning and methods are definitely not something you can imagine. Our battle on the ship may have already reached the ears of Black Day and Jiwari through Ancient Skeleton and 10,000 Evil. I can't say what kind of revenge they'll take, but what I can be sure of is that the enemy will do their best to infiltrate our group, lower our vigilance, and turn around at the most crucial moment. I'm not sure about Black Day, but Jiwari is good at transformation and can perfectly change into different identities. Moreover, he at least has a humanoid beast that knows how to erase memories. If you guys have any reaction of losing memories, you must be alert. Also, after I leave, unless that person can give you this kind of giant shadow, he's just a fake. Understood. Winged Tiger and the rest were drenched in cold sweat after hearing Yue Yang's warning. If Jiwari knew how to change into someone else's appearance, and he was good at erasing memories, that would be really troublesome. If they couldn't see through him, they would be kept in the dark. Even if they could see through him, he would still erase their memories. This Jiwari was simply flawless. Right now, they could only hope that he wouldn't target small fries like them. Otherwise, they really couldn't do anything to him. After Yue Yang left, Winged Tiger, Wind Eagle, and Fiery Bird discussed repeatedly and felt that the best way to prevent this was to move as a group. Not mentioning the subordinates, the few leaders had to move together. They wouldn't give the enemy a chance to invade. It wasn't impossible for Jiwari to target small fries like the space pirates and use them to find the eastern camp. The space pirates weren't familiar with the eastern camp, but they were working together to fight against the enemy. Using the identity of the space pirates to sneak into the eastern camp was also a shortcut. If there wasn't such a possibility, Yue Yang wouldn't have solemnly reminded Winged Tiger and the rest to prevent internal infiltration. God vanquishing secret realm. Yue Yang teleported at full speed towards this destination. He spent a full 2 days before he reached this legendary secret realm. If not for the map provided by the space pirates and the navigation star chart on the original Swan, Yue Yang wouldn't have been able to find this remote place even if he spent 10 times the time. It wasn't wrong to call it a secret realm. This god-vanquishing secret realm wasn't some area outside the mountains. It was like a huge star hanging high up in the sky. Moreover, it was surrounded by dark clouds that covered the sky and never dissipated. It was a desolate land, and everything within 10,000 miles was dark. The barren mountains were thin, and there were often strange tornadoes that came from the top of the dark clouds. They would appear and disappear from time to time. Yue Yang also saw that in this place, there was an aurora phenomenon that only appeared in the polar regions. Countless twisted auroras slowly glided across the sky and dyed the dark clouds with a unique color. After passing through the dark clouds that were hundreds of kilometers thick, it suddenly became clear. The sky was dotted with stars. A huge black silhouette that looked like a star appeared in front of him. It was completely made of god-vanquishing secret gold, without a trace of impurity. Stepping on it, Yue Yang found that this place was filled with a special type of law power. It wasn't a ban on martial arts, but it could at least weaken the strength of anyone who entered by hundreds or thousands of times. Although Yue Yang had entered a treasure mountain, he wasn't in a hurry to start digging. He first flew around this god-vanquishing secret realm twice, not missing anything, and carefully explored it. After confirming that there wasn't any god hiding or tailing him, Yue Yang summoned Princess Sissy and Impatience, letting them experience this god-vanquishing secret realm. With Princess Sissy's 6 records talent and Impatience's wisdom, Yue Yang felt that it would be of great help to have them accompany him. It was a good wish. But the truth was the opposite. Even with Princess Sissy and Impatience accompanying him, after a day of searching, Yue Yang still didn't find anything. Didn't find anything? How is that possible? When they returned to the grimoire to rest, Yue Yang explained the situation to everyone, causing them to gasp in shock. If Yue Yang, Princess Sissy and Impatience couldn't find the target with their senses, then the possibility of the target's existence was close to zero. Unfortunately, this was the place where the 2 great gods, Tian and Bing Li, perished. Even if the 8 master gods tried to erase it, it was impossible for them to leave no traces behind. Everyone knew that after reaching a certain realm, it was very difficult to kill a warrior, especially a god realm warrior. Even if one's strength was overwhelming, one could only seal a god realm warrior and not kill them directly. Were the 2 great gods, Tian and Bing Li, really dead? Even if they had been killed by the 8 divine masters working together, where were the traces of their divine power, divine consciousness, and divine spark before they died? The god-vanquishing mystery land did have a restriction, but that wasn't a reason to erase the traces left behind by Tian and Bing Li. Was it done by the 8 master gods? Or was there a hidden secret in the god-vanquishing mystery land? After the discussion, Yue Yang took the lead. After confirming that there was no danger in the god-vanquishing mystery land and that it was absolutely safe, everyone moved out and used the advantage of numbers to search. This time, not only Yu, Sickly Beauty and the others moved out, even the golden elf Bauer who usually only knew how to cause trouble and Xiaonu who obediently stayed at home to do housework came out to help. Let's not talk about whether Bauer and the others would help even more, at least they were enthusiastic. 3 days passed. It was still a depressing result. This place is too strange. Although I don't feel any evil intentions, I think there must be something misleading us. Sky Calamity, this little girl, was delusional enough to think that there was an invisible existence's will that created an illusion for everyone as a prank. There is the power of the rule, but it doesn't create illusions. Yue Yang tried to use the supreme will in the creation domain to search, but he didn't find any abnormalities. Maybe it's an illusion created by that thing that can fool your domain. Sky Disaster wasn't willing to let her fantasy theory be overturned. Enough. Impatience glared at her. I didn't say anything. Sky Disaster was so scared that she stuck out her little pink tongue and covered her mouth with her white jade hand. The relics of the 2 great gods, Tian and Bing Li, are definitely there. I have this vague feeling, but the strange thing is, I can't be sure, and I can't even locate it in the god-vanquishing secret land, not to mention Princess Sissy, even Yue Yang, Sickly Beauty, and Yu had this extremely faint feeling, as if there was some kind of voice calling out to them. But when they tried to sense and search carefully, they couldn't find anything. It was really driving them crazy. Everyone, rest well. We'll slowly search tomorrow. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Yu advised everyone to go back and rest, but she stayed behind and pulled Yue Yang. She whispered in his ear, Xiao San, why don't you look for Wuxia to think of a way? Shui Wuxia was still in a deep sleep. Her consciousness would occasionally wake up from the chaotic state, but in an extremely short period of time, she would fall asleep again. Yue Yang felt that this was a good sign. It meant that she was about to wake up. He would look for opportunities to call her every few days, hoping that she would regain her consciousness soon. Yu asked Yue Yang to look for Shui Wuxia to think of a way, mainly because she hoped that she could bring him some enlightenment and help him comprehend the confusing clouds. She knew what kind of person her brother was. If he saw that Shui Wuxia had woken up, he would definitely be extremely surprised. Once he was in a good state, maybe the god-vanquishing secret land would be easily solved. Hearing Yu's words, Yue Yang was also a little tempted. Looking for Shui Wuxia to solve the puzzle of the god-vanquishing secret land was of course good. Even if it couldn't be solved, it would be a great thing to wake her up. Chapter 1161. When Yue Yang came to Shui Wuxia's room, he found that Princess Sissy was actually inside. It was as if she did not see the arrival of Yue Yang. Yue Yang sat down. He sat next to her, side by side. She also did not say a word. The two of them reached out their hands and held onto Shui Wuxia's hands. Their minds were extremely tacit. Their hearts were as one, intertwined, and then gently entered Shui Wuxia's sea of consciousness. They were deeply afraid that the slightest fluctuation would hurt this sleeping ice beauty. Shui Wuxia's mind seemed to have produced a trace of response under the repeated calls of the two of them. However, before Yue Yang and Princess Sissy could clearly sense it, it had already disappeared without a trace. Perhaps she saw the tacit understanding between Yue Yang and Princess Sissy, and felt sour in her heart, and was unwilling to make a further response. Perhaps she wanted to respond, to give Yue Yang and Princess Sissy a response, but there was still no way for her to break free from the chaos in her sea of consciousness. Yue Yang and Princess Sissy's mind slowly withdrew from Shui Wuxia's sea of consciousness. Whether she was willing to respond, or whether she could respond, as long as she knew that the two of them had been here, that was enough. More and more calls from their minds. This would allow this snow girl to break free from the chaos earlier and regain her consciousness. Perhaps not long after, she would be able to wake up on her own. Yue Yang carefully covered the blanket for Shui Wuxia, and gently kissed her little face. This careful and gentle action made Princess Sissy a little jealous. This brat was rarely so gentle to her. The way the two of them interacted, if it was not beating or scolding, they were born to be enemies. In fact, how could she not hope that this brat Yue Yang would treat her as gently as he treated Shui Wuxia? Of course, this little bit of jealousy did not last long, it was just a flash. Shui Wuxia was like this. She was in a deep sleep. She couldn't get jealous even if she wanted to. If Shui Wuxia was sane like before, Princess Qian reckoned that she wouldn't be able to resist punching this kid in the nose. Now, not only was she not angry, she even pitied this kid. What a good Shui Niu, the most capable beauty by his side. In the past, she was always involved in everything, and they had a tacit understanding of each other. He could fight at the front lines peacefully, and she could plan from the back. But now, because he had fused with an unknown divine power, he had fallen into a long slumber. It was unclear what his future would be like. If this Shui Niu was by his side, with her help, it probably wouldn't be like this, where this brat needed to do everything himself. This brat was laughing and joking on the surface, but her 6 records innate skill could clearly sense his heart. Although he appeared to be carefree, he was actually very worried about this snow beauty. He just hid his longing deeply. Only when he was sleeping at night, would he be able to see the real him. If only she could be like Shui Wuxia and have a way to help him, it would be great. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't replace her. Princess Sissy waited for Yue Yang at the door for a while. Seeing him walking over, she took a step forward. The two of them walked in silence for a while. Princess Sissy suddenly said, "God-vanquishing secret realm might be a place of hidden treasures. It's confusing is like a door, isolating everything. If we can find the key to open this door, then everything will be solved." With regards to Princess Sissy's words, Yue Yang was slightly startled, but he immediately nodded his head, expressing his agreement. "Did you think of it? You thought further than me. I also feel that we need a key to unravel the mystery. If Wu Sha is here, she should know what the key is." Princess Sissy sighed in her heart. She wasn't stupid, but she still couldn't replace Wu Sha. She's not a deity, how can she predict everything? Yue Yang hurriedly waved his hands and comforted Princess Sissy with kind words. "You don't have to think like that. Anyway, we still have time, and we're not in a rush. We can slowly find the answer. It's okay, I'm not jealous of her." Princess Sissy unexpectedly reached out her hand and gently held Yue Yang's big hand. "I just want to help you." "Ah, Tigress, actually you've always been very capable." Yue Yang was baffled. What was wrong with this Rouge Tigress tonight? She didn't lose her temper or hit him, but was instead as gentle as water. Could it be that the moon rose from the west tonight? If it wasn't for the fact that Princess Qian's hand had been holding his big hand, Yue Yang wouldn't have believed that this tigress had taken the initiative to do this. "Actually, I'm more proficient in fighting and killing. Fighting is my strength. I'm really not interested in things like guessing and setting up a trap. Although I'm not stupid, I know that I can't be compared to Wu Sha. Our way of thinking and direction are completely different." Princess Sissy suddenly smiled at Yue Yang. "You won't blame me for being useless, right?" "Yes." Yue Yang was so shocked that he stepped on the wrong step and fell into the pond beside him. "When Shui Wuxia wakes up, I'll return all those annoying things to her and focus on helping you fight in the future." Princess Sissy extended her hand towards Yue Yang, who was standing in the pond. "For the second time, in order to supervise a forgetful fellow like you, I'll keep this authority for a while. Actually, I quite like that, the current you." Yue Yang couldn't say it out loud. It seemed like he hadn't tried to say that he liked her in a proper manner. "Is it okay to punch you every day?" Princess Qian's jade-like face turned crimson as she glared at him with her clear tiger-like eyes. Yue Yang, who was beaten until his whole body was half burnt, giggled foolishly, unable to say a single word. Both of their hands, unknowingly, they held each other's hands even tighter, their 10 fingers interlocked. Princess Sissy suddenly recalled the past. "When I was young, I was very mischievous, wilder than normal boys. Furthermore, I was very competitive and didn't want to lose to others in any aspect. Even the old man at home was worried that I wouldn't be able to get married when I grew up. Before I met you, I didn't care at all. But after I met you, There was a period of time when I thought of changing, but you know, I'm just like this, I can't change. Furthermore, you, this idiot, didn't mind at all. You even pampered me and indulged me, so I didn't want to change. Yue Yang patted his chest. It's okay, my skin is thick, I can take a beating. Princess Sissy glared at him again. This time, the electric current definitely exceeded 1,000,000 volts. Yue Yang was electrocuted to the point that he almost forgot his surname. He was dizzy. You really won't change? Princess Sissy turned her head and asked after walking for a while. Her bright tiger-like eyes were so clear that they could reflect Yue Yang's soul. I won't change. Yue Yang really wanted to hug this beauty and promise her that he would love her for 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. He wanted to love her forever, for the rest of his life. HMPH, who doesn't know that you won't suffer a loss even if you die? You're especially narrow-minded. In the future, I'll definitely get even with you. Although your skin is thick and can take a beating now, there might be a day when you'll get back at me with interest. I'm still afraid of that. Princess Sissy raised her small fist and waved it lightly, hitting his body coquettishly. Her strength couldn't even scare a mosquito away. Of course I'll get back at you, just like Kitty, she always teases me, I'll have to punish her according to the family rules. Yue Yang laughed out loud when he heard that. No way. Princess Sissy's delicate face seemed to be on fire. She was extremely embarrassed. She spoils you, that's why she plays with you crazily. I definitely won't do that. Don't look at me, don't even think about doing that to me. Definitely not. She recalled the time when she accidentally saw Drunken Cat and Yue Yang having fun. In the heat of passion, he slapped her snow-white buttocks. He did not use a lot of strength, but his 5 fingers left a clear palm print on her snow-white buttocks. This made that Kitty extremely excited and immediately meowed. Princess Qian knew that she would definitely have to do the thing between husband and wife in the future, but that kind of method, she was a little unable to accept. Compared to that kind of unusual stimulation, Princess Sissy was more inclined to the more normal ones like fallen flowers or impatience. That Sky Law Empress was full of tricks, and often fought together with the Charm Demon Empress or other people. She felt that she couldn't do it, but she also couldn't do it like Shui Wuan, who was as gentle as water. As the lovers' duel cultivated more and more, their tacit understanding became better and better, and their spiritual connection became deeper and deeper. Sometimes, unintentionally, they could sense everything about him. Furthermore, in order to dispel her fear and curiosity, Impatience and the others didn't avoid it too much. They hoped that little virgins like Princess Sissy and the others who hadn't experienced the ways of the world would learn more, so that their dual cultivation would be smoother and more harmonious in the future. If not for the fact that Shui Wuxia was in a deep sleep, and Princess Sissy wasn't willing to compete, she would have already officially dual cultivated with this beloved wolf as husband and wife. Princess Sissy still blushed a little when discussing these things now, but she didn't resist anymore. After all, he was the man she loved the most, the husband who would accompany her for life. Perhaps the ancient remnant is the key to open the god-vanquishing secret realm. Yue Yang didn't let Princess Sissy be embarrassed for too long, and immediately changed the topic. He knew that for this proud and shy tigress to be able to do this, it was already very rare. He really hadn't seen tigress being so gentle and shy like tonight. What should he say? My tigress can't possibly be this cute. Yue Yang changed the topic, and Princess Sissy secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that he would continue this embarrassing topic, that would be too embarrassing. Princess Sissy also had her suspicions about the idea that the ancient remnant was the key to opening the god-vanquishing secret realm, but she wasn't too sure. Her 6 records inherent skill didn't help much this time. Perhaps the god-vanquishing secret realm created by the ancient great god was far beyond her current sensing range. Time unknowingly slipped away. The two of them, unknowingly sat next to each other. Although their eyes were looking at each other, their fingers were clasped tightly underneath. Even Princess Sissy didn't have any intention of letting go, not to mention Yue Yang the wolf. Words seemed to have lost their power and meaning in this atmosphere. Their faces were getting closer and closer, and their burning lips were approaching each other, bringing with it an innate instinct and desire, just as their lips lightly touched, giving rise to an unlimited amount of electricity, making their hearts and souls intertwined. Not far away, a "pa" sound could be heard. The slight movement woke the man and woman who were immersed in the world of the two of them. Princess Qian was shocked. She turned her head and saw 3 people hiding behind the laurel tree. Luo Hua Beauty and Tianfa Empress covered their faces and sighed. As for the southern goblin king who was originally hiding on the tree, she was too engrossed in looking and slipped. Only then did she wake up Yue Yang and Princess Qian who were about to kiss and kiss. Fallen Beauty giggled, "You guys continue, I'm just passing by." Sky Law Empress, who was wearing a nightgown, criticized the southern demon king for being too stupid. "After waiting for so long, it's finally the most important moment. You actually," Southern Demon King apologized embarrassedly, "I was too engrossed. Wasn't I anxious? After waiting for so long, this idiot didn't do anything. He didn't hug me, touch me, or even kiss me. He waited for so long that my neck grew long. When I kissed him, I was so happy that I didn't control my strength well. Furthermore, you guys were the ones who squeezed me. If you guys weren't behind me, I wouldn't have fallen. I've disturbed a couple's world of the two of you. I'm sorry, I'll leave immediately. Princess Sissy was embarrassed and immediately ran away. Her face was so red that it looked like it was on fire. Yue Yang was furious, "The three of you ruined my plans, you're too hateful." Sky Law Empress rested her chin on her hand and pondered, "This brat is not familiar with the job. It seems like we didn't teach him well. How can this be? Queen Breeze, show your might as a queen and teach this brat how to grasp the opportunity at the most important moment. If this clumsy method were to spread, we would lose face." Southern Demon King immediately cooperated. "Summon the criminal Yu clan's third young master. No, summon the husband Yu clan's third young master to come and serve." After a night of tireless teaching, Yue Yang's abilities and techniques had improved a lot. However, he was still extremely tired. If it was someone else who had to deal with this kind of continuous battle, they would have been exhausted long ago. Fortunately, Yue Yang had unlimited battle strength and was indestructible. In the end, he was able to defeat three extremely strong opponents, a terrifying charm demon queen and a little slave girl with unfathomable battle strength. The next day, when Yue Yang was still sleeping soundly, Princess Sissy barged in. Ignoring the three beauties, she directly pulled Yue Yang out of their entanglement and scolded, "Are you a pig? The sun is already up and you still want to sleep. Hurry up and wake up, there's a lot of work waiting for you. Do you think it's so easy to be the master of the house?" In a daze, Yue Yang opened his eyes and saw that it was Princess Qian. He still remembered her gentleness from last night and immediately smiled, "Good morning, who knew?" The reply he got was, "Morning your head." All right, a certain princess had reverted back to the arrogant tigress in the morning. Chapter 1162. For the rest of the day, Yue Yang was doodling. He seemed to have nothing to do. Princess Sissy did not care at first, but she could not help but be curious. She found an excuse to sneak a peek a few times, but she found out that the doodles were just sketches of scales and claws. It was not a strict design, and it was not a whole composition. She could not help but be stunned. Time was obviously tight. How could this brat be so free? What was he doing? Not only her, even Sickly Beauty and Yu, who had always cooperated with Yue Yang to perfect all kinds of details, did not know what Yue Yang was doing. The doodles on the paper increased, and in the end, there was a thick stack. Other than Yue Yang, no one could understand what it was. "What is this?" Princess Sissy looked at the doodles that Yue Yang had drawn for a while. She was dazzled, although she had participated in the inscription of the Heaven Rune Circle. Before, she had never seen such a complicated design. If this was a design blueprint, then what was Yue Yang trying to make? Princess Sissy found that she could not understand it. The more she looked, the more confused she became. At first, Yue Yang ignored her and continued to draw on the inspiration that flashed in his mind. Only until half an hour later, when the last stroke was completed, did he put down the brush as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His spirit was slightly tired, but he couldn't hide his excitement. He introduced it to Princess Qian, Luo Hua Beauty and the others. "I want to use the God Destroyer's secret gold to create a battle doll to fight against the demonic god of the human valley. One of the evil deities' fingers is comparable to a mountain. Extrapolating from this to his entire body, I estimate his height to be between 30 to 50 kilometers. For such a huge evil deities, ordinary war dolls are meaningless to him. Sometimes, a body that surpasses everything can crush everything. Therefore, in order to defeat the evil deities, we must create a pinnacle war doll that is equal to or even surpasses the size of the evil deities. I got the inspiration for this war doll from the original Pelican hovering mothership." That's right, I decided to use the almost indestructible God Destroyer Mystic Gold to create a peak-level war doll. It can be used by us like a hovering mothership during normal times, and it can be used as a war doll during battles. Create a war puppet with a range of more than 50 kilometers. Everyone was stunned. It must be noted that the largest suspending motherships in Beyond Mountains, the Dragon Hawk and the Kun Peng, were only 10 kilometers long. 50 kilometers and 10 kilometers were two completely different things. This was the difference between a strong man and a baby. Moreover, even though the Dragon Hawk and Kun Peng heavenly suspending motherships were only 10 kilometers long, everyone knew from the information obtained from General Golden Condor and the others that these suspending motherships all took 100 years to build. No one doubted that Yue Yang could create such a peak-level war doll, but everyone was a little worried. Would they make it in time? They had to return to Human Valley in half a year. The battle between the gods in the underground valley and the mountains beyond the mountains was imminent. How much time did Yue Yang intend to spend to create this peak-level war doll? 1 month, or 3 months? If it was too long, would they make it in time? There's still time. Yue Yang could see everyone's worries at a glance. He smiled and comforted them. I've calculated it. If I'm not wrong and everything goes smoothly, then half a month should be enough. What? Princess Sissy and the others were dumbfounded after hearing this. This was a 50-kilometer-long war doll, and it was all made of secret gold of God Destroyer. It would be good if the materials could be prepared in half a month. Where did Yue Yang get his confidence from? What kind of plan would he implement next? Even the Impatiens, who was not very interested in war dolls, became curious. If it's comparable to the evil deities, you only have half a month to make a war doll that is at least 50 kilometers long. How are you going to make it? Yue Yang was shocked. Who said it was 50 kilometers long? I'm going to make a winged dragon that is 108 kilometers long. 50 kilometers, I'll be done in 7 or 8 days. Everyone was speechless. 50 kilometers was not enough, and he wanted to make a winged dragon that was 108 kilometers long. Wait, what was a winged dragon? Everyone was interested in this new war doll and sat around it. Even the half-elf slave, who never participated in the discussion, blinked her big eyes and waited for Yue Yang to announce the answer. Seeing that there was no other way, Yue Yang could only explain the Eastern Clan's winged dragon to everyone. Actually, this can be summarized in one sentence. It is the most powerful mythological beast in terms of killing. Of course, such a brief explanation could not satisfy everyone. Then, Yue Yang told everyone about the legendary invincible great demon king Kaiyu. He explained in detail the war between Xuanyuan and Kaiyu. He talked about how this pair of old enemies fought until the heavens fell and the earth cracked. He also talked about how each of them used their unique skills to call the wind and summon the rain. In order to fight for the strongest royal power, the sun and the moon lost their luster. Everyone listened with great interest. Finally, Yue Yang ended with a sentence. That awesome Kaiyu was killed by winged dragon. This time, everyone was shocked. Kaiyu and Xuanyuan could be said to be locked in a battle. Both of them were peerless experts. How could they be killed by winged dragon who just passed by? Before this question could be asked, Yue Yang listed a few more examples. Xingtian who could not die after beheading, Kuafu who courageously chased after the sun, the river demon who stopped Yu the Great from controlling the flood, the ancient dragon turtle who could eat the sky if it raised its head and swallow the earth, if it lowered its head and swallowed the earth, if it lowered its head and forced Nuwa to cut off its legs to support the sky. Gong Gong who was upset after losing to Zhu Rong and crashed into Mount Buzhou, and so on. In the end, they were all killed by winged dragon. Although these were all legends and not necessarily true, it could also indirectly reflect the fighting power of winged dragon. It was indeed very powerful. Among the Eastern clan, most of the clans were kind and peaceful. They did not like to fight, let alone war. However, winged dragon happened to be one of the few warmongers. In the Eastern world, winged dragon, whose tail could split the earth, and fairy Ba, who could travel thousands of miles, were both warmongers. They were also the god of killing that their enemies were terrified of. Isn't there only one winged dragon? The half-elf slave asked innocently. Actually, winged dragon is a clan, just like the Nine Glory clan or the Golden Crow clan that we met before. Of course, the Golden Crow clan can barely be considered as a clan, but the Nine Glory clan in the Heaven Realm is no longer a pure Eastern clan. The real Eastern clan, Bing Yin, whom we know, is from the Kailan clan. Like winged dragon, Kailan is the purest and most powerful celestial clan in the East. The Kylan clan is kind, while the Winged Dragon clan is evil and likes to kill. Of course, the Winged Dragon clan is a member of the Eastern world after all. They will not take the initiative to kill, nor are they bloodthirsty. However, when they are provoked by the enemy, they will not hesitate to kill the enemy. Unlike the other Eastern clans who ignore or forgive, Yue Yang did not know much about the Eastern Immortal clan at first. However, perhaps because of the subtle influence of the Heavenly Sword Goddess in Koki no Koki, he unknowingly understood many secrets of the Eastern world. Usually, he would not take the initiative to mention the Eastern world to everyone. But today, everyone asked about it. He did not hide it. Anyway, they were all his people, lovers who would accompany him for a lifetime. There was nothing in the world that he could not talk about. Other than the matter about the Heavenly Sword Goddess, there was almost nothing else that he could hide. Of course, everyone knew about it but did not say anything. Even if they knew that the Phoenix Sisters or even guessed that there was a higher existence, but since Yue Yang did not say anything, they would not ask and let him keep some important and necessary secrets. Will we be able to see the Winged Dragon clan in the future? Sky Disaster was also a fighting maniac. She really admired the Winged Dragon clan. I can't say for sure whether we can see the Winged Dragon or not. But in the legends, the appearance of the Winged Dragon, might be a bit like this foodie. Yue Yang grabbed the golden beast that was sleeping soundly on his wrist and unfolded its body. At the same time, he explained, the Winged Dragon has wings. It is slightly different from the true dragons of the Eastern clan. However, the Winged Dragon is also a true dragon clan. The Eastern True Dragon clan is a big clan that includes many other dragon clans, such as Divine Dragon, True Dragon, Sky Dragon, Flood Dragon, Hornless Dragon and so on. Some of them do not even look like dragons, for example, the 9 sons of the dragon. The appearance of the Winged Dragon is already considered close to the appearance of the True Dragon clan, just that it has an extra pair of wings. So it looks like this. Sky Disaster wanted to reach out and grab the tail of the golden beast and lift it up to take a closer look. However, the sleepy golden beast looked at everyone lazily and instantly rolled back into Yue Yang's wrist. It turned into a dragon-shaped wrist guard and continued to sleep soundly. Then, could the Tong Tian beast be the Winged Dragon? The Southern Demon King raised this question. It's possible. Lu Yi and Sha Yi were convinced. No, that's impossible. This little thing is lazy and gluttonous, it can't be the Winged Dragon. Princess Sissy felt that it was too far off. Moreover, this little thing's body is made of metal. It's a strange life form. It's too different from Bing Yin, and Bing Yin doesn't recognize it either. This means that there's a difference between the two. Of course, there might be some relationship between them. After all, they look very similar. Fallen Beauty wasn't too sure. Is there any point in discussing this now? Yue Yang sweated profusely. Whether the golden beast was the Winged Dragon or not, it was just a foodie that hadn't grown up yet. It could be a small fight, but to expect it to be of great help. It might be too early to wait for another 1,000 years. No matter what, it was confirmed that Yue Yang was going to use the God Destroyer secret gold to create a Winged Dragon puppet. Furthermore, Yue Yang had even shamelessly designed a few battle forms for this pinnacle battle puppet, Ying Long, which had never appeared before in this world. Among them, the human form was based on his own image. Even the sickly beauty laughed at him for being too narcissistic. Yue Yang, on the other hand, felt that if he were to use someone else's image to design a battle puppet, wouldn't he be making a huge loss? Of course, he had to advertise it himself. Yu believed in her younger brother, but she was still worried that there wasn't enough time. Even if it's done in a flash, half a month is still too little. Yue Yang could do it in a flash. However, no matter how fast and efficient he was, even if his creation speed was 1,000 times faster than Black Day and Deicide, he was still a human. Even gods, like Black Day and Deicide, would feel tired. Moreover, Yue Yang was still a human. How could it be easy for him to create an unprecedented winged dragon puppet that had a diameter of more than 5 kilometers and a length of 108 kilometers? The difficulty of creating a dragon head far surpassed the difficulty of creating the Dragonhawk mothership that Black Day had spent 100 years to create. This was a winged dragon puppet that could transform into many different forms. The Dragonhawk mothership was just a spaceship. The two of them were on completely different levels. Most importantly, this required half a month to complete. If it wasn't for the fact that Yue Yang was clear-headed and emotionally stable, everyone would have thought that he was crazy. I'll build it slowly, of course it's impossible to do it in half a month. Yue Yang smiled brightly as if he had a card up his sleeve. The range of my domain is limited. Even with your help, I won't be able to expand it too much. However, we don't need to build it as a whole. All we need is a scale, a dragon whisker, a dragon claw, and a dragon tooth. It'll be much easier if we split them up. We won't be able to create a whole with just a thought, not even a 10,000th of it. However, we can easily do it if we split them up. As long as we design it correctly and execute it without any mistakes, combining all the parts together in the end, half a month should be enough. Think about it, Yinglong is a winged dragon puppet. It's not a living thing, so there's no need for it to be completed with just a thought. Why don't we split it up into numbered parts, complete them in an orderly manner, and then combine them into one? Brother, I'll help too. Yu Bing's morale was high. She rolled up her sleeves and decided to help her brother. She wanted to take down this unprecedented winged dragon puppet that was 108 kilometers long in half a month. Are you guys going to move the entire Divine Destruction secret realm back? Princess Sissy couldn't imagine it. A winged dragon that was 108 kilometers long was squeezed into the grimoire world. Yue Yang's grimoire world was very big, but it wasn't boundless. If winged dragon puppet was squeezed in, everyone would probably have to live on its claws. Yue Yang smiled. Even if he completed winged dragon puppet, he wouldn't leave it in the grimoire world. That would be too crowded. Queen Vivian Lee's black hole space and ice world were boundless. That was the best place. Moreover, when they fought against the evil deities in the future, they might even need Queen Vivian Lee's help. Did they really think that with winged dragon puppet, they could easily take down the evil deities? That might not be the case. The Human Valley was a place where martial arts were forbidden. The battle power that Yue Yang displayed there was the weakest out of all the training grounds. It was completely different from the underground valley and the mountain beyond mountain. Let's do it. Although we can't help much, we can still handle the trivial work of numbering and sorting. Lu Yi, Sha Yi and the other girls who weren't strong enough always felt that they couldn't help Yue Yang. But now that the opportunity had come, they could also be of great use. Don't rush, let's check the mistakes first. Yu hurriedly stopped this group of girls who were obviously overzealous, especially Bao and Sky Disaster. Who knew if they would help more? The plan was right, but the blueprint was the most important. If there was any mistake, the entire winged dragon puppet would fall short of success. Therefore, the most important thing now was not to take action, but to check the mistakes. This work must be completely flawless, and it must be possible to achieve. Otherwise, no matter how much effort everyone put in, winged dragon puppet would not be born. Bao, the little girl who wanted to see the world in chaos. She also wanted to reach for the blueprint. Even sickly Beauty, who usually doted on her, hurriedly protected those blueprints, not daring to let her get her hands on them. As for Yue Yang, he ordered her, go to the side, stand in the corner, and don't move your hands. HMPH. Bao replied him with a pink mouth that could be hung on an oil bottle. Chapter 1163 Ying Long could be built, but the energy source was a big problem. The Heaven Rune Circle and Ancient Rune Circle that covered every scale and every strand of Dragon's beard could definitely provide a portion of the energy. However, it was impossible to rely on the energy absorbed by the Heaven Rune Circle to move a puppet that was 108 kilometers long. Not to mention that it still needed to fight. However, Yu Liao had already thought of a solution long before he designed it. That was God's Stone. God's Stone had another name, endless energy. As long as there was light, it could be converted into energy. It would never dry up and could continuously provide for its needs. In this world, there was no better core energy source for a puppet than God's Stone. Yue Yang did not need God's Stone and could also make Ying Long move. However, with God's Stone, he could make Ying Long move and fight as he pleased. Once God's Stone was combined with the Heaven Rune Circle and Ancient Rune Circle, it could absorb and convert all energy to provide Ying Long's needs. It even included all kinds of energy produced during battles. How do we get such a large amount of God's Stone? Princess Sissy felt that although this was a good plan, it was difficult to implement. It was like the legendary skill of picking up girls. Anyone who learned this skill would be able to use it to make girls throw themselves into their arms, ensuring that they would love each other until the heavens fell and the earth split. This skill might seem invincible on the surface, but after thinking about it calmly, it depended on who learned it. If the person who learned it was a girl, even if he learned the skill, what use would it be? Therefore, no matter what, he had to consider the actual situation. God's stone was good, but if it didn't exist now, it would be useless. We have searched the God-extinguishing secret land these few days and found nothing, right? However, Yue Yang laughed out loud, causing everyone to be confused. All along, we have made the mistake of first impressions being the strongest. We thought that all the secrets were hidden in the God-extinguishing secret land, and we just needed to find out how. I suddenly realized this wrong idea last night. Actually, the secrets of the God-extinguishing secret land, at least on the outside, are not on the surface. The 8 God Masters are suspicious and competing with each other. Is it possible for them to reveal these secrets? That's obviously impossible. You're saying that the true secret is hidden outside of the divine destruction secret realm. When Princess Sissy heard this, she was so excited that she could not control herself. In order to maintain her rationality, she bit her index finger, using a trace of pain to control her emotions. Got it. Fallen Beauty was so smart that she immediately understood the key point. She jumped up happily and hugged Yue Yang. Oh, I understand now. Go. Princess Sissy was even more anxious than her. Princess Sissy, the Rouge Tigress, thought it through and immediately broke into a run. Red personally guided them out of the grimoire world. His body was as agile as a swallow, and he flew straight into the strange dark clouds that covered the sky. Then, Fallen Beauty, Yu, and the others, who had reacted, all ran out. They formed groups of 2 and scattered in all directions, throwing themselves into the sea of dark clouds that seemed close but were actually far away. Yue Yang did not follow them. He only smiled, turned around and floated down to the God-extinguishing secret realm, and began the peak of Ying Long's creation. At night, when Yue Yang returned to the grimoire world, he was exhausted. Reflected in front of him was a sparkling mountain of God stones that shone brilliantly. The number of God stones was estimated to be hundreds of thousands of them. They were of different sizes and sizes. Among them, the smallest was no bigger than a grain of rice, the second was the size of an almond, the slightly bigger one was the size of a fist, the biggest one was the size of a ball. There were also God stone crystals that were not very regular, comparable to a small mountain, stacked layer upon layer, and piled up to 1,000 meters high. Yue Yang was flabbergasted. Where did you guys go to rob? Princess Sissy waved her hand proudly. The 8 great heavenly masters are so generous, we couldn't reject them. In the end, it would be impolite to reject them. On the other side, Sha Yi, Lu Yi, Sky Disaster, Bao Er, Yu Bing and the other girls surrounded him excitedly, fighting to tell Yue Yang the good news. One of them said that she found a super factory in the Sea of Clouds where a certain heavenly master was manufacturing the suspended sky mothership. The other one said how to use the heaven runes to break the seal and move the God stones. All of them were talking at the same time, and no one was willing to give in to anyone. This made Yue Yang feel dizzy. Originally, he was already tired after manufacturing the peak-level war dolls for an entire day, but now, he was almost hypnotized on the spot and fell asleep. Everyone was very excited, and their words were very chaotic. But one thing was for sure, and that was that they had found their target, God stones, and obtained a huge harvest. Although the 8 great heavenly masters had also left a seal in the manufacturing factory, this place was already deserted. Moreover, no matter if the suspended sky mothership was completed or not, it was still a huge object, and no one could move it away. Moreover, before the 8 great heavenly masters fell out with each other, they were living in peace on the surface. Normally, they would not lower themselves to steal other people's things. Every suspended sky mothership represented the will and power of a certain heavenly master, and the other heavenly masters would definitely not give face to others. Therefore, other than the God stones, the things in the super manufacturing factory were not guarded. With impatience as the leader, once they found the target in the depths of the Sea of Clouds, they would work together to break the seal with Jizun's will and divine equipment. Then, they would desperately move the God stones into the grimoire world. Thus, they achieved the shocking result that Yue Yang saw. Precious God stones were piled up like a mountain. They had taken away all the God stones that the 8 great heavenly masters had painstakingly accumulated for 10,000 years. This was the result of Princess Sissy and the others' hard work in a day. No wonder they were so proud. If the 8 great heavenly masters came to the God-vanquishing secret realm and saw that their belongings were stolen, they would probably be furious. Yu was a little worried that the 8 great heavenly masters would gang up on her third brother because they were too angry. It's impossible for them to know that it's us, Sky Disaster. This little girl comforted him heartlessly. We've already made traces of shifting the blame to someone else. That's a blatant lie. Yue Yang slapped his forehead. It seemed like he had seriously underestimated this girl's mischievous heart. Anyway, we won't admit it. With Sky Disaster's personality, she was a little devil. No wonder His Majesty did not do anything when the demonic palace snatched her away. It seemed like His Majesty knew that this girl would not be able to achieve anything with ordinary education. Don't worry, after the God's War, it's still uncertain how many heavenly masters will survive. Princess Sissy and Yu were the best, so they naturally comforted her. It's just a few fake gods, what's there to be afraid of? Impatience looked very disdainful on the surface. Yes, come on, we want to challenge the fake gods. Beat them until their teeth fall all over the floor. Because the Sky Law Empress had set a bad example, many young ladies were very violent now. Luckily, they would not be like that to Yue Yang. Yue Yang did not correct them, but only looked at sickly beauty and smiled. It seemed like everything was ready, except for the search for the ancient relics. They did not know when this mysterious ancient relics would appear. Perhaps when it appeared, the mystery of the fall of the two great gods, Tian and Bing Li, would also be solved. As Yue Yang combined his divine telekinesis with his domain to create the creation god pearl that was filled with chaotic energy. It quietly evolved. Because he was too focused, Yue Yang actually did not notice this at all. While he was in his dream, the heavenly sword goddess, who he had not seen for a long time, suddenly appeared and watched the sparring between Yue Yang and Koki no Koki. Although she did not say anything, her appearance was a great encouragement to Yue Yang, giving him endless motivation. His condition was 100 times better than usual. Even the fifth sword, Wang Lung Yuan, which was usually very difficult to release, was released smoothly. Yue Yang, who was immersed in training in the world of his consciousness, was still full of energy even when he woke up the next day. His mood was exceptionally good. When he stood on the god-vanquishing secret realm again, he intended to find the feeling he had in his dream again. With a thought, the fifth sword of the innate invisible sword Qi, Wang Lung Yuan, was shot out. It turned into a huge golden dragon, its entire body glowing. It raised its head and roared, as if it had a life of its own. It pointed towards the blue dome of heaven, and when it reached the 9 heavens, it swooped down. It circled around the light pillar of energy that shot out from the top of Yue Yang's head. Its majesty was boundless, suppressing all directions. Even the impatiens and the others, who were watching from afar, felt their hearts tremble. They could not help but have the illusion of prostrating themselves on the ground in worship. It was extremely close to Yue Yang, a friend and not an enemy. There was not a single trace of enmity. It was also very far away. It was still an inviolable divine might. Everyone really did not dare to imagine. If an enemy were to face it directly, what kind of psychological impact would they receive? The golden dragon drilled into Yue Yang's body and turned into 9 small dragons. They drilled out from all parts of his body and gathered in Yue Yang's holy grimoire. Borrowing the holy grimoire's brilliance, they once again became one. They soared into the sky and roared towards the sky, roar. This kind of dragon's roar was unique in the mortal world. It carried a supreme dragon's might. Like a shockwave after an explosion, it swept through the god-destroying secret realm around Yue Yang. It was said that only divine power could destroy the god-destroying secret gold. Under the roar of the golden dragon, they all fell apart, some even melted like ice and snow into smoke. Under Yue Yang's will, a large number of them were transformed and reshaped into brand new forms. Usually, Yue Yang could only change a range of 100 meters with a thought. But now, within a range of 10,000 meters, everything was reborn under the divine might of the golden dragon. Princess Sissy and the others were shocked for a long time. Could this be the power of Yue Yang's sword? Was this the true power of the fifth sword, Wang Lung Yuan? Success. Yue Yang himself did not dare to believe it. He raised his hands and looked at it. Wang Lung Yuan's sword was really successfully executed. Before yesterday, this was unimaginably difficult. Moreover, even if it was successfully executed in the will space, it did not mean that it could be successfully executed in the real world. Then, he looked around. There were nearly 100 shining dragon scales floating high and low. Usually, it would only take a thought. At most, it could only create 1 dragon scale on Ying Long. Now, with 1 sword, it had successfully created 100. Yue Yang was so happy that he wanted to laugh out loud. However, he found that he could not even move a finger. His whole body unconsciously fell down and fell on a giant dragon's scale floating under his feet. Shao-san, Yu was almost scared to death. The Angel of Dawn instantly merged, and the angel battle blades spread out like wings. She was the first to rush over and help Yue Yang up. She hugged him in her arms and kept calling out to him, deeply afraid that something bad would happen to him. Yue Yang wanted to open his mouth to comfort her, but found that he did not even have the strength to speak. His whole body was in a serious state of weakness. Even smiling at her was very difficult. He's fine, it's just that the power of the sword was too strong. He could not control it freely and forcefully executed it, so he's a little exhausted. Impatience was also quite frightened. However, when she rushed over to check, she found that this brat was just overexerted and was not injured at all. Only then did she calm down. You idiot! Tigress raised her fist and was about to hit him, but looking at Yu's concerned face, she put her hand down again, temporarily letting him go. This dragon-shaped sword chi is really terrifying. I think, even a fake god would not be able to withstand it. There are so many dragon scales, why don't we take the opportunity to jump on them? The simple-minded girls were counting Sky Disaster and Bao. At first, they were a little worried. However, seeing that Yue Yang was fine, and seeing that there were shining dragon scales around them, they actually started to play the game excitedly. Hey, can you guys stop for a while? Yue Yang was very angry. It was a pity that he did not even have the strength to scold them. Otherwise, he would definitely grab these two girls and spank their little butts. Chapter 1164 The Fifth Sword, Wang Lung Yuan, was completed. Yue Yang was very happy. The first time he used Wang Lung Yuan, it was not as powerful as it was now, and he could not control it. It was only released unintentionally. But even that was enough to help Princess Sissy swallow the Prison Emperor Divine Sword that was hard to transform, and evolve it into the Prison Tiger Divine Sword. Now, with the silent encouragement from the Heavenly Sword Goddess, Yue Yang was able to truly release the Yellow Dragon Abyss. Of course, the Yellow Dragon Abyss sword once again gave him a pleasant surprise. With a single slash, it swallowed the 10,000-meter God-extinguishing secret realm and gave birth to 100 Ying Long's dragon scales. After mastering this sword, Yue Yang was confident in challenging the fake gods and killing the cunning Jiwari. He was even more confident. After resting in the grimoire world and waking up again, Yue Yang realized that his realm, which had been stagnant for a period of time, was faintly showing signs of breaking through again. As long as there was another opportunity, or perhaps a big battle, he might be able to break through to a whole new realm. Yue Yang's breakthroughs were undoubtedly very fast, especially in the early stages. He progressed at a tremendous pace, but as his skills and realms increased, the distance between each level was very far. Furthermore, every higher level was harder to break through than the lower level. Yue Yang's cultivation speed did not slow down, but the higher the level, the slower his breakthroughs became. This was certain. Now that the fifth sword, Wang Lung Yuan, was completed, and there were good signs of a breakthrough, how could Yue Yang not feel refreshed and happy? Half a month later, when Yue Yang and Princess Sissy had prepared everything, they officially left the God-extinguishing secret realm. They rushed to the East God Nations, the Eye Fortress, and met up with Marshal Feng Marshal Griffin, General Golden Eagle, Space Pirates Winged Tiger, Wind Eagle, Flamingo and the others. Yue Yang was not willing to miss the God battle in the Outer Mountain, whether it was an opportunity to break through or not. Frozen Earth City. Yue Yang hurried from the God-vanquishing secret realm to the East God Nation. Along the way, he passed by the border between the Northeast God Nation and the East God Nation. He discovered that there were many mercenary martial artists gathered in this small city. Most of the martial artists formed groups, carrying bags and weapons. They marched majestically from the Northeast God Nation to the East God Nation's Frozen Earth City. Could it be that the Northeastern God Master has decided to join the Eastern camp? Yue Yang had originally planned to fly away. After some thought, he decided to go down and take a look. Find out more about the current situation. He pretended to be a martial artist traveling from the Northeast God Nation to the East God Nation. First, he slowly overtook a group of martial artists who were obviously soldiers but had changed into ordinary mercenary clothes. Then, he randomly found a small group of at least 5 people and asked about the situation. The guy from another world, who had deceived people without paying with his life, took out his Oscar-worthy acting skills and pretended to be a rookie soldier who had fallen behind. "Brothers, please wait a moment. Without waiting for him to explain the situation, a strong man in the small group of 5 laughed out loud. Look, another deserter. Yue Yang pretended to be ashamed, but he refused to admit defeat. He wiped his sweat. I'm not a deserter, I just fell behind. Fell behind? What a good excuse. Ha ha ha, this is also the excuse I've heard the most these days. Another dark-skinned middle-aged man in the group of 5 laughed. You can't blame them. The war of gods is indeed not something rookies like them can handle. It's already good enough that they didn't pee their pants or hide in their mother's arms. Among the group of 5, there was a tall man who looked like the leader. He waved at Yue Yang and signaled him to come over. He reached out and patted Yue Yang's shoulder to show encouragement. He then smiled at his companions. Although this kid is a young master soldier, he's not a coward. At least he has traveled thousands of miles to Frozen Earth City. Ordinary deserters can't do this. But he even lost his bag. I think he was so scared during the ambush that he lost his bag and weapon. Hey, kid, don't you know that on the battlefield, your weapon is your life? That strong man stared at Yue Yang fiercely. There are plenty of weapons on the battlefield. I'll just pick one up when the time comes. Yue Yang expressed that he didn't care. Then how do you solve the problem of eating and drinking? The dark man turned around and asked. The East God Nation will provide. Yue Yang spread his hands. Not a bad idea. There was a short but strong man in the group of 5. He smiled and nodded. But I think that on the battlefield, it's better to have a bag that belongs to you. We are just reinforcements in name. You can't expect the East God Nation's army to take care of you like a nanny. My young master, you have to learn one thing, and that is to take care of yourself. When we reach Frozen Earth City, before we assemble, let's prepare for him. The tall and strong captain had a sudden idea and decided to take care of Yue Yang. A little soldier with a pretty face like him would probably be killed within a minute on the battlefield. The last of the group of 5, the young man with extraordinary looks, snorted in disdain. Haha, you're jealous. The dark man pointed it out bluntly, saying that his companion was jealous of Yue Yang. Indeed, if this young man with extraordinary looks were to stand among ordinary people, he would stand out like a crane among a flock of chickens. But if he were to stand together with Yue Yang, who was so handsome that he could suffocate women, he was destined to be a tragedy. He would pale in comparison. After laughing for a while, everyone followed the group and continued on their way. Yue Yang had successfully fought his way into the group. He had obtained information. It turned out that the Northeast God Lord had not been persuaded by either the East or West camps. The Northeast God Lord, Qing Yun, had announced his neutrality and would not participate in the battles of either camp. However, although the Northeast God Lord, Qing Yun, had announced his neutrality, the generals and soldiers under him could freely follow their own wishes. They could join either the East or West camps as mercenaries or free warriors, and participate in the battles. Apart from a small number of Northeast God Lord soldiers who were encouraged by their friends and relatives to join the West camp, most of the Northeast God Lord soldiers and generals still leaned towards the East camp. Apart from those who had to stay behind, about 60% of the Northeast God Lord soldiers had spontaneously packed their bags and prepared their own weapons and equipment. They rushed to the East God Lord in groups, prepared to assist the East God Lord in the war against the West God Lord under the guise of wandering mercenaries. Because along the way, there were sneak attacks from the West camp. Many young soldiers who lacked battlefield experience unfortunately lost their lives, or became shameful deserters out of fear. Only the most determined and experienced veterans could successfully walk from the Northeast God Lord all the way to the East God Lord's border city, Frozen Earth City. Soldiers like Yue Yang who were empty-handed were mostly considered deserters. At the very least, they were defeated soldiers who had separated from the group. Follow closely, we are about to reach Frozen Earth City. The real battle is about to officially begin. Bring out your fighting spirit. We are men from the Northeast God Lord, don't embarrass me. Whoever dares to be weak in battle, like a coward, don't even need the enemy to kill him, I will personally destroy him. Also, remember, we are not an army, we do not represent the Northeast God Lord. We are free wandering mercenaries. No matter what we do, it has nothing to do with the great Qing Yun God. We are not acting according to his will. We are acting on our own accord, acting bravely for a just cause. Do you understand? A general with the strength of an oracle flew across the sky. He shouted loudly, reminding the Northeast God Lord's soldiers to be vigilant. At the same time, He patrolled and protected these veterans who had arrived with great difficulty, not letting the West Camp's secret assassin group succeed. Yes, Lord Heavy Rhinoceros. The soldiers who knew this general all responded loudly. Although it was not in name, it was more or less the same as officially sending troops to war. The only difference was, whether these soldiers won or lost, whether they could obtain glory after the war had nothing to do with the Northeast God Lord who had declared their neutrality. Just as they were about to enter Frozen Earth City, there were dozens of meteors in the sky, drawing long fiery tails as they bombarded down. More than a dozen meteors were intercepted by Heavy Rhinoceros and a few unknown generals and exploded. But even more meteors successfully broke through the defense line and hit the ground, blowing up the Northeast God Lord's soldiers who could not dodge in time within the range. Not far in front of Yue Yang, he was hit by a meteor. The shock wave directly blew the soldiers away. If it was not for Yue Yang secretly helping the five-man squad, it was estimated that at least 2 of them would have died in this wave of meteor attacks. Although the guy from another world couldn't keep an eye on them, since they were right in front of him, he couldn't just sit back and watch. He secretly turned the meteor fragments that filled the sky into dust, allowing the dark-skinned man and the muscular man to luckily escape from the disaster. Enemy attack. The general named Heavy Rhinoceros roared thunderously, ordering the soldiers not to panic, to focus on gathering, and to use the strength of the team to resist the enemy. All of you, go to hell. And the enemies of the West Camp appeared, also with a few generals, and attacked first. Then they led the soldiers of the West Camp, who were still lying in ambush in the distance, over here. Yue Yang discovered that although the soldiers of the West Camp were not elite, they were not the kind of trash army that had no combat power. And in terms of numbers, they had a significant advantage over the defending troops of the East God Lord and the reinforcements of the Northeast God Lord. The West Camp army that covered the mountains and plains surged over here like ants. Heavy Rhinoceros and the others immediately retaliated. They lifted a small mountain of rocks and threw them over. They caused a large number of casualties and frightened the enemy formation. This caused them to cheer loudly, and restored a lot of morale. Generals against generals, soldiers against soldiers. Before the free reinforcements of the Northeast God Lord had time to enter Frozen Earth City, which was protected by the city walls, the soldiers of the West Camp surrounded them tightly, cutting off the defending troops of Frozen Earth City and the free reinforcements in two, attacking from the front and the back. In the sky, Heavy Rhinoceros and the other generals were also intercepted by the generals of the West Camp, and a fierce battle broke out. The interception plan of the West Camp was originally very successful. If not for the unexpected Yue Yang, they would have been able to completely wipe out the free reinforcements of the Northeast God Lord and then take down Frozen Earth City in one fell swoop. However, with the addition of Yue Yang, this variable, they fought very sullenly. They kept making inexplicable mistakes. A few of the Western Camp's generals, who were originally even stronger than the Eastern Camp's generals, actually lost to Heavy Rhino and the others as they fought. Other than one who managed to escape, the others either died in battle unimaginably or were heavily injured and captured. The strangeness of this battle made even Heavy Rhinoceros and the others feel incredulous. Of course, no one knew the real reason for all these incredible events. It was because of Yue Yang, who hid among the ordinary soldiers and watched luck and victory. He had been accompanying this free reinforcements that were not very strong. 5 days later, the Heavy Rhinoceros army, who had won 10 battles in a row, finally kicked an iron plate. Because of their outstanding performance on the battlefield, they were targeted by a Master God in the West Camp. Chapter 1165. Everyone knew that there were 8 gods in Outer Mountain. Every one of them was an honorable existence. They could destroy heaven and earth with just a wave of their hands. Normally, none of the god masters with limitless power would even look at ordinary soldiers in the eye. This was because ordinary soldiers were like ants to them. No matter how many of them there were, it was meaningless. As divine masters, even glancing at ordinary soldiers would be a waste of their precious time. However, today, a god had his eyes on this Heavy Rhinoceros army that had won consecutive battles. He was the Southwest god, Sha Feng, who was said to be ranked in the top 5 among the 8 gods in Outer Mountain. His strength was only below Deicide and Black Day. Why did the Heavy Rhinoceros army provoke the Southwest god, Sha Feng? The reason had to be explained 2 days ago. At that time, the Heavy Rhinoceros army, whose morale had soared after consecutive victories, charged forward and encountered the Western Camp soldiers that were airdropped in the Flying Stone Valley. A life and death battle ensued. This heavy rhinoceros army's hatred was too high. Moreover, the western camp soldiers that they attacked were the direct subordinates of the Southwest God, Sandstorm General. The Sandstorm General was one of the Southwest God, Sha Feng's 19 illegitimate children. He was quite powerful. When he learned that the airdropped army under his command was surrounded by the heavy rhinoceros army, he immediately brought his elites and came to their rescue. He intended to annihilate the enemy's so-called invincible heavy rhinoceros army in one fell swoop. With this fellow's arrival, it was impossible for Yue Yang to continue being a bystander even if he wanted to. He could only kill the sandstorm warrior that was about to show off its might before the heavy rhinoceros army came into contact with the sandstorm warrior. Then, he, accidentally, spread the news of the enemy's elite attack, alerting the heavy rhinoceros army and making preparations. The pitiful sandstorm general, whose strength was far above the heavy rhinoceros army, was instantly killed by Yue Yang before he could even make a move. It could be said to be the outer mountain version of dying before achieving victory. As for the elites under his command, their morale plummeted due to the death of their leader. Although they wanted to take revenge, they were no match for the red-eyed heavy rhinoceros army. Moreover, there was also Yue Yang who often attacked from the shadows. In the end, they could only swallow the bitter fruit of failure. They were not able to save the Sandstorm General and were instead completely annihilated. If it was just one or two armies being annihilated, it would not be enough to alarm a Southwest God like Sha Feng. However, the Sandstorm General that Yue Yang killed before he could even make a move was the illegitimate child of Sha Feng God. Even if Sha Feng had quite a few illegitimate children and didn't care much about them, they were still sons. Yue Yang's actions were a merciless slap to the high and mighty divine Lord Sha Feng's face. If Yue Yang had known that the Sandstorm Warrior was Sha Feng's son, he definitely wouldn't have killed him in one hit. At most, he would have beaten him to a pulp. There was no point in provoking the aggro of a God Lord right now. Yue Yang had wanted to wait for the 8 Divine Masters to start fighting each other. He wanted to wait until they were all heavily injured before he jumped out and picked them up. It was a little too early to fight the Divine Masters now, and it was not part of his plan. The problem was that plans could not keep up with changes. The appearance of the Sandstorm General was an accident. Being insta-killed was even more unexpected. However, Yue Yang had no other choice. After all, no matter how powerful he was, he did not have the ability to load. The Sandstorm General had been dead for more than 2 days, and Yue Yang had no idea that he was Sha Feng's son. He had no time to change his plan. By the time he sensed the Southwest Divine Master, Sha Feng, appearing in the sky, it was already too late. The sky was filled with divine light, making the already dark sky incomparably bright. The existence in the middle that was as strong as the blazing sun was the Southwest God Nation's Master God, the mountain beyond mountains big boss, Sha Feng. When Sha Feng appeared, his godly aura overwhelmed everyone. Even the heavy Rhinoceros Legion, who had won 10 battles and had high morale, instantly lost all will to resist. Even the strong-willed heavy Rhinoceros Legion sighed and waited for death, let alone the normal soldiers. Even if he had the will to fight, he could not summon the will to fight against a Divine Master. Moreover, even if he resisted, it would be meaningless. There would never be a general in the outer mountain who could fight against the Divine Master. The difference in strength between them was too great. Compared to a Divine Master, a general with the strength of a god's envoy was probably not even 1/10,000th of a Divine Master. They were like ants. How could they defeat a mammoth? As long as you take one move, this Divine Master will forgive you. The Southwest God, Sha Feng, did not explain the reason for his arrival. Forget about Yue Yang. Even the heavy Rhinoceros Legion, who was familiar with Mountain Beyond Mountain's intelligence, did not know the truth. He couldn't blame anyone for this. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame the Sandstorm Warrior for dying too quickly. If Yue Yang had shouted, "Report your name," this situation wouldn't have happened. Moreover, after the Sandstorm Warlord died, the Southwest Divine Master, Sha Feng, would not have learned that the Sandstorm Warlord had been killed so quickly, and he would not have come to seek revenge out of anger if he hadn't done it on a whim. All of this was a coincidence. Heaven's will. It was not what Yue Yang had imagined. It was not something that could be controlled by humans. Yue Yang was considering if he should play dead and avoid the battle, or sneak back into the grimoire world and wait for Sha Feng to leave before coming out again. Fighting Sha Feng now was definitely not the best outcome. Not only would it attract the attention of the other 7 Divine Masters, it would also alert the enemy and scare Ji Wei away. If Jiwari knew that he had also come to mountain beyond mountain, with his cautiousness, would he show himself so easily? This way, it would be difficult to kill him. Just as he was hesitating, another ray of divine light shone in the sky, illuminating half the sky. Like a dragon or a flame, the divine light streaked across the sky from the distant horizon. In an instant, it arrived before the southwestern divine lord Sha Feng. Akaji, the southwest god, Sha Feng, snorted coldly. Mind your own business. As a divine master, do you really want to interfere? Do you think that I don't even have the right to punish these ants? Opposing Sha Feng was an uninvited guest whose body was constantly burning with a strange divine flame. At the same time, he emitted a dazzling radiance. He was the staunch supporter of the Eastern Camp's god slaying, Kai Chu, the divine master of the Southeast Divine Kingdom of the Outer Mountains. This Akaji was also Yue Yang's acquaintance, the Griffin Marshal, the Golden Eagle General and Old Spear's Master. At the same time, he was also the Southwest God, Sha Feng's archenemy. Although the 8 great gods had a peace agreement, Akaji and Sha Feng had a long-standing grudge. It had not been resolved in 10,000 years. Instead, it had deepened. In response to Sha Feng's questioning, Akaji laughed loudly, his voice shaking the heavens and earth. Nice words, this is exactly what you are good at. If you want to punish someone, you can always find a pretext. Sha Feng, as a high and mighty divine master, you actually laid your hands on a bunch of weak soldiers. Haha, even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed for you. I only know that as a divine master, my divine dignity is not to be challenged. If anyone dares to touch my bottom line, they will have to bear my thunderous anger. The Southwest God, Sha Feng, pointed his finger angrily at Akaji and snorted, even you, Akaji, are no exception. Let me ask you one last time, Akaji, do you really want to be a shield for the Northeast God Kingdom soldiers? I really didn't know that you have such a good relationship with the Northeast, Qing Yun. It seems that Qing Yun's declaration of neutrality is not because he truly loves peace, but a trick, right? Unlike that coward Qing Yun, I, Akaji, have never been afraid of fighting. Akaji replied proudly, not to mention you, Sha Feng, even Black Day can't make me take half a step back. Alright, let's fight earlier, let's bring it forward to now. Sha Feng's voice was gloomy and terrifying, his eyes emitting endless killing intent. Let's fight, who's afraid of who? Akaji was not afraid at all. The 2 big bosses were about to fight, and the heavy rhinoceros hurriedly ran away with his subordinates. As the saying goes, when the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat suffer. A war between 2 divine masters was not a joke. Once they started fighting, it was estimated that everything within 1,000 miles would be smashed into pieces. If they didn't run now, when would they? Other than Yue Yang, who was quietly hiding and peeping, all the soldiers ran away, regretting that their parents had given them 2 less legs. With regards to the retreat of the heavy rhinoceros army on the ground, the Southwest Divine Master Sha Feng was not very concerned. First, if he wanted to destroy this army, he could do it anytime and anywhere. He didn't care if they escaped to the ends of the earth, the result would be the same. Second, now the main target to deal with was Kai Chu, who was also a divine lord, so he couldn't be distracted. Sha Feng and Akaji began to confront each other, looking for the other party's weakness. No one wanted to lose. 10,000 years of secret war had made them understand each other, and they knew each other very well. If 2 divine masters with similar strength were to fight, they had to find the other party's major weakness if they wanted to determine the winner. Otherwise, a draw would be certain. There seems to be something interesting happening here. Is it a fight? I like it the most. A voice came from nowhere. When Yue Yang heard it, he realized that there was another divine master in the field. Even with Yue Yang's Heaven Eyes divine vision, he could not capture the appearance of this divine master. Furthermore, even with his inherent skill of disguise, he seemed to be in danger of being seen through. The divine master who came uninvited was different from Sha Feng and Akaji. He was not completely unaware of the existence of Yue Yang. His gaze was filled with doubt as he searched the ground, passing by Yue Yang's hiding place 3 times. Fortunately, in the end, he was still deceived by Yue Yang, who had raised his creation domain. This fellow is even more powerful than Sha Feng and Akaji. Yue Yang wiped off his cold sweat. He did not dare to look up easily, in case he was discovered by this divine master who came uninvited. It's you, Zhao Shi. The Southeast Divine Master Akaji's expression changed slightly, you want to join forces with Sha Feng to besiege me? The proud North God Lord Zhao Shi. You're not qualified. Compared to Akaji, Sha Feng was more delighted. After all, the North God Lord Zhao Shi, who had just arrived, was a great help to the Western camp. His strength was only inferior to Black Day. If the Northern God Lord, Zhao Shi, did not come to restrain the Southern God Lord, Tian Chou, who was a staunch supporter of the God-slaying alliance, it would not be easy for the Western camp to suppress the Eastern camp. Speaking of besiege, Akaji, please allow me, Frost Cold, to correct a small mistake in your words. 2 people can only be considered a joint attack. Only 3 people or more can be considered a besiege, just like what we are doing now. Snowflakes floated down from the sky, and the ground froze. White frost froze the ground. The area within 10 kilometers instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. Some of the injured heavy rhinoceros soldiers who did not manage to escape 10 kilometers in time were left behind. A gust of cold wind blew past, and they were all frozen into ice sculptures. Only the heavy rhinoceros general, who was in charge of escorting them, was lucky enough to escape. However, his limbs were already frozen stiff, his face was purple, and his body was trembling non-stop. If not for his 2 companions risking their lives to turn around and rescue him, he might have frozen to death. If it was just Sha Feng, a single divine master, Akaji did not care about him, even if he was an old enemy. He waited for the North God, Zhao Shi, to appear. Akaji was fighting 1 against 2 and was at a disadvantage. He had a bad feeling about this. When the 3rd divine master, the Northwest God, Frost Cold, appeared, Akaji's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he also had thoughts of retreating, 1 against 3. Akaji was not that arrogant, and his strength did not allow him to act recklessly. Just the North God, Lord Zhao Shi, alone was hard enough to deal with, not to mention there were still 2 others who were not inferior to him, Sha Feng and Frost Cold. The most terrifying thing was that this seemed to be a trap. The enemy intended to attack him by surrounding him with 3 people. On the other hand, Yue Yang was very happy to see this. He immediately sat on a rock and took out some snacks to eat while watching the god battle that was about to erupt. 3 against 1, don't be afraid, quickly use your ultimate move, Heavenly Treasure Wheel Dance. It was a pity that Yue Yang had forgotten that Akaji was not the Gold Saint Sha Jia. He did not know the Heavenly Treasure Wheel Dance that was invincible in group attacks and defense. Chapter 1166. Even if it was 1 against 3, as an expert, Akaji did not lose heart and despair even though he was in a difficult situation. He was the proud Southeast Divine Master. Until the Southwest Divine Master, Sha Feng, took out a small object. When this small object was taken out, Akaji's whole body trembled slightly. Obviously, he was extremely afraid of this small object. Yue Yang's heart was also greatly shaken. This was because he discovered that he had found the thing that he had been searching for so long without a trace. It was also the ultimate goal that the mysterious existence in the Silver Grimoire had assigned to Yue Yang, the true body of the ancient artifact. This small object was about the size of a finger and was diamond-shaped. There were dozens of small fragments inlaid on the side, forming a small necklace. Not to mention its body, even the smallest of the dozens of inlaid fragments contained divine power that was not inferior to the power that Akaji, Sha Feng, Frost Cold and Zhao Shi had displayed. The core in the middle was definitely forged by the will of the ancient great god. It was already a peerless divine weapon, possessing a supreme divine power that shocked even Yue Yang. Anyone, as long as they could use 1%, 1,000th, or even 1/10,000th of it, then they could easily ascend to become a god. However, the main body of this diamond-shaped ancient artifact already had its own divinity. It had its own godhood. No one could control it and become its master. When it was respectfully invited by Sha Feng, it floated in midair. In an instant, it displayed its divine power. Its divine power soared into the sky. Within a radius of 100 miles, with it as the absolute center, a unique temporary divine territory was formed. In this temporary god territory, Yue Yang was surprised to find that everything in the world had automatically changed into the state of the god-vanquishing secret realm. Although it was not the real god-vanquishing secret realm, the soil and sand here had already become similar to the god-vanquishing secret gold. Indestructible, Yue Yang reached out his hand and grabbed the ground. He discovered that they were still the same. Sand was sand, and rocks were rocks. There was no qualitative change. However, in this temporary god domain, the will of the divine artifact had made them incomparably hard. It was different from their usual state. Not only that, in this temporary god domain, the strength of everyone present had decreased by 100 times. It was similar to the space in the god destruction's secret realm that was restricted by the will of the ancient great god and the ancient laws. Divine destruction, how did you get this thing? Could it be that Tian and Bing Li did not succeed in sealing it back then? Did you get it out? Crazy, all of you are crazy. Akaji roared hysterically. The veins on his forehead were exposed, and he had completely lost his composure. We're not crazy, you're the crazy one, Sha Feng laughed. In order to seal the god vanquishing, Tian and Bing Li both died. It's not enough that you killed them, you still want to use it to harm me. Akaji was furious. As long as you don't die, that lunatic deicide will not fall. As long as that stubborn lunatic deicide is in the mountain beyond mountain, our god creation plan will have to be delayed for another day. Do you know how precious our time is? For 10,000 years, our efforts have been in vain. We've had enough of you and deicide. So, all of you must die. If you had agreed to our plan back then, how many gods could we have created in these 10,000 years? It's you, you've been causing trouble for us at the expense of others. Sha Feng finally revealed his true goal, which was to take down the enemy deicide. As for Akaji, it was because he supported deicide and was in the eastern camp. Akaji was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, he lost his composure and laughed hysterically for a long time. Sha Feng and the other two stared coldly at Akaji. Their gazes were as if they were looking at a dead man. Yue Yang, who was secretly hiding below, didn't dare to make a sound even though he was listening with great interest. He was afraid that the enemy would notice and affect the big picture. After a long time, Akaji stopped laughing. It was as if he had been cut by a knife. God creation, so you've been plotting that laughable plan all along. I, Akaji, may not be a smart person, but I also know that this kind of heaven-defying action will never succeed. Creating a god, ha ha ha, what a preposterous and ridiculous idea. Cultivation and growth is a kind of accumulation, a kind of continuous self-transcendence. It needs to be done step by step and with self-awareness. It is done step by step. No shortcuts will work. What's more, it's a heaven-defying and laughable action of using external forces to God creation. Let's not talk about turning a human into a god. Even if it's a treasure, you can't use external forces to forcefully increase its quality. Do you have the ability to create a divine equipment for me to see? Is it possible? Impossible. Why is it that you, who have never succeeded in 10,000 years, are still so stubborn? We have long mastered the taboo power. We just lack time to perfect it. Sha Feng was unmoved. It was as if whatever Akaji said was nonsense. Taboo power, haha, it's a terrifying method that can never turn a human into a god. Instead, it will only make one neither human nor ghost. Just based on this laughable experiment, you believe in the god creation plan. Too naive. It's simply a delusion. Akaji raised his lips and mocked. Enough. If we can't create a god, how did you and I become gods? Akaji, have you forgotten? Sha Feng couldn't help but shout. You said that we have ascended to become gods. Have we really ascended to become gods? Poor Sha Feng. You've already been blinded by power and confidence. Not to mention you and me, even Black Day and Deicide can't be called gods. Moreover, even Deicide has never admitted that he's a true god. Could it be that you're so complacent that you can't even recognize who you are after a few words of flattery from your subordinates? It's precisely because we've taken a shortcut on the path of cultivation. We've gone in the wrong direction. One wrong thought has ruined our entire future. Only people like Tian and Bing Li can be called gods. What capabilities do you, Sha Feng, have to be compared to Tian and Bing Li? Even I feel ashamed for you. Sha Feng, you've already fallen. Your inflated vanity and power have made you lose yourself. It's no wonder that for the sake of power, you've even brought out such a terrifying god equipment like the God Destroyer. Akaji had gradually calmed down. He probably knew that he couldn't escape today and had come to a realization. Therefore, he didn't lose his composure like he did when he first saw the God Destroyer. Am I going in the wrong direction? That's what you think. I've never thought so. Sha Feng didn't agree with Akaji's words. Idiot. Yue Yang cursed in his heart. However, he suppressed his emotions and continued to eavesdrop. What a Southwest god. If you think that this self-proclaimed god master is really a god master, then I have nothing to say. Akaji decided not to talk to Sha Feng anymore because this guy was completely hopeless. Akaji, considering that we used to be companions, you can change your mind. North God Lord Zhao Shi decided to give Akaji one last chance. I change my mind and carry out that ridiculous god-making plan with you. Zhao Shi, I'm sorry. I can't do it. Akaji waved his hand forcefully as if he had made up his mind. Maybe you don't agree with me, but this is how Akaji, I can't treat something that's obviously wrong as right. Even if I die, you can forget about changing my mind. I'm Akaji, a unique and indomitable man. I'm not a coward who will bow to power and evil forces. You have your own ideals. I won't force you. North God Lord Zhao Shi seemed to know what kind of person Akaji was. He didn't try to persuade him. Zhao Shi, I don't understand. You're obviously a smart person. Why are you doing such an idiotic thing with them? What kind of plan to create a god? Even a 3-year-old child will not believe it. Do you really think that a god can be created? Kai Chu looked at Zhao Zai's eyes, full of disappointment. Life is long. It's hard to pass the time if you don't do something. North God Lord Zhao Shi smiled faintly. Well, we all have different ideals. There's no need to say more. Today, let me, Akaji, experience the ultimate skills of the 3 gods, Zhao Shi, Sha Feng, and Frost Cold. Akaji roared. His morale soared and he decided to fight to the death. He knew that this battle might be his last. He didn't care about anything else. He was determined to fight to the death. In the end, he would drag someone down with him. The Northwest god Frost Cold, who had been silent all this while, sneered. You want to be tortured? Such a simple request. We'll be kind enough to satisfy you. Akaji wanted to charge forward and be the first to attack the Northwest god. However, the moment he was about to move, Akaji was shocked to find that his left ankle had been wrapped by a crystal-clear ice chain. This was one of the unique skills of the Northwest god Frost Cold, freezing chain. Before he could raise his hand to destroy it with his divine power, Akaji had already been pulled by Frost Cold's ice chain. Come down. I've already quietly put down the ice chain when you were talking. Otherwise, who would be interested in listening to your nonsense? Frost Cold had a good command of the freezing chain. With a thought, even someone as strong as Akaji could not resist and was pulled down from the sky. At this time, Akaji was extremely angry. But he didn't lose his mind and was not in a hurry to break free. Instead, with the pulling force of the ice chain, he swooped down like a meteor and hit Frost Cold, who appeared like lightning below. His fist burst into a ball of flame, like a dragon turning over, and fiercely punched toward Frost Cold's face. However, the heavy punch of Akaji, who was angry, made Frost Cold relax his arm and raise his hand to catch it gently. The dragon flame gushed out and burned Frost Cold's palm. Half a second later, the flame that could melt gold and stone condensed into ice, and even Akaji's hand became an ice arm. Frost Cold sneered. When Akaji's second punch came down, he swung his hand. He threw Akaji far away. Akaji stopped the huge force in midair, but his feet were pulled by the opposite force of the ice chain, and he fell sideways to the ground. Akaji, who hurriedly supported himself with one hand on the ground, narrowed his eyes. He did not know when, but a foot appeared in front of him and kicked heavily toward his face. This was Sha Feng, who seized the perfect opportunity. Akaji hurriedly rolled and avoided this heavy kick. At the same time, he hit the ground with his arm and bounced up. He was ready to adjust his passive posture and position, and struggle against the ice chain to fight again. But time did not allow him to do so. A black shadow flashed in the sky. The afterimage was especially in Akaji's eyes. The real body had already hit Akaji's lower abdomen with an elbow. The heavy blow made Akaji feel so much pain that he wanted to die, and he almost vomited blood on the spot. Akaji, who reacted extremely quickly, did a roundhouse hook kick, and swept away the shadow that hit his abdomen with the heavy elbow. It was actually Sha Feng, who was chasing after him. Sha Feng blocked the hook kick with his arm, and was not injured at all. He was only temporarily pushed back. Akaji, on the other hand, was hit by the heavy elbow and smashed into the ground like a meteorite. With a loud bang, he smashed into the ground, and sank deep into the rocks. If it was not for the temporary god territory created by this ancient relic, god destruction, with supreme god power and supreme will, Akaji would not have been injured at all. It was impossible for ordinary rocks to injure Akaji's body. But now, in the temporary god territory, the hardness of the rocks was similar to the god destruction secret gold. Akaji hit the ground with both hands and jumped backwards. After dodging Zhao Zai's leisurely palm pressure, he would rather let Sha Feng hit him 10 times than let Zhao Shi press down with a solid palm. On the other side, Frost Cold sneered, and used his will to pull the ice chain again. Akaji's body lost control and moved forward, crashing into Frost Cold's fatal freezing finger gun. If this finger gun hit, Akaji's forehead would definitely be cracked open. Get lost. Akaji quickly tilted his head and dodged the freezing finger gun. Ignoring the scratches on his face, he slammed his head into Frost Cold's nose. Frost Cold, who was hit, covered his face and retreated, but did not forget to pull the ice chain and throw Akaji into the air. In the sky, Sha Feng's fists were like drums, hitting Akaji's back. Akaji flipped upside down and kicked Sha Feng 100 meters away, but before he could retract his body, he found Zhao Shi floating in the air. The palm seemed to pass through thousands of years of time. Although he could sense it, Akaji had no way to avoid it. It was as if he was destined to be hit thousands of years ago. That palm accurately and silently hit Akaji's chest. Yue Yang, who was watching the battle, was stunned. He only now realized how terrifying Zhao Shi, the Northern God Lord, was. Whether it was the power or the timing, it made people's hearts turn cold. Strong enemy, this Zhao Zai's strength was 10 times stronger than expected. Rumble 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 rumble, Akaji, who was sent flying, flew 1,000 meters away and smashed into the ground. He smashed through 3 boulders and created a huge pit that was several hundred meters long. This was the result of him deliberately changing his flight path in order to protect himself. If he did not do anything and directly took the palm, he would probably have to go 300 meters underground to find him. If that was the case, it would be equivalent to falling into Sha Feng's trap and falling into the most disadvantageous situation. Every one of the 8 divine masters knew that Sha Feng was most proficient in dealing with enemies that were trapped underground. Sha Feng's ultimate technique had a natural advantage underground. Whoosh! Akaji, who only had time to use one hand to support his body, saw Sha Feng flash in front of him and punch him with lightning speed. From Yue Yang's point of view, it was as if Akaji was sliding on the ground and was sent flying by Sha Feng's punch. Dong! Akaji was sent flying like a top and his body fell on a rock mountain. The huge force smashed the rock mountain that was as hard as the god-destroying secret gold into pieces. Cough cough, Akaji, who had been continuously attacked by the 3 divine masters, Frost Cold, Sha Feng and Zhao Shi, finally vomited blood. He vomited blood. What made him the most passive was that his right ankle was still locked with an ice chain. The other end of the ice chain was the Northwest Divine Master, Frost Cold. As long as this Northwest Divine Master did not remove the shackles, any action of Akaji would be strongly disrupted by him. What was the outcome of this battle for Akaji? Not to mention outsiders, even Yue Yang, who had been fighting against adversity for a long time, felt a headache when faced with such a predicament. Chapter 1167. After fighting for 10 minutes, Akaji had already been knocked down dozens of times. Blood splattered all over the ground. Among the 3 of them attacking together, the North God Lord Zhao Zai's heavy palm attack was the most powerful. Zhao Zai's palm attack looked soft and gentle on the surface, but it was actually more powerful than lightning, penetrating through the body's internal organs. Yue Yang frowned as he watched. He couldn't think of a good way to get out of this predicament. Especially when he couldn't expose himself, it was even more difficult. If it was Yue Yang fighting alone, he might have a way to deal with Zhao Shi, Frost Cold and Sha Feng. However, the one he was fighting now was the Southeast God Master Akaji, whose background was already known by his enemies. Akaji, you idiot, die! Sha Feng was like a hungry wolf, chasing after Akaji relentlessly. Scram! Akaji was already prepared to die since the beginning of the battle. He didn't even think about how to escape. In the divine domain created by the ancient divine weapon, no one could easily escape from its will, not to mention that there were 3 enemies with the same level of strength as him. Akaji was thinking about how to drag one of his 3 opponents into the water. He would fight to the death and let his opponent be his scapegoat. Sha Feng pounced towards him at lightning speed, his fists raining down like rain. His fists landed on Akaji's back. Blood spurted out from Akaji's mouth, but he didn't move an inch, as if he wasn't the one who was heavily injured. Under Sha Feng's storm-like attacks, Akaji slowly closed his eyes. His right hand stretched out as if he was caressing his lover. Sha Feng's expression changed when he heard this. He leapt high up and immediately escaped from Akaji's attack range. He carefully retreated to the side of Zhao Shi and Frost Cold. Golden light burst forth. A pillar of energy rose from the top of a gold grimoire, pointing towards the sky. A guardian spirit beast that looked like a dragon in a flame appeared. With thunder and lightning, it merged into Akaji's body, instantly increasing its master's energy by 10 times. A domain arose. It was a golden flame domain, and the image of a horned dragon's head could be faintly seen. Perhaps this was the origin of Akaji's godly name. Akaji gently turned a page with his left hand. A spiritual weapon appeared in his left hand. It was like a halberd but not a halberd, like a machete but not a battle axe. Although it didn't have the supreme power of a true divine weapon, it was still unique and became a divine weapon with its own attribute. At first, Yue Yang even suspected that it was a low-grade god artifact, but after confirming it again and again, he realized that it was only a quasi-god artifact. With the rank of a quasi-god artifact, it was able to emit the power of a true divine weapon. This was the divine weapon that Akaji had been using to fight for 10,000 years, the dragon swallowing. The dragon swallowing was not a halberd, nor was it an ordinary axe. Instead, it was a horned spear shaped like a dragon but not a dragon. Relying on it, Akaji was able to sit on the Southeast Divine Lord's throne. And it had not been lost for 10,000 years. Today, Akaji needed to use it to fight the enemy again. Perhaps it already knew that this was its master's last battle, so the spiritual, dragon swallowing, shook and buzzed non-stop. Old friend, let us fight these fated enemies together. Ever since Tian and Bing Li died in battle, I actually had this kind of awareness. It's just that I promised Deicide that I must persevere no matter what. Today, my efforts have reached the end. Even if I die on the battlefield, I can rest in peace. Akaji gently stroked the body of the dragon swallowing, as if he was talking to a close friend, pouring out his heart. The Eastern Divine Lord Deicide was not here, so Akaji could only fight alone. The only person he could always rely on was the dragon swallowing, in his own hands. My king, don't leave me. In the grimoire world, perhaps it sensed the danger outside, or perhaps it was because of the guidance of the beast. A woman in white flew out, crying and throwing herself into Akaji's arms. Her beautiful face was like a pear blossom in the rain. If it was not shrouded in sorrow, she would be a great beauty that could easily captivate all living things. Her hands tightly hugged Akaji's waist, sobbing uncontrollably. Her voice was like a cuckoo crying blood. If people heard it, they would all be heartbroken. Akaji was not a cold-hearted person, but the situation was like a tiger pressing against a man. He could only helplessly sigh at his bad luck. He slowly stretched out his right hand and very gently stroked his lover's long hair. At this time, he was no longer the Southeastern Divine Lord who fought a bloody battle, but a good husband who bid his wife affectionately before leaving. If he was not in a desperate situation, how could he be so heroic? My king, I will bid farewell. I know that my king is most afraid of loneliness, so I will leave first. The road ahead is not far. I will wait for you. I will not let my king's journey be empty and lonely. My king, I will leave first. The woman in white kissed her lover affectionately. She knelt down again. Hugging her lover's knees, she kissed his trembling big hand with tears streaming down her face. She knew that in his heart, he was also reluctant to let her leave, but he could not make her stay. It was precisely because of this that she wanted to bid farewell more firmly, so as not to drag him down. She kissed his big hand again and again. It was not enough. Finally, she bowed respectfully again and kowtowed again and again. When she raised her little face to look at him again, her chest was already deeply pierced with a chastity dagger, all the way to the hilt. My king, if you have the chance to leave, don't hesitate. I will wait for you in front for 10,000 years, 100,000 years. Cough cough, this ambition of mine will never change. I will leave now, my king, take care. She weakly held onto Akaji's big hand, and in the end, her body could no longer support herself as she slid backwards. She still wanted to grab onto the corner of his clothes. Even though she was determined to leave first, she was still reluctant to part with him. Akaji also stretched out his hand towards her who was slowly falling to the ground, but he did not forcefully hold onto her little hand. Instead, he painfully closed his eyes and let her fall to the ground reluctantly. He could have saved her life just now, but he did not do that. Because, he also knew. She was determined to die. If he died here, she would definitely not live alone. Rather than letting her be sealed in the dark grimoire world for the rest of her life, or be held captive by the enemy and be humiliated by the enemy, it would be better to let her go peacefully and travel with him in the future. This was also her biggest wish in her heart. Hence, even though he was reluctant and could not bear to part with her, he also had to respect her choice. There's no meaning in dying like this if you don't die tragically enough. Let me help you guys. Unknowingly, a shining golden trident appeared in Sha Feng's hands. Under Akaji's furious gaze, he mercilessly pierced the chest of the white-clothed woman who was still breathing. Then, he lifted her limp body up and stabbed it in the air. Sha Feng. Akaji angrily pounced towards Sha Feng, but when Frost Cold pulled the ice chains, not only did Akaji fail to send Sha Feng flying due to his anger, he was also kicked away by Sha Feng. You're finally a little miserable now, but I think it's not enough. Actually, you can be even more miserable. Sha Feng laughed out loud. My beloved concubine. Akaji's eyes shed 2 streaks of bloody tears. My king, go, go. The white-clothed woman who was stabbed in the air by the golden trident had already been dyed with blood. Her tear-stained face struggled with all her might to smile weakly and weakly. This smile was like the withering of 100 flowers. Heaven and earth, everything was overshadowed. The white-clothed woman's fingers trembled slightly, as if she still wanted to comfort Akaji, who was so angry that his face was distorted but he couldn't break free from the ice chains in his desperation. However, this gentle movement exhausted the last of her life force. Her delicate head drooped down powerlessly, and her eyes slowly closed. She, who had a faint smile on her lips, couldn't hold on for even a second longer. She died. Ow 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 ow. Akaji suddenly went crazy. His body erupted with a strength that was 100 times stronger than before. The ice chains that were wrapped around the joints of his body made him break apart in anger, breaking inch by inch. Frost Cold, who was pulling him, was so shocked that the perlicue between his thumb and index finger was bleeding. Even the expressionless North God Lord Zhao Shi revealed a vigilant light in his eyes. Sha Feng didn't have time to mince the blood-clothed woman's corpse that was stabbed in the golden trident, and his face was hit by Akaji's angry punch. Accompanied by this heavy punch that was filled with hatred, 2 of his teeth also broke and flew into the air, dancing with his blood. Akaji's dragon swallowing stabbed straight at Sha Feng. He barely dodged it, and used the golden trident to block this stab that pierced through his heart. On the other side, he wasn't able to block Akaji's head hammer. His sternum exploded, his whole body shot into the rock wall in the distance like a cannonball. Beloved, don't go too far in the darkness. Just stay a little ahead and wait for me. After I kill Sha Feng, I'll come find you. I know that you're afraid of the dark the most. I won't let you wait for long. Akaji, who was like a madman just now, suddenly stopped being crazy. He regained his senses, stabbed the dragon swallowing beside him, and stretched out his hands to catch his lover who was falling from the sky. Akaji's tiger eyes were filled with tears. He placed her on the ground with incomparable gentleness, and wiped away the blood that splashed on her face with extreme gentleness. Sha Feng returned at lightning speed, and angrily smashed the golden trident heavily on Akaji's forehead. Akaji, however, turned a deaf ear to it. Blood dripped down from his forehead like spring water. When Sha Feng realized that his attack didn't work, he immediately used the trident to stab again. Akaji held his lover with his left hand, and stretched out his right hand. When the middle blade of the golden trident pierced through his right palm, he gripped it forcefully, and his divine power exploded, twisting that quasi-sage golden trident into a fried dough twist, and finally breaking it with a twist. Akaji retracted his bleeding right hand, and with both hands holding his lover, he walked towards the rock wall where Yue Yang was hiding. He gently placed her in a small pit that was less than 100 meters away from Yue Yang, bent down, and kissed his lover for the last time. The furious Sha Feng lifted a huge rock. It smashed heavily on Akaji's head. Akaji also turned a blind eye to it. When the huge rock was about to bury the 2 of them, he exerted his strength, and forcefully broke the huge rock. With a heavy punch, he sent Sha Feng, who was entangled with him, flying 1,000 meters away. All of you shall be buried with me. Akaji, who was covered in blood, returned to the place where he stabbed dragon swallowing. He slowly pulled out this godly weapon that had accompanied him for his entire life, and raised his head towards the sky, his face full of determination. I don't want to live anymore, and all of you shouldn't think about living anymore. What a joke, with just you. The Northwest Divine Master proudly strode forward. At some point in time, a divine weapon had wrapped itself around his right hand. It was also a quasi-divine artifact treasure, and whether it was in terms of power or grade, it did not lose out to the Soul Lock, Heavenly Heart treasure chain of the dragon-swallowing, horned azure spear. He fearlessly faced Akagi, who had become 100 times stronger because of despair and sadness. He walked forward with his head held high, and sneered continuously. Don't think that only you have a quasi-divine weapon, and don't think that only you have a grimoire. You, who can't even defeat Sha Feng, are not qualified to challenge me, let alone Zhao Shi. Akagi, you are actually the weakest among the 8 god masters. If it wasn't for deicide, you would have been killed by us long ago. Do you think that you would still be alive for tens of thousands of years? Boom, boom. On the other side, Sha Feng and Zhao Shi didn't hold back anymore. They summoned their grimoires and godly weapons, and exploded with power, preparing to give Akagi the final fatal blow. Yue Yang didn't pay attention to the 3 of them fighting. Most of his attention was focused on the woman buried under the rubble. Why did Akagi want to bury her here? Could it be that there was some secret? Was this a hint, or was it a meaningless action that Akagi did casually? Chapter 1168. The guardian beast that Sha Feng had summoned was an elemental type, tornado. After fusing, he casually pointed. Dozens of terrifying tornadoes appeared on the ground. Even in the god domain created by the main body of the ancient remnant, this elemental whirlwind could still display extraordinary power. His treasure was even stranger. It was shaped like a flywheel and continuously spun, using divine power as its kinetic energy to cut through everything in the world. Compared to Akagi's dragon swallowing, this quasi-divine weapon, Spiral Fang, was not the slightest bit weaker. In fact, it was even more bizarre. On the other side of the battlefield, the northern god, Lord Zhao Shi, had a low-grade divine weapon that was above dragon swallowing, Spiral Fang, and Soul Lock in terms of quality and power. It was a mirror, the true wonder divine mirror. This was not a quasi-divine weapon, but a true divine weapon. Zhao Zai's guardian beast made Yue Yang, who was watching the battle from below, wary. This was because the northern god lord's guardian beast was a plant type, lantern grass, a beast that didn't seem to have any attack power. As the northern god lord, how could Zhao Shi summon such a weak beast to fight? He must have his reasons for doing so. Furthermore, this seemingly weak and harmless lantern grass was probably the true reason why Zhao Shi was able to suppress others and become the powerful northern god lord. Akagi, you can die now. Sha Feng laughed maniacally. He pointed with his finger and a tornado immediately appeared under Akagi's feet. Even as a god lord, Akagi couldn't resist this kind of suction. He was instantly pulled out of the ground. In midair, Akagi waved his dragon swallowing, tearing through space and piercing through the tornado. However, Sha Feng had been waiting for a long time. The Spiral Fang, in his hand, slashed heavily on Akagi's waist, intending to cut Akagi's body into 2. Frost Cold was even faster than Sha Feng. His soul-binding chain coiled around Akagi's left arm like a snake preying on its prey. When Akagi swung his spear to block, the soul-binding chain transformed into a gigantic net that covered the sky, wrapping around Akagi and dragging him down to the ground. The ground was frozen for 1,000 miles. Northwest God Lord Frost Cold's guardian beast, Glacier, was a gigantic element-type beast. When it opened its mouth and spat towards the sky, the entire world turned into a world of ice and snow. Hailstones fell from the sky, crashing onto the ground one after another. The temperature in the sky was unimaginably low. Even a drop of water would turn into ice. Yue Yang, who was watching the battle from afar, felt a kind of numbness. His agility was no longer there and his mobility was greatly reduced. Compared to the sky, the attacks on the ground were even more terrifying. Thousands of ice blades drilled out of the ground, stretching out and piercing towards the sky. Akagi bounced up from the ground, but his whole body was frozen and turned into a snowman. Other than the dragon swallowing in his hand, all other parts of his body were frozen. Even his eyes were no exception. Get lost. Akagi burst out of the ice and spat out a mouthful of cold air. He waved his dragon swallowing angrily and hit the soul-binding chain away. Although he hated the Northwest God Lord Frost Cold, Akagi knew that he couldn't kill 2 God Lords. Hence, the target of mutual destruction fell on the Southwest God Lord Sha Feng, who hated him more and would never forgive him. Come at me, I haven't tortured you enough. Don't die too quickly. When Sha Feng saw Akagi, who was covered in ice water, pouncing towards him, he didn't retreat at all. Instead, he faced him confidently. He used the quasi-divine weapon, Spiral Fang, to fight against the dragon swallowing while he waved his fists and fought against Akagi. Boom boom. When two god lords with similar strength fought, it would be difficult to determine the winner within 100 days. It was not easy for Akagi to kill Sha Feng now. After all, he was severely injured previously. He didn't have an advantage in terms of body and strength. What was more difficult was that with the two god lords, Zhao Shi and Frost Cold, there was no chance for Akagi to succeed. If he really could kill Sha Feng, it would be impossible unless a miracle happened or an ancient god descended to help him. Frost Cold let out a long roar towards the sky. His voice shook the mountains and rivers. Following Frost Cold's roar, which was comparable to the cold wind of the extreme north, snow began to fall inside and outside the god domain created by the consciousness of the ancient relic. This was one of the Northwest God Lord Frost Cold's unique skills, 10,000 miles snow drift. Every snowflake carried Frost Cold's murderous intent. Every snowflake was connected to his will. As long as it touched any object, these snowflakes would immediately activate the god power from within Frost Cold's body and freeze the enemy to death. Yue Yang let out a breath of cold air. Like a cat, he sneaked out quietly. He stole the body of the woman buried under the rubble, who committed suicide and was killed by Sha Feng with his golden trident. Fire. Akagi's body burned with a rising god fire. It was like a dragon, or a flame, and all the ice Frost Cold's chi was repelled. Just as the Northwest God Lord Frost Cold's attack failed, the North God Lord Zhao Shi suddenly moved. He aimed the True Wonder Divine Mirror, which was floating in the air, at Akagi. Then, he picked up the lantern grass beside him and shone it. A strange light that was thousands of times more brilliant than the divine light on his body gushed out and condensed into a beam of light that cut through time and space. It was as if it was destined to hit Akagi since thousands of years ago. It directly shone on Akagi's body and blasted Akagi, who had no time to react at all, over 10,000 meters away. On the surface, his body was unharmed, but Akagi was howling in pain. Yue Yang was shocked when he saw this. Soul attack. This North God Lord Zhao Zai's lantern grass combined with the True Wonder Divine Mirror could actually achieve a soul attack that was close to Ah Man's death stare. Moreover, this kind of Divine Mirror's illumination attack was much better than the death stare, which had a very low probability of success. As long as he seized the best opportunity, Zhao Shi could attack at any time. Ah Man's death stare, on the other hand, could only rely on luck. Akagi covered his head with one hand and used the dragon swallowing to support his body with the other. Frost Cold threw a big ice ball at his head and froze Akagi. The soul-binding chain wrapped around the ice ball and threw it to Sha Feng, who was in the air. Sha Feng used the spiral tooth and cut the big ice ball that froze Akagi in half. Blood spurted from Akagi's waist and abdomen. He was almost cut in half by the spiral tooth. He was in incomparable pain and howled in pain. However, he did not defend. The dragon swallowing spear in his hand pierced Sha Feng, piercing through his enemy's lower abdomen and coming out from his ribs. Even if he had to risk his life, he wanted to drag Sha Feng down with him. This was Akagi's biggest wish. There was no way he would be lucky today. But even if he died, he would not let his old enemy, Sha Feng, have an easy time, damn it. Sha Feng used the spiral tooth to hit the dragon swallowing heavily and borrowed the momentum to retreat 10,000 meters away. He screamed in pain. Zhao Shi, are you still not serious? I'm about to be dragged into the water by this madman Kai Chu. Have you forgotten what you promised Black Day? Don't tell me that you want to go back on your words now. If you had used your full strength from the start, we would not have been injured at all. What are you waiting for? If Deicide and Tencho rush over, the plan will fail. Are you going to watch the plan that you have been planning for 10,000 years go down the drain? You don't need to remind me. I know what I should do. Zhao Zai's expression was calm and expressionless. Useless, Sha Feng, you can't even beat an injured Akagi. The Northwest God Lord Frost Cold had a face full of contempt. Indeed, compared to Zhao Shi and Frost Cold, Sha Feng was slightly inferior. But the reason why he was injured, it had nothing to do with strength. It was the result of Akagi risking his life. Akagi risked his life to kill Sha Feng. If it was not for Frost Cold and Zhao Zai's help, how could Sha Feng be standing here so easily? Even if he did not die, he would still lose a layer of skin. Zhao Shi looked at Akagi, who was vomiting blood in pain, and slowly raised his palm. Akagi, surrender, I can spare your life. Akagi laughed wildly, blood spurting out of his mouth. His attitude showed that, He would rather die than surrender. The true wonder divine mirror turned and the divine light shone on Akaji's body. Akaji's whole body was sluggish, and his consciousness seemed to be sealed by time. Zhao Shi did not need any tricks. He slowly made his move and slapped the top of Akaji's head with an extremely heavy palm. Immediately, his skull cracked and blood spurted out from the 7 orifices on Akaji's face. Akaji waved the dragon-swallowing spear. He did not stab at Zhao Shi who was beside him, but instead stabbed at Sha Feng who was pouncing on him. Zhao Shi raised his hand again and slapped a heavy palm on the back of Akaji's heart. Akaji's heart almost burst, but he resisted the urge to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Instead, he took advantage of the momentum. Dragon Swallowing pushed away frost-cold soul-binding chains and rushed towards Sha Feng with his bloodied body. He completely ignored Sha Feng's twisting teeth-slashing neck. He only used all his strength and slammed his head into Sha Feng's face. Zhao Shi and Frost Cold chased after Akaji and tried to kill him, but Akaji turned a deaf ear to them. He wholeheartedly chased after Sha Feng. He was knocked down nearly 100 times and was heavily injured to the point of death, but he still stubbornly refused to change. 5 minutes later, Akaji could no longer hold on and fell onto the ground. Sha Feng stepped heavily on Akaji's face and laughed wildly. Akaji, no matter how arrogant you are, aren't you still the mud under my feet now? Ha ha ha, a fool like you whose strength is ranked last among the 8 god masters, what qualifications do you have to look down on me? Pooh, the weak Akaji spat out a mouthful of blood. Sha Feng was furious. He madly stepped on Akaji's face with his feet, as if he wanted to vent out all the depression he had for the past 10,000 years. Zhao Shi frowned slightly, but he did not say anything in the end. Frost Cold also did not agree to humiliate his opponent like this. He could use any method to kill his opponent, but after winning, he would not act like a madman and humiliate his opponent crazily. When Sha Feng was trampling on Akaji's face, the dragon swallowing that had fallen far away suddenly turned into a ray of strange light. It looked like a dragon, but not a dragon, and also like a horned dragon, but not a horned dragon. Swoosh! It was so fast that it was unknown how many times faster than the speed of sound. It pierced through the knee that Sha Feng used to step on people. This is practically courting death. Sha Feng was in extreme pain and decided not to play anymore. He directly tore Akaji's body into 1,000 pieces. He pulled out the dragon-swallowing spear that was stained with blood and angrily threw it 10,000 meters away. Then, he raised the spiral tooth flywheel in his hand and heavily chopped towards Akaji's neck. Who dares to touch my brother? A ray of blade energy flashed from the distant horizon. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of him. Time and sound lagged far behind. This ray of blade energy was incomparably mysterious. It did not harm a single hair on Akaji, but it slashed Sha Feng to the ground and almost killed him on the spot. There is a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance who is not angry. He steps on the saber and appears beside Kai Chu. He ignores the sand and the northwest god, Shuang and Han, who are hurriedly retreating. He only cares about the dying man in front of him, Kai Chu. Akaji struggled to squeeze out a smile. Tencho, you finally came. It's a pity that I can no longer fight alongside you. The middle-aged man's arrogant face was full of sorrow. It's all my fault. If I didn't come late, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Akaji, my brother, whatever wish you have, I will definitely fulfill it for you. Akaji used a special technique of telepathy to pass on his unfulfilled wish and personal secret to the person who had come. He was the master of the Southern God Nation, the Southern God Master Tencho whom even the Western God Master Black Day dared not look down upon. Although there was no hope of survival, Akaji was very comforted. He did not think that he would meet his brother in the final moments of his life and pass on his greatest secret in time. With this, he would definitely be able to reverse the situation together with Boss Deicide. Tencho and Deicide were far stronger than him. They would definitely be able to avenge him. My brother, I understand. These wishes and secrets, I will definitely. The person pulled out a divine blade and slashed it at Akaji's neck. Then, he pierced the divine blade into Akaji's heart. Akaji did not react to the attack. He stared blankly at this familiar yet strange brother of his. Even in death, he did not dare and did not want to believe that his brother would actually brandish a blade at him. He truly died with everlasting regret. The person looked up to the sky and laughed. As expected, Deicide handed over all his secrets to you. Don't worry, my brother. I'll definitely tell Hey Dai about your secret. After sending you on your way, I don't mind revealing my identity to you. If you become a dead man and still have the ability to inform deicide, then I have nothing to say. Do you want to ask me who I am? Ha ha ha, Black Day called me brother, so who do you think I am? In this world, only a fool like you and an idiot like deicide would believe that I am an ally. Who dares to touch my brother? This is what I said, but unfortunately, you are not my brothers. Black Day is. Akaji opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. Blood had already filled his mouth. His pupils gradually dilated. Out of focus. Akaji's dragon swallowing is a quasi-divine weapon. It is not easy to imitate. I hope I can deceive deicide. What shocked Yue Yang the most was not the sneak attack of the man with the divine blade, but the appearance of another person. Yue. The current Yue had become exactly the same as Akaji. His words and actions were vivid. If not for Akaji's corpse in front of him, Yue Yang would not dare to confirm that this man who looked like Akaji was Yue. Seeing this scene, even if Yue Yang was an idiot, he believed that he could understand. Chapter 1169. Yue's move was truly ruthless. First, they ganged up on Akaji, 3 against 1, and heavily injured him. Fearing that Akaji wouldn't die, they even set up the Southern God Lord, Tencho, as a backup. In the end, Akaji fell into their trap. Not only did he die on the spot, he also mistakenly trusted Tencho and told Tencho the secret that deicide entrusted to him. In this way, Black Day and deicide would undoubtedly have the upper hand in the battle. Tencho was the greatest spy in the eastern camp, the northeastern God Lord, Qing Yun, was neutral, and the southeastern God Lord, Akaji, had died in battle. In the eastern camp, deicide was the only one left. Furthermore, deicide still had a hidden chess piece like Tencho by his side, who could turn against him at any time to deal a fatal blow. If this was not enough, there was also Yue, who had fused with a special type beast to transform into Akaji, to join the battle and besiege deicide. Deicide was alone, but he had to fight against his lifelong rival, Black Day, Zhao Shi, Sha Feng, Frost Cold, and the other 4 God Lords, in addition to his greatest spy, Tencho, and the transformed Akaji Yue. This was even more serious than fighting against 6 people alone. Under such a terrible situation, even if he had the strength of the strongest person in the outer mountains, he wouldn't be able to defy the heavens. Deicide's battle had not even begun, but he was already destined to be defeated with a grievance. Yue Yang shook his head. He sighed inwardly. At the same time, he was even more vigilant against Yue, who planned everything. For 10,000 years, it wasn't that Black Day didn't want to get rid of deicide, the obstacle, and become the strongest person in the outer mountains. However, he couldn't succeed even though he had the obvious advantage in strength. Now that Yue had come, Akaji was killed, and deicide had fallen into a situation where he would definitely lose. If all these were planned by Yue, then he was too terrifying. Yue Yang had to get rid of Yue as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would become a huge problem in the future. Is Akaji really dead? The Akaji that Yue transformed into looked down at the real Akaji's corpse. His divine sense is completely scattered, his divine power has melted away, even his grimoire is out of contract, and his Weiwu is dim. How could Akaji still be alive? Sha Feng, who had suffered multiple injuries, saw that Akaji was really dead. He endured the pain and laughed loudly. If everyone is still worried, I can chop his head off and make it into a chamber pot. Forget it, Akaji was a divine master after all. Even if we didn't say anything when he was alive, we can still give him some face after his death. Respecting our enemies is also respecting ourselves. Zhao Shi didn't agree with the act of humiliating Akaji's corpse. Not only him, even the merciless Frost Cold also shook his head. He didn't agree with Sha Feng's action, which was detrimental to a strong warrior's bearing. If Akaji was not dead, Frost Cold wouldn't mind slashing his body 10,000 times. However, Akaji was already dead. Even if he dismembered his corpse, it would be meaningless. Instead, it would damage the heart of a strong warrior. He's dead, so what if his corpse is intact? The middle-aged man waved his sword and cut Void apart. Then, he disappeared instantly. The summoning grimoire is indeed out of contract. Yue didn't believe the superficial signs of divine sense dissipating and divine power melting away. To him, he was used to seeing all kinds of strange innate abilities of the various races in the heaven realm. He had seen thousands of different special abilities like pretending to be dead. Each one was more cunning than the other. If he was not careful, he would be tricked. Therefore, to Yue, he would never easily trust his enemies. Even if his enemies were already dead, he would still maintain enough vigilance and defense. The only thing he could trust was the summoning grimoire. The summoning grimoire wouldn't lie. If its master was not dead, no matter how much it pretended to be or how much it deceived, it wouldn't lie. Instead, it would maintain the contract. On the contrary, if the summoning grimoire was out of contract, then its master would definitely die. There was no other possibility. Zhao Shi intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Yue Yang's hiding place. Yue Yang hurriedly held his breath and stayed motionless. He was afraid that he would be discovered by the Northern God Lord, who had unfathomable senses. Especially that, Zhen Miao, divine mirror. It was the most terrifying. Fortunately, Zhao Shi only suspected that it was an illusion and didn't investigate further. After all, no matter how he thought about it, he would never have imagined that there was someone in this world who could hide under his nose and watch the battle without anyone noticing. Zhao Shi and Frost Cold left together after confirming Akaji's death. Yue, who had transformed into Akaji, also stretched out his hand to sense the dark and dim summoning grimoire. After confirming the real Akaji's death, he also floated away. Everyone in the field, including Sha Feng, didn't have any ideas about the dragon swallowing spear. This was because they all knew that the divine equipment chose its master. Even if the dragon swallowing spear wasn't a divine equipment, it already possessed a certain level of consciousness and intelligence. Akaji had died in battle. It didn't mean that anyone could become its new master. Sha Feng raised his leg and kicked the dragon swallowing spear that was stuck in the ground high up into the air. Just as it was about to fall down, Sha Feng knocked the dragon swallowing spear away and deeply nailed it into the chest of Akaji's corpse. Akaji was already dead and didn't have any reaction. Sha Feng laughed strangely when he saw this. He turned into a ray of golden light and left the battlefield. Even the main body of the ancient artifact that he had carefully consecrated was left on the spot, not even sparing it another glance. The existence of the main body of the ancient artifact would create a divine domain that was 100 times weaker, comparable to the divine destruction secret realm. Sha Feng wasn't an idiot. If he didn't need it to murder Akaji, he would never dare to bring it around. Something's wrong. Yue Yang didn't immediately appear. Even though everyone had left, his sense of danger hadn't disappeared. Yue Yang chose to stay. He decided to wait and see. After an hour, there was a sudden change in the battlefield. Akaji, who was originally dead, started to tremble strangely. It seemed like he was going through a zombie transformation. Yue Yang, who was used to seeing big scenes, couldn't help but be filled with curiosity. He opened his eyes wide and watched Akaji's every move. Akaji's bruised and bloody body quickly recovered. He slowly stretched out his hands and closed them again. His 10 fingers extended and retracted, just like a frozen person who had just woken up and was moving his body. A minute passed. Akaji's eyes condensed with divine light and his consciousness returned. He stretched out his hand and gently pulled out the dragon swallowing that was stuck in his chest. The dragon swallowing dragon buzzed incessantly, as if it was very excited to see its master return. When Kai Chu supported his head and neck, he adjusted the broken skull one by one, allowing it to heal itself under the divine power. The wounds on his body had long since recovered and were as good as before. Even the bloody hole in his chest that was pierced by the dragon swallowing had disappeared, leaving only a red mark the size of a wound. That was a new scar from the regeneration of his flesh. 3 minutes. Akaji had completely recovered. There were no longer any wounds on his body. If Yue Yang hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that there was such a strange thing. He could be revived after being killed. What kind of inherent skill was this? Right now, the only thing that could prove that Akaji had gone through a tough battle was that more than 70% of his divine power had disappeared. Less than 30% of his divine power could be regained. If he hadn't been killed, no matter how many injuries Akaji had, he wouldn't be this weak. Akaji caressed the dragon swallowing spear lightly, as if he was caressing his lover's skin. He held the dragon swallowing in his hands. As long as I recover my divine power, I will definitely kill that bastard Sha Feng. Of course, I will also kill everyone in the western camp. No one will believe or know that I have the inherent skill, Dragon Whiskers Regenerate. It's a pity that my summoning grimoire has been lost. I paid a huge price to obtain it according to the secret contract between Tian and Bing Li, but now it's gone again. I wonder if I can contract a grimoire again if I pay the same price in the future. Sighing slightly, Akaji walked towards Yue Yang's hiding place. He prepared to move the rubble away. He wanted to find his lover's corpse. Yue Yang was surprised to find that the girl who had moved away earlier was also recovering. Her injuries were getting better. Although her recovery speed was not as fast as Akaji's, it was still very shocking. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for this woman to regain her senses. Because now, her eyelashes had started to tremble, as if she had regained some consciousness. Live and die together. So this girl's special ability is to live and die together. Yue Yang had his suspicions before, but before he could find out, the truth had already been laid out in front of him. This girl had the ability to live and die together. As long as Akaji did not die, even if her body was destroyed, she could be reborn in a form of energy. She would not really die. Akaji, who was moving the rubble, suddenly changed his expression. He held the dragon swallowing and straightened his back. You've become so weak, but you can still sense me. No wonder you're Akaji, one of the 8 great masters of the outer mountains who played dead. Sha Feng had unknowingly appeared behind Akaji. Akaji only recovered after an hour, but this Sha Feng's patience was extraordinary. He actually waited for an entire hour until Akaji had completely recovered before he showed himself. With your intelligence, you can actually guess that I'm faking my death. That's really beyond my expectations. Akaji held the dragon swallowing in his hand. His expression was calm and he did not panic at all. You only have 30% of your strength left, and you still want to die together with me. Aren't you a little too naive? Sha Feng listened and laughed loudly. As long as I have 10%, I can kill you. Akaji snorted coldly. You're very confident. Sha Feng did not believe him at all. I've inherited Tian's divine power from his body. It's just that I've never shown it to anyone for the past 10,000 years. As long as I have 10% of my divine power, it's enough for me to activate the Tian's divine power hidden in the dragon swallowing. Sha Feng, if not for Zhao Shi and the others, I won't even need a minute to kill you. Akaji swung the dragon swallowing in his hand with force. The divine power that even Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision could not see through gushed out. Once its power appeared, heaven and earth would be subdued. Wan Mo bowed his head. Sha Feng's expression changed instantly. The threat of death shrouded his heart. Although Tian had been dead for 10,000 years, his divine power was still fresh in Sha Feng's memory. Yue Yang really did not expect that the situation would take such a turn. He exclaimed in his heart that it was exciting, as expected of an old monster that had lived for 10,000 years. None of them were fools. Everyone had a trump card. It was really not easy to defeat them easily. Goodbye, Sha Feng. Akaji raised the dragon swallowing and prepared to use Tian's divine power to strike a destructive blow. Even as the Southwest Divine Master, Sha Feng wanted to escape from such an authoritative Tian's divine power. His chances of survival were slim. The dragon swallowing pierced through the air and shattered heaven and earth. In order to find out the truth, Yue Yang could not care less about exposing himself. He could not help but use his Heaven Eye's divine vision. He discovered that Sha Feng, who was supposed to die without a doubt, did not die under Tian's divine power. Instead, he endured the pain of his heart being pierced by the dragon swallowing and summoned the gold grimoire. He instantly escaped into the grimoire world. Although Tian's divine power could destroy heaven and earth, it could not harm the gold grimoire at all. Needless to say, Sha Feng was hiding in the grimoire world. Akaji was stunned at first, then he became angry. In the end, he felt deeply helpless. Sha Feng quickly slipped out of the grimoire world. Although he was in a sorry state, he was still smiling at the depressed Akaji. You must have forgotten that when Tian and Bing Li revealed the ancient secret to the public, we all contracted the grimoire. Not only you, I also have a summoning grimoire. I am no longer a fake god that could be killed by a real god. Ha ha ha, I also have a summoning grimoire. Although it can never be upgraded and will forever be a gold grimoire, this is enough. I can also be called a real god. Akaji, you did not really possess Tian's divine power. You, who borrowed Tian's divine power and lost your summoning grimoire, are merely a fake god. How can you kill a real god like me in one hit? Unless the legendary Holy Elder descends, who else can kill me, Sha Feng, in one hit? Akaji stared at the smug Sha Feng. After a while, he spat out, I can't kill you, but others can. What a joke. Deicide and Black Day do not have the ability to kill me in one hit. In the outer mountains, although Deicide, Black Day, Zhao Shi and Tencho are stronger than me, I do not fight them head-on. What can they do to me? You must be dreaming if you want to kill me. Deicide can't even protect himself now. Other than him, who else in the eastern camp has the ability to do that? Sha Feng's face was full of disdain. He was extremely disdainful of Akaji's words. How about I try? A clear voice that Sha Feng had never heard before rang in his ears. Although the voice was soft, it was heard in his ears. It was like thunder. Sha Feng, whose eardrums were almost shattered, was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. He wanted to escape back to his grimoire world. He, who had just escaped from Tian's divine power attack, was shocked to find that his body was as heavy as a rock. He wanted to escape from the ground, but he felt that his feet were rooted to the ground. No matter how much he used his divine power and divine sense, he could not move an inch. A shadow walked out from behind him, passing by the little snake demon Loli who was glaring at Sha Feng. He did not launch a sneak attack from behind. Instead, he walked to the front of Sha Feng. After waiting for Sha Feng to prepare himself mentally and prepare to defend and counterattack, he slowly stretched out his hand and gestured to the adorable little Lamia. That's enough. Let him go. I think it's better for you to fight alone. If you join the fight, he might feel that it's unfair and feel wronged. What if he cries? Chapter 1170. Sha Feng was shocked at first as he thought that a divine master had appeared. Especially when he was frozen by little Wen Li's binding inherent skill in divine beast's wool, he was scared out of his wits. Luckily, Akaji did not use Tian's divine power to attack him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sha Feng, who had escaped death, wanted to break free and return to his grimoire world when Yue Yang walked towards him. However, just as he was about to do so, he was shocked to find out that the divine master, who wanted to kill him, was actually a young man. Age was not a problem for a strong warrior. However, this young man was too young. He was really too young. In Sha Feng's entire life, she had never seen such a young human male who had the strength of a divine emissary. While she was surprised and stunned, an unknown fire burned in the depths of her soul. A mere divine emissary, an ant-like young human, actually dared to tease her. The most unforgivable thing was that this brat actually had the cheek to say such shameless words. Fight him alone. If one more person joined the battle, he would be beaten to the point of crying. Was this brat awake or not? This was a fool's dream. With the meager power of a divine envoy, he dared to challenge a divine master like him. Die. Other than killing him instantly, Sha Feng felt that he could not forgive himself even if he wasted even a second to kill him. After confirming his opponent's power and confirming that this was not a trap from Akaji's expression, Sha Feng ignored the identity and relationship of this young man in front of him and attacked immediately. He intended to use his divine power and terrifying killing intent to kill him instantly. No matter who this brat was or what his background was, he was definitely going to die. This was because the person he was challenging was a divine master like him. A divine must not be provoked by a mortal. His palm was 100 times faster than lightning as it pierced through the air towards Yue Yang's throat. He was prepared to pick this brat up like a chicken in 1,000th of a second, and then smash him heavily on the ground like an egg. He wanted to smash this arrogant and ignorant brat's head, or even his whole body, into a pile of mush. Rumble, he was indeed picked up like a little chick, and he was smashed to the ground like an egg. Unfortunately, the one who completed this task was not the angry Sha Feng. Instead, it was the guy from another world who looked so weak and harmless when he smiled. Akaji, who was watching the battle from the side, dropped his jaw and his eyes almost popped out. This was even more unbelievable than seeing an ant overturning a mammoth. As a divine master who had lived for more than 10,000 years, Akaji thought that he had seen most of the things in this world and had not missed anything. However, he suddenly realized that he was a frog at the bottom of a well. He could not help but sigh at the mysterious young man in front of him. Compared to Tian and Bing Li in the past, the miracles that this young man in front of him had given birth to were even more shocking and unimaginable. Impossible. No, this is impossible. Sha Feng, who was grabbed by the neck and smashed to the ground, was still unwilling to accept the fact even though his body was in extreme pain. I'm really sorry, I accidentally used too much force just now. The guy apologized. I will be careful from now on, please don't cry. PFF'd. Not to mention Sha Feng, even Akaji who was watching from the side had the urge to vomit blood. You are just a god's messenger, how can a mere god's messenger touch me? Sha Feng suspected that he was dreaming. This, with your intelligence, it will be very difficult to explain. Yue Yang expressed his regret. Then, he gave a suggestion that took care of Sha Feng's emotions. If you think that me grabbing your neck and smashing you to the ground to eat sand will hurt your pride, why don't I just slap your face? I guarantee that although the slap will be loud and crisp, it will definitely not hurt you. Even if your face will become slightly swollen, there will definitely not be any internal injuries. Believe me, my control is not bad, and I have a lot of experience in slapping faces. Yue Yang's suggestion made Sha Feng so angry that his nose became crooked. The corner of his mouth twitched. He wanted to scold him, but because he was too angry, he could not say a word. He could only point his trembling finger at Yue Yang, unable to find any words to respond to him, supreme will. On the other hand, Akaji, who was watching from the side, saw something. Akaji was initially puzzled, but the performance of the two great gods, Tian and Bing Li, from 10,000 years ago, flashed through his mind, and he came to a sudden realization. Back then, the two great gods, Tian and Bing Li, were fundamentally different from the ordinary fake gods. Not to mention a fake god like Sha Feng, even Black Day would be as scared as a mouse seeing a cat when he saw Tian and Bing Li. How could he be as mighty as he was today? When the ancient god's relic appeared, the experts of the sky beyond Avalon heard the news and hundreds of god-rank experts came to snatch it. However, Tian and Bing Li joined forces and killed all of them in the god-vanquishing secret realm. It was the Beyond Heaven secret passage that connected Beyond Tower, Beyond Mountain, and Beyond Heaven. It was also because of the two great gods' seal. There was no news of it for 10,000 years. In the realm beyond heaven, the four great divine masters, who were the strongest, had no choice but to release the King of Gods, Dangerous Light, which had been sealed in the tower beyond tower since the ancient era, in order to obtain victory. Not only did the four Lord Gods of the sky beyond heaven die, but the divine weapon that belonged to them was also obtained by Deicide, Black Day, Tencho, and Zhao Shi. If it was not for the fact that they had to reseal Wei Guang and resist the backlash of the ancient code, which exhausted Tian and Bing Li, they would not have died so early. If Tian and Bing Li were still alive, how would the Beyond Heaven mountain end up like this? How would Black Day have the right to speak? Compared to the two great gods, Tian and Bing Li, the young man in front of him was definitely not as strong. However, their realms were surprisingly similar. Even when this young man was fighting against the god-rank experts, his attitude was more relaxed and calm. It felt like he wasn't fighting, but toying with him. A feeling of looking down on him that was far beyond the mortal world was completely displayed by this young man. Even the two great gods, Tian and Bing Li, did not have such a strong feeling. Akaji's mind flashed with the memories of the past as he compared them to the ones in front of him. He came to a shocking conclusion. This young man was comparable to Tian and Bing Li in the past. At the very least, he was not weaker than either of the two great gods. Slap. Sha Feng, who rushed forward to fight Yue Yang, was sent flying more than 10 meters away by Yue Yang's slap. Blood splattered from his teeth, and half of his face was almost beaten into a pig's head. Even a few of his sturdy teeth had loosened. Sha Feng held his swollen face with his hands. Until now, he was still unwilling to believe the truth. He was a high and mighty god master. Yet, he was actually beaten up by a god envoy. This is impossible. It must be an illusion. It must be some kind of treasure or some kind of special inherent skill. This is definitely not real. I'm sorry, I hit you too hard again. I wanted to bear with it, but I couldn't. If you look at yourself in the mirror, you will understand how I feel. You definitely know how much your face deserves a beating. Yue Yang's voice was filled with apology as he sincerely expressed his concern and sympathy to Sha Feng. Your face, when I look at it, makes me want to give you a big slap. It was not easy for me to hold back and only give you a slap. According to Yue Yang's words, he had already given Sha Feng a lot of face by slapping Sha Feng. As for Sha Feng, other than feeling satisfied, he was also filled with gratitude. He might even have to open his mouth to express his gratitude. This was because it was not an easy thing to make Yue Yang bear with it. I will eat you raw. Sha Feng's anger soared to the heavens. If he could catch Yue Yang right now, he might really eat this hateful guy from another world alive. Not only did he slap his face, but he also wanted him to be filled with gratitude. This request was too high, it was basically making things difficult for him. Not to mention Sha Feng, even an enlightened monk might not be able to endure this humiliation. Remember, don't try to reason with a barbarian. We can't play the lute to a cow. Yue Yang saw Sha Feng's explosive divine power and his earth-shattering attack, and still had the leisure to educate the little Lamia beside him. Yes, yes, the extremely well-behaved little Lamia nodded obediently. Sha Feng's divine power. When it exploded, it could destroy a huge mountain in a second. At this moment, he, who was furious, did not hold back anymore. He wanted to kill Yue Yang in a second. He definitely did not want to see this brat live for another second in this world. Sha Feng, who attacked with hatred, was so powerful that even Akaji, who was watching from the side, hurriedly retreated, not daring to face him head-on. After all, the current him did not even have 30% of his divine power left. If he was not careful, he could be killed by Sha Feng's heavy attack. Holding his lover who was still unconscious for a long time and had not yet recovered his consciousness, Kai Chu retreated 10 miles away. He was surprised to find out. There was no need for him to retreat. Although Sha Feng's divine power was terrifying, it did not cause any harm at all. The young man in the divine power storm was still chatting with his guardian beast, as if there was no one else around. All the divine power seemed to have no effect on this young man, passing by him. Under the situation where Sha Feng was still alive, this mysterious young man had unbelievably condensed all of Sha Feng's divine power with just one finger, condensing it into an extremely compressed ball. It floated above his finger, rotating continuously. Akaji dared to say that even the original owner of the divine power, Sha Feng, could not do this. Even Black Day and Deicide could not condense such a highly compressed ball of divine power under such high pressure. Only Tian and Bing Li could achieve such an effect. This young man, who could easily play Sha Feng in the palm of his hand, who was he? Where did he come from? Where did he come from? Thinking about this, Akaji's heart was filled with questions. Defeating Sha Feng was already a miracle, but toying with a god like Sha Feng in the palm of his hand could no longer be described as a miracle. Just how did he do it? Akaji could not understand. It was just like how he couldn't understand how Tai Yan and Bing Li were able to turn the situation around during the invasion of the 100 gods in the sky beyond heaven, and completely destroy their opponents. Was the Ji Zun's will that Tian and Bing Li mentioned really that important? 10,000 years had passed. Until today, Akaji still did not have an answer. Chapter 1171. Sha Feng was dumbfounded. He couldn't accept the strange fact in front of him. How could the divine power that was controlled by his own divine sense be condensed in the hands of the enemy? Moreover, the ability to compress divine power into a ball was something that Black Day and Deicide didn't have. Could it be that this human with the strength of an oracle was stronger than Black Day and Deicide? If this was the truth, then what was the point of fighting this battle? Just admit defeat directly. Sha Feng was arrogant again. He didn't dare to say that he was stronger than Black Day and Deicide. There must be something strange about this. In the end, Sha Feng still chose not to believe it and refused to admit the truth in front of him. His reason was that this brat in front of him couldn't be stronger than Black Day and Deicide. If he was stronger than Black Day and Deicide, he wouldn't have stayed here to watch the battle secretly. He would have jumped out and ambushed Akaji. In that case, even if he couldn't kill Tencho and Zhao Shi, he believed that severely injuring himself in frost cold wouldn't be a problem. This brat didn't do this. Why? Because he didn't have such strength. Everything this brat did must be a facade. He wanted to deceive himself through a facade. To scare him away. Yes, it must be like this. If he really had strength stronger than Deicide, why would he talk so much nonsense with him? Wouldn't it be better to just kill him directly? Why would he need to show all kinds of threatening methods? The more high profile he was, the more it proved that this brat had a guilty conscience. Maybe it was because of some kind of inherent skill, or the ability of some kind of beast or treasure that deceived his eyes. Otherwise, why was he still unscathed until now? If he really had the strength of Deicide, he could seriously injure him in a few moves. Why would he play these little tricks? Sha Feng deduced in the direction of the impossible. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. In the end, he confirmed that Yue Yang was a liar. I understand. A light seemed to flash in Sha Feng's mind as he grasped the main point. He was pleasantly surprised, but also relaxed. On the surface, he smirked coldly. So it's like this, your inherent skill, or your beast's ability, is also the same as Akaji's, completed with the help of external forces, right? The god domain created by the main body of this ancient relic is what you can rely on. Maybe it's Tian, maybe it's Bing Li. Let me guess, you must have obtained some kind of secret technique from one of the two great gods. Before you grew up, you could manipulate divine power to create illusions. This god territory is a place of imprisonment for me and Akaji, but you're too weak. It doesn't matter if you're weakened by 100 times. On the contrary, you're using it to realize your innate ability. Is that so? You're so smart, Yue Yang said sarcastically. He neither admitted nor denied it. Sha Feng stared at Yue Yang. He watched as Yue Yang slowly swallowed the ball of highly concentrated divine power. He immediately snorted, HMPH, I've already found the weakness. You obtained Bing Li's secret technique. Only her mysterious ice divine power can easily dispel my explosive flame divine power. However, since you're Bing Li's successor, it'll be much easier. If you were Tian's successor, I'd be worried that you would swallow and assimilate my explosive flame divine power. Unfortunately, you're Bing Li's man. Ice and fire oppose each other. You're fated to not be able to swallow and assimilate my divine power. I can attack with ease now. Akaji pounced towards Sha Feng and launched a surprise attack. The dragon swallowing contained Tian's divine power. As long as it hit, then Sha Feng would have to bear the consequences. Unfortunately, Sha Feng was not an idiot. Although he was talking to Yue Yang, he was distracted. He had been using his divine sense to observe Akaji. His vigilance was not reduced. If Akaji was still at his peak, instead of only having 30% of his strength left after being ganged up on, perhaps Sha Feng would have a headache. However, Akaji's strength was greatly reduced. He could only rely on the attacks of Tian's divine power in the dragon swallowing. He was no longer the biggest threat that Sha Feng could not eliminate. A thought flashed through his mind. Sha Feng's afterimage disappeared from its original spot. When Akaji missed and launched another attack, Sha Feng had already slid more than 10 kilometers away. He was long out of the divine territory created by the main body of the ancient remnant. He pointed at Yue Yang inside the divine territory. Brat, come out if you have the ability. Let's see if you can still use your fake power to scare people. This god is standing right here, waiting for you to come out. Didn't you want to kill me? I'll stand here without moving and stretch my neck. Let's see how you kill me. Aren't you very arrogant, little worm? Do you know the consequences of punching a god? Yue Yang stepped forward. Akaji hurriedly stopped him. After hearing Sha Feng's words, he was also a little doubtful whether Yue Yang's true strength was enough to fight a god master alone. He knew that Yue Yang was very strong and had Ji Zun's willpower. His guardian beast was even a legendary divine beast. However, this kid was still too young. Even if he started cultivating since he was in his mother's womb, how could he be compared to a god master who had been famous for 10,000 years? Moreover, the southwestern divine lord, Sha Feng, had a quasi-deity artifact, Spiraling Fang. Without the negative effects of a deity's domain weakening his strength, Sha Feng would definitely be able to defeat the southwestern divine lord. Without the negative influence of the divine territory, it was very likely that he would be killed in one move. Therefore, Akaji hoped that Yue Yang would be careful and not go out. The reason why Sha Feng escaped from the divine territory was to get rid of the negative influence and lure the enemy outside so that he could kill him with all his strength. It was too unwise to fight head-on when the enemy had the intention to kill him. Stepping on a god master is my first step to becoming a god. Therefore, if you want to fight, I'll fight. What's there to be afraid of? Yue Yang laughed out loud and strode out of the divine territory to meet Sha Feng. Akaji looked at Yue Yang in shock, as if he wanted to get to know this young man all over again. His level and strength were obviously far from Yue Yang's, but he had the ambition to soar into the sky. What kind of young hero was he? Could it be that all the rankers who had Ji Zun's willpower, no matter who, no matter what realm, and no matter what situation, were all fearless of their enemies? What kind of realm was Ji Zun's willpower? Akaji suddenly felt that he was very small. But the figure of Yue Yang in front of him had inexplicably become taller, to the point that Akaji had to look up to him. On the contrary, Sha Feng, who was standing opposite him, did not have such a feeling. His realm was too far away from Yue Yang's Ji Zun's willpower. Because he was ignorant, he was fearless. It was impossible for his heart to have the kind of fear that Akaji, who had a higher realm of thought and had heard of Ji Zun's willpower. Stupid. Sha Feng could not help but sneer when he heard this. To him, the pursuit of glory and the self-proclaimed hero's actions were equivalent to courting death. Even like now, knowing that it was a trap, but still stepping into it, that was not bravery, but hopeless stupidity. Of course, as a battle, the more stupid the enemy was, the happier Sha Feng was. It would be best if the whole world was a fool. As long as he was a smart person, it was enough. Looking at Yue Yang, who was slowly walking out of the god domain, the murderous intent in Sha Feng's heart erupted 1,000 times faster than lightning. Without waiting for Yue Yang to open his mouth to challenge him, Sha Feng, the high and mighty divine master, actually launched a sneak attack. A heavy punch landed on Yue Yang's chest, where the heart was. This was just the beginning. In 1,000th of a second, the heavy punch that hit the target's chest slanted upwards and hit Yue Yang's chin. At the moment when Yue Yang flew out like a shooting star, Sha Feng, who had gotten rid of the negative effects of the god domain and regained his normal strength, was so fast that he could chase after Yue Yang and kick him in the back of his heart. Yue Yang's entire body flew into the sky. He turned into stars. High up in the sky, Sha Feng had an evil smile on his face. He appeared even higher up in the sky. His figure was like a devil that had descended, covering the sky and the sun. He clenched his fists and punched Yue Yang's head. His momentum was like thunder, breaking mountains and shaking the earth. Rumble. As the meteor-like shadow crashed into the ground, the entire ground sank into a huge pit with a radius of at least 1,000 meters. The smoke and dust that rose did not dissipate for a long time. Kai Chu was anxious and waved his divine power to disperse the dust that filled the sky. Only then did the ferocious and terrifying earth crack that was like the mouth of an ancient prehistoric monster was revealed. Sha Feng leisurely floated down from the sky. He looked down at the black shadow that was stubbornly drilling out from the depths of the ground. He could not help but smile coldly and mockingly. Can't I kill him, as expected of Bing Li's successor? So what if I increase my divine power by 30%? Will I explode on the spot? If that's the case, this battle will be a little too boring. Without the camouflage of the divine realm, there is no way to create an illusion. With this brat's strength, he won't even be able to take one move. He is not an opponent of the same level. Killing him is no different from killing an ant. It is a pity that Akaji has the dragon swallowing and Tian's divine power to protect him. He cannot be killed, otherwise, he will feel a greater sense of accomplishment. When the shadow crawled out of the ground and reached out a hand to grab the rock on the ground, preparing to climb up, Sha Feng descended and stepped on that hand. He smiled disdainfully and said, "Little worm, show me how arrogant you are now. Do you understand what is a god and what is a human? No matter how outstanding you are still a human. In front of a god, you are not even a fart. Bastard, what are you saying?" The shadow bellowed angrily. "I want to say, it is time to send you on your way." Sha Feng did not find it strange that the other party's voice changed. Because he suffered such heavy injuries, plus humiliation and anger, it is impossible for his voice not to change. But what puzzled him was, how did that arrogant brat's voice change so much like his own? "Forget it, I will kill him as soon as possible. This kind of young human with extremely outstanding potential is the most annoying. It is better to kill him as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble." When Sha Feng raised the spiral tooth in his hand and prepared to kill the shadow under his feet, he was shocked to discover the one under his feet is not that arrogant young man, but himself. How is this possible? How can I be stepping on myself? I am clearly the one who hit that brat. Why is it me? But looking at that face that is distorted with anger and that hateful gaze, it is clearly me. You dare to hit me? The Sha Feng, who crawled out from the ground, gnashed his teeth in hatred. "Impossible, you are fake, you are that brat's illusion. I am the real one, I am the real Southwest God Lord Sha Feng." Sha Feng saw his own bloody face and couldn't help but take a few steps back in fear. As he took a step back, his shoulder was suddenly pressed down by a hand. When Sha Feng turned around and used the spiral tooth to kill the enemy, he was shocked to find that there is another, himself, behind him, fiercely punching towards him. A heavy punch landed squarely on the stunned Sha Feng's face. Chapter 1172. Blood spurted out from his nose. Sha Feng reacted naturally and slashed back with his spiral fang, creating a deep wound on the chest of the Sha Feng behind him. The expression of that Sha Feng changed greatly. He covered the bloody wound on his chest and pointed at Sha Feng, scolding, "You fool, I am you. You injured me, but didn't you injure yourself? How can there be someone as cruel as you? You even want to kill yourself. No, you are you, I am me. You are definitely not me." Before Sha Feng could finish his words, blood spurted out from his chest. A deep wound also appeared on his body. "Ha ha ha, I like this kind of self-mutilation. The Sha Feng, who crawled out from the ground, also had a wound on his chest. Blood flowed from it. He looked up to the sky and laughed maniacally. This is impossible. I am me, you are not me, not. Sha Feng only now realized that his sternum, heart, chin, and head were injured in many places, just like the injuries he suffered when he attacked the enemy. Could it be that the one who attacked him was really him? But there was clearly only one of him, so how could there be three? The other two, where did they come from? How could there be such a strange thing? Attacking a clone would also injure the main body. Was this possible? Since you want to mutilate yourself, then what are we waiting for? The two Sha Fengs raised a spiral fang in their hands and stabbed it into their bodies randomly. Sha Feng felt a wave of pain on his body. He hurriedly rushed forward and punched the two clones away, then snatched the spiral fang from their hands. There were a total of 3 spiral fangs. How could this be possible? There was only one spiral fang in the world. It was obtained from a divine master that Tian killed when the 100 deities of the realm beyond Avalon attacked. It was a unique treasure, so how could there be 3 of them? But when placed in front of him, the 3 spiral fangs were exactly the same. There was no way to tell which one was the real one. After carefully examining it, Sha Feng could not tell which one was the real one, because all 3 spiral fangs had telepathy, as if they had been with him for 10,000 years. As soon as the two Sha Feng got up, they started to mutilate themselves, causing Sha Feng to feel inexplicable grief and indignation. He shouted, "Don't do this. Aren't you me? I will never harm myself. Don't try to deceive me. You are all fake. If we're fake, then why are your injuries the same as ours? Also, if we're fake, what about them?" The two Sha Feng laughed evilly, just like Sha Feng's usual habit. Sha Feng could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He turned around to look. He realized that behind the two Sha Fengs were pointing, there was a large group of him. There were more than 100 of them. All of them pounced on him and grabbed him tightly. There were more than 10 of them who were fighting to be the first to summon their grimoire, shouting, "We can't let him have the grimoire alone. This guy is trash, why don't we let him take over?" Because there were too many of them fighting for the grimoire, it actually started to change strangely. The grimoire itself started to distort slowly, becoming dark and gloomy. Finally, there was a loud bang. The grimoire's contract was automatically terminated, and it became a depraved, unowned grimoire. "My grimoire!" Sha Feng cried out in grief. He was extremely distressed. The injuries he suffered just now could not affect his willpower, because he believed that he was a divine master. No matter how serious the injuries he suffered, he would recover after a while. The self-mutilation action only annoyed him, but it was not fatal. However, this action of fighting for the grimoire due to too many clones, failing and finally destroying the grimoire made him feel despair. Without the grimoire, could he still be considered as a true god? Without his inherent skill, without his guardian beast, and without the grimoire world where he could escape safely, what was the point of living? It's best if you don't have it. It's only fair if everyone doesn't have it. Why should you be the only one who has the grimoire? Sha Feng clapped his hands and laughed. Yes, without the grimoire, we don't have to fight anymore. Another Sha Feng also expressed his agreement. Anyway, this is something that can only be obtained with the help of an ancient secret technique and Tian before he died. It doesn't even belong to us, it's fine if we don't have it. Another Sha Feng said vehemently. All of you shut up. Sha Feng was extremely distressed. That was a grimoire. Without it, he could only be a fake god. The 8 great gods of the outer mountains each had their own territory. If he lost his grimoire and reverted to a fake god, would there still be a place for him to speak in the future? What was going on with this group of strange doppelgangers? Could it be that there were really so many clones of him in his body? Even if there were, who released them? Could it be that arrogant brat? Sha Feng raised his head and looked around. He realized that Yue Yang was sitting on a rock with his legs crossed, leisurely swinging his legs and whistling from time to time. He didn't even look at them, his attitude was simply too arrogant. "I'll kill you." Sha Feng vented all his anger on Yue Yang. "Southwest god Sha Feng, you can die now." Yue Yang stretched out a finger, as if he was a judge, announcing Sha Feng's death sentence. What a joke. Sha Feng never thought that this arrogant brat could touch a single hair on his body. Although this brat's ability to cause trouble was not bad, his true strength was lacking. If not, he would have taken the opportunity to attack him earlier. Why would he need to talk now? Kill. Just as Sha Feng's heavy fist was about to land on Yue Yang's face, he suddenly realized that time and space seemed to have been stretched an inch away from the brat's nose. It was only an inch away, but it seemed as if it would never be able to cross the distance of thousands of years and thousands of kilometers. This was not the strangest thing. What made Sha Feng feel the most terrified was that the hundreds of him behind him all rushed forward. They did not wave their fists at this brat, but instead moved towards him together. Some held his hand, some dragged his leg, some hugged his body, all of them held him tightly. Heavens, why was this happening? Why were these clones treating him like this? Weren't they his clones? Sha Feng was almost driven mad by this cruel reality. What made him feel hopeless was that no matter how much he urged his divine power to shake off these doppelgangers, it was to no avail. This was because all of the doppelgangers were exactly the same as his own body. If one of them was injured, all of them would be injured, and if one of them was injured, all of them would be injured. There was no way he could break free from 100 clones' hold. Sha Feng could only watch as the arrogant brat in front of him slowly stood up from the rock with that infuriating yet helpless smile on his face. Then, he took out a treasure that looked like a jade seal and casually smashed it on top of his head like a chestnut. He was smashed. On the surface, Sha Feng, who did not seem to be injured, felt a pain in his soul as if it was being shattered. His divine energy was also showing signs of dissipating. The divine energy was like a mountain. Sha Feng now felt that it was extremely difficult for him to even breathe. There was a kind of sealing power that made one's soul tremble. Sha Feng started to feel afraid. Even Black Day or Deicide would not be able to withstand this kind of sealing power, let alone him now. Perhaps, he would be completely destroyed by this irresistible sealing power before he could even be sealed in the shattered space. Sha Feng, who was extremely anxious, suddenly saw a female swordsman wearing a swordsman's battle armor jump out. She was wearing a battle armor made of God Destroyer secret gold. In her hand, there was a divine weapon that even he could not get. It was a divine sword with divine energy that could devour heaven and earth. This is the God Master you were talking about. He doesn't even have the will of a supreme martial artist. Can he still be considered a god? He really is a fake god. Forget it. Let's kill a fake god first to warm up. That female swordsman jumped up. Billions of lightning, ice, and flames gathered towards the divine sword in her hand. Finally, it formed a huge dragon head and swallowed down. Just one strike. Sha Feng felt that his soul was cut by the power of the divine sword. Whether it was his body, soul, or even his divine power, they were all heavily injured and on the verge of collapse. Now, he regretted it. He still didn't understand why the battle had turned out this way, but he knew one thing, and that was that he was really going to die. You're still able to take a full-powered strike from me. As expected of a semi-divinity, an old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years is really something else. The words of the female swordsman made Sha Feng have the urge to cry bitterly. When he was begging for mercy, he saw from the corner of his eyes that a golden sky dragon had formed in the hands of that arrogant boy. Wang Lung Yuan. These were the last words that Sha Feng heard in his consciousness. After the golden dragon raised its head to devour him, his consciousness dissipated. His body turned into powder and dissipated with the wind. All energy, divine power, and the knowledge imprints that remained in life. In the mouth of the golden dragon, they formed a small dragon ball. When the golden dragon returned to Yue Yang's body, the small dragon ball fell into Yue Yang's outstretched palm. This was the power of Wang Lung Yuan, and also the only proof that the Southwest Divine Master Sha Feng had existed in this world. Bang! A summoning grimoire exploded in the void, turning into an old, abandoned grimoire. It fell at Yue Yang's feet. As for the 100 clones of Sha Feng that had caught Sha Feng, they all disappeared without a trace. They disappeared like phantoms, as if they had never appeared in the first place. Akaji swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Back then, when Tian and Bing Li attacked and killed the enemies, they didn't seem to have such an easy time, right? Who was this young man? This brat, is he even human? No matter what, Sha Feng was still a divine master. How could he just kill him like that? The worst thing was that he had turned into a dragon ball with a single slash of his sword. He had lived his entire life in vain. All the divine power and knowledge that he had cultivated in his entire life had probably been wasted on this young man. You should go back first. I still have to transform into Sha Feng to participate in the battle. With this Dragon Ball, I don't have to worry about being seen through for the time being. Yue Yang held the Dragon Ball and waved his hand. A phantom appeared on his body and disguised himself as Sha Feng. His appearance was exactly the same as the original Sha Feng. Even Akaji, who was beside him, couldn't see any flaws in his disguise. I forbid you to return home with this appearance. Also, be careful of Ji Wei. That guy isn't that easy to trick. Princess Sissy gave Yue Yang a punch. She seemed to be very unhappy that Yue Yang had used a phantom to disguise himself as Sha Feng. However, she knew that this was a method to sneak into the western camp. Without saying anything, she turned around and went back with little Wen Li's guidance. Should I get used to Sha Feng's divine power first, or should I dig out the ancient artifact's main body? Yue Yang was always a greedy person. He wanted to participate in the battle. However, he couldn't bear to part with the ancient artifact's main body. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried that the ancient artifact would automatically teleport out of the outer mountains and return to the Silver Grimoire's boundless world to complete his mission, he would have dug it out long ago. Now, he could only look at the ancient artifact's main body in front of him, yet he couldn't do anything. Yue Yang felt as uncomfortable as a kitten scratching his heart. It was all Sha Feng's fault. Even his death was harmful. If he didn't take out the ancient artifact's main body, everything would be fine. Sha Feng, who was wrong to the point of almost being resurrected, couldn't blame the guy from another world. If he didn't take out the ancient artifact's main body, the guy from another world would probably have to search for it for a long time. Who knows, the ancient artifact might even be lost in the outer mountains forever. However, a dead man couldn't argue. The tragic Sha Feng could only die unjustly. In any case, he wasn't the first dead person that Yue Yang blamed. Chapter 1173. The main body of the ancient artifact could not be touched for the time being. Yue Yang looked at Akaji and his wife and felt that it would be better for him not to be a third wheel. He quickly moved 10 kilometers away to study the Dragon Ball in his hands, so that he would not be killed by Akaji and his wife's sweet nothings after their resurrection. Of course, Akaji and his wife did not do anything like what he had imagined. On the contrary, they quickly calmed down and personally went to look for Yue Yang, who was studying the Dragon Ball. It was not only Yue Yang who wanted to understand Shan Wei Shan through Akaji. Akaji also wanted to understand Yue Yang, this mysterious young fellow. Are you the successor of Tian and Bing Li? Akaji had always guessed like this. How could he know that Yue Yang was a guy from another world? Maybe. Yue Yang did not deny it, nor did he confirm it. It was fine for others to misunderstand him. Sometimes, one should not be too close to the truth, otherwise people would be disappointed. Now that Akaji suspected that Yue Yang was the successor of the two great gods, he naturally could not expose it. Anyway, Yue Yang was not too sure whether the mysterious existence in the Silver Grimoire's endless world was Tian or Bing Li. Akaji's misunderstanding was also good for Yue Yang. If Yue Yang confessed the truth, then he would be an outsider. Don't expect Akaji to tell the real secret. As expected, Akaji was wild with joy. He nodded his head heavily and said, other than the successor of the two great gods, I can't imagine anyone else in this world who could be as outstanding as you. Ha, you flatter me. Yue Yang tried his best to play dumb. But in his heart, he thought, don't try to flatter Tian and Bing Li. If they really had a disciple, I'm afraid he would be trash. How could he be compared to a guy from another world like me? Of course, he couldn't say this out loud. He could only keep it in his heart. He pretended to be the successor of Tian and Bing Li. It was very beneficial. This benefit was something that even Yue Yang himself could not imagine. This was because Akaji had actually passed his dragon swallowing spear to Yue Yang without a second word, causing Yue Yang, who was a treasure collector who would never let go of any treasure, to be at a loss as he mysteriously declined it. If Princess Sissy and the others were to see this, they would probably suspect that this Yue Yang was actually Ji Wei. What was the meaning of this? Wasn't the dragon swallowing Akaji's weapon? Why did he give it away without a second word? Yue Yang looked at himself. His body hadn't even trembled. Why did this Akaji kneel down? He didn't understand. He really didn't understand. However, Akaji insisted on passing the dragon swallowing spear to Yue Yang. I know you don't like it. After all, it's only a quasi-divine weapon. It's normal for you to not like it. However, the dragon swallowing contains Tian's divine power. If you want to inherit the will of the two great gods, Tian and Bing Li, and defeat Black Day and Ji Wei, you must absorb this portion of Tian's divine power. Even if it's very weak, it's still a great help. I, Akaji, have lost my summoning grimoire and only have the power of a fake god. Furthermore, I don't even have 30% of it left. Even if I want to help deicide in you right now, I'm already powerless. What I can do is only this. But this is your exclusive weapon. Yue Yang politely declined on the surface, but his hands were still holding onto the dragon swallowing spear. My strength is already insufficient to unleash its full potential, and I can't be its master anymore. In order to let the dragon swallowing unleash its full potential, I've decided to remove the spirit contract with it and let it regain its freedom. Akaji's eyes were filled with deep emotion. Just like a father sending off his daughter to get married, he gently caressed the head of the dragon swallowing spear. His gentleness was as if he was caressing his precious daughter's hair. Despite his reluctance, Akaji still revealed a sincere smile and removed the spirit contract with the dragon swallowing spear. In an instant, the dragon swallowing spear shook violently and buzzed non-stop. It was full of spirituality and emitted thousands of rays of light. It had regained its freedom and was no longer Akaji's exclusive weapon. But it still enveloped Akaji and his wife with its brilliance. It didn't disperse for a long time. Its voice was both melancholic and sorrowful, just like a child who was about to go on an expedition to bid farewell to his parents, its voice earnest. Yue Yang was stunned when he saw it. A quasi-divine weapon like the dragon swallowing spear actually had such spirituality. Divine weapons and holy ranked weapons all had spirituality, especially divine weapons. They had an undying will and would choose their own masters. There was absolutely no external force that could change them. Other than divine weapons, holy ranked weapons were the same. However, the spirituality of holy ranked weapons was slightly lacking, so the conditions for choosing their masters were not as strict as those of divine weapons. As long as a weapon had great strength or great potential, it would be chosen as its master. Compared to real divine weapons and holy ranked weapons, to a certain extent, the power of a quasi-divine weapon was already close to that of a divine weapon. However, in terms of spirituality, they were actually not as good as a real holy weapon. It was just like how a fake god had power close to that of a god. However, a fake god could never be compared to a true god. The difference between them was that they did not have a summoning grimoire in Jizun's will. A quasi-divine weapon's power was not weak. However, its spirituality was still lacking. Compared to a holy ranked weapon, it was only superior in terms of power. It was just like how a fake god was stronger than an innate rancor with Jizun's will. However, no matter how strong a fake god was, it would never be able to comprehend Jizun's will. Right now, when Yue Yang discovered that this dragon swallowing spear had actually exploded with such a strong spirituality after the spirit contract was removed, he couldn't help but be astonished. Then, he became wild with joy. If it continued to grow like this, maybe this dragon swallowing spear could evolve into a real divine weapon by itself. What was the reason that allowed it to have such spirituality? Was it because of Tian's divine power? Or was it because of Akaji's meticulous nurturing for the past 10,000 years? Or was it because of Akaji's initiative to remove the spirit contract that resulted in a mutation? Yue Yang didn't understand. However, he knew that this was a good thing, a very good thing. Without a spirituality, no matter how strong it would still be trash. A real divine weapon was no different from a Jizun rancor. It also had an undying will, a unique consciousness and spirituality. This was a natural chasm. Only by crossing it would it be a real treasure. Otherwise, it would be trash. Looks like I did the right thing. It had been buried in my hands for 10,000 years. Today, when it regained its freedom, it gave birth to such a strong weapon spirit. I was really too selfish, I'm ashamed. When Akaji saw the dragon swallowing spear shine brilliantly, he was deeply moved. At the same time, he mocked himself, feeling that he had wasted the divine weapon. Cough. No matter how thick Yue Yang's skin was, he was also a little ashamed. This had nothing to do with the divine weapon's freedom or the change of owner. The main credit was actually Akaji's 10,000 years of nurturing and great letting go. Strictly speaking, this had nothing to do with the guy from another world. Seeing that Akaji was still criticizing himself, Yue Yang couldn't help but blush a little. To be as great as Akaji, it was impossible for him. For example, if anyone wanted to touch his Dao Tire crescent moon, it would be strange if he didn't fight them with his life, not to mention the golden beast and the dragon sister's humanoid divine weapons. To Yue Yang, letting go was something that he had never considered before. However, how to treat divine weapons and treasures well. This could be easily done. For the first time, Yue Yang bowed to Akaji and his wife. He took over the dragon swallowing, which was gradually calming down, and made a promise: if it's possible, I will turn it into a divine spear. I definitely won't let it lie idle and let the treasure be covered in dust. Even if it doesn't choose me as its owner, I will definitely find the best owner to match its new life. Don't worry, actually, the dragon swallowing is not the divine weapon in my hands. When the 100 gods from the realm beyond heaven attacked, in order to increase our strength, Tian and Bing Li broke open the god-vanquishing secret realm and took out the 10 great divine weapons. The dragon swallowing was one of them. Akaji sighed softly. In the midst of it, I suffered many defeats. The dragon swallowing was taken by the fake gods many times and changed hands a few times. It was only when Tian and Bing Li killed all the enemies that the dragon swallowing returned to me. I am not qualified to be its owner. With the dragon swallowing in your hands, it will definitely shine brilliantly. I have never doubted your future. Alright, let's not talk about this sad topic anymore. Young man, maybe you still don't know what had happened in the past. Before I hide my identity, I will tell you everything that happened in the past. Right now, you are the only one who can help us slay God. Yue Yang was overjoyed when he heard this. What he wanted was this information. If it wasn't for Akaji taking the initiative to say it, even if he used all the methods in the world, it would be difficult to find out even 1/10,000th of the truth. Among the 8 great gods, which one of them would tell the truth? Not to mention the western camp on Black Day's side, the southern god Lord Tencho was the greatest spy. The northeastern god Lord Qing Yun was aloof from worldly affairs and avoided people. Only the eastern god Lord Deicide was left to fight alone. No one could trust him. Naturally, he would not divulge the secret. In the end, only the southeastern god Lord Akaji could say it. Akaji would keep everything that happened in the past a secret. He would tell everything in detail. There were some things that even the western camp on Black Day's side didn't know. Tian had entrusted it to Akaji. He didn't leave anything out and told Yue Yang one by one. In the process of listening, Yue Yang didn't miss the opportunity to raise some doubts, hoping to quickly sort out the most complete information. Is there a secret passage in the divine destruction secret realm that connects to the sky beyond sky, the mountain beyond mountain, and the tower beyond tower? Yue Yang remembered this important point and hurriedly asked. Akaji gave an affirmative answer, but the result made Yue Yang a little depressed. So there is, it is inside the divine destruction secret realm. However, Tian and Bing Li used their lives as the price to seal the passage. That year, the 100 gods were defeated. They did not go to the tower beyond tower and joined forces to release the evil deities Wei Guang, that had been sealed there since ancient times. You may not know this, but that, Wei Guang, is a terrifying evil deity known as the King of Gods. If it wasn't for the ancient seal, from the tower beyond tower to the mountain beyond mountain, or even the sky beyond sky, it would have been destroyed by his hands. In order to reseal Wei Guang, Tian and Bing Li, you are the successor of the 2 great gods, Tian and Bing Li. Who knows, you might be able to enter through the great god's seal. Akaji gave Yue Yang a glimmer of hope at the end. I'll try. Yue Yang knew that he was not a successor, but a fake. However, he could only try his luck now. Who knows, maybe the 2 great gods, Tian and Bing Li, were worried about not having a successor. Or maybe, that mysterious existence was one of them. If that was the case, then things would be simple. Yue Yang decided to go back and explore the divine destruction secret realm and the space inside it after the battle. Treasures aside, the connection to the tower beyond tower, the mountain beyond mountain, and the sky beyond sky was a first-class benefit. With this secret passage, wouldn't he be able to roam freely in the Human Valley, Earth Valley, and Heaven Valley? As for that evil deity's Wei Guang, there was still half a year's time. Yue Yang did not have the time to care about him. After killing Black Day and Ji Wei, he would think of a way to return to the Human Valley. As for Heaven Valley, if the 100 gods were all dead, he would not need to spend too much time to successfully pass. Of course, that plan was placed last. For thousands of years, I had always wanted to retire, but I could not bear to see Deicide handle the whole situation alone, so I clenched my teeth and persevered. Now that my god power is greatly damaged and I have lost my grimoire, I, Akaji, am already powerless. I can only live in seclusion with my lover and become a free traveler in the world. Not only did Akaji give the dragon swallowing to Yue Yang, he also took out the remaining 30% of his god power and condensed it into a ball of god power, which he gave to Yue Yang. At first, Yue Yang did not accept it, but Akaji laughed loudly. I will not compete with the gods. 10% of my god power is enough for me to roam the world. You do not need to worry. Moreover, my god power is all cultivated, not external power. It is not like I cannot recover it forever. It is just that the recovery time is extremely long. It will take me thousands of years to fully recover. He stretched out his hand and patted Yue Yang's shoulder heavily, as if he intended to pass the burden to this junior, Yue Yang. But he himself hugged his lover and soared into the sky, turning into a ray of divine light, disappearing without a trace. If not for the dragon swallowing in his left hand and the ball of god power in his right hand, Yue Yang would not dare to believe that this fellow Akaji was such a generous traveler. This fellow is really free and unfettered. It's a pity that I caught a strong man for him. Now I have no choice but to risk my life. Yue Yang sighed now. He felt that the dragon swallowing spear and the ball of god power were not easy to get. He originally planned to pick them up stealthily, but now he reckoned that it would not be possible. If he watched helplessly as Deicide was killed by Black Day, no matter what, he would be letting down Akaji's trust. Forget it, no matter what, there were treasures to get, he would just treat it as an NPC quest. Thinking of this, Yue Yang's mood improved again. A quasi-divine equipment with super high spirituality, a future divine equipment, was obtained just like that. Could it be that today's luck had exploded together with the universe? Yue Yang, who originally wanted to pretend to be Sha Feng and act mysteriously, couldn't care less anymore. He hurriedly returned to his original form and rushed back to the grimoire world to report the good news to everyone. Without waiting for Princess Sissy and the others to speak, he immediately raised the dragon swallowing. Look, I've struck it rich, I got another treasure. It can't be, you killed Akaji too, just for this spear. Princess Sissy seriously doubted Yue Yang's character. Yue Yang had never thought that he would have such an image in Tigress's heart. I'll give you a chance to explain. Yue understood her little third brother the most. If she really killed Akaji, this brat probably wouldn't come back immediately. He would definitely do something to divert everyone's attention. However, the dragon swallowing was a free divine weapon, it didn't have a master's contract. It didn't seem like a gift, so it was hard not to suspect a certain person's character and actions, who loved to kill people and steal their treasures. In the end, the great sister decided to give her brother a chance to explain. Yue Yang was extremely grateful. Sister was still the best. Her sister's protection was like a treasure, but her sister's protection was like grass. But when he told her the truth, even Yue was doubtful. That's not possible, right? Is Akaji really that great? He's not related to you at all, it's hard for me to imagine. Xiao-san, you really didn't kill him. Even his sister didn't believe him. This was already too hard to live. The guy from another world dejectedly squatted at the corner of the room and drew circles. Chapter 1174. Actually, everyone still believed in Yue Yang, not to mention Yue who supported her brother the most. She just deliberately doubted him and hid him a little to prevent him from getting too carried away. Seeing his embarrassed look, even Princess Sissy was amused. Shu Wei laughed. The dragon swallowing spear had spirituality. If there was a chance in the future, it was not impossible for it to evolve into a divine weapon. Yue Yang, who already had the Dao Tai, Crescent Moon and the Dragon Lady's humanoid divine weapon in his hands, generously offered it up. He wanted to see who wanted it the most. Then, through the divine weapon's approval, he could contract this devouring dragon. I already have the Dawn Angel. Yue smiled and waved her hand. Of course, she knew the advantage of having a divine weapon, but the dragon swallowing was not suitable for her. The sword is the way of the king. This was Princess Sissy's opinion. Close combat, that kind of barbaric and bloodthirsty fighting and killing, is not this queen's choice. The Impatiens like to bombard people with sky thunder. She did not care about close combat at all. Other than true gods, who could be 100% sure that they could survive under her sky punishment thunder. Although the Southern Demon King, who was hugging the Jade Pippa, was a fanatical treasure collector like Yue Yang, this time she resisted the desire to collect it. After all, this dragon swallowing spear could not be casually put on a shelf. It was best to take it out for battle. Especially in the current tense situation of the Divine War, it would be better to have more advantages. Sickly Beauty rarely fought, and so did Xiaonu. They did not consider it. Fallen Beauty had the Death Aurora and Nirvana Sunflower. Inon had the Spirit Mirror. Lu Yi also had the new moon necklace. She did not need the dragon swallowing. It was just that Lu Yi's current strength was not enough to display the true power of the new moon necklace. Moreover, she was not good at using the spear. Her fighting style was the combination of teleportation and soul purification with the perforate deer. Sha Yi and Aquamarine were weaker, but they also had the heavenly dragon dagger and the ocean emperor halberd. Before Yue Yang could look at them, they shook their heads and refused, indicating that it was not necessary. Leader Raging Flames pretended not to see it. She would only turn into her twin sister form at night and secretly serve a certain wolf with Bai Lu. Normally, she was a female giant and was much taller than A Man at her initial stage. She couldn't use any normal weapons. Even if she held the Black Hell King's cloud collapsing thunder hammer in her hands, it was as comical as a normal person holding a chopstick. It didn't fit at all. If she really needed a weapon, she might as well use the enormous 9-meter-long, 100-ton, sky rod that Yue Yang made with the god-destroying secret gold. When he first created this gigantic weapon, Yue Yang had even planned to call it the Golden Cudgel. But on second thought, what if he were to go to the territory of the Eastern Immortal Tribe in the future and met a monkey with a furry face and a thunderous mouth? What if he was caught by that monkey brother and sued him for the patent? It wasn't that he couldn't copy it, but he couldn't be too arrogant. So he temporarily changed the name to Sky Rod instead of Golden Cudgel. Anyway, this rod couldn't be as big or small as the real thing, and it couldn't be turned into an embroidery needle to be clipped to one's ear. After it was created, it would be fixed and could no longer be changed. Besides, it wasn't too bad to call it the Sky Rod. A certain super god of consciousness wrote a series of books about heroes. Among them, there was a gentle knife, a stunning spear, and a rod to the sky. It was extremely awesome. As the saying goes, one strong person can defeat 10 people. With the strength of Leader Raging Flames, holding the 100-ton sky rod, she smashed the rod down. Even if it wasn't as powerful as the monkey brother, the effect wasn't too different. The dragon swallowing spear was not suitable for Leader Raging Flames. Bing picked it up and twirled it around. Just when everyone thought that this little girl was going to take it, she turned her hand and handed it to Drunken Cat, who was holding Miss Panda Niu. Didn't you learn spear combat skills from my brother recently? Drunken Cat was stunned. I have the energy absorption bracelet and the extreme speed semi-divine artifact ring, so I don't need the dragon swallowing. Moreover, my combat skills are mainly leg techniques. I practiced spear techniques before just to familiarize myself with and break techniques. Yu Bing waved her hand repeatedly. She had always strictly followed Yue Yang's requirements and plans to practice, and the same was true for her fighting style. Not to mention that the dragon swallowing was a quasi-divine artifact. Even if it was a high-grade divine artifact, without Yue Yang's consent, she would never open her mouth to ask for it. Actually, among us, no one is more suitable to use the dragon swallowing spear than you. Princess Sissy decided with one sentence. Although the spear you used to fight was not bad, it was not as good as the dragon swallowing. If it can evolve into a divine artifact, then you don't have to bother looking for spear-type divine artifacts in the future. Even if there is dragon swallowing, I'm afraid I can't help much now. Drunken Cat was a little ashamed, but as soon as she sensed Yue Yang's words in her mind, so you have to work harder during the dual cultivation, she immediately blushed and hurriedly glared at him, deeply afraid that Princess Sissy and the others would spy on her. Because they were connected by the soul ribbon, even if they didn't deliberately, they could easily achieve telepathy. Especially if a certain wolf had any bad thoughts. It was easy for everyone to sense it. Luckily, with Bing Bao and Sky Disaster around, Yue Yang was able to pretend to be a gentleman. His thoughts were very pure, and he didn't have any crooked thoughts, allowing Drunken Cat to escape a calamity. Next was communication and contract. Although Drunken Cat wasn't as strong as Akaji, her potential was far greater than Akaji's. As the descendant of the Yi clan, Drunken Cat was a descendant that His Majesty valued. She was personally appointed to be Yue Yang's bride. It could be seen how outstanding she was. She had great potential, a grimoire that had evolved to platinum ranked, a little panda girl, Niu, who would at least be a holy beast or even a divine beast in the future. At the same time, under Yue Yang's guidance, she had comprehended Jizun's will and peeped into the real divine realm several times. Such a master was naturally not something that the dragon swallowing, a divine weapon that had just gained sentience, could reject. Thousands of lights flashed, and the entire grimoire world fell into a brilliant sea of light. With Yue Yang's help, the Tian divine power contained in the dragon swallowing. It didn't dissipate because of the change of master. On the contrary, it allowed Yue Yang to be sealed in the spear better, closely connected to the three ancient runic circles: stop, explode, and guidance. As long as Drunken Cat entered battle mode, she could activate this Tian divine power at will to kill the enemy. What made Drunken Cat the happiest was that her beast, Iris, could be upgraded again. Iris was originally a heaven-ranked level 3 flaming godly eagle. Yue Yang had used the Earth Gui Yin Fire to upgrade it to the peak of heaven-ranked level 4, infinitely close to heaven-ranked level 5. After experiencing dozens of battles, it had long been promoted to heaven-ranked level 5, but without enough intelligence, ordinary warbeasts could only stay at heaven-ranked level 5 for the rest of their lives. Of course, there were a few warbeasts that used special methods to reach higher levels, such as Jiwari's heaven-ranked level 8 feet Black Sun warbeast. But the success rate of this method wasn't high. It was extremely easy to cause warbeasts that couldn't withstand it to explode, become deformed, or suffer some kind of irreversible failure. As for Iris, Drunken Cat didn't have high hopes for it to grow to a higher level. Her main goal was to nurture the little panda girl, Niu. Not every warbeast had the opportunity to enter the Gate of Rebirth like the Reaper Mantis sister, and not every warbeast that entered the Gate of Rebirth would definitely have better growth. Even though Yue Yang had many divine bodies, divine blood, and various other treasures, their attributes weren't suitable, and they couldn't produce the desired effect. This was especially true for the flaming godly eagle that had fused with the Earth Gui Yin Fire. Until the appearance of Tian's divine power, Yue Yang had finally found a suitable divine power to remodel the flaming godly eagle Iris's body. Princess Qian understood very well what had to happen in this process. The cooperation of husband and wife dual cultivation was an unavoidable foundation. Hence, she had specially asked Binger to train with her so that the curious little girl wouldn't disturb her brother's good time. Fallen flowers pulled Bauer away, while the impatiens grabbed Sky Disaster. The remaining southern demon king and the others smiled and made faces at the blushing Drunken Cat, then left one after another. Yu also wanted to do it, but Sickly Beauty pulled her back. Anyone could leave now, but the only one who could wake Yue Yang up and calm him down when he lost control of his rationality couldn't leave. Shui Wuxia wasn't here. Other than Yu, no one else could wake up Yue Yang from his deep sleep, nor could they use the power of water to neutralize his extreme yang. There was no other way. Who asked her to have such a brother? Yu could only turn around, not looking at the process. Actually, with the spiritual connection, it didn't matter whether she saw it or not, and she could feel it. She turned around and didn't look. It was just that she couldn't let her big sister's face go. Sickly Beauty held Yu's hand gently. She knew how important Yu was. Every time Yue Yang did something special, Yu would always support and help her. Because of this, she understood the sacrifice Yu had made for him. In order to support him, as his big sister, she could be said to have given up everything. If it wasn't for her help, how could he have improved so quickly? How could he have reached such an unbelievable realm today? Drunken Cat couldn't care less about her shyness, and cooperated with him in the husband and wife dual cultivation. When their minds were as one, then, they summoned the flaming godly eagle, Iris. The tranquil purple-blue flame burned silently. The flaming godly eagle soared into the sky and dived down from the sky, aiming at the dragon-swallowing spear that Yue Yang and Drunken Cat raised together. Tian's divine power gushed out like a volcano eruption. It hit the flaming godly eagle. If it wasn't for the protection of Yue Yang's supreme will, the flaming godly eagle would have been annihilated by Tian's divine power in a few seconds, leaving only a burning ball of Earth Gui Yin fire. The purple-blue iris let out a painful wail. Just as its will and body were about to collapse, Yue Yang quickly threw a trace of Nirvana flame into its soul, allowing it to fuse with the trace of Nirvana's power. Then, a pillar of Nirvana flame rose from the ground, burning and regenerating its body. With a trace of Nirvana flame, the soul of the flaming godly eagle, Iris, was not extinguished under the pressure of Tian's divine power. It was shaky, but not in danger of being annihilated. His body, which had a wingspan of more than 20 meters, exploded under the power of the supreme flame divine power. Before the Earth Gui Yin fire could fully erupt, it was enveloped by the supreme Nirvana flame. Together with a part of the supreme flame divine power, it perfectly fused together and formed a new, Tai Gui Yin fire, that had never existed before. The already destroyed body was also reborn and reconstructed in the Nirvana flame pillar. The flaming wings became light and agile. They became longer and flashed endlessly. The original eagle head was reborn in the Nirvana flame, forming the head of a woman that looked like a human head with an eagle crown. The huge body also gradually seemed to have the intention of transforming into a human body. Countless flaming feathers stopped in the sky and extended, forming 4 pairs of flaming wings. Other than the eagle's feet, even its hands were similar to a human's arms, except that its nails were extremely long and sharp like hooks. Holy beast, my iris will also become a holy beast one day. Drunken Cat couldn't help but have a slight fluctuation in her heart. She was too surprised. However, Yue Yang was fully focused and lost her cooperation. He immediately suffered a mental backlash and felt a splitting headache. Quickly stopped thinking and cooperate. Seeing the accident, Yue forgot about everything and turned around. She hugged Yue Yang and immersed herself in his sea of consciousness to share his pain. She also sent over the water yin energy that made him feel the calmest and most peaceful. In an instant, Yue Yang calmed down and returned to his original focused state of dual cultivation. He fixed the flaming celestial eagle iris's current best state after rebirth and reconstruction. When everything was done, Yue Yang couldn't take it anymore and fell asleep in Yu's arms. There was nothing more tiring than rebirth and reconstruction of a new life. If he could choose to replace it, Yue Yang would rather fight against 3 Sha Fangs at the same time than to use Nirvana's flame to rebirth a new life. The stronger the life that needed to be modified, the higher the goal of the modification, and the more effort it would take. Moreover, this was for Drunken Cat's iris, not for man, not for his own beast, and not for a guardian beast that would never die even if it failed. The reason why Yue Yang clenched his teeth and persevered was because he hoped that Drunken Cat would have a strong support before Miss Panda Niu grew up, so that she wouldn't always feel like a burden. One must know that other than Yu Bing, Drunken Cat should be the most hardworking one in training. She was even more hardworking than the cultivation maniac Princess Sissy. She didn't want to be a burden to Yue Yang, so she had been training with all her might. However, no matter how hard or tiring training was, it still needed time. It was impossible to reach the sky in one step. Yue Yang saw it and felt pain in his heart. He didn't want to persuade her, because he understood what she wanted. Therefore, with such an opportunity today, no matter how hard or tiring it was, he would help her get her iris. Holy Beast was not possible for now. Right now, Iris's transformation had just begun. It needed more learning and growth. Just like Fatty High's wind breath seabird, it was so smart and had been nurtured for so long, but it still couldn't completely transform into a human and become a holy beast. Becoming a holy beast was definitely not an easy process. It was no less than a new life for a beast. Flaming celestial eagle iris couldn't maintain its human form for a long time. As soon as the connection between its master's mind was loosened, it immediately returned to its eagle form. It spread its wings and flew high. It flew in the sky and circled excitedly, one round after another, not stopping for a long time. Drunken Cat, who was still sitting on Yue Yang's lap and was also sweating profusely, thanked Yu with a little embarrassment and boundless gratitude. Sister Yu, it's all thanks to you. Yu smiled. She took the handkerchief from Sickly Beauty and wiped the sweat off Drunken Cat's face. It's all right, as long as you guys are fine, I can rest assured. Drunken Cat was excited. She opened her arms and hugged both Yu and Sickly Beauty, who were separated by Yue Yang. She couldn't say a word anymore. Her tears fell like pearls from a broken necklace. Yue Yang, who was in a deep sleep, had already entered the dream realm. He immediately looked for Koki no Koki and asked her about the Dragon Ball. It's like this. I used Wang Lung Yuan to attack. In the end, not only did Sha Feng die, his divine power and knowledge were also refined into a Dragon Ball. Previously, Wang Lung Yuan refined the Hell Tiger Divine Sword for Tigress. Then, he refined millions of dragon scales from the god-vanquishing secret realm to create Ying Long. What kind of secret power did Wang Lung Yuan's sword contain? Why did it far exceed my expectations? I'm getting more and more confused. I know you must know the real secret. Tell me quickly. Chapter 1175. Koki no Koki smiled, but did not say anything. Yue Yang suddenly realized, the way of the sword that he had grasped was naturally correct. However, because his realm was not high enough, it was impossible for him to comprehend the entire way of the sword. For example, he still needed to improve on the profoundness and the extension of the true meaning. In terms of comprehending the way of the sword, every time he went up a level, he would discover that there was a more exquisite true knowledge. There was nothing wrong with the sword intent comprehended at every level, but the way of the sword wasn't an absolute and unchanging truth. It had its own explanation in every level, and the content of the higher levels would be richer, more complete, and more vast. Now, it seemed that he had reached a new level, and it was time for him to make a breakthrough. A fragrant wind had unknowingly filled the entire dream realm. He turned his head. The guy from another world was pleasantly surprised to find that the sword goddess, whom he had not seen for a long time, was standing behind him. Had she finally appeared to guide him? It seemed that comprehending and using the Wang Lung Yuan was an opportunity. The sword goddess signaled to Yue Yang to calm down. She had always been like this. She would only demonstrate once, and regardless of whether Yue Yang could comprehend it or not, she would float away. Yue Yang usually did not disappoint her. He would always grasp the opportunity and successfully receive enlightenment, gain knowledge, and advance to a new realm. However, this kind of teaching method was a kind of pressure. No matter how confident Yue Yang was, he did not dare to be careless. Even if he failed to comprehend it, he could still learn from Koki no Koki. However, Yue Yang definitely did not want to disappoint the sword goddess one day. Failure was not an option, not even once. Seeing that Yue Yang was completely focused, the sword goddess nodded her head slightly to show her approval. She raised her wrist and pointed her finger. Instantly, the sword intent shone like stars, incomparably brilliant. From the void, trillions of sword chi broke through the void and intertwined to form a giant golden dragon. Compared to the golden dragon transformed from Yue Yang's Wang Lung Yuan sword, this golden dragon was 10 times larger. It was 1,000 meters long. It was truly a mystical dragon whose head could be seen but whose tail was rarely seen. It was also the Wang Lung Yuan sword. Yue Yang felt that his sword chi, in front of her, was like a fledgling compared to an eagle, or a shrimp compared to a giant whale. They were on completely different levels. Furthermore, the heavenly sword goddess had purposely controlled her strength and did not use her full strength. She did not want to shock Yue Yang too much and affect his current state of mind and cultivation. Even if it was like this, Yue Yang was still dumbstruck. The giant golden dragon soared into the sky and let out a majestic dragon roar that shook the entire universe. The heavens and the earth immediately dimmed. If he did not see it with his own eyes that it was transformed from sword chi, Yue Yang would have suspected that it was a real giant dragon, a living creature, and not a sword chi that the heavenly sword goddess had casually released. The giant golden dragon soared in the sky, circling above the 9 heavens. Sometimes he could see its head, sometimes he could see its body, sometimes he could see its tail. However, because its body was too big and slender, and its movements were too mysterious, he could not see its full appearance. This golden dragon could soar in the clouds, ride on the fog, hide or hide, appear or see. When it soared, it would break through the blue dome of heaven. When it burrowed, it would return to the 9 earths. Up in the sky, down in the earth, it could move like a snake or swim like a fish. It was unrestrained and unrestrained. It's practically a living creature. Yue Yang could not help but exclaim in admiration. When the heavenly sword goddess heard this, her lips curled into a smile. It was unknown whether she approved or rejected it. She suddenly stretched out her hand and pointed. From the center of Yue Yang's forehead, she gently guided it. Yue Yang felt that his own soul seemed to have separated into an incomparably small body. It also transformed into a small dragon that was as small as a hair. Shaking its head, it swam towards the giant golden dragon. The giant golden dragon opened its mouth and swallowed it whole. In an instant, Yue Yang's entire body shook violently. It was as if his soul had merged with some kind of giant guardian beast. At this moment, he felt that he and the giant golden dragon were one. There was no difference between them. Of course, Yue Yang also understood that this was actually an illusion. The giant golden dragon still existed, and he himself also existed independently. It was just that the two of them had the most intimate connection in their souls, which made them feel as if they were one. No matter what, this Wang Lung Yuan, giant golden dragon created by the heavenly sword goddess, had already become Yue Yang's clone. It was completely under his control. Although the giant golden dragon also had its own nature and consciousness, its dragon soul had merged with Yue Yang's soul. In the future, it would forever be under Yue Yang's control, becoming a miraculous existence that was both one and a part of him. This kind of existence was similar to a guardian beast. It was even more intimate. At first, Yue Yang was pleasantly surprised, but he was still a little confused. Why did the heavenly sword goddess create such a giant dragon for him? Could it be that she knew that he was going to participate in the gods' war, so she created a strong helper for him? That's not right. Didn't she usually want to train herself the most? Without waiting for Yue Yang to understand, the heavenly sword goddess raised her left hand lightly. The parts of Ying Long that were originally placed in Queen Vivian Lee's world of ice and snow in the black hole sealed space were instantly teleported to this dream space. The heavenly sword goddess stretched out her left hand and slowly closed it. Originally, Yue Yang and Princess Qian had estimated that they wouldn't be able to assemble the parts of Ying Long within 3 to 4 months. However, within a few seconds, they had perfectly combined together, turning into the 108-kilometer-long Ying Long Peak Battle Doll that Yue Yang had been looking forward to for a long time. The pinnacle battle doll of Ying Long had already been completed. It was only missing a dragon soul. Yue Yang was ecstatic. His heart was beating 300 times. So the heavenly sword goddess created the giant golden dragon to create a dragon soul for him. Just as he was pleasantly surprised, Yue Yang realized that the heavenly sword goddess's right hand pointed at his heart again. The holy grimoire was summoned involuntarily and floated in front of him. Not only that, Yue Yang realized that when the heavenly sword goddess retracted her hand, there was an extra item in her palm. That was his creation god's orb. The creation god's orb that could only be controlled by Yue Yang was now in the heavenly sword goddess's hands, as if it was her own precious orb. The chaos energy that Yue Yang usually did not dare to touch was taken out by the heavenly sword goddess in an instant. It was as easy as cutting a cake. Yue Yang realized that he could not move in an instant. His spirit and energy seemed to have been sucked dry by something. There was a huge suction force that made him feel weak, which he had not felt for a long time. More than half of the chaos energy was sucked away. His spirit that was on the verge of collapse and his body that was on the verge of fainting were greatly soothed. It was as if a starving person who was on the verge of death had suddenly obtained food. The heavenly sound of the phoenix's cry shook Yue Yang's spirit. It was as if there was a spiritual spring flowing from the bottom of his heart, nourishing his entire heart. Yue Yang did not have the time to raise his head, but he felt that there were traces of the Phoenix sisters flying past his head. Could it be that they had already summoned the divine grimoire? Was the chaos energy needed to summon the divine grimoire? Yue Yang was looking up when he saw the heavenly sword goddess taking out 3/10 of the chaos energy from the divine pearl of creation. It was guided by 3 sword chis. One flew straight to the giant golden dragon above his head and was guided by it. Another flew to the peak-level battle puppet Ying Long. The third drilled into Yue Yang's divine grimoire and filled it with the world that devoured all the energy in the world. The world was like a dried-up machine that was filled with oil. It exploded with a loud rumbling sound, and the range rapidly expanded by 100 times. The newly born ability was shaped like lightning, exploding in Yue Yang's sea of consciousness. Yue Yang felt a headache. He did not have time to digest it. At the top of the sky, the peak-level battle puppet Ying Long that had fused with the giant golden dragon was also changing. The feedback information bombarded Yue Yang's mind crazily, causing Yue Yang to see stars and almost faint. The third sword chi guided the chaos energy and fused it into Yue Yang's creation domain. The creation domain that was originally 100 meters wide. It rose to 10,000 meters in an instant. Even if it was 1/10 of the chaos energy in the divine pearl of creation, it was still a huge amount of energy that Yue Yang could not fuse with. Now that the 3 of them were pouring in at the same time, it was naturally difficult for Yue Yang to absorb it. Fortunately, he had the heavenly sword goddess's will to guide him. If it was Yue Yang doing this himself, he would probably explode or die from serious injuries. How vast was the chaos energy? Not to mention 1/10 of the divine pearl of creation, even a trace of it was enough to give birth to a powerful battle beast that was close to the spirit of chaos. If 1,000th of the chaos energy that Yue Yang had fused with was divided, it would be more than enough to raise a false god. Now that the 3 of them were pouring in at the same time, even if it was not directly poured into the top of his head, it would still make Yue Yang suffer. Yue Yang gritted his teeth and persevered. He knew that if he could get through this, it would be a new breakthrough in his path of cultivation. If he could get through this, it would be the biggest improvement in his sword cultivation. This was an opportunity that others could not even dream of. What Ji Wei dreamed of was something that they could not obtain, but it was all under his will. Ji Zun, she had the unshakable and indestructible Ji Zun's will. She would definitely succeed. She would not give herself a mission that would never succeed. No matter how difficult it was, she would definitely be able to pass it. No matter how difficult it was, she would definitely be able to pass it. Yue Yang persevered with this belief and endured the pain. He maintained his rationality and consciousness, allowing the vast chaos energy to bombard his sea of consciousness and allow the chaos energy to transform his body and everything else. After an unknown period of time, he felt his body suddenly lighten, as if his entire body had relaxed. His soul that was originally as heavy as a shackle instantly became extremely light, as if his entire body was about to float. Under this kind of relief, Yue Yang felt a little uncomfortable. As soon as his mind relaxed, his consciousness could not help but erupt like a flood. In the end, he could no longer bear it and went berserk. Rumble. It had been a long time since the Destiny's true body appeared. Its body was taller than a mountain, and its head could not be seen. Under the pressure of the Destiny's true body, everyone would be restricted and unable to move. Even the powerful enemy of the Sun King was the same. However, this kind of pressure was ineffective against the heavenly sword goddess. She did not feel anything, and even Koki no Koki, who was beside her, was not affected at all. She was not afraid at all. Instead, she curiously raised her small face and looked up at the unknown height of the golden body. The heavenly sword goddess seemed to be unwilling to see Yue Yang lose his rationality and go berserk. She stretched out her hand and gently brushed Yue Yang's face. Destiny's true body. In an instant, she returned to Yue Yang's body. Meanwhile, Yue Yang's consciousness also returned to its original calm and serene state. Because of the excessive overdraft and the repeated extreme changes, Yue Yang did not have the time to wake up and fell into a deep sleep. A smile appeared on the heavenly sword goddess's lips. She passed the slowly collapsing Yue Yang to Koki no Koki to carry him. He stepped on the void and flew away like a celestial. In the sky, the 108-kilometer-long winged dragon seemed to have a life of its own. It suddenly came to life and opened its eyes. It flew down from the top of the 9 heavens, opened its mouth and spat out a dragon pearl with a diameter of 100 meters. It wrapped Yue Yang inside it and picked him up gently. The dragon's head pierced through the space barrier and headed towards the unknown void. At the same time, the Holy Grimoire and the Divine Grimoire, which was thousands of times more brilliant than the Holy Grimoire, closed together and turned into countless golden lights. They returned to Yue Yang's sea of consciousness and continued to sleep before he summoned them. Chapter 1176. When Yue Yang opened his eyes, he found himself in Queen Vivian Li's ice palace. How did he come back? How did he come here? Don't look at me, I don't know what happened. Empress Fei Wen Li was in an extremely good mood. Her beautiful and peerless body was half leaning on Yue Yang's body. Her expression was a little mischievous, which was rarely seen, and her face was full of smiles. I only know that your Ying Long, which was originally scattered and fragmented, flew out. When it came back, it turned into a living giant dragon. Of course, that is not the change that I am most concerned about. Little fellow, you seem to have comprehended some incredible secret. Why don't you tell me the truth? She did not wait for Yue Yang to answer, and kissed him. Cherry lips sealed, blazing, passion like fire, burning ceaselessly. Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li had always taken the initiative. She would never be shy like other people. That kind of girlish attitude was not her style. If it was someone else, Yue Yang might immediately turn around and fight for the initiative. However, facing Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li, it was difficult for him to have such an opportunity. Because when she kissed, she would usually crazily plunder the purest innate chi in Yue Yang's body to replenish her body's needs. Every time, Yue Yang would be sucked dry by Her Majesty until she wanted to die. Her limbs would become weak, and she would not be able to take the initiative at all. This time, Yue Yang thought it would be the same as before. Who knew that it would be totally out of his expectations? Queen Vivian Li's lips were only burning with passion. There was no longer the crazy plundering from before. Their lips and tongues were entwined. Yue Yang's mind was intoxicated. He hugged Her Majesty with both of his hands, and unknowingly took the initiative, pressing her under his body instead. His wolfish claws habitually moved around the fragrant snow jade body, causing Her Majesty to pant uncontrollably, her sensitive demon body trembling continuously. Their passion was like a tide. Just as Her Majesty was pressing her beloved wolfish against her chest, preparing to eat the world's best red plum fruit. Unbeknownst to him, a small head had appeared beside him and was looking at him curiously. His eyes were wide and unblinking. Children are not allowed to watch. Queen Vivian Li accidentally discovered it and jumped in shock. Unable to hold back her embarrassment, she hurriedly pushed Yue Yang, who was buried in the snow, away. She hurriedly pulled up her bra and hugged the little Lamia loli who had been watching from the side for a long time. She lovingly kissed her and patiently educated her darling. In the future, when Mummy and Daddy train together, you can't just watch from the side. My baby, you're still too young. Some of the cultivation methods are secret and can only be implemented when you grow up. So, you can't run out like this in the future. It's very easy to disturb your parents' cultivation. Do you understand? Little Wen Li didn't really understand, but she had always been obedient, so she nodded and agreed. Actually, the sickly beauty and Luo Hua city mistress had also said similar things to her before. Yue Yang and everyone else's lovers and husband and wife pair training. She could see these things often and was curious about them, but she usually wouldn't come out to disturb them. The reason why she came out when Queen Vivian Li and Yue Yang were together was because she felt that Queen Vivian Li was her closest mother. She didn't feel that it was an influence, and she had a natural instinct to imitate her mother. Queen Vivian Li also understood that little Wen Li was still young and didn't understand these things. She smiled and kissed her, and then it was over. She did not immediately send Xiao Wen Li back to the grimoire world. Instead, she handed her over to Yue Yang and let him carry her first. Then, she personally made a sumptuous dinner for Xiao Wen Li. After that, she sat the little darling in the middle and fed her as they chatted and laughed. She didn't seem like an empress, but more like a gentle mother. She doted on her precious daughter, making the little fellow beam with joy. Yue Yang never thought that Queen Vivian Li would have such a side to her. Not long after, the little serpent demon Loli, who was greatly satisfied, fell asleep in Her Majesty's arms, breathing softly. You don't need an Qi anymore. Yue Yang knew that Queen Vivian Li had long recovered her perfect body, but because her realm had surpassed her own, and because she was in the black hole space creating the world of ice and snow, her divine power had been greatly consumed. Every time Yue Yang came in, she would crave for his innate Qi to replenish her. Now that she suddenly didn't need it, Yue Yang was a little surprised. Could it be that she had also comprehended a new realm? Actually when you came in, your body was full of chaotic energy. Without your consciousness controlling it, it was dissipating naturally. I was afraid of wasting it, so I took a few breaths. Queen Vivian Li said. Yue Yang suddenly understood. No wonder this serpent demon empress was full of energy, she had secretly eaten it. Since that was the case, Yue Yang naturally wouldn't be courteous. He reached out and hugged Her Majesty, kissing her lips, wanting to take back the debt of being kissed secretly. Queen Vivian Li didn't resist, but instead took the initiative and pulled Yue Yang down under her body. Yue Yang tried his best to fight back, but he couldn't. The proud empress kissed him passionately from above. The two of them engaged in a battle of words, fighting endlessly. For a moment, they were evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who would come out on top, just when a certain wolf's wolf claws sneaked into Yue Yang's bosom and climbed over the mountain peaks to steal the celestial fruit. Suddenly, Her Majesty bit him. The tip of his tongue hurt. He immediately realized that haste makes waste, so he hurriedly started to behave himself. The exploration team stopped moving forward, pretending that they didn't have any intention to invade, but their actions were still shameless. Even when Her Majesty extended her hand to chase them away, they still persisted in not leaving. They slowly wandered under the snowy peak, suppressing their impatience and waiting for a good opportunity. In the midst of the passionate kiss, a certain wolf had unknowingly turned the tables. Her Majesty's body became softer and softer, gradually losing ground. In the end, she fell from her high and mighty throne and fell into her lover's embrace. Unknowingly, she had already become intoxicated with love, her face red as if it was burning. The wolf's wolf claws army's sudden attack succeeded in reaching the summit. Just when he was about to taste the celestial fruit, he suddenly heard a dragon's roar from outside the snow palace. Her Majesty's mind was shaken, and she immediately bit him hatefully, turning over and sitting up. Damn, at such an important moment, Yue Yang's heart was filled with hatred. His best opportunity was ruined by a dragon's roar. Wasn't Ying Long a battle puppet? Why would it roar, and why did it have to roar now? Maybe those little lovers of yours saw that you were missing, and were burning with anxiety, calling for you to return. Queen Vivian Li was very smart, she guessed correctly. Then we can continue after I return. Yue Yang was insatiable as he raised this request. No, Her Majesty rejected him flatly. Yue Yang felt dizzy. Why did things always become complicated at the most important moment? If you perform well in the God's War, I will consider if I should reward you with a small kiss. Queen Vivian Li naturally wouldn't disappoint him, and promised him this condition. When Yue Yang heard this, his fighting spirit immediately increased by 1,000 times. He would let Black Day and Ji Wei go to hell. Whoever dared to block his blissful sexual life, he would kill them all. Seeing this brat's exaggerated wolf blood boiling, Her Majesty couldn't help but smile sweetly. After bidding farewell to Her Majesty, Yue Yang returned to his own grimoire world. He still hadn't stabilized himself. Bing cried and ran into his embrace. The next one to rush over was Yu Yu. She opened her arms and hugged him tightly together with Bing. Big drops of hot tears fell on his shoulder. Xiao San, you scared me to death. You are not allowed to scare people like this in the future. Yue Yang was stunned. What the hell? What exactly happened? He raised his head and looked carefully. He realized that Fallen Beauty and Little Inen who were running towards him had tear stains on their faces. Even the strongest Princess Sissy's eyes were slightly red, as if she had cried before. Impatience and Southern Demon King pretended to be calm and smiled, but anyone could see that they were panicking. They pretended to be relaxed and teased everyone. We said it would be fine. This brat is always like this. He would do something to scare everyone. What happened? Yue Yang was extremely confused. Didn't he just enter the dream realm to ask the Heavenly Sword Goddess for advice? Why was everyone crying? Not long ago, the entire grimoire world went dark. All of our spirit ribbons lost contact with you. We thought you scared us to death. Xiao San, you scared us to death. Yu Yu was sobbing. Everyone knew that once the grimoire world collapsed, it meant the death of its owner. The grimoire world that had lost its contract would return to chaos. Moreover, everyone's spirit was connected to Yue Yang. Even if they didn't try to spy on him, they could still vaguely sense his existence. Once they lost this connection, coupled with the darkness of the grimoire world, they all suspected that something had happened to Yue Yang. That was why they were so scared. No one knew that it was the process of Yue Yang receiving the chaos energy and fusing with it. The vast chaos energy, the most special guardian beast, world in the grimoire, the expansion of his creation domain, and even the fusion of Yue Yang's soul with the golden giant dragon created by the Heavenly Sword Goddess. All of these were coincidences. But it was also because of this that everyone was scared out of their wits. Later on, Yue Yang broke through to a new realm. The grimoire world regained its brightness in an instant. Furthermore, there was a huge change. The entire grimoire world was renewed. Only then did everyone gradually calm down. Everyone quietly waited for Yue Yang's return. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no sign of him. Yu Yu and the others were worried that he would have a huge breakthrough and advance to the godly realm. Then, he would enter the Eastern Immortal Tribe's world or the Heaven Realm and never return to the Trial Grounds or Tong Tian Tower. If it wasn't for the previous fright, everyone would still be full of confidence and think that it wouldn't be like that. But after the fright, their minds were in chaos. Everyone waited for a long time, but Yue Yang didn't return. Bing even cried out loud, desperately calling for her brother to return. Coincidentally, little Wen Li was sleeping soundly and didn't hear her call, so she couldn't respond. If it wasn't for the world that had evolved from the same source to contact, Ying Long, the latter roared and reminded Yue Yang, Bing tears would have drowned the grimoire world. After listening to everyone's narration, Yue Yang felt ashamed and touched at the same time. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a wolf's heart and was entangled with the Empress, everyone wouldn't be shocked again and again. He hurriedly promised everyone, no matter what happens, I won't leave alone. Without you guys, I won't go anywhere. Even if I'm captured and sealed, after thousands of years, I will return to everyone's side again. Xiao San, don't talk nonsense. Yu Yu reached out her hand to cover his mouth. You can't say anything good or bad, you can't say nonsense casually, it's enough that you have the heart. Yes, I was wrong, I was wrong. Yue Yang hurriedly raised his hands in surrender. Stupid brother. Bing looked at him and immediately smiled through her tears. Her tears were wiped away, and the panic dissipated. Smiles returned to everyone's faces. After the twists and turns, everyone's hearts had unknowingly become closer and more closely connected. Seeing this scene, Sickly Beauty, who was the calmest, smiled and muttered softly, did you see that? Without you by his side, he will always make a mess of things. You better wake up quickly, he can't do without you, especially in the God's War, he can't do without you. Inside the house, Shui Wuxia, who had been quietly lying on the bed, seemed to have moved her eyelashes ever so slightly. Chapter 1177. After comforting Bing and the others with great difficulty, Yue Yang originally wanted to talk to everyone about his understanding of breaking through the new realm. Sickly beauty reminded him, too much time had been wasted. If they didn't set off now, the gods' war would have already started. If Yue Yang didn't plan to disguise himself as the southwest god Sha Feng, it didn't matter when the gods' war started, as long as it didn't end. But now he couldn't, and he had also received Akaji's, dragon swallowing, and divine power. It would be unreasonable if he didn't help. If he was late, the East God Deicide would most likely die, or at least he would be hit by Tenchu's sneak attack, which was completely contrary to Yue Yang's overall plan. Therefore, Yue Yang temporarily suppressed the idea of sharing the new realm with everyone. He bid farewell to everyone and left the grimoire world. When he understood the situation, there was plenty of time. Then he returned to meet with everyone. The Dragon Ball, that was definitely not a real Dragon Ball, and the fully evolved Ying Long, he didn't have time to check it now. He didn't even have time to look at the world that he could see when he opened the grimoire. Yue Yang directly took out the quasi-divine weapon, Spiral Fang, that he had collected from Sha Feng. He returned to the mountain outside the mountain. The combination of counterfeit inherent skill, phantom shadow, and creation domain was enough to confuse the eyes of the world. In addition to the dragon pearl that contained the sand wind divine power and the essence of knowledge, he even had the unique divine weapon, Spiral Tooth, that was forcefully subdued by the Nirvana flame. Yue Yang believed that even the Western God Lord, Heizhou, who had a good relationship with him for 10,000 years, would not be able to see through his identity. Now that he had the identity of Sha Feng as a cover in the newly comprehended, true dragon realm, Yue Yang's confidence in killing Ji Wei was greatly increased. If possible, Yue Yang even wanted to kill the West God Black Day. If Black Day died, it would definitely be a great loss to the central shrine. On the contrary, if he were alive, then, if he wanted to attack the central shrine in the future, this Black Day would definitely be a big obstacle. Yue Yang didn't want to have such a troublesome small boss beside him when he attacked the central shrine and fought against the ultimate big boss, the Temple Supreme. Teleportation after teleportation, 100 miles in a single thought. Yue Yang spared no effort in making his way to the East God Nations, the Storm Stronghold. Storm Fortress. At this moment, the place was filled with the elite warriors of the Eastern camp. There were simply too many of them, and there was an endless stream of reinforcements. Marshal Windear requested the Eastern camp to set up camp at the rear of the I Fort. Many oracles and divine generals were worried that they might be spies sent by the Western camp. Thus, they tried their best to move these people away from the storm into a valley 60 kilometers away as backup troops. Coincidentally, the space pirates were also arranged to camp in this valley. They were not many in number, but they were notorious. If not for the assurances of Marshal Windear and Marshal Griffin, the divine generals in charge of receiving them would not have dared to treat these fellows, who had been wanted criminals not too long ago, as allies. If Wind Eagle, Winged Tiger, and Fiery Bird had been more high profile and driven the original Pelican, which had been modified by Yue Yang and given the name Big Swan, to the skies above the storm, the space pirates would definitely not have been treated this way. Wind Eagle and the others did not do this. Firstly, they wanted to keep a low profile. They did not want to use the captured Big Swan to slap the Southeast God Nation's troops in the face. Secondly, it was a strategic necessity. This Big Swan could be used as a surprise attack. At a crucial moment, it could be used to launch a surprise attack on the enemy. In truth, the East God Nation, the Southern God Nation, and the Southeast God Nation's fleets were all lying in ambush. They did not reveal their true whereabouts. Those commanders who openly displayed their strategic intentions to the enemy were all idiots. No one would do that, unless there was a huge imbalance in strength between the two sides, with one side bullying the weak and the strong bullying the weak, they would definitely win the battle. In addition, the commanding officer was a vain and prideful person. Perhaps that was why he was so complacent. Otherwise, normal people would not be so stupid. I hate this starved dog ridge. I hate this valley even more. I hate everything here. Pelican, who had been left behind by Wind Eagle and the others to lead the team in the valley, missed the lavish life he had on Big Swan not long ago. That kind of life was a dream. Every day, he did not have to do anything. He did not even have to use his brain. Countless Xuanwu guards would prepare all the food and drinks for the galactic pirates to eat and drink to their heart's content. There would never be a single Xuanwu guard who would complain. They were even more diligent than worker bees and more orderly than ants. After leaving Big Swan, Pelican realized that he had never had a satisfying meal on the surface. It was always that damned bread that was harder than stone. It was always that big pot of stew made by the army cooks who had no sense of taste. If he ate a cockroach in the stew and not a rat that had been dead for God knows how long, he would be considered lucky. Bear with it, we are not here to enjoy ourselves. We are here to fight. Raven could not stop comforting him. In truth, this sentence had been used by countless people to comfort others, or even themselves. If this continues, I suspect that I will starve to death here instead of dying on the battlefield. Grasshopper complained desperately. Shut up, you traitor and captive. Pelican patted him hard. It's fine if you say I'm a captive, but how can you say that I'm a traitor? Grasshopper was very angry. When the 5 villains and General Wu Guan attacked Gannett, they had gone through thick and thin together. Later, he would rather not go back to Lord Mao's side and stay with these drunken galactic pirates who had not taken a bath for half a month. What was he doing? It was just that he thought it was good to hang out with them and was quite happy. Now he was talking about traitors. How annoying. Was there such a stupid traitor in the world? I'm not wrong. Your stance is indeed not firm. You even betrayed Lord Titan. It's just that Lord Titan did not care about a traitor like you. Maybe on the battlefield, you will join the enemy again when you see that the situation is not good. Therefore, I have to keep a close eye on you. If you really have any bad intentions, I will definitely kill you. Although that was what the Pelican said, that was not what he meant in his heart. He used his giant arms to lock Big Brother's neck and pretended to torture him, but he quickly let go and laughed. Of course, you haven't betrayed us yet, so I'll give you a chance to be a good person. Come, let's have a drinking contest. If you lose, then you might be a traitor. T. How can I be a traitor if I lose? Grasshopper was speechless. If I say you are, then you are. If you don't dare to drink, then you have a guilty conscience. The Pelican patted Big Brother's shoulder hard and burst into laughter, dragging the bad guy who had joined halfway but refused to be a space pirate down the mountain. They had a drinking competition and did not stop until they were drunk. Isn't it just drinking? I'm not afraid of you. I am the famous god of wine in the Southeast Pantheon. Grasshopper's shortcoming was that he liked to brag. Of course, good wine was also his shortcoming. Seeing the two of them going down to drink to relieve their boredom, Raven stood quietly on the rock. He frowned slightly. He was not worried about whether Grasshopper was a traitor or whether he would betray them again. For someone like Grasshopper, even if he was 100 or 1,000 times stronger, he would not be able to affect the situation at all, let alone now. Furthermore, if it really reached the point where Grasshopper would betray them, it would be too late. At that time, not only Grasshopper, many others would become traitors, including his comrades in the Galactic Pirates. They might not be able to hold on until the end. This was not what Raven was worried about. What he was most troubled about was how to use his strength and that of the Galactic Pirates to help the Eastern Camp, Deicide, Titan U, Wind Eagle, Wing Eagle, Fiery Bird, and the others. If there was no Cygnus, Raven would not think of anything else. He would just compete with Pelican in drinking, because his strength was destined to not be able to affect the situation of the war. But now, he had a Cygnus that was not inferior to the largest suspending mothership in the outer mountains, Dragon Eagle and Kun Peng. There were hundreds of Xuanwu guards, dozens of Xuanwu giants, and 5 Xuanwu spirits. As long as he commanded them properly, they would definitely be a force that could affect the situation of the war. At the very least, they could affect the local strategy. Lord Titan Yu might return very soon. We just need to wait for his news. There is no need to think too much. In addition, I heard that the Southwest God Master Sha Feng, the Northwest God Master Frost Cold, and the North God Lord Zhao Shi had once tried to kill the Southeast God Master Akaji, but they did not succeed. When the Southeast God Master Akaji broke out of the encirclement, he even heavily injured the Southwest God Master Sha Feng with the help of the South God Master Tencho. Although the Southeast God Master Akaji was also injured, this news boosted the morale of the entire army. The 3 gods of the Western camp could not even deal with the Southeast God Master. Moreover, there was the North God Master who had a higher status and strength. Now that the Southwest God Master Sha Feng is heavily injured, and the Northeast God Master Qing Yun is not involved, he might even secretly help us. Our eastern camp is not at a disadvantage, so there is no need to worry too much about the war. Moreover, this is not what we want. The lords are in charge. Unexpectedly, it was Spotted Duck who stood behind Raven and comforted him. Where did you get this news? Raven was very happy at first, but he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. A bad feeling flashed through his heart. It is everywhere in and out of the camp. Who doesn't know? Spotted Duck shook his head, indicating that he did not know who had spread the news first. Then, it is fine. Raven laughed at himself. This was obviously good news, but he also felt that it was a conspiracy. Could it be that he was too sensitive, or that he was too involved in the war? He waved his hand to send Spotted Duck away. Raven returned to his tent with a slightly relaxed mood. Before sleeping, he still remembered this good news, but he felt that it was too unreal. Was the Southeast God Master Akaji really that brave? Maybe Akaji was also seriously injured, but kept it a secret. Maybe the South God Master Tencho came to his rescue in time. Maybe the East God Master Deicide was also dispatched. Raven decided not to think about it anymore. Before Titan Yu returned or sent an order, he decided to rest well, conserve his energy, and prepare to welcome the God War in his best state under Titan Yu's leadership. He should be able to create a glorious result by following behind that young man who could constantly create miracles. After waking up, Raven felt that he was full of energy. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly spotted Duck entered the tent with a joyful expression. He reported mysteriously, "My lord, I have already inquired about it." The news was first spread by the prophet. The prophet is the second state preceptor under the East God Master Deicide. He is usually secretive and does not show himself until the God War broke out. Only then did this Lord Prophet become known to the world. You don't know, but this news is absolutely true. The Storm Fortress also sent messengers back to announce this good news, but they did not mention it earlier than the prophet. Oh right, the prophet is currently selecting the lucky ones in the camp. It is said that the East God Master Deicide, in order to increase the strength of his side, constantly used the ancient divine power to enhance the Eastern camp's soldiers with attributes and potential. Now, the prophet is testing everyone. Haha, you definitely don't know, but that lucky guy Grasshopper was actually chosen by the prophet. What? When? Raven heard this good news, not only was he not happy, but he was also scared out of his wits. Chapter 1178. When Raven rushed out of the tent and returned to the main camp, he found that the place was decorated with lanterns and streamers and livestock were being slaughtered in celebration. Even the know-it-all Spotted Duck had no idea what was going on. He had to find someone to ask. Only then did he find out that the first batch of lucky fellows who had obtained the ancient divine power, led by a prophet called Forget-Not, had ambushed a temporary scouting outpost of the western camp in the morning. They had killed 6 elite scouts of the western camp on the spot and captured 4. Now that they had returned to the main camp with the captives, everyone was celebrating them and showing off their victory in the first battle. Fort the Storm was currently in a defensive state. Everyone was holed up inside the fort. Even the regular army, including the Eastern God Lord Deicide's most powerful Blood Legion and the Southern God Lord Tenchu's Mad Demon Slaughterer Legion, had not achieved even the slightest bit of victory during the confrontation between the two armies. Yet, it was the volunteer army and mercenaries that everyone looked down on and were most wary of that had made a good start and gained the first drop of blood. How could this not make everyone go wild with joy? As soon as the first batch of lucky fellows returned, they were immediately welcomed by the entire volunteer army. Whether it was the volunteer mercenaries from the divine nation of the Northeast, the bandits and thieves from all over, or the galactic pirates who had just become friends, all of them rejoiced and their morale was greatly boosted. As for the previously low-key prophet, they worshipped him even more. Everyone felt that this state preceptor was second only to the Eastern God Master, the Godslayer. If he hadn't used his primordial divine power to enhance the strength of the rebel army, even if the rebel army were 100 times stronger, they still wouldn't have been able to kill the elite scouts of the western camp, much less capture 4 of them. My lord, did you hear that? Those whose original attributes were not suitable or their potential were not enough can still participate in the second round of selection. The prophet has decided to personally dig out everyone's potential and hidden attributes. He is determined not to leave anyone out. Haha, I still have a chance. I knew that the depression would soon pass and the future success will belong to me. Once I'm chosen, that brat Grasshopper won't be able to make fun of me anymore. Who knows, My hidden potential might be even higher than his. Spotted Duck was so excited when he got back from the news that he was dancing with joy. Our people also have to participate in the test. Raven's face turned green, and he broke out in cold sweat. That's not good enough. My lord, it's not just our men, it's not just our brothers, it's the entire camp, everyone. Everyone has decided to participate in Lord Prophet's test. Spotted Duck laughed and shook his head. Where's Pelican? Raven noticed that the drunkard wasn't by his side. Sir Santon has already participated in the test. My lord, you might not know this. Once the ancient divine power is upgraded, the weakest one will become a god's envoy. Those with better potential can even become a god's general. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Unless you're a fool, otherwise, no one will miss it. Lord Blackleaf, let's go. I can't wait to become a god's general. Even if I can't become one, becoming a god's envoy would be good too. Grasshopper is said to have the potential to become a god's envoy. His nose is almost in the sky. I can't lose to him. Spotted Duck was getting more and more excited as he spoke. He pulled Raven forward. Spotted Duck, help me back to the tent to rest first. Raven wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and gritted his teeth. He seemed to have made an important decision in his heart. All right. Spotted Duck's heart had already flown to the Prophet's testing hall. However, he noticed that Lord Raven seemed to be unwell. Naturally, he did not dare to delay and hurriedly helped him back. Usually, Raven would become extremely weak and painful for a period of time every 3 to 4 months. Especially when the battle was more intense and his body was more exhausted, the interval between the attacks would be shorter. This was the backlash of his body enduring the forbidden power. There was no cure for it in the mountain beyond mountain. If it wasn't for the ancient broken crystal necklace on his body that could use the godly power contained in it to suppress it, the backlash of the forbidden power would definitely cause his body to explode. Spotted Duck saw that Raven's body was suffering from the forbidden power's backlash more than once or twice. He thought that Raven's body was covered in sweat and his face was pale because of the attack. He even sighed in his heart that it was really not the right time to attack. Before Spotted Duck left, Raven suddenly reminded him, Spotted Duck, if you have time, remember to come back here and call me after the test. I'm afraid I'll never wake up. Towards this insignificant request, Spotted Duck naturally agreed. Don't worry, Lord Blackleaf. I'll definitely come back. I promised Lord Titan that I'll do the logistics work well. I'll be back soon. It's good that you remember. Raven waved his hand weakly, gesturing for Spotted Duck to go out. After an unknown period of time, Raven, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes, there was no longer a trace of weakness or pain. Instead, a bright light shot out like a burning flame. He was as agile as a civet and as light as a flying bird. Raven turned over and got off the bed. He hesitated slightly. He took out a fragmented and small fragment of an ancient relic from his bosom. After reaching out a few times, he retracted it. In the end, he let out a long sigh and placed the faintly glowing fragment of an ancient relic on the table. He then changed into a set of black clothes and dressed as a thief. He covered his face with a headscarf and inserted 2 daggers. Faster than lightning, he flew out. After a few leaps, he was already far away from the valley. Raven gradually left the cheering and noisy camp behind him. However, he did not dare to let down his guard. He looked behind him nervously, like a defeated general who kept looking back to see if there were any pursuers. After leaving the valley, Raven finally dared to take a few breaths. Just when he thought that he had escaped from the tiger's den and was preparing to sneak back to the storm fortress to discuss countermeasures with Winged Tiger and Wind Eagle, a pair of legs suddenly appeared in front of him. His vision blurred. Boom! Raven felt pain in his face. The next thing he knew, was that his entire body was smashed into the rocks of the hill. What a cunning little worm. If it wasn't for Master's cautiousness, I would have been fooled by you. The pair of legs appeared in front of Raven again. Before Raven could open his mouth, the legs stepped on him again. So fast, Raven could not even react in time, let alone his body. Although he tried his best to roll and dodge, it was completely useless. The leg did not step on Raven's head, but it was enough to stomp the lower half of Raven's fleeing body into the mud and stones. Raven endured the pain and looked up. He discovered that the owner of those feet was a man dressed like a nobleman. He was handsome and had the bearing of a noble. His expression was incomparably arrogant, and he looked down at him with a condescending gaze. It was as if he was looking at an ant. Little worm, if you tell me the flaw you've discovered, then I might consider whether I should be merciful enough to grant you a quick death. Jiao Lua Waterfall, 500 kilometers away from the storm fortress. The garrison of the western camp, just dozens of kilometers away from the waterfall. Of course, the water city of Jiao Lua Waterfall in the eastern god lord's palace next to it had been designated as the resting place of the gods. It was an absolute forbidden area for ordinary soldiers. In the sky, a strange flame suddenly streaked across. When the soldiers of the southwest god kingdom saw it, they all cheered and prostrated themselves on the ground. Because they knew that the god they believed in and followed, Sha Feng, had finally arrived. The southwest god lord Sha Feng's lateness had caused the soldiers of the southwest god kingdom to suffer a lot of complaints from their allies. In particular, there was an inexplicable rumor that the southwest god lord Sha Feng had besieged the southeast god lord Akaji but failed. Instead, he was seriously injured, which made the soldiers of the southwest god lord lose face. Similarly, the northwest god lord Frost Cold and the north god lord Jiao Shi had already arrived at Jiao Lua Waterfall. Moreover, their bodies and divine powers were not damaged at all. They were solemnly welcomed by the west god lord Black Day. In contrast, the southwest god lord Sha Feng had not arrived even after so long. It was really hard to believe. Could it be that the god they believed in and followed had really been seriously injured by Akaji? The soldiers of the entire southwest god kingdom were waiting anxiously. Until this moment, when they saw their god lord stepping on the flame divine light and riding the wind to Jiao Lua Waterfall, they finally felt relieved. It turned out that the previous rumor was not true. The god lord Sha Feng they believed in and followed was not seriously injured. Instead, he was as heroic and full of divine power as before. Welcome, welcome, brother Sha Feng really scared me. They all said that you wouldn't come, but I believe that brother Sha Feng is not the kind of person who goes back on his word. Haha, brother Sha Feng, you really made us wait for a long time. A ray of black divine light soared into the sky. The whole sky, even if it was a bright day, became dark. A god-level ranker whose face could not be seen clearly and whose true strength could not be seen, rode on the gray fog and black divine light. He was the first to welcome the flame divine light that was shooting towards him. He has come, but I don't know if he is really our ally, God Lord Sha Feng. Another wave of cold air soared and instantly froze the Jiao Lua waterfall. The owner of the cold air coldly questioned the southwest god Lord Sha Feng, who had rushed over, suspecting that he was a fake. If I was a fake deicide, I would kill you first. As a fake, Yue Yang did not feel guilty at all and immediately retorted. Deicide is impossible, because he is not good at disguising. If deicide is really a fake, even a blind person would be able to tell that he is a fake. Moreover, that guy is a stubborn person, he would not use any tricks. The North God Lord Jiao Shi appeared. He looked at Yue Yang from head to toe, causing the fake Yue Yang to feel a little apprehensive. In the end, he shook his head and denied it. HMPH, of course it is impossible for deicide, but don't forget, there is still the Northeast God Lord Qing Yun. The Northwest God, Frost Cold, thought that Yue Yang, this Sha Feng, was a fake Qing Yun. Brother Sha Feng is definitely not Qing Yun. The West God Black Day, whose face could not be seen in the black light, echoed Yue Yang's words and pretended to be a good person. The North God Lord Jiao Shi did not say anything and watched quietly from the side. How can you prove that you are not Qing Yun? The Northwest God Frost Cold gave Yue Yang a difficult problem. This question stumped Yue Yang. It was easy to prove that he was Sha Feng because he had Sha Feng's remnant divine power and knowledge. It was not difficult to disguise himself, but how could he prove that he was not Qing Yun? This was really a pain in the ass. Yue Yang did not know anything about Qing Yun, not even a single thing. Chapter 1179. Unable to say anything. Yue Yang's current situation was a bit like a mute person suffering in silence. He really couldn't afford to hurt a person who disguised himself as a spy. How to prove that he was the Southwest God Sha Feng was easy, but how to prove that he wasn't the Northeast God Qing Yun was difficult. However, if he didn't say anything, it would be easy for Black Day, Frost Cold, and Jiao Shi to suspect him. Frost Cold and Black Day could be ignored, but in the face of Jiao Shi, the mysterious and powerful North God, even Yue Yang didn't dare to be too careless. In the entire outer mountain, Yue Yang felt that these two people could see through his identity. One was Ji Wei, the second was the North God Lord Jiao Shi. If he wanted to impersonate the Southwest God Sha Feng, he had to pass the test of the North God Lord Jiao Shi. Okay, I am Qing Yun. What do you want? Yue Yang smiled coldly. He simply did the opposite and admitted that he was the northeast god Qing Yun. This greatly exceeded the expectations of Black Day and Frost Cold. Don't be angry. Frost Cold didn't mean to suspect you. He was just joking. Black Day hurriedly smoothed things over. In his opinion, Sha Feng could be impersonated, but the impersonator couldn't be Qing Yun. Because with Qing Yun's ability and character, it was impossible for him to impersonate Sha Feng. Besides, even if Qing Yun planned to impersonate Sha Feng, it was impossible for him to run in front of him and Zhao Shi. In front of Zhao Zai's True Wonder Divine Mirror, who could hide from him? The True Wonder Divine Mirror was a divine artifact that could reflect the truth of the world. Haha, what a funny joke. Yue Yang, who was disguised as Sha Feng, naturally couldn't be too easy to talk to. Anger and rage were the most basic elements. If he were to be courteous and gentlemanly and express that it was no big deal, then his acting would immediately be ruined. This was because Sha Feng wasn't a gentlemanly person at all, let alone being graceful. I reserve my opinion. Frost Cold felt that there was something wrong with Sha Feng today, but he couldn't tell what it was. Zhao Shi smiled faintly and did not express his opinion. If that's the case, then I also suspect that you are Deicide's impersonation. Yue Yang immediately retorted. He was actually an expert in making false accusations. Without waiting for Black Day to pretend to be a good person, Yue Yang had already made his move. This was the advantage of pretending to be a boorish person. If he was unhappy, he could turn hostile and make a move on the spot. If he were to pretend to be an official or a politician, then it would be too hard and tiring. Things like conscience were a must, and he would also need to be thick-skinned. Not being shameless was not enough. If he wanted to be a qualified official or politician, being able to lie with his eyes wide open was the most basic requirement. Just a little bit higher, and the acting ability of a movie king was also a basic skill. No matter how much of a genius Yue Yang was, or how outstanding his talent in pretending was, he would definitely not be able to impersonate such a person. Pretending to be a boorish person with a bad temper like Sha Feng was not a problem. He shook his hands. Black Day, Frost Cold and Zhao Shi all felt a kind of raging flame that was filled with anger exploding in the sky. This was not an eruption that would end with the release of an explosion, but a kind of consciously controlled expansion. Flowers of raging flames transformed into flaming roses in the sky. Void floated down, the northeast god, Qing Yun. His moves were fantastical and beautiful. He appeared in the form of flowers and trees. He was a peaceful and benevolent god who did not like to fight. He was compassionate towards all life in the world. He was also the only god among the 8 great gods who did not marry in his life and insisted on practicing asceticism. Among the 8 great gods, if there were any signs of sprouting, flowers blooming and the earth returning to spring, it would definitely be the northeast god, Qing Yun. The northeast god, Qing Yun, owner of the quasi-divine weapon, Heaven's Heart. He was the only god state expert in Outer Mountain who could use energy to transform flowers and trees. This was his unique trademark. Now, Yue Yang condensed roses with raging flames and fell from the sky. It was a deliberate response to Frost Cold and Black Day. Look, I am Qing Yun. Of course, he could not impersonate Qing Yun. There were many flaws in his disguise. However, this would dispel the doubts in Frost Cold and Black Day's hearts. This move of going against the current and exposing one's shortcomings was many times more effective than denying and trying to prove it. Boring. Frost Cold no longer doubted it. Creating the flaming rose was equivalent to the northeast god, Qing Yun. What a joke. One was the power of life, the other was the power of destruction. They were polar opposites. The flaming rose only looked like a rose, but it was actually a flame. Moreover, it was completely condensed from anger and resentment. Among the 8 gods in the entire Outer Mountain, other than the southwest god, Sha Feng, there would not be a second person with such a violent temper. Frost Cold did not suspect that the Sha Feng that Yue Yang impersonated was Qing Yun. He just felt that something was wrong and deliberately opened his mouth to test it. Yue Yang's Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, transformed version, Heaven's Fury Rose. He dispelled the doubts in his heart. It was indeed Sha Feng. Other than Sha Feng, no one else could manipulate flames like this. Of course, the southeast god, Akaji, was also an expert in manipulating flames. However, Akaji was completely different from Sha Feng. He manipulated dragon flames, an extremely special type of flame. It could be seen at a glance that it could not change its unique attribute. The most important thing was that these flaming rows contained some kind of storm power that was temporarily in a static state. Once triggered, there would be an earth-shattering explosion. This was the true unique ability of Sha Feng. The perfect combination of wind and fire could not be imitated by others. Black Day's doubts were also dispelled at this time and he laughed out loud. On the contrary, it was Zhao Shi. He frowned slightly, as if he was puzzled. Take this. Yue Yang was afraid that Zhao Shi would see the flaw. In fact, he did not use the power of the combination of wind and fire, but two kinds of flames. One was the transformed version of the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, and the other was the completely static Earth Gui Yin Fire, faking the combination of wind and fire. With the talent of disguise, coupled with Yue Yang's willpower control, others would definitely not be able to see the difference. However, Zhao Shi, who had the true Wonder Divine Mirror, might be able to see through it. He quickly made his move. Fight was just one word. Sometimes, pestering endlessly was more useful than reasoning. You're crazy. Frost Cold was stunned. What did this guy want to do? Did he want to blow the entire Jiao Luo waterfall area into a sinkhole? The raging flames in the sky condensed under the twisting storm of Yue Yang's consciousness. It transformed into a huge fire sword. It stabbed down at Frost Cold. Unstoppable. This time, Yue Yang impersonated the Eastern God Lord Deicide. He had never seen the Eastern God Lord Deicide, nor did he know the unique skill of the Eastern God Lord Deicide, but he had already obtained some basic information from the previous intelligence. For example, the Eastern God Lord Deicide used a sword, was a sword god, and possessed the strongest ancient sword in the outer mountains, hatred. Yue Yang, who was originally good at sword chi, was of course easier to impersonate. The fire sword in front of Frost Cold slammed down from the sky, his eyes could not help but turn cold. Raise your hand. There were thousands of frost flowers blooming. Dozens of ice chains intertwined and shot into the air, meeting the sword, frantically wrapping around the blade, pulling and twisting the fire sword. Break for me. Yue Yang stepped on the blade, his fists smashing all the entangled ice chains. His body erupted with extremely fierce scarlet heaven divine flame, increasing the power of the sword by 100 times, directly piercing the Frost Cold below. Sha Feng, you madman. Frost Cold was also angry at this time, although they were both in the western camp. But Sha Feng was never a god state ranker that he looked up to. According to the ranking in Frost Cold's mind, the southwest god lord Sha Feng, this ally, was ranked last among the 8 god lords, not even comparable to the southeast god lord Akaji and the northeast god lord Qing Yun. As for him, the northwest god lord, his strength could almost be compared to the south and north god lords. The only difference was that the treasure in his hand was not a divine weapon. He was ranked in the top 5, how could he look at the 8th-ranked Sha Feng seriously? At this time, seeing Sha Feng turn hostile and attack him, his heart was filled with anger. Do you think I'm afraid of you, Sha Feng? Thinking of this, Frost Cold did not hesitate and rushed to the sky. Thousands of hailstones gathered to form a shield, which was 10 times bigger than the fire sword, as thick as a city wall, and smashed over. Compared to the mysterious ice wall shield, created by Frost Cold, the fire sword condensed by Yue Yang was naturally inferior. But if the two collided, it was enough to raise the entire Jiao Luo waterfall area to the ground. Others could not interfere, but as the head of the western camp, the West God Lord Black Day, had to intervene in this battle. As the boss, he also had the intention to show off. The world instantly turned dark. It was as if a prehistoric beast opened its mouth that could swallow the world, and swallowed the world in one gulp. Including Yue Yang and Frost Cold in the battlefield, they felt a kind of unbearable dizziness, but just a second later, the world returned to light, and everything was as before. It was just that the fiery sword and ice shield that were about to collide and explode had already disappeared without a trace. It was very clear that Black Day had used his unique divine power to instantly dissolve the fiery sword and ice shield. In a second, he had completely swallowed the fiery sword and ice shield without making a sound or a trace. The strength of the Western God Master, Black Day, had indeed reached a shocking realm. Yue Yang and Frost Cold stopped at the same time. Black Day also appeared in time, one hand holding onto Yue Yang, the other holding onto Frost Cold. His extraordinary appearance that surpassed all the emperors in the world, coupled with his innate heroism, made anyone, including the God Realm experts, admire him. Two brothers, listen to this old brother's advice: do not fight, otherwise it will be a great misfortune for our western camp. Brother Sha Feng, you are not an enemy. Brother Frost Cold also has no evil intentions, you are just being cautious, I understand your intentions. Here, this unqualified big brother, will apologize to you two brothers. If I had taken the time to participate in the battle, Brother Sha Feng would not have been injured, and the journey would not have been delayed, and there would not have been such a misunderstanding today. Come, it is rare for us to get together, let's go down and enjoy ourselves. If you want to fight, let's decide who is better in the wine field. Black Day acted as a mediator in time, and the power of his attack also shocked Frost Cold and Yue Yang, the fake, Sha Feng. Sha Feng, you really can't let your emotions affect your decisions, Zhao Shi also helped to persuade him. Yue Yang was speechless. Why did it sound like there was a hidden meaning in their words? Frost Cold snorted, his attitude softened, and he no longer fought tit for tat with the Sha Feng that Yue Yang had impersonated. Instead, he was thinking about the result of the collision between his ice shield and the flaming sword. It was certain that he was slightly superior, but Sha Feng still had such strength after being heavily injured by the Kai Chu. It seemed that he had underestimated this Southwest Divine Lord. Black Day was originally a little worried that Sha Feng, who would be used to gang up on Deicide later, would be injured and his combat power would be affected. Now that he looked at it, although this cannon fodder was not as good as before, when it came to fighting, it was still not bad. Others naturally did not know that he, who had swallowed the ice shield and fire sword, actually did not feel good. In order to save face, he only used a second to dissolve the ice shield and fire sword. On the surface, his body was fine, but his soul almost went through the two heavens of ice and fire. He knew about Frost Cold's freezing divine power, so naturally, he did not feel good. But he did not expect that Sha Feng's fire sword would also have unexpected power, and almost made a fool of him on the spot. The stronger the cannon fodder to gang up on Deicide, the higher the success rate. Naturally, Black Day was even happier. Of course, on the surface, he was amiable and approachable. One could not tell that he was about to push Yue Yang's fake, Sha Feng, and Frost Cold to death at all. On the contrary, he was passionate and heroic, just like a big brother welcoming his own brother, with a face full of smiles. What's the use of being careful? It's 4 against 1, and there's a hidden pawn in our hands. If we still can't beat Deicide like this, then we might as well hide at home and nurse our children, so that we don't have to come out and embarrass ourselves. Yue Yang expressed that his anger had not completely subsided. At the same time, he purposely leaked some information out of anger, making Black Day very nervous. He hurriedly cleared his throat and coughed, stopping Yue Yang from continuing. Tenchu's hidden pawn must not be leaked until the last moment. Although this was his own territory, this kind of thing must not be said. Fortunately, other than the 4 of them, no one else heard it, otherwise, he would have killed everyone to prevent future troubles. HMPH, what do you know? Deicide is definitely not an enemy that you and I imagine. No matter what, Frost Cold always had a respectful heart towards Deicide. This was something that could not be seen even on Black Day. That's right, Brother Frost Cold is right. Even if we have a chance of winning, we still have to be cautious. Black Day agreed on the surface, but he was a little unhappy in his heart. Frost Cold was very respectful towards him, but compared to the reverence that came from the bottom of one's heart, there was actually a difference. Of course, this was because Frost Cold had a clear understanding of Deicide's strength. This was a good thing. If Frost Cold was like Sha Feng and felt that he would definitely win, then things would not be good. Hence, no matter how jealous Black Day was, he had to show a smiling face to affirm. It was precisely because Deicide had the absolute number 1 position in the Outer Mountains that Black Day wanted to replace him no matter what. The Eastern God Lord, Deicide, must be killed. As long as he existed, the extraordinary position of the Outer Mountains, number 1 would never fall on the shoulders of others. Yue Yang had already successfully infiltrated the western camp by pretending to be Sha Feng. Although he was still a little worried about Zhao Shi, after seeing Black Day and Frost Cold, he had already dispelled his doubts. He had barely managed to muddle through this obstacle. The next step was to think of a way to pass a message to Deicide that he could accept and believe. If Deicide still trusted Tencho and Ji Weri, who was pretending to be a Kaji, then no matter how strong and awesome he was, he would still be defeated and killed by a sneak attack. Tencho and Ji Weri, these two fellows together were even more frightening than Frost Cold and Zhao Shi. Once the sneak attack succeeded, Deicide would definitely have no hope of survival. What Yue Yang needed to think about now was how to break through the obstacles in this predicament, go against the heavens, and save this battle that was destined to be lost. Fortunately, he had finally taken the first step to success by fighting his way into the western camp. Otherwise, there would be no need to fight the next battle. Yue Yang deliberately looked at Zhao Shi and found that this northern god lord was calm and unperturbed. He temporarily suppressed his thoughts. Perhaps this northern god lord, who had the true wonder divine mirror, had not seen through the flaws. Perhaps he had seen through it, but it didn't matter if he didn't say it. In fact, if the northern god lord Zhao Shi had seen through the flaws, it would be a great thing. However, Yue Yang could not be sure. He could not be sure that the northern god lord Zhao Shi would not speak at the most crucial moment. Everything was still to be seen. Sometimes, the truth would only be revealed at the end. It was still too early. Chapter 1180. The good days of eating and drinking had passed for 3 days. Although He Dai was very hospitable, Yue Yang was constantly being monitored. Not to mention informing the god killer, even if he sneezed secretly, there would be people paying attention to him. Compared to Yue Yang, the southwest god, Sha Feng, the north god lord Zhao Shi had more freedom. Even the situation of the northwest god lord, Shuang Han, was much better. After all, the Sha Feng that Yue Yang had impersonated was the cannon fodder that He Du had prepared to use to kill the god killer. He was a disposable item that would be discarded after use. Who would care about his feelings? As long as Sha Feng didn't retreat before killing the god killer, it would be fine. Whether he, the cannon fodder, lived or died was not important at all. If it was necessary, even if Sha Feng survived, he would still get rid of him, so that he wouldn't have to share more of the profits. The one who had a different fate than the Sha Feng that Yue Yang was impersonating was the northern god lord, Zhao Shi. He Zhou sincerely wanted to please her. Zhao Shi, who had the true wonder divine mirror, could not be killed. He would know as soon as he thought about it. Moreover, he was an important help in killing deicide. Without Zhao Shi, it was almost impossible to kill deicide. Under certain circumstances, Zhao Shi was 3 times more important than Tencho, who was undercover. In Black Day's mind, the North God Lord Zhao Shi was the most useful. If he was sacrificed in the siege, it would be the biggest waste and failure. The management of the mountains outside the mountains in the valley, as well as the annexation of the eastern camp after the war, could be handed over to the North God Lord Zhao Shi. This North God was definitely the best and most suitable God state ranker to be a manager. As long as deicide was killed, after Black Day became the number 1, he would definitely pursue a higher realm, and there would be no time to be distracted in management. The same was true for the South God Tencho. Thus, from the very beginning, Black Day had sought out the Northern God Master, Zhao Shi, to discuss his conditions. Black Day wanted to be the number 1 person in the mountains outside the mountains and take over everything from deicide. As for the mountains outside the mountains in the valley, it would be personally managed by Zhao Shi, and Black Day would not interfere. As for the other Southern God Master, Tian Chou, he requested to enjoy the divine vanquishing secret realm for 10 years and focus on searching for the ancient secrets. After 10 years, he would return it to Zhao Shi and Shuang Han. Only the pitiful Sand Wind, who was destined to become cannon fodder, had managed to obtain the god weapon of hatred in the hands of the East God Lord, the God Slayer, and the promise of all the East God nations hovering motherships, including the Kun Peng. Unless he was retarded, Black Day would not give him the god weapon Sword of Lihan. Taking over everything from deicide was what Black Day needed. How could he give it to a cannon fodder like Sha Feng? In Black Day's eyes, Sha Feng was a dead man. There was no problem with a dead man promising anything. Anyway, a dead man would not ask for anything from a living man. Making a promise was just a matter of lip movement, and it was effortless. In order to make the Sha Feng that Yue Yang was impersonating work even harder, Black Day even promised to give Yue Yang the largest dragon hawk in the West God Nation. My brother, after this war, my heart will be at peace. In the future, I will focus on pursuing a higher realm. Haha, the war is over, why would I need the heaven-suspending mothership? I'll give it to you, the entire fleet, including the crew on the ship and the supplies stored in the various ports. Everything is yours. Black Day even solemnly introduced Yue Yang, the fake Sha Feng, to his experience in building and piloting the heaven-suspending mothership. He treated people with sincerity like a gentleman. Compared to him, the best actor was not even qualified to carry his shoes. It's really hard to build the heaven-suspending mothership. Besides, that guy will be gone for another 10 years, I still want a ready-made fleet. The Dragon Hawk and the Kun Peng will be my mounts in the future, ha ha ha. With Sword of Lihan in hand and the Kun Peng, I can also enjoy being the number one person in Deicide's outer mountains. Yue Yang played along. Good, brother Sha Feng is really heroic. Come, let's drink to our heart's content. Black Day sneered in his heart. If you are the number one person in outer mountains, then who am I? On the surface, he was naturally happy to drink. Cheers, to defeat Deicide. Yue Yang, who was pretending to be Sha Feng, also got into character at this time. Go on. Your acting is good, and mine is not bad either. Anyway, everyone is just trying to make the ending exciting, so what's wrong with showing off a little? The North God Lord Zhao Shi smiled and did not say anything. He did not speak much for the past 3 days. Unless it was related to himself, he rarely interrupted and only drank. The Northwest God Lord Frost Cold did not find trouble with Sha Feng, Yue Yang. First, he felt that the cannon fodder Yue Yang was going to die soon, so he was too lazy to fight for it. Second, there was information that the Northeast God Lord Qing Yun had already left Outer Mountains and went to the underground valley to avoid the God War. The East God Lord Deicide had even appeared to send him off. In this way, it was 100% proven that Sha Feng, Yue Yang, was not Qing Yun nor was he Deicide. Since he was not an enemy in disguise, he no longer cared about Sha Feng. Even if Yue Yang provoked him verbally, he would still arrogantly ignore it. This ice-cold Shuang Han, after spending a full 3 days, only then did Yue Yang realize that he was actually a stubborn and dictatorial fellow. It had nothing to do with evil, black-bellied, cheeky, or anything like that. It even had nothing to do with interests. He helped Black Day and besieged Akaji and Deicide just to decide to end the unstable factors in Outer Mountains as soon as possible. Frost Cold thought that neither Deicide nor Akaji was a good God Lord. At the same time, he thought that the Northeast God Lord Qing Yun was too lazy and could not develop Outer Mountains or the underground valley at all. Being a God Lord was a waste. Frost Cold foresaw that there would be a war in Outer Mountains sooner or later. If he supported Deicide, both sides would be equal in strength. It would only bring about 1,000 years of war and waste time, and Outer Mountains and the underground valley would be destroyed because of the long-term God War. Therefore, he decided to support the West God Lord Black Day. In Frost Cold's eyes, the West God Lord Black Day was undoubtedly the best commander. In addition to his powerful strength, Deicide had little influence on management and the help he provided to the other 7 God Lords to improve their strength. On the contrary, Black Day was completely different from Deicide. In the past 10,000 years, he had provided a lot of help to the other 6 God Lords, including Akaji, who had been besieged and killed on the spot. During the construction of the Suspending Sky Mothership, he had also received guidance and help from Black Day. When Frost Cold chose which camp to support, he did not hesitate to choose the West Camp. He chose to support Black Day. The North God Lord Zhao Shi was in a neutral state and allowed him to pull him over. Of course, Frost Cold was very in awe of Deicide's strength. If it were not for Tencho, a hidden chess piece, and Ji Wei, a surprise soldier, he would not have agreed to besiege Deicide. In fact, he even made the final decision after successfully besieging and killing Akaji. After killing Akaji, Deicide did not have his last ally. Only then did Frost Cold have the confidence to besiege and kill Deicide, ending the hidden danger of war in Outer Mountain. There was no such thing as justice and evil. Frost Cold supported Black Day. He felt that Black Day was the most likely to win, and it was also the best result for the future of Outer Mountain and Earth Valley. Yue Yang did not have any psychological conflict with Frost Cold's understanding and action, and did not think that it was necessarily wrong. Deicide was indeed not the best commander. If Black Day was the number one person in Outer Mountain, he might really do better than Deicide. The problem was that there was Ji Wei and the central shrine in this war of gods. With their interference, Yue Yang could not sit back and do nothing. An enemy's ally was an enemy, and an enemy's enemy was an ally. Moreover, Yue Yang had also accepted Akaji's dragon swallowing and divine power, so he naturally had to stand on Deicide's side. Moreover, standing on the weaker side, going against the heavens and turning the situation around, was it not better than going with the flow and giving him a greater sense of accomplishment? The most important point was, Yue Yang had helped God slaying. Whether or not this fellow was a good god master or a good commander, he would not backstab Yue Yang in the back. If he helped Black Day and Ji, he would not be as scheming as a honeycomb. He was destined to die miserably. It would be strange if these two bastards did not kill him when he was no longer of use. Making friends, it was better to make friends who would not stab him in the back. Even if this friend was an idiot, even if he was a useless ghost, he was still better than a smart person who was capable but scheming and would stab him in the back for his own benefit. No matter what, Sha Feng's ending was destined to be a cannon fodder. On the other hand, Yue Yang, who was pretending to be him, laughed very happily, ate and drank to his heart's content, and lived a carefree, befuddled life. The more he behaved like this, the more at ease Black Day felt. Deicide is back. The latest information came, attracting Black Day's attention. Where is he? Yue Yang, who pretended to be Sha Feng, expressed his excitement and concern. He almost rolled up his sleeves and started fighting. The so-called God's War was actually a battle between the soldiers of the eastern and western camps. No matter which camp won, the other side's soldiers would not win. They were not a force that could influence the outcome, they were just bait and stakes. From the beginning, Black Day had locked his target on Deicide. As long as Deicide fell, everything else would be useless. Our hidden pawn caused a commotion at the back of the storm fort, using the forbidden power as a lure. He purposely killed almost 10,000 people, turning almost 1,000 soldiers into idiots. There were also more than 100 half-finished soldiers who went crazy and slaughtered their companions. They killed anyone they saw and were bloodthirsty. This matter had already alerted Deicide. According to the information, if Deicide's subordinates were unable to suppress them, he would personally take action and erase the valley. At that time, it would be a good opportunity for us to surround and kill him. Black Day and Ji had long planned to lure the enemy. They had even deduced all kinds of changes that would happen afterwards. They only started when they felt that there was no chance of failure. As long as Deicide fell for it, then this God's War would definitely break out. Once it broke out, there would be a clear winner. Deicide would follow Akaji and fall from the mountain outside the mountain. Ji was in charge of luring the enemy and setting up all kinds of traps, waiting for Deicide to take the bait. Black Day would wait for an opportunity to strike. Are you sure about the information this time? When Shuang and Han mentioned the god-slaying art, their expressions became exceptionally serious. It wasn't just them. Yue Yang also discovered that even the northern god master, Zhao Shi, had a solemn expression on her face. The eastern god master had killed a god. Who exactly was he? How could he make Frost cold and Zhao Shi pay so much attention to him? Now it was not 4 against 1, but 6 against 1. Tencho, the hidden chess piece, was extremely lethal, and Ji, who was disguised as Akaji, could also be a vicious move if not seen through. Under such circumstances, Frost Cold and Zhao Shi were still carefully examining the plan, as if the slightest mistake would cause the entire plan to fail. Could it be that the East God, Deicide, was really that powerful? Fighting 1 against 6, could he still turn the tables? Was this guy still human? Yue Yang couldn't help but curse in his heart. Of course, he knew that Deicide, the number 1 person in the mountain outside the mountain, was not that simple. But now he was fighting 1 against 6, with strong enemies on the outside and a spy on the inside. Even so, he could still make the enemy fear him. He could only say one sentence: this guy was really strong. It was no wonder that Black Day would push his ally, Sha Feng, to be cannon fodder. Killing such an opponent without any losses was simply a joke. However, why must Sha Feng be sacrificed? It must be known that Sha Feng was the most loyal follower of Black Day. Wasn't he just a little weaker? Without saying a word, he was pushed out to be sacrificed. Was there still justice in this world? Although Yue Yang was a fake, he still felt sorry for Sha Feng. Sha Feng, you idiot, followed the wrong boss. In your next life, use your eyes to judge people. If there was a next life. Chapter 1181. To deal with Deicide, Yue Yang's impersonation of the Southwest god, Sha Feng, had nothing to do with the initial traps and arrangements. Firstly, it was to keep it a secret. No matter how affectionately Black Day called him brother, Sha Feng was still an outsider. Speaking of absolute trust, he only trusted himself. Deep in his heart, Black Day might not even be able to fully trust Ji. As for Zhao Shi and Frost Cold, it was even more impossible to fully trust each other. At present, it was necessary for them to work together to defeat the enemy. Allies were allies, but trust was trust. The person who truly believed in allies and brothers was Deicide, who was currently the #1 person in Outer Mountain, and not him, the West God Black Day, who was about to replace him. In addition, Black Day felt that if he told Sha Feng all the plans and arrangements, it would be like playing the lute to a cow. If he needed to use his brain, it would be better to not let Sha Feng, the fool, know. Otherwise, it might mess things up. With this mentality, Black Day let Yue Yang stay at the rear, eat, drink and have fun. It was enough as long as he rushed up to be the cannon fodder. Southwest God, my master has sent back good news. Today is the moment to defeat the enemy. Rather than staying to accompany, it was better to say that the West God Nation's state preceptor, Master Bashu, secretly monitored. On the 4th day after Yue Yang came to Jiaolua Waterfall, he finally announced that the gods' war had officially begun. He let Yue Yang, the cannon fodder, set off immediately. Good, after holding back for a few days, I can finally show my skills. Deicide, your time has come. Yue Yang put on an act of, I am a brainless cannon fodder, please send me to the battlefield to die. After a few days of immersion, Yue Yang's performance was remarkable. He couldn't get it from the side. He was definitely qualified to be the best minor character. He was absolutely calm while holding the lunch box. Sometimes, it was easy to find a best actor, but where else could you find someone like Yue Yang, who did his best to act as a supporting actor? Everyone wanted to be the main character these days. When Master Bashu saw this, he felt that if he did not send a person like Sha Feng to the battlefield as cannon fodder, he would be letting himself down. His intelligence was too gullible. At this moment, he admired his Lord Black Day even more. 10,000 years ago, his lord deliberately left the Southwest God Lord, Sha Feng, to be secretly cultivated. Before this, he had always been puzzled. It turned out that it was a brilliant move that only took place 10,000 years later. Brilliant, it was indeed brilliant. His lord's plan that exceeded the budget was simply unprecedented. It really made one prostrate themselves in admiration. Accompanied by Master Bashu, Yue Yang, Sha Feng, made his move. He rushed to the battlefield where the ambush was set up. One glance, he saw Deicide. Before this, Yue Yang had imagined Deicide thousands of times, guessing whether this #1 person in the Outer Mountains would be tall or short, fat or thin. What would he look like? Now that he looked, he found his target. Yue Yang's first impression was not that this person was similar to what he had imagined, but that he was unique. In this world, he was unique. No one could imitate or replace his uniqueness. This was Deicide, the #1 person in the Outer Mountains, Eastern God Lord, Deicide. Unlike the rest of the people in the Outer Mountains, Deicide's attire was more like that of an ancient swordsman before he transmigrated. He wore a green robe that had been washed so many times that it had turned white, with only a piece of purple silk wrapped around his waist. His black hair was like a waterfall, curling into the sky, fluttering in the wind. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like lightning. He was arrogant and at ease. He was really handsome to the point of being a complete mess. Coupled with the unadorned but unadorned ancient god sword, hatred, which was definitely the #1 divine weapon in the Outer Mountains, on his back, he and the sword became one. His divine power did not move, but he had already subdued all living beings in the world. This made Yue Yang, who had always been very confident, jealous and hateful. Fortunately, there was no girl beside him now. Otherwise, he might not even be able to fight against this old handsome guy. What kind of person was Deicide? There was a poem to prove it. The towering pine tree body, treading on the clouds to stand against the void, his long hair rose to the sky, his eyes burning with electricity. Ping Yang Quan surrounded him, his lips cold and silent. The ancient sword Deicide, who competes outside the mountains, is a divine weapon. Didn't you guys want to plot against that coffin-faced Deicide? Why aren't you guys making a move? Akaji, do you even know how to work? If you don't stab him now, what are you waiting for? Go, everyone go up together and beat this guy up. I have already endured him for more than 10,000 years, I don't want to wait another second. The fake Yue Yang excitedly took out his quasi-divine weapon, Spiral Tooth, shouting loudly as he rushed up to fight Deicide with his life. I have long disliked you. Of all the names you could have called yourself, why did you have to call yourself Deicide? Don't you know that calling yourself Deicide is making life difficult for everyone? Also, why are you so handsome? All the girls have been picked up by you, and you let me, a poor loser, live a lonely life. Do you know how big of a sin you have committed? As soon as Yue Yang said this, everyone present sweated profusely like a waterfall. Fortunately, they only called him when the battle started. Otherwise, they would have all been destroyed. Especially Black Day. He secretly patted his chest and thought that it was a close shave. If he hadn't been careful and left Sha Feng, this idiot, to wait at the back, with his lousy intelligence, he would have definitely messed things up with his mouth. Any trap, plot, or plan would have been foiled. He had seen many idiots, but he had never seen this kind of idiot before. This was no longer an ordinary idiot, it was a kind of super invincible idiot that could drive people crazy, make them faint, make them die from anger, and make them come back to life. In the past, he really couldn't tell that Sha Feng would actually be this stupid at such a crucial moment. He couldn't help but admire him. How stupid must he be to shout at Jiweri, who was pretending to be a Kaji, to stab him in front of Deicide. It was really unimaginable. Black Day really had to give it up. However, he didn't suspect that Sha Feng was taking the opportunity to inform Deicide. Firstly, an idiot like Sha Feng wouldn't do that. Secondly, if Sha Feng really did that, he wouldn't be so stupid. Thirdly, other than an idiot like Sha Feng, there wouldn't be anyone else in this world who would shout that they were spies in front of everyone. This wasn't revealing the secret, this was FC King lacking in intelligence. A person lacking in intelligence could say anything. They were just cannon fodder, how could their expectations be too high? If their intelligence was high, why would they be cannon fodder? Yue Yang's attack was deflected by Deicide's finger. He flew back 100 meters. He turned around and rushed in front of Jiweri, who was pretending to be a Kaji. Under everyone's gaze, he angrily shouted at Jiweri, "Didn't I arrange for you to assassinate Deicide? Why did he use a finger to deflect me? Why haven't you made your move yet? Give me an explanation. I've already succeeded. Deicide is already injured, his strength is at least 3/10 of his strength." Jiweri, who was pretending to be a Kaji, didn't seem to be willing to talk to the idiot Sha Feng, who was being played by Yue Yang. It was as if idiocy was contagious. When he saw Yue Yang flying towards him, he immediately retreated. When Yue Yang approached him again, he had no choice but to shrug his shoulders and spread his hands. Deicide can deflect you with a finger. I guess you're too weak. Do you think this explanation is reasonable? Reasonable your ass. When Sha Feng, who was played by Yue Yang, heard this, he immediately turned hostile and attacked. I guess you've defected to the enemy. You didn't assassinate Deicide at all. Boring. Jiweri dodged and retreated 1,000 meters away. Brother Sha Feng, the one we're going to fight now is Deicide. Black Day quickly went forward to dissuade him. He indicated that you can attack, but don't stray from the topic. Of course Deicide has to be killed. But this guy defected to the enemy and still wants to take the credit. I can't let him go. Yue Yang struggled with all his might. Black Day took a lot of effort to subdue him. Luckily Deicide looked at him coldly and didn't take the opportunity to attack. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. Don't tell me it's because you're not happy to see him transform into the appearance of the red dragon that you turned hostile and attacked him. Shuang and Han seemed to know Sha Feng's character and temper better, so they made a bold guess. How is that possible? Even if he was born with a mocking face, I've always prioritized the bigger picture. Akaji is already dead, I've already let go of my hatred. Haha, why would I hold a grudge against a dead person who's ranked 8th in terms of strength? Impossible, I'm not that kind of person. Yue Yang immediately denied, but the expression on his face was, how did you guess it? Black Day, Frost Cold and Zhao Shi were speechless when they heard this. Sigh. Jiweri sighed and explained patiently. Of course I can change back to my original appearance. But right now, this Akaji appearance is still useful. Useful, that's an excuse. I think you're addicted to changing into Akaji. Isn't it great to change into a handsome guy? If you want to change, why don't you change into my appearance? Other than giving me glory, you can also confuse the enemy. It's killing two birds with one stone. But you insist on changing into Akaji's appearance. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You're just blatantly showing off. It's useless to explain. Now, I'll let you understand the consequences of angering me, Sha Feng. If I don't beat Akaji's face into a pig's head, I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart. Yue Yang angrily expressed the jealousy and hatred in his heart, as well as the prejudice he had against Akaji. He's not Akaji, he's just a transformation. Frost Cold couldn't help but ridicule. Can you even recognize your enemy? I don't care. Anyway, I can't change into Akaji's appearance. If I change into Akaji's appearance, I won't be happy. I want to chop him up. Yue Yang picked up his spiral tooth and was about to attack. Frost Cold was so angry that his eyes turned white. He really wanted to slap this idiot and send him flying. Idiot. Yue snorted coldly. His figure was 1,000 times faster than lightning. An afterimage flashed. His real body had already disappeared without a trace. Originally, he wanted to watch the battle from the side, but this Southwest Divine Master was really annoying. He could only slip away in advance and proceed with the next step of his plan. Akaji ran away. Why didn't you guys stop him? Yue Yang shouted at Frost Cold and Zhao Shi. Cough. He's a fake. He's one of us. Zhao Shi couldn't help but cough. If he didn't explain, his throat would feel uncomfortable and itchy. I know he's a fake Akaji, but can't he change back into his real body before leaving? Isn't there a little bit of suspicion in this? I don't believe that guy. Maybe he's one of Deicide's men, and he's our spy. He said that he injured Deicide, but look at Deicide's body, where is there a single injury? His skin wasn't broken, and not a single drop of blood flowed out. This is too suspicious. Yue Yang acted the role of Sha Feng vividly. Deicide is indeed injured. It's a hidden injury. Black Day also felt that his throat was very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but explain. At the same time, he felt that it was very difficult to cooperate with a guy with low intelligence. Fortunately, this guy was going to die soon. Otherwise, it would be a great shame to have such a stupid friend. He's really injured. Okay, then I'll go. When the Sha Feng played by Yue Yang heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. He raised his teeth and danced wildly. The first credit belongs to me, Sha Feng. No one is allowed to snatch it from me. The hateful sword and the Kun Peng suspending mothership are all mine. Ha ha ha, Deicide's head is mine. As long as I kill you, I'll be the #1 person in the mountains outside the mountains. Frost Cold and Zhao Shi covered their faces with tears. Even if you have such a thought in your heart, you can't say it in front of Black Day, can you? How could the Western God Master, who was going to take over the position of the #1 person in the mountains outside the mountains, endure this? Of course, they also understood that because of his lack of intelligence, and the huge pressure and excitement of fighting against Deicide, it was normal for Sha Feng to have words in his heart. Even they themselves, when facing Deicide, didn't lose a little bit of control. Black Day heard Yue Yang's loud words, but his face didn't show the slightest bit of annoyance. The corners of his lips. There was even a hint of a smile. In any case, he was just cannon fodder sent to die. Why did he need to be so smart? It was better if he had low intelligence. It wouldn't hurt if he died. Chapter 1182. Sha Feng's acting was really lively, and the effect was surprisingly good. But if he kept acting dumb and did not make a move, it would definitely make people suspicious. Yue Yang couldn't let people suspect him now. It was still too early for his future plans. Now he had to continue acting. As a cannon fodder, he had to play this minor role conscientiously. I'll kill you. Yue Yang condensed more than 10 tornadoes into one. Under the control of his divine power, the violent winds tore apart the endless void. Space fragment. Flying. The whole world seemed like it was going to cave in, and a strange black hole that sucked in everything faintly appeared from within. Frost Cold and Zhao Shi were shocked when they saw this. They couldn't imagine that the idiot Sha Feng could actually control such a huge power and such an exquisite ultimate move. It was really unexpected. Looks like after Sha Feng obtained the grimoire, he didn't waste his talent. Looks like he didn't abandon his training for 10,000 years. They had really underestimated him previously. They wouldn't be able to see it until the decisive battle. Sha Feng was actually this strong. Black Day also secretly applauded. The stronger the cannon fodder Sha Feng was, the smoother the plan to kill Deicide would be. However, when he saw this scene, he also felt a little surprised. Although Sha Feng's intelligence wasn't good, he seemed to be quite hardworking in training. He wasn't as weak as he looked. As a commander, he was still not qualified, but as a chess piece, a cannon fodder on the battlefield, Sha Feng was undoubtedly the best choice. Yue, who was far away, frowned slightly. He realized that this Sha Feng didn't have a summoning grimoire, yet he could use such an ultimate move. He was puzzled in his heart. Was this Sha Feng's talent really that good? He didn't seem to be the same as the rumors. Originally, Sha Feng was ranked last among the 8 divine masters in terms of strength and talent. Now, It seemed that he was at least not weaker than Akaji. He might even be better than the other Qing Yun. He was chasing after Frost Cold. Could it be that this idiot knew how to hide his strength? Was he really stupid, or was he faking it? But forget it. After this divine battle, no matter if he was really stupid or pretending to be crazy, there was only one ending for him. Not only him, but everyone else was the same. Anyone who tried to stop the final plan, anyone who tried to stop him, had to die. Jiwari felt that nothing could escape his plan, so he simply gave up on the battlefield and left in a flash. As the most talented genius in the central shrine and even in the entire heaven realm in the past 10,000 years, what he needed to do was not to plot against a god master or to keep an eye on an idiotic cannon fodder. What he needed to do was more important, and he needed to make a more thorough arrangement. Everyone was part of his plan. This mountain outside the mountain. There would never be a fish that escaped the net. In the net, even if there was a big fish that wanted to struggle, it would not be able to escape the evolution of the plan, because this was a perfect plan that he had made. Any life that was below his intelligence could not see through or break it. Break for me, you tortoise shell, it's too infuriating. Yue Yang condensed a storm black hole 3 times in a row and smashed it on Deicide's domain 3 times in a row. Unfortunately, the storm black hole that had the power to destroy heaven and earth could not break through Deicide's domain, which was defended by both his divine power and will. Even if it was on the verge of breaking, it still endured. Frost Cold and Zhao Shi, who were watching from outside the battlefield, were dumbfounded. As expected of the number one person in the mountain outside the mountain, Black Day still had the leisure to praise. Break. The Southwest God Master, Sha Feng, seemed to have gone crazy from fighting without holding back. He combined wind and fire, condensing a huge and high-speed rotating wheel with his divine power. He personally drove it towards the East God Master, Deicide. The core of the wheel was the high-speed rotating quasi-divine weapon, Spiral Tooth, in his hand. This slash was a combination of wind and fire. It was driven by divine power, coupled with the sharp edge of the quasi-divine weapon. This time, the domain was split open like a red-hot steel blade cutting through a thin layer of ice. The God Slayer, that was adept at offense and not defense, was finally broken by the desperate Sand Gale. It was a domain that relied on its will to defend. Although Sha Feng had consumed more than half of his divine power, the last barrier had been removed. Now it was time for the real siege. Ice Frost was overjoyed. Zhao Shi was also overjoyed. Both of them condensed and increased their divine power, combining the grimoire and guardian beast in their hands. The Northwest God Master, Frost Cold, stood on the left with the quasi-divine weapon, Soul Lock. The North God Lord Zhao Shi stood on the right with the divine mirror Zhen Miao. In the middle was the West God Master, Black Day, who had been waiting for a long time. They never expected Sha Feng to be able to kill or seriously injure Deicide. It was simply impossible. They only hoped that Sha Feng could consume as much of Deicide's divine power as possible, or at least break his protective domain and remove the last barrier. Everyone knew that Deicide had never been good at defense. If Jiwari had not disguised as Akaji and attacked Deicide's internal organs, Sha Feng would not have had the chance to attack. Even just now, the three of them were worried that Sha Feng would be killed by the angry Deicide in a second. With the hatred divine sword in hand, Deicide could definitely kill him in a second. The good thing was that he did not do so. Deicide chose to heal himself. He consumed his divine power to raise his domain to defend against the enemy. On the other hand, he was distracted and used his divine power to heal himself. Black Day, who set up the trap, certainly knew that the injury caused by Jiwari's attack could not be healed in a short period of time. The injury caused by Jiwari's attack with that treasure could not be healed unless it was the legendary Holy Lord. Deicide tried to multitask, consuming both his divine power to defend and his divine power to heal himself. He fell right into the trap. If this was not a trap, Black Day would have been the first to rush forward and attack. How could it be Sha Feng's turn to steal the limelight here? HMPH. Deicide seemed to realize that he could not heal himself in a short period of time. He was extremely annoyed with Sha Feng, who attacked alone. The divine sword was still on his back. Deicide, who looked down on the entire outer mountains, did not even bother to use the hatred divine sword to attack a mere Southwest divine master, Sha Feng. Facing the flying spiral tooth and the madman, Sha Feng, who was rushing over, Deicide bent the index finger of his left hand and flicked it lightly. The sword qi shot out. An indescribably sharp sword qi, formed by his divine power and will, was flicked out by deicide and shot towards the madman, Sha Feng. It easily pierced through and cut the unstoppable wind-fire wheels. Like lightning, it brushed past the high-speed spiral tooth and pierced towards the middle of Sha Feng's eyebrows. Deicide's sword was aimed at the vital point. The power of an instant kill was unparalleled in the world. Watch out, North God Lord Zhao Shi shouted, but it was too late. HMPH. As the strongest, Black Day naturally had enough time to react. However, he was not willing to waste too much divine power on a cannon fodder like Sha Feng. Most importantly, he was not willing to let deicide take advantage of this opening and attack relentlessly, turning the situation around. If he sacrificed Sha Feng, he would be able to gain the upper hand in the overall situation. Black Day did not care about it at all. Sha Feng was a cannon fodder that was destined to be sacrificed. There was no difference whether he died earlier or later. Like a net, the ice chains danced in the sky and instantly enveloped Sha Feng. It was as swift as capturing a wild beast. That net of ice chains had already dragged away Sha Feng, who was on the brink of death. Blood splashed into the sky. Although deicide's sword did not kill Sha Feng instantly and was saved by frost cold at the last moment, that sword qi still left a deep wound on Sha Feng's shoulder and chest. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. Blood gushed out like a fountain and dripped onto the ice chains that bound his body, turning into flowers of frost and blood. At this moment, Sha Feng was panting heavily. He was still in a state of shock. No one dared to believe it. In the end, the one who saved Sha Feng was actually frost cold. On the surface, they were allies, but he had never been on good terms with frost cold. In fact, frost cold was his archenemy. Bastard, I can deal with it. I don't need your fake kindness. The Sha Feng that Yue Yang played was definitely of a high standard. Even he himself did not know that he could act so well on the spot. Don't misunderstand. I'm not saving you. I just want to watch you being tortured to death by deicide slowly. Frost Cold raised his lips and mocked. You, deicide, the only one who can kill you is me, Sha Feng. Congratulations, you have successfully angered me. The eyes of the Sha Feng of Yue Yang were filled with anger. They turned as red as blood. His body was burning with flames. The storm of divine power that erupted from his body twisted the sky and the earth. Black Day secretly hated Frost Cold for being a busybody. Saving Sha Feng was not his plan. He originally wanted to let Sha Feng go crazy before he was heavily injured by the sword. He wanted to grab hold of deicide and explode with his divine power to further exhaust deicide. However, he did not expect that Frost Cold's intervention would ruin his plan. Fortunately, his wish was fulfilled. Sha Feng was injured. In addition to the pressure of death from deicide and the stimulation from Frost Cold, he completely lost control of his emotions and went berserk. He reckoned that it would greatly exhaust deicide's divine power. It might even exceed his expectations. Black Day and the rest did not look at the gradually berserk Sha Feng. They were all staring at deicide. This Godslayer, he couldn't even relax for a second. He could lose at any time. Black Day seemed to see the center of Sha Feng's storm. There was a gold grimoire's light pillar rising. He could not see it clearly, but he could feel that it was the same as usual. He knew that Sha Feng was finally going to use his guardian beast. He was secretly happy. Sha Feng, this cannon fodder, was willing to risk his life. It seemed that he would definitely be able to kill deicide today. He also looked at Zhao Shi and Frost Cold. These two allies did not have any abnormalities. It seemed that they were very smart and would not change their camp at the last minute. The eastern camp only had deicide left. Other than the hidden chess pieces in the western camp, there were still many other arrangements. Zhao Shi and Frost Cold would definitely not joke around with their lives and future. Even that idiot Sha Feng knew how to suck up to someone powerful. Zhao Shi and Frost Cold's participation in the God's War would only be rewarded. There was no danger, why not? Black Day was very calm at this moment. His lips curled up into a smile. Sha Feng, who was behind him, roared like thunder. His voice was like a clap of thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. This Southwest Divine Master seemed to have released all his divine power without holding back. Even Black Day was secretly amazed by the power of his charge. Although he was a little stupid, he was still a Divine Master after all. His battle power was actually not to be underestimated. The divine power of Sha Feng's charge had forcefully plowed a huge pit that was tens of meters deep and thousands of meters long. The rocks and sand inside were all turned into powder. The clouds in the sky had long been blown thousands of miles away. The storm blew up the mud and dust. Instead of covering the sky, it became a single line that could cover the sky. The sand gale charged like a raging bull, its final target being the Godslayer, who was still proudly standing with his head held high. Black Day did not know that Sha Feng had already turned into a fake Dragon Ball, and that his real body was Yue Yang. He saw that Yue Yang was fighting with all his might. He felt that it was a pity. Where else could he find such an obedient and useful little brother? He believed that there would not be such a cannon fodder that could be pushed out to die anytime and anywhere. It seemed that it was really a pity to watch him die like this. However, cannon fodder was cannon fodder. A chess piece was a chess piece. The role it played was to be sacrificed and used. Without value, there was no reason for the chess piece to exist. Black Day's heart hardened. How could a person who wanted to achieve great things be soft-hearted? Allies. They were born to be sold. Little brothers were born to be sent to die. As an ambitious person, he actually pitied the life of a chess piece in his hands. It was really too ridiculous. Black Day felt that the thought that flashed through his mind was laughable. At the same time, he snorted disdainfully. His heart became cold and as firm as iron. As long as he could kill Deicide, not to mention Sha Feng, even if he had to pay a huge price, he would not hesitate. Chapter 1183. Deicide snorted softly. He still did not take out the hatred sword on his back. He just stretched out his left hand and spread his 5 fingers. Each finger condensed a ray of sword chi. Each ray of sword chi was formed with divine power. The 5 swords were different, but the power of each sword could destroy the world. Facing the charging Sha Feng, although he did not force Deicide to use his full strength, he was no longer as disdainful as before. The 5 swords shot out. They pierced through Sha Feng's limbs and abdomen. Frost Cold and the others were shocked. Sha Feng's divine power storm was as fragile as a thin piece of paper under Deicide's 5 rays of sword chi. Sha Feng, who was still pierced by 5 swords, was a great cannon fodder played by a man from another world, a pitiful nobody who was betrayed by his boss, and was destined to meet a tragic end. At this moment, his universe exploded, and his body shone like a main character. He stole the show, he roared, and his voice was like thunder, shaking the air. He should have been killed instantly by the Godslayer, but he stubbornly survived. He was even roaring at the ultimate opponent that he could never defeat, clamoring for a fight to the death, ignoring the 5 swords that pierced through his body as if they were nothing. Deicide, I'm not dead yet. If I'm not dead, I haven't lost yet. The undying cockroach, Sha Feng. He continued to charge. Like a raging bull, he moved forward. The 5 swords on his body swayed, and blood spilled everywhere. When he finally reached Deicide, Sha Feng, who was covered in blood, raised his fist. He found that he did not have the strength to punch. Zhao Zai's face was full of shock, as if he was re-evaluating Sha Feng. Frost Cold's face was full of anger, and he clenched his fists tightly. There was an evil fire in his chest, but he did not express it. He knew that he was not angry at Sha Feng, who was stupid enough to rush to his death, but someone else. Someone who had the ability to stop but did not do it. You want others to work for you. Even if he had such a heart. At least, do something, too. Watching from the sidelines and doing nothing, coldly and even cruelly watching others risk their lives for him, was he still human? Although this was the best choice from the perspective of interests, it was still too infuriating to actually do it. When Frost Cold thought of this, he suddenly shivered. His body, which had never felt cold before, felt ice cold. A chill came from the depths of his heart, so cold that he couldn't calm down. You don't have to die in the first place. Why do you have to sacrifice your life for others? Deicide, the cool guy with a coffin-like face, was moved when he saw Sha Feng, who was covered in blood but still standing tall. He finally looked at Sha Feng. He's heartless, but I can't be heartless. Yue Yang, who was acting as Sha Feng, showed off his acting skills again. After listening to Shuang Han, his body trembled. Zhao Zai's eyes widened. Black Day, on the other hand, was furious. If you want to die, then die. Why are you still spouting nonsense? Spouting nonsense is a huge blow to our morale. Fortunately, this Sha Feng was about to die. Otherwise, Black Day wouldn't be able to control himself and beat this talkative fellow into minced meat. Black Day didn't have time to react. Sha Feng, had already used the last of his strength and punched heavily on Deicide's chest. Deicide didn't defend himself. Sha Feng's punch caused blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. Seeing that you can still speak, I'll let you punch me once. Sha Feng roared, not only will I beat you, I will also kill you. Deicide smiled coldly. From his mouth, he ruthlessly spat out, you overestimate yourself. When Sha Feng punched for the second time, Deicide grabbed hold of Sha Feng with his left hand and threw him far away like a broken sack. Boom! He flew for an unknown number of kilometers, smashing through two small mountains and a huge rock. In the end, Sha Feng's entire body was smashed deep into the ground. The impact was like a meteorite breaking through the earth. As the heaven and earth shook, a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Deicide's terrifying strength made Frost Cold's eyes twitch. With his left hand, he easily killed Sha Feng with a single move. With the hatred-parting sword on his back, he killed Sha Feng without even moving. This was the strength of Deicide. This was the strength of the number one person in the outer mountains. Without an extremely perfect plan, it was really unrealistic to kill Deicide with just the strength of a few people. Frost Cold and Zhao Shi looked at each other and saw a trace of horror in each other's eyes. Not to mention them, even the confident Black Day. He was also a little scared. Deicide was indeed too powerful. A muffled sound of thunder came from the distant horizon, as if a giant hand had broken a pillar that supported the sky, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. There was a strange blade light, as if it could cut through time and space, flashing and coming from afar. It unstoppably split the encirclement of Black Day, Frost Cold, and Zhao Shi. It broke in. The person was like a blade. The blade was like the person. If Deicide was a heaven-splitting divine sword, then the person who came was an earth-splitting divine sword, a blade-intent sword into the sky and divided into four parts, north, south, east, and west. Deicide and Black Day were placed in the east and west, while the person holding the blade, Zhao Shi, and Frost Cold were placed in the north and south. Although he did not say anything, the person holding the blade in the south had the intention to fight the north god, Lord Zhao Shi, and the northwest god, Frost Cold alone. He fought against two divine lords alone. This was not killing gods, but he was similarly brimming with confidence and arrogance. The person who came was the biggest supporter of the East Mountain Camp, the biggest spy of the West Mountain Camp, Deicide's most trusted brother and ally, and the most important pawn in Black Day's plan. South God Lord Tencho, the wielder of the divine artifact, Snow Drinker. Deicide, leave Zhao Shi and Frost Cold to me. Tencho flicked Snow Drinker with his finger. The divine blade hummed like the roar of a magnificent army, and its killing intent soared to the sky. Are you injured? God Slayer keenly discovered that this brother of his actually had a faint internal injury, and his brows furrowed. HMPH, it's just a small internal injury. I might not be able to touch Black Day, but I can still deal with Zhao Shi and Frost Cold. Tencho stood proudly with the blade in his hand. He exuded a heroic aura that seemed to be asking who was the real hero in the world. This undefeated and indomitable Southern God Master was not someone who could be knocked down by a little internal injury. No matter what, he was born to fight and died to fight. As long as he had a blade in his hand, there was no way he would yield or be discouraged. No matter what it was, nothing could break his straight back that was as straight as a blade. You're just showing off. Deicide coldly scolded. This East God Lord had never been a person who cared about others. Being able to do this was already his limit. Similarly, as the South God Lord, Tencho was also not a person who was good at communicating. He did not appreciate Deicide's rare concern. Don't worry, I will kill Zhao Shi and Frost Cold faster than you killed Black Day. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me, Tencho, for not remembering the past. Tencho's last two sentences were directed at Zhao Shi and Frost Cold. At this time, the light of a divine flame. It rapidly shot over. Ji Wei, who was still in his Akagi form, laughed loudly. What a stubborn South God Lord Tencho. You're clearly on the verge of death, but you're still stubbornly holding on. Your mouth is full of arrogant words. Haha, could it be that the mountains outside the mountains are full of such boasting kings? As long as I stretch out my hand, your internal injuries will erupt and you will fall to the ground, unable to get up. You still dare to put on airs here, I really admire you. When Tencho saw Ji Wei disguised as Akagi, his eyes immediately turned bloodshot and his anger soared to the sky. You disguised yourself as my brother and tried to assassinate me. Thief, you are so rampant and cunning. Today, I, Tencho, will slaughter a disaster like you. The blade light was like snow. With one slash, heaven and earth split. But when the blade was 1 foot in front of Jiwari and about to cut Jiwari in half, Jiwari, who was still in Akagi form, lightly snapped his fingers. Although the snap was light, it was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue to Deicide and Tencho, who had been assassinated before. Even someone as strong as Deicide's body swayed. The blood that Sha Feng had made gushed out of his mouth and dripped down the corner of his lips, wetting his blue robe. Compared to Deicide, Tenchu's body was even more overwhelmed. His chest nearly exploded, blood spurted out of his mouth and nose, and the blade intent that could split heaven and earth shattered. The snow guzzle divine saber couldn't even support its master's body. Tencho took a few more blows and tried to stabilize his knees, but his eyes rolled back. It was extremely difficult to focus and regain consciousness. Deicide rushed over. With one hand pressed on Tenchu's back, he concentrated his divine power and stabilized Tenchu's injuries. He helped him support his body steadily, not letting this man with the divine saber, who had never bent his knees or fallen on the battlefield, fall humiliatingly in front of the enemy who had ambushed and injured him. You have me for everything. Deicide's other right hand gently wiped the blood stains at the corner of his mouth. His eyebrows were like swords, and his arrogance was soaring. With just the 4 of them, don't even think about keeping me, Deicide. As long as I have a sword in my hand, there is no one who can stop me, Deicide, from killing, including you, Black Day. Deicide's last sentence was naturally said to Black Day. Now, Black Day's face was filled with pride. The plan was going smoothly. As long as there was no great ancient god descending and destroying the overall situation, then this war that had been planned since 10,000 years ago, he would definitely win. Give me the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Deicide, I just need to catch my breath. Tencho returned the divine saber to its sheath and frantically used his divine power to heal himself. Go, kill Tencho, then besiege Deicide. Black Day roared. Frost Cold and Zhao Shi immediately set out. As if it was a palm that had been destined for thousands of years, it directly attacked Tenchu's back. As long as it was the North God Lord Zhao Zai's palm, it would never fail. No one could escape his attack under the guidance of his true wonder divine mirror and talent field. No one, not even the East God Lord Deicide, the number 1 person in Outer Mountains, was an exception. The chains of ice were like hundreds of snow pythons that were startled out of their holes. They danced wildly and pierced through the void, interweaving into an impenetrable net that blocked the river. Deicide and Tencho were like fish. Both were in the net. The most frightening attack was not Jiwari's finger flick, which caused Deicide and Tenchu's injuries to erupt, but Black Day, as expected of the number 1 person in Outer Mountains. As soon as Black Day made his move, the world immediately darkened. It was so dark that one could not even see their fingers in front of them. Everything was swallowed by Black Day's divine power and will, and nothing could escape. In the darkness, a sword light shone. Like the light of dawn, no matter how dark the sky was, it could not erase the light that was comparable to the dawn. This was Deicide's sword. As the number 1 expert of the Outer Mountains, the Eastern God Master, the God-slaying Master, finally drew his sword under the joint attack of 3 divine masters and a first temple master of the central divine temple, whose level was lower than his, but whose strength was no less than a divine master's. Parting hatred, in hand. Whenever this ancient god sword was drawn, there would be a life that was about to disappear, and the world would be separated from it. Break! Deicide waved his sword, but before he could shout out, he suddenly saw a knife intent cut through the void, splitting the world and piercing his chest. Compared with the slash that had just killed Jiwari, the power of this slash was thousands of times stronger. Deicide had never seen such a knife. Although he was familiar with Tencho for 10,000 years, he never knew that his brother could wield such a powerful knife. If this knife was not aimed at him, but at the enemy Black Day, then Deicide would be 100 times surprised, and sincerely feel gratified that his brother had broken through the original realm. But now, he was shocked. Except for astonishment, there was only astonishment, snow drinking the long river. At this time, Tencho did not show any signs of injury at all. On the contrary, he had just received at least 100 times the strength from Jiwari's finger flick. The power of the sneak attack was so great that even he himself could not imagine it. The tip of the knife penetrated his clothes. Black Day's eyes, Zhao Zai's hand, and Frost Cold's chain. At the same time, they faced Deicide. Under the sudden gaze of Black Day, Deicide froze. The parting hatred sword that he waved was entangled by Frost Cold's ice chain net. Although it cut countless ice chains, its speed was greatly reduced, and it became slower and slower. In the end, the sword's momentum was like a crawling snail. Although nothing could resist the ancient parting hatred sword, it was still possible for Frost Cold to temporarily slow it down with his divine power. Zhao Zai's palm was like light smoke, floated over, heavy as a mountain, and bombarded Deicide's back like a thunderbolt. There was no need for this palm. Tenchu's snow-drinking sword could also pass through Deicide. Before, the southeast god master Akaji was also defeated by this move. However, at that time, Tencho did not use his full strength, nor did he receive the special blessing from Jiwari, so the power was far inferior. It did not even have 1/10 of the power of today's attack on Deicide. Hiss! Behind Deicide, a sharp blade intent Gangchi cut through the sky, and cut the earth 10,000 meters long. Just the residual force of the attack cracked the earth, and a huge pit that even a mammoth could not jump over. It was 50 meters wide, 100 meters deep, and 10,000 meters long. How would Deicide, who had suffered the full attack of the snow-drinking sword, do? After Black Day and Deicide looked at each other, his eyes hurt slightly. He closed his eyes, and endured the pain after the collision of divine power. He closed his eyes again. The originally pitch-black world was restored to light. Zhao Shi was blown away by Deicide's protective divine power, and all the ice python chains were also cut by the parting hatred sword. At the same time, it also cut a deep wound on Frost Cold's arm. Jiwari threw a strange ball-shaped beast, and let the parting hatred sword kill it. He escaped safely in an instant, and escaped 30,000 meters away from the sword intent of the parting hatred sword. Frost Cold, who thought that the same sword could hurt his body, was also shocked and puzzled. Only Tencho was still in the same place. He held the sword with both hands. It was not that he did not want to move, but the tip of the snow-drinking sword was clamped by the index and middle fingers of Deicide's left hand. He could not pull the sword out, and was forced to stay motionless. There was no expression on God Killer's face at all. It was as if Tian Chao's attack was a matter of course, and it was as if it was natural for him to catch Tian Chao's divine blade with his fingers. There was no special reaction at all. Just like that, he looked at Tian Chao in front of him quietly. At the corner of his lips, the blood that was injured by Zhao Zai's heavy palm came out for the third time. Drop by drop, it dripped onto his green robe. When Black Day and the others saw this scene, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Deicide, this guy, the number one person in the outer mountains, was actually this strong. With just 2 fingers, he could clamp Tenchu's full-power attack with the snow-drinking sword. Moreover, this was a sneak attack that was strengthened by 100 times by Jiwari. Impossible. This was simply impossible. Do you think that I, Deicide, would be so stupid as to let someone successfully sneak attack me twice? Deicide calmly released his fingers, ignoring the shocked Tencho in front of him. He held his sword horizontally across his chest, and with a long whistle, his green robe stained with blood, he stood proudly. At this moment, he gave people the feeling that he looked down on all living beings in the world. Chapter 1184. There was a mole. If there wasn't a mole, how could Deicide have known that Tencho would launch a sneak attack in advance? Black Day immediately looked angrily at Frost Cold and Zhao Shi. He felt that the mole was one of them. As for the Sha Feng, who was used as cannon fodder by Deicide, Black Day didn't doubt it at all. An idiot like Sha Feng, even if he was stupid enough to tell the truth to Deicide, Deicide would never believe it. Between Frost Cold and Zhao Shi, who was the mole? Was it the northern god Lord Zhao Shi who had the mirror of truth? Or was it the Frost Cold who had the soul-binding ice chain? Zhao Zai's condition was to take over the entire mountain beyond and valley. Although he didn't gain the title of the number one person in the mountain beyond, he gained the reality of being the number one person in the mountain beyond. According to such generous conditions, coupled with the fact that he already had the true wonder divine mirror that knew the truth, he should know that he was not lying and would definitely fulfill his promise. Then, his participation in the siege of the God Slayers seemed more credible. On the contrary, the condition that Shuang and Han obtained in this battle was the God Slayer's secret realm. Moreover, it was the God Slayer's secret realm that had been searched for 10 years by Tiancho. Killing the God Slayer would not bring any direct benefits to the Northwest God Lord, Shuang and Han. What was most suspicious was that Frost Cold was too enthusiastic and proactive. Not only did he use ending the war in the mountain beyond to join the western camp, he even took the initiative to persuade the northern god Lord Zhao Shi to pull Zhao Shi into the western camp. In the past, when Frost Cold tried his best to pull Zhao Shi into the western camp, Black Day couldn't say anything. Although he had some doubts in his heart, he believed it for the time being. This Frost Cold, who had always been thinking of ways to turn him into cannon fodder and sacrifice himself in the divine war, actually didn't have any feelings of sympathy when he saw Sha Feng being killed. At that time, he felt that something was wrong. This was too suspicious. Unless he was a spy, one who had long since formed an alliance with Deicide and secretly infiltrated the western camp to gather information. Otherwise, when Sha Feng was killed, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. At the same time, he would be afraid that he would follow in Sha Feng's footsteps. Frost Cold didn't seem to worry about this at all. Did he really trust him that much? Moreover, Deicide must have already promised him the best conditions and promised what would happen after the deed was done. Otherwise, why would he appear to have no desires when he joined the western camp? Black Day observed carefully. Shuang stared at the Godslayer and seemed to be shocked. But Black Day could see that Frost Cold was confident in this outcome. Before this, Frost Cold was also very respectful to Deicide. Even when Sha Feng called him disdainfully, he strictly corrected him. If he was not Deicide's chess piece, why would he behave so fiercely? There was a sword wound on Frost Cold's arm, but it wasn't very serious. He, who was the weakest, suffered the least injuries. What was the reason for this? On the other hand, the northern god, Lord Zhao Shi, who was much more powerful, had a relaxed smile on his face. However, the corner of his mouth was bleeding profusely. He struck Deicide's back with a heavy palm strike and obtained the greatest result of this attack. However, it also caused Deicide's divine power to rebound, and he suffered serious injuries. Zhao Shi was the main attacker, but he was still heavily injured, let alone Frost Cold, who was responsible for restraining him. This was extremely suspicious. According to the analysis of the situation at that time, if Zhao Shi was the mole, he could have struck Tenchu's back instead of hitting Deicide's body, causing Deicide to vomit blood. Zhao Shi had the best opportunity to not strike back at Tenchu. He couldn't be the mole, so, the mole wasn't him, but someone else. Tenchu was one of them. Sha Feng, this idiot, couldn't be the mole either. As for Ji Wei, no one could be a mole, but he couldn't be one. Therefore, the only suspicious person was him. It was him, the Northwest god, Frost Cold. You suspect me? Frost Cold was stunned at first. After seeing Black Day's gloomy expression of, I found you, he suddenly became furious and flew into a rage. You can suspect anyone, but not me. I asked for the least, had almost no desires, and had no conditions to help you. Why did I do it? Not only did I come here myself, I also pulled Zhao Shi along. He originally wanted to stay neutral, but I wanted to end the gods' war as soon as possible and persuade him to join the western camp. You were not moved by my persuasion, and even suspected me. Your reaction is simply despicable. If you don't open your mouth to defend yourself, then I will believe you for one more second. Black Day's eyes stared at Frost like a poisonous snake. Listen to yourself, what are you saying? No desires, are you, Frost Cold, really that great? Will you die for me without any conditions? Actually, I have suspected you for a long time, but I didn't expose your tricks at that time. I didn't expect you to reveal yourself at the start of the gods' war. Really, I must have been blind to think that you were the final winner of the gods' war. Frost Cold couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Just now, I saw that you watched as Sha Feng died heartlessly. You should have withdrawn and prevented the tragedy from happening. Black Day, you disappoint me. You disappoint me even more. Black Day's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Clap, clap, clap. Ji Wei, who had retreated 10,000 meters away, clapped his hands and laughed. Actually, Lord Frost Cold is not a simple person. To be able to endure the humiliation and enter the western camp, and to gain his trust, to bring Lord Zhao Shi, who was considering whether to join the western camp at that time. With such scheming and strategy, you are only ranked 5th in the Outer Mountains. That is a bit of an underestimate. In my opinion, Lord Frost Cold can at least be ranked in the top 3, just below Deicide and Black Day. He was trying to sow discord. Not to mention the southern god Lord Tenchu, who hated Frost Cold. Even the northern god Lord Zhao Shi, who was his best friend, had a slight change in expression. No matter how good a friend was, they couldn't be ranked in front of him. This was the most basic principle of any martial artist. It was also the bottom line. The bottom line that couldn't be crossed. Shuang and Han, I have always treated you as my brother. Today's matter was a bit of a misunderstanding, so you should leave first. Once the battle of gods is over, we can meet again to drink and have fun. The northern god master Zhao Shi took a deep breath, as she could not bear to persuade Shuang and Han to leave. You suspect me too, Frost Cold roared like a wounded beast. You are the Zhao Shi who possesses the true wonder divine mirror. Even you can't see the truth. The truth of the gods' war is complicated and confusing. It's not something I can pry into. Zhao Shi sighed and waved his hand. I believe you, but it's not enough for me to believe you alone. Frost Cold, if you leave now, we will still be friends and nothing will change. If you insist on staying, then even if you're not a spy, everyone will still be restrained because of their old fears. If I leave now, I will never be able to wash away my injustice. Frost Cold's eyes were bloodshot. There's no need to leave. Southern God Lord Tencho slowly pulled out the Snow Guzzle divine saber. Looking at Shuang Han, he coldly spat out a sentence. Whether you are really a spy or an ally, I have to keep you. Shuang Han, I can clearly tell you a truth. My motto is that I would rather kill 3,000 by mistake than let one go. You do not need to feel anger or sorrow. As a weakling, this is your destiny. Ever since you joined our western camp, I have never thought of giving you the god-vanquishing secret realm. The truth is a bit cruel, but Frost Cold, you are not worthy of it. Frost Cold trembled with anger. He did not say another word. He only used all his strength to increase his divine power and fought to the death. When the northern god master Zhao Shi heard this, her expression turned slightly gloomy. However, she pretended not to hear anything as she silently retreated 10,000 meters away, putting herself out of the way. Pitiful worm, you are the same as Sha Feng. Both are pitiful worms. Southern god Lord Tencho flicked the saber with his finger and shouted boldly, as long as you can take 3 slashes from me, I can spare your life. Of course, you can despair now, because you can't even take 1 slash. Shuang Han was silent. He took out the quasi-artifact soul-locking ice chain for the first time. The crystal-clear ice chain soul-locking ice chain was 100 meters long. It was full of spirituality around Shuang Han, guarding his master. However, compared to the divine weapon, Blade Snowdrinker, it was only a quasi-divine weapon, so there was a huge gap between it and the divine weapon in terms of power. This gap, in the hands of these two masters, whose strength was also very different from each other, was magnified several times. Just as Tenchu's divine power and will enveloped Frost Cold and the Snow Drinker divine blade was about to cut off Frost Cold's head, Eastern God Lord Deicide, who had been watching coldly from the side, suddenly revealed a mocking smile. Southern God Lord, how impressive. Tencho, I wonder if I, Deicide, can take 3 slashes from you. As expected, Frost Cold is one of your men. Black Day felt that he had finally found evidence. Sigh, Frost Cold, who no longer wanted to defend himself, shook his head and sighed. He had never imagined he would end up like this. Such an ending was not even comparable to that of Sha Feng, who had foolishly charged like cannon fodder. At least Sha Feng had died a glorious and heroic death, but he had humiliated himself from a loyal ally to an undercover traitor. He was really speechless. If he had known this earlier, he would have charged at Deicide like a fool with Sha Feng. At the very least, he would have died at the hands of Deicide. He still had some value. Frost Cold, he was never one of my men. I say this because I don't want to mistreat my brother. The true brother of I, Deicide, is a Kaji, who will never betray me and can entrust his life to me. I'm not pretending to be kind and righteous, Southern God Lord Tencho. In fact, I already knew you were one of Black Day's men without anyone telling me. Do you think you can hide it from my eyes? For 10,000 years, I kept you by my side to give Black Day a signal of stability that he thought he had succeeded. Frost Cold, although I admire you, you are not one of my men. There is no need for me to stand up for you. Go, I will let you off this time, seeing that you are not a bad person. Don't let me see you again. Finally, what I want to say is that as a brother of I, Deicide, I will absolutely not allow any trifling insult in the world. Whoever dares to insult my brother, the Lihan sword in my hand will not spare them. Black Day, Tencho, you dare to kill a Kaji, I, Deicide, will definitely kill you. Even if you are from the central shrine, you will definitely die. When Deicide said the last sentence, his anger and sword intent soared into the sky. It was as violent as thunder. It exploded until the sky and the earth changed color. In an instant, Deicide seemed to become infinitely tall and huge. He felt like a giant, who could casually stretch out a finger and crush the ant-like Black Day and Tianan. When Deicide held the Lihan sword towards the sky, Black Day and Tencho were both horrified, deeply afraid that they would be instantly killed by the sword. Yue Yang, who was hiding in the rock and pretending to be dead, calmly lay there, concentrating on playing the role of a minor character. He was not like Stephen Chow, who asked the director if he wanted to die a little more mischievously, or to die a little longer. In this day and age, it was not easy to play the role of a corpse, let alone a minor character who only had lunch to eat. Yue Yang was even thinking whether he should give himself an award for the best minor character in the future. He knew that Deicide would explode, but he also had a premonition that things would not be so simple. If it was just these three tricks, Black Day, Tencho and Jiwari would not be able to scheme against Deicide. There must be a more detailed and perfect plan behind. In other words, this was the beginning of Deicide falling into the trap. Killing Akagi previously was not to weaken Deicide's strength, but to anger Deicide. As for the sneak attack, it was not important whether it was successful or not. The Godslayer was definitely not a man who would fall to the ground after being ambushed. He was a swordsman who could not be bent, twisted, or pried away. If one wanted to kill the Godslayer, there was only one way, and that was to provoke him. Then, in a battle to the death, he would be completely eradicated. If Deicide wanted to leave, no one in Mountain outside Mountain could stop him. Jiwari had calculated that if he killed Akagi, Deicide would definitely not hesitate to avenge Akagi at all costs. Next, it was time for Jiwari, the best actor, to perform. Compared to him, Black Day was at most a supporting role. He was not the main character at all. Chapter 1185, Don't think that you are the only one with a divine weapon. Do you think my Candle Knight is inferior to your separation hatred? Black Day was still arrogant in front of the unstoppable Deicide. He calmly analyzed Zhao Zai's Zhen Miao, Mirror, Tenchu's Snow Guzzle, Divine Blade, and my Candle Knight, Divine Jewel. Today, even if Deicide has the ability to go against the heavens, he will definitely lose. Following his words, the southern god Lord Tencho summoned a gold grimoire. He activated his inherent skill. He quickly raised his domain of saber chi. Amidst the crazy explosion and support, the snow guzzle in Tenchu's hand instantly fused with a strange-looking guardian beast, emitting thousands of rays of divine weapon brilliance. After the divine power desperately increased, Tenchu's whole body seemed to become infinitely huge, like a mountain. He grew until he was close to Deicide before he slowly stopped. Although he was not as tall as Deicide, he was quite close. It felt like Tencho was like a 7 feet tall man facing another 9 feet tall Deicide. Although there was a big gap, it was not as exaggerated as a dwarf and a giant. Their strength was still on the same level. On the other side, the northern god Lord Zhao Zai's strength was almost the same as Tenchu's. He was even more mysterious. Even after summoning his gold grimoire and activating his domain of power, Yue Yang, who was hiding far away and pretending to be dead, still couldn't see the form of his guardian beast clearly. He only felt that it was like a fog, misty and indistinct. If Tencho was a prickling awl, then Zhao Shi was a hidden needle. No one knew when he would show his sharpness, but Yue Yang was sure that once this northern god Lord Zhao Shi showed his true colors, he would definitely cause great damage. If it was just Tiancho and Zhao Shi, it would be impossible for them to suppress Godslayer. But add the darkness of the day. The balance would inevitably shift towards the western camp. The moment Black Day summoned his grimoire, the sky darkened. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Following that, a ray of purplish gold that was deep and pitch black shot out of a black hole, emitting a blinding radiance. Yue Yang swallowed his saliva. That was a divine level, pearl. Because he was pretending to be dead, Yue Yang didn't dare to use his Heaven Eye's divine vision to scan it. He couldn't judge its true quality for the time being. But even so, it could be concluded that this was probably the god pearl of Zhu Yi. It was a level higher than the true wonder divine mirror and the snow-guzzling divine saber. It was close to the ancient divine sword, Li Hen, in the hands of the god slayer. If Yue Yang looked down from the highest point in the sky, he would discover that the sky and the earth were divided into two halves. Half of it was a day with a brilliant sword chi. The other half was a night that was as dark as ink. It was faintly discernible, and sometimes there were god pearls, divine blades, and divine mirrors. With Black Day taking the initiative and Tencho and Zhao Shi assisting, the night gradually suppressed the day supported by Deicide alone. Although Black Day and Deicide couldn't be equated, the difference in strength was not big. If Deicide was 9 feet tall, then Black Day was more than 8 feet tall. With the assistance of the two 7 feet tall Tencho and Zhao Shi, Black Day gradually gained the upper hand. HMPH. If the Northwest Divine Lord Frost Cold, who was watching from the side, rushed up to help at this time, it would definitely speed up Deicide's defeat. But he didn't do so. Previously, Black Day's attitude towards Sha Feng and him had greatly hurt Frost Cold's heart. He had always thought that he took the initiative to help without asking for anything in return, and only wanted to end the War of Gods as soon as possible, but now his heart was broken. Not to mention that Black Day still had the upper hand. Even if he was completely at a disadvantage, he would not reach out to help Black Day. After the previous ruthless abandonment of Sha Feng and the vicious suspicion of himself, Frost did not hit him when he was down and instead helped him kill God. It was already good enough for him to turn the spearhead and attack Black Day. It was impossible for him to help, and it was also impossible for him to do so. Frost Cold decided to leave here. What War of Gods? Forget it. It was better to be like Qing Yun and live his own life freely. Unfortunately, Zhao Shi was still unmoved by the situation. Otherwise, Frost Cold would leave more comfortably. Ah, please wait a moment. Ji Wu suddenly appeared in front of Yu Shuang and Yu Han with a smile on his face. It was a sincere smile, exuding the charm of a superior. Anyone who saw him would feel that he was trustworthy. Those who were of lower status would even feel ashamed of themselves, not daring to raise their heads to look at the First Lord of the temple. If you want to persuade me to change my mind, then there's no need. Frost Cold rejected the possibility of reconciliation. Black Day was not the best leader, and now he had completely given up. No, I have no intention of persuading you. I have no interest in the grievances and misunderstandings between you and Black Day, and I am not willing to be a peacemaker. Ji Wei shook his head and waved his hand, indicating for Frost Cold not to misunderstand. He smiled especially sincerely, especially amiably, and especially warmly looked at the Northwest Lord Frost Cold, until Frost Cold was a little confused, and finally asked word by word, Northwest Lord Frost Cold, do you think that I am just a quasi-god, and you don't need my permission to leave? Hey, Shuang Han's heart was extremely angry, but his face was smiling instead. So if I want to leave, I have to get your permission to leave. Then, will you agree? I don't agree. Ji Wei shook his head gently and shrugged his shoulders. If you kneel down, hug my legs, and swear to be my slave, I may consider whether to spare your life. Frost Cold's face instantly froze. He was extremely angry, but he did not immediately explode. As a god-level expert who had cultivated for 10,000 years, he was unexpectedly intercepted by a quasi-god-level junior. He had never seen such an arrogant look in his life. He even wanted him to kneel down and kowtow, and swear to be a slave before he would consider whether to let him leave. Wasn't this too much of a bully? Even if a tiger fell to the plains and was bullied by a dog, it should not be like this, right? Even if it was Tencho, or even Black Day, who dared to challenge Deicide, would not dare to be so arrogant against him. You, on what basis? Frost Cold could not help but snort. On the basis that my name is Ji Wei, a grimoire holder who is destined to devour your entire outer mountain, and even the entire trial ground. No, I will be a grimoire holder in the future, the last grimoire of the trial ground. It is destined to belong to me only. Ji Wei seemed to be describing a trivial matter. He was not the slightest bit excited, nor did he show any arrogance or fear. His expression was as calm as water, as if it was a matter of course. Yue Yang was not lightly shocked by Ji Wei's words. Big brother, can you watch your words? You haven't obtained the grimoire yet, can you be more low-key? Don't you know how to write? Modesty. If you don't, I can teach you. Don't be so arrogant. Yue Yang, who had pretended to be dead for a long time, almost could not help but jump up to refute. Fortunately, he had good control. He forcefully held it in. Even if his body was already charred on the outside and tender on the inside, he still clenched his teeth and did not make a sound. Frost Cold was also stunned for a long time. He really did not expect that Ji Wei would actually answer like this. He was speechless. However, in the next second, the sky full of ice chains, like a net blocking the river, enveloped Ji Wei. The cold air that was close to absolute zero turned water into ice, instantly freezing Ji Wei into an ice sculpture. Too weak. Ji Wei, who was in the state of an ice sculpture, shattered with a "pa" and returned to normal. His body was completely unharmed, completely ignoring the bone-piercing cold air and the ice chains flying around his body. He calmly reached out his right hand, as if caressing a lover's skin, and summoned a magnificent and brilliant holy grimoire. Once the holy grimoire was out, a protective shield and a domain rose at the same time. It was unknown what kind of inherent skill Ji Wei had, but he, who also had the sovereign's will, only needed a flick of his left hand to turn all of Frost Cold's attacks, including the ice chains condensed from divine power, into thousands of harmless gentle snowflakes that slowly floated down. Sovereign's will. Frost Cold's expression changed drastically. This kind of high-level stuff, you country bumpkins who rely on others to obtain your summoning grimoire will never understand. Even if you have a summoning grimoire, you will never be able to become a true god, let alone become a sovereign. In short, you are all trash. If it wasn't for Tian and Bing Li meddling in other people's business, you would never be able to obtain a summoning grimoire in your lifetime. Ji Wei casually flipped through the pages of his holy grimoire, as if he couldn't think of which beast he could summon, or any beast he could summon that could easily defeat Frost Cold, who was a divine master. He couldn't make a decision at that moment. Frost Cold was so angry that his whole body was trembling. But he also knew how terrifying an enemy who had the sovereign's will in the holy grimoire was. Deicide didn't have a holy grimoire at all. He was stronger and higher than Black Day in terms of will, but he was already firmly in the position of the strongest person in the Outer Mountains, unshakable. Now, this Ji Wei not only had the sovereign's will, which was higher than Deicide's, but he also had the holy grimoire that everyone dreamed of. How should this battle be fought? Frost Cold didn't have an answer. He had never met an enemy who had a holy grimoire. Even Tian and Bing Li, who were close to invincible in the past, didn't have a holy grimoire. Master, let me, Resentment Ji, deal with this little worm. 10,000 years ago, when this little worm was still crying, I had already taught him a lesson. At that time, he was so scared that he peed his pants. If it wasn't for Tian and Bing Li who meddled in other people's business, the Outer Mountains would have been razed to the ground by me. Now, I, Resentment Ji, have returned here again. Tian and Bing Li are no longer here. Things remain the same, but people have changed. I can't take my revenge, so it's good for me to vent my anger on these little worms. Otherwise, I won't be able to relieve my depression. A golden shadow rose from the holy grimoire like smoke. Wah, what, Resentment Ji, weren't you sealed by Tian and Bing Li? When Frost Cold saw this golden shadow, he was so scared that his whole body shivered. Yes, I was sealed. However, Master had already released me thousands of years ago. When I first escaped the seal, it was really miserable. I was almost discovered by you guys. In order to save my life, I had no choice but to fuse with Master's guardian beast. However, this also created a perfect life for me. I have a perfect body that will never die. In addition to Master's talent, ha ha ha, the day when I, Resentment Ji, will unify the Outer Mountains is not far away. No, 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 not only will I unify the Outer Mountains, the Human Valley, the Earth Valley, and the Heaven Valley that originally belonged to me, even the entire trial ground, will be in my pocket. You fools, you don't even have the qualifications to be my slaves. Ha 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 ha. The golden shadow was extremely arrogant and laughed loudly as if there was no one else around. Frost Cold's expression changed. He used the ice chains to form a wall of ice chains to protect his body. Then, he tore open the space and prepared to teleport away from this place. The golden shadow didn't even look at him. He casually stretched out his finger and pointed it lightly. A ray of divine light broke through the air and easily penetrated the 10,000-year-old ice wall. Then, it ignored Frost Cold's protective divine power and pierced through the Northwest Divine Lord, Frost Cold. From his chest to his back, there was a hole the size of a bowl. Through. Do you think I'm still the pitiful person who had just escaped the seal and was scared to death by the slightest movement? Frost Cold, Frost Cold. Back then, you and Zhao Shi had the best opportunity, but you didn't investigate carefully. In the end, I successfully escaped with the help of my master. After thousands of years of recovery, not only have I recovered my full strength, I'm even stronger than when I fought against Tian and Bing Li. Without Tian and Bing Li, do you think you little bugs can compete with the first heavenly king of the realm beyond heaven? The golden shadow waved his hand and threw out a bloody man. Frost Cold fixed his eyes on it and stared at it. Qing Yun, the bloody man whose divine power had been sucked dry and was on the verge of death, was the Northeast Divine Lord, Qing Yun, who disliked fighting in war the most in the outer mountains. A Qing Yun who cherished flowers and trees and treated all life equally. Among all the Divine Lords, the first one to be recognized by the grimoire was this Northeast Divine Lord, Qing Yun, even a few seconds earlier than the East Divine Lord, Deicide. Even Black Day admitted that the Northeast Divine Lord, Qing Yun, was a gentleman. When Qing Yun refused to participate in the war, Black Day did not force him. Deicide even personally sent him away. Unexpectedly, such a Divine Lord who loved life and peace was sucked dry of his divine power by Ji and resentment, and was tormented to the point that he didn't even look human. Frost Cold felt that his eyes were about to pop out of his eye sockets, and a burst of anger erupted from his chest. Ignoring his own serious injuries, he rushed over and hugged the dying Northeast Divine Lord, Qing Yun. His throat was stiff, and he wanted to shout, but he couldn't. His vision had already become blurred. Even Deicide and Zhao Shi, who were fighting over there, were stunned and stopped. They looked over in disbelief. The golden shadow lifted the heavily injured Frost Cold with one hand and laughed wildly. With Master's Devour inherent skill, you little bugs are all nutrients for me to return to the peak and surpass myself. Do you know why Master started this war? He wanted to catch you idiots in one fell swoop. Do you think that Master is still a quasi-god after thousands of years, just because he is not talented enough? What a bunch of stupid bugs. If it wasn't for Master's Devour inherent skill, which needs to absorb energy higher than the strength of the body, do you think you can look up to Master's level? Do you think you can still live until now? As early as thousands of years ago, Master could already reach the god level. Compared to him, you are not even a little bug, and you think you are very great. You are really a bunch of poor frogs at the bottom of a well. Wushi, why did you hide it from me? Black Day's face became very ugly. Because you are also one of the nutrients. Tencho, who was standing beside Black Day, stabbed the Snow Guzzle Divine Saber into Black Day's heart at lightning speed. In less than a thousandth of a second, Black Day had already reacted. He was ready to fight back. But the golden shadow had already flashed behind Black Day, grabbed Black Day's head with his big hand, and slammed this ambitious and ruthless person to the ground. In the next second, Black Day heard Ji Wuri's voice, which was as calm as water, ringing in his ear. Wushi will kindly accept Uncle's power. Your last wish, Wushi will also strive to fulfill it for you. Chapter 1186. Black Day felt Ji Wuri's hand pressing on his back. In just 1 second, 10% of the divine power in his body was drawn away. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Using all his strength, he turned into a ball of black light and forcibly broke free from the golden shadow's hand. In the air, he dodged Tenchu's snow-drinking divine blade that could tear the heaven and earth apart, and narrowly avoided the golden shadow's god taboo finger. In a panic, Black Day had nowhere to run and was forced to flee to the side of Deicide, who was just an old enemy. He knew that at times, staying by the side of an old enemy was safer than standing by one's side, such as now. Deicide, I don't want to fight for the position of number 1 in the outer mountains anymore. Now that hatred has been reborn, we must join forces to defeat the enemy. Black Day changed his position at the first moment, abandoning all his previous desires and goals. He put defeating the enemy and saving his life first. I don't need to join forces with you. Deicide snorted. He believed everyone but Black Day. Who knew if this was a scheme of the Western camp? Even if it wasn't, wouldn't he be happy to see dogs biting each other? Of course, hatred, the strongest enemy in the past, had returned to the outer mountains. It was indeed a dangerous situation that he couldn't be careless about. Deicide took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the hatred-parting divine sword. A strong enemy had reappeared. This battle, he had to go all out. But he definitely wouldn't join forces with Black Day. Joining forces with this kind of ruthless person who would betray his allies at any time was like asking a tiger for its skin. You are really muddle-headed. A burst of hatred emerged in Black Day's heart. He was angry at Deicide's refusal, but also felt humiliated at being betrayed by his nephew. Ha ha ha, my dear uncle, you can't blame the Eastern God Lord for refusing to cooperate with Deicide. You should look for the reason yourself. If it weren't for your notorious reputation of ruthlessness and betrayal of your allies, how could you be so wicked and despised by the world? Not to mention outsiders, even I, as your nephew, don't dare to believe even half of your words. For someone like you, as long as they believe even 10% of your words, they will die without a burial ground. Do you still remember Sha Feng who died with a grievance? Just a moment ago, the scene was still vivid in his mind, and his voice was still echoing in his ears. Ha 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 ha, do you still remember what he said before he died? Sha Feng said, he was heartless, but I can't be heartless, ha ha, what a heart-wrenching cry. My uncle, in front of your betrayal, Sha Feng simply wanted to cry but had no tears. In comparison, you are nothing now. At most, you have retribution for your evil deeds and are despised by everyone. Ji Wei's face had a sacred expression of righteousness over family. In front of him floated the incomparably glorious Holy Grimoire. Under the thousands of rays of light, he looked at Black Day with the gaze of a gourmet looking at the feast on the table. Just a grudge, do you think you can defeat me? Black Day sneered. Now he had calmed down. If he couldn't win, he could still escape back to the Grimoire world. At worst, he could hide in the Grimoire world for 1,000 years and see who could outlast who. No matter how strong the grudge was, it was impossible to sneak into other people's Grimoire world to capture them. As long as he summoned the Grimoire and returned to the Grimoire world, the danger would be easily resolved. Black Day raised his hand and summoned the Grimoire. Although it was painful to be betrayed and it was also hateful to lose the #1 position in the Outer Mountains, as long as he stayed, there was hope. Cherishing his life was the most important thing right now. As for what Ji Wei would obtain in this God's War, would he take over the entire Outer Mountains and the valley? The #1 position in the Outer Mountains. Black Day couldn't care less about that anymore. Everything, he had to protect himself. As for Black Day's cowardly behavior of summoning the Grimoire to escape back to the Grimoire world, Ji Wei calmly watched and didn't stop him. 1 second later, Black Day's expression changed greatly. His face turned ashen, filled with panic. He was not the only one. Shuang Han, who was already heavily injured, and the Northern Divine Master Zhao Shi, who was quietly watching from the sidelines, also revealed shocked expressions. Dear Lord Gods, can't you summon your grimoire? Ji Wei smiled slightly and spread out an ancient artifact in his palm. He was like a tour guide introducing a tourist to a famous scenic spot, explaining non-stop, if you are in the mood, I would like to teach you a lesson about the difference between a true god and a false god. However, you don't seem to be in a good mood, so let's skip this lesson. Anyway, with your intelligence, you won't be able to understand these profound things. You only need to know that in my domain, as long as there is no Ji Zun's will, anyone will be helpless in front of the law of the forbidden grimoire. You must think that the ancient artifact's function is only to weaken the enemy's power. The funny thing is that you have maintained this belief for 10,000 years. No one has ever questioned it, and no one has ever explored its roots. Actually, the true function of the ancient artifact is to seal spirit. It's an important criterion to distinguish semi-divinities from true gods, and it's also an important criterion for cultivators to choose from in the trial of trials. You fools, you are only at the semi-divinity realm, so how could you possibly understand the truth? I was wrong, I shouldn't have placed such high hopes on you. Ji Wei shrugged his shoulders and said disdainfully, I thought that in these 10,000 years, one of you would break through your limits, become a false god, and comprehend Ji Zun's will. Then, you would not let down Tian and Bing Li's painstaking efforts in helping you contract grimoires with their remaining divine consciousness. Who knows, there is not a single genius among you, you are all trash. The whole place was dead silent. Frost Cold knelt on the ground powerlessly. He was hit by Ji Wei's contemptuous words, and his heart was broken into pieces. 10,000 years ago, Tian and Bing Li had paid a huge price to help everyone contract grimoires. Who knew that? Not a single one of them would become a false god. 10,000 years later, all of them were still false gods. What a waste of Tian and Bing Li's painstaking efforts. The North God, Lord Zhao Shi, was also sorrowful at this moment. His thoughts were immersed in the memories of the past, and he was unwilling to wake up and face such a cruel reality for a long time. HMPH. Deicide was expressionless. He stretched his hand forward, and countless rays of divine light gathered in his palm. The light seemed to be under some kind of suppression, and it swayed. But in the end, it could not suppress Deicide's soaring will, and a pillar of light shot out, pointing to the sky angrily. A gold grimoire floated in front of Deicide. With a light flip of a page, thousands of sword chi cut through all the restrictions, and perfectly merged with its master, Deicide. Yue Yang, who was pretending to be dead, was shocked. Ji Zun's will. Deicide had also comprehended Ji Zun's will. Although this supreme elder's will couldn't be compared to his own, it was still stronger than Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang and the others. It definitely wouldn't be a problem for him to pass through the door of life and death, if it wasn't for the fact that the grimoire was made by Tian and Bing Li's God's Aid contract, which restricted him too much. Deicide's realm would probably be even higher. Ji Wei was stunned. Deicide's summon was beyond his expectations. Black Day, Zhao Shi, and Frost Cold were dumbfounded. It can't be, right? Deicide, this crazy swordsman, had actually comprehended the legendary supreme will. Didn't this mean that he had already stepped into the true god level? No wonder Deicide wasn't afraid of Black Day's challenge at all. He wasn't afraid of the Western camp's schemes at all. If it wasn't for Ji Wei, Deicide's position as the number one in the outer mountains would be unshakable. Not to mention Black Day fighting 5 against 1, even if Akaji and Qing Yun joined in, they wouldn't be able to win 7 against 1. All of you, leave this place. Deicide waved his hand, ordering Frost Cold, Zhao Shi and the others to leave the battlefield. He summoned a sword-shaped guardian spirit beast and merged with it. His divine power immediately increased by 100 times. The sword chi condensed into a solid form, 1,000 meters long. If he waved it, Frost Cold didn't doubt that this solid form of sword chi would destroy the entire East God Nation, or even the entire outer mountains. Black Day's expression was very awkward. He realized that he was like a frog at the bottom of a well. With his current strength, it was a joke to challenge Deicide for the number 1 position in the outer mountains. Deicide hadn't revealed his true strength until Ji Wei appeared. Only then did he summon his grimoire and show his true strength. Didn't this mean that Deicide didn't even put him in his eyes before? Not bad, it's finally interesting. The golden shadow clapped his hands and laughed. If I absorb you, it will definitely be a great supplement. Come, I can't wait to become one with you. Sword, exterminate. Deicide wasn't happy or angry. He swung the solid sword chi that was 1,000 meters long towards the strong enemy, Resentment. Resentment, who was in the form of a golden shadow, didn't move at all. Ji Wei casually flipped a page. The holy grimoire emitted a ball of light. It transformed into a humanoid warbeast with a beautiful woman's upper body and a spider's lower body. As soon as she appeared, she laughed delicately. Her laughter was like a bell. What a fierce and hateful man. I like you so much. The God Slayer completely ignored the spider demon's words and slashed down with his 1,000-meter-long sword. Ruthlessly destroying a flower was exactly what a person with a heart of stone like him should be. The spider demon opened her cherry lips and gently exhaled. It was as gentle as a lover's breath in the ear. Countless transparent threads flew out. It lingered endlessly. Under the incredulous gazes of Frost Cold, Zhao Shi, and Black Day, it actually magically entangled Deicide's 1,000-meter-long sword that was driven by divine power and Ji Zun's will. At first, the 1,000-meter-long sword could still slash down slowly. However, it couldn't even cut through space. In the end, more and more transparent threads entangled the sword, trapping it in midair. Eastern God Lord Deicide, I have already studied you thoroughly. Ji Wei looked proud. Your sword can destroy heaven and earth. However, you don't know that there is one thing in this world that you can't cut. That is the threads of love. Threads of love. This time, even Deicide frowned. My threads of love spider demon is one of the strongest war beasts in the heaven realm. As long as she falls in love with her target, no prey in this world can escape. Threads of love can't be destroyed by any force in this world. Whether it's swords, water, or fire, in short, everything in this world can't escape the pull of threads of love. Before Ji Wei finished speaking, Deicide had already found himself trapped in an endless web of threads of love. The threads of love spider demon covered her mouth and snickered. With her strength, it was impossible to kill Deicide. However, she didn't need to kill this powerful Eastern God Lord. As long as she fell in love with him and trapped him firmly in the web of love, then everything in the outer mountain would belong to her master forever. No one could stop her. Die! Frost Cold roared. The ice chain shot towards the threads of love spider demon. He could see that this threads of love spider demon wasn't stronger than him. What was truly terrifying was the threads of love that were born after she fell in love with her target. As long as he killed her, Deicide could immediately escape. Ji Wei casually flipped through another page of his grimoire. A ray of light shot out and streaked across the ice chain. The ice chain immediately turned into a chain of fire and quickly burned back to its original body. Frost Cold, who had never been burned by fire in his entire life, roared in pain. He found that the more ice god power he released, the more fierce the fire burned. The enemy can transform your ice god power. Zhao Shi saw the truth from the true wonder divine mirror. You, who thought that you could see through the truth of the world, can you see that your heart is actually muddled? Someone behind Zhao Shi let out a drunken burp. The smell of alcohol was overwhelming. Even though Zhao Shi immediately held his breath. But he realized, he was still drunk. The true wonder divine mirror desperately warned him not to do anything. If he did, he would make a mistake. But Zhao Shi still couldn't help but turn around and look at the enemy who had unknowingly stared at him. What he saw was a jar of wine, emitting a tempting fragrance. Anyone who smelled this wine would be unable to resist the temptation. This temptation was like some kind of worm biting at one's heart, destroying all reason and endurance. Even though he knew that this was a fatal poison, Zhao Shi still couldn't resist. Step by step, he walked towards the jar of wine. He didn't want to do that, but his actions were completely out of control. It was as if there was some kind of extremely greedy wine worm controlling his body. Compared to the burning frost cold, Zhao Shi felt that his current situation was even more unfavorable. This was definitely a warbeast that Ji Wei had used to restrain him. Even though he knew that it was a trap, he didn't have Ji Zun's will. He couldn't control himself and was walking towards destruction. Drunken confusion worm, in order to restrain you, Zhao Shi, I have searched for a long time in the heaven realm before I found such a suitable warbeast. If you had comprehended Ji Zun's will like deicide, then it would really be dangerous. Unfortunately, you, who have the true wonder divine mirror, are destined to die in confusion. Compared to frost cold, you're much better off. At least you're drunk to death. Ji Wei seemed to be very interested in Zhao Shi. On the contrary, he was dismissive of frost cold. Don't forget, there's still me. Black Day was determined to fight with all his might. Deicide, Zhao Shi and frost cold were all trapped. If he didn't fight with all his might now, would there still be a chance? My dear uncle, how could I possibly forget you? After listening, Ji Wei smiled slightly. He pretended to solemnly flip through a few pages of the grimoire, as if he was looking for a suitable warbeast. He stretched out his hand to summon, and a black hole immediately appeared in the sky. In the depths of the black hole, there seemed to be a terrifying creature hiding. It opened its big mouth, and its mouth was as big as the black hole. Together with the black hole, the double power devoured the heaven and earth. After Black Day's divine power exploded, the dark divine power of darkness was actually swallowed by it in one gulp. After swallowing it, the monster seemed to feel that it was not enough and rolled its tongue. Black Day looked at the black hole in shock and found that the monster that could hide in the black hole and devour the heaven and earth was actually a strange giant frog. Black hole swallowing nether frog, it's an ancient giant frog that can even prey on the meteors in the sky. Black Day, what's your little bit of divine power? If it wasn't for your divine power being the best nourishment, do you think you can still live until now? Shame, anger, what we need is your explosion. The angrier you are, the more you explode, the more delicious it will be for us to eat. In the face of such a perverted and meticulously designed Ji Wei, Frost Cold and Black Day were already in despair. Zhao Shi was drunk, his mind was no longer sober. Even the most powerful deicide of the outer mountain was trapped in the net of love and unable to escape. No one would have thought that the final winner of this god's war would be an outsider who had not even reached the god level, Ji Wei. You can say your last words. Ji Wei kindly gave everyone a chance to say their last words. I'll say it first. Yue Yang, who had been pretending to be dead for a long time, perhaps felt that he could be like Stephen Chow and die more mischievously, so he stood up and raised his hand to sign up. Having the chance to say his last words was a rare opportunity. As a cameo, how could he not sign up to participate? Chapter 1187, You Didn't Die. Black Day blurted out, his expression extremely stunned. A Sha Feng who should have died long ago. Now he suddenly crawled up. If you didn't die, you could just continue to lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. What kind of mentality was this? Black Day really couldn't understand a retard like Sha Feng. If it wasn't for this fellow's joyful expression of wanting to say his last words, he would have been a little touched. After all, in this kind of desperate situation, no matter who came out to share the burden, it would be an extremely precious help. However, towards a retard who was on the verge of death and immediately got up excitedly to say his last words, Black Day really couldn't feel touched. Frost Cold, whose entire body was on fire, looked as if he had seen a ghost as he looked at Sha Feng in front of him. Deicide was also dumbstruck. He saw Yue Yang cursing like a shrew, with one hand on his waist and the other pointing at Jiwari, scolding loudly, "You damn chicken, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me?" Deicide, you found a love silk spider demon to restrain him. Black Day also found a star-swallowing black hole nether frog to restrain him. Zhao Shi also found a drunken confused worm. Even that fellow Frost Cold, you have a beast that can transform ice and fire and fly around like annoying flies to restrain him. But I don't have anything, you're looking down on me too much. I'm not satisfied, you have to take out a beast that can restrain me, otherwise I will seriously protest and intensify the condemnation. Sha Feng, now is not the time to look into this. Frost Cold was almost shocked to death by Yue Yang's words. Cough. Black Day's forehead was also full of sweat. Then what you're saying is that I have to do the same thing to you. However, Jiwari wasn't angry. He was even smiling, as if he was in a good mood. However, a cold killing intent flashed across his resentful golden eyes. If you don't find an extremely powerful beast that can restrain me, I won't let you off. Yue Yang looked as if he would not let the matter rest. Actually, not only you, Sha Feng, I have my own beasts that can restrain Akaji and Qing Yun. I'm really sorry, I thought that you had been killed by Deicide in an instant. I didn't expect you to still be alive. How about this, because there are too many beasts that can restrain you, I can't make the best choice in such a short amount of time. How about I summon a few beasts at random, and you choose how you want to die? Jiwari asked very patiently, at the same time apologizing for his carelessness. Wouldn't it have been better if you had said that earlier? Summon a few more, I'll take a good look at them. Yue Yang nodded happily. There's no saving him. Frost Cold covered his face. Knowing and being in the same camp as this kind of idiot was really a stain on his life's shame. Black Day also lowered his head in silence. Using this kind of person as cannon fodder, wouldn't that lower his own intelligence? Black Day was reflecting. The southern god Lord Tencho, who had been silent all this while, sneered and pointed his snow-guzzle divine blade at Yue Yang, who was disguised as Sha Feng. He scolded, You are not Sha Feng at all. Return to your original form immediately, you sneaky bastard, who are you? Frost Cold was shocked. Heizhou raised his head to look at Yue Yang, as if he was trying to find an opening. That's right, no matter how stupid Sha Feng was, he wouldn't be like this. Previously, because he had focused all his attention on Deicide, he had inexplicably neglected this bastard. Now that he thought about it, he felt that it was really suspicious. Was Sha Feng really that stupid? Jiwari clapped his hands and laughed. That day, I was already very suspicious. Now I can finally confirm that you, who was surrounded and beaten up by everyone, not only did you not get killed, you even deceived everyone. That idiot Sha Feng died in your hands long ago. You can deceive Black Day, can deceive Frost Cold, can even deceive Zhao Shi, who has the true wonder divine mirror, but you can't deceive me, Akaji. Actually, in the mountains outside the mountains, the person who hid the deepest is you. Yue Yang immediately showed an expression that said, I've been seen through. He shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. He sighed, Jiwari is indeed Jiwari. You're different without your penis. I, Akaji, have disguised myself very well. Even Black Day, who has been in alliance with me for 10,000 years, did not suspect me. I didn't expect you to see through it at a glance. You're really amazing. Sha Feng's divine power on his body quickly faded. His outer shell transformed and instantly transformed into Akaji's image. The quasi-divine weapon dragon swallowing buzzed in his hand, as if a dragon-shaped flame soared to the sky. He stretched out his hand. The ancient artifact and the double seal of Jiwari's sovereigns will turned into powder around his body. Although there was no summoning grimoire, no one in the audience would doubt that this Southeast Divine Lord Akaji had already comprehended Sovereign's will. The most amazing thing was that Tian's divine power, which had been hidden on the dragon-swallowing spear for 10,000 years, was instantly released. Its divine power was the same as it was in the past. Even resentment, the proud sky beyond heaven's #1 heavenly king, could not take it lightly. Deicide looked as if he did not know his brother. He was dumbfounded. Frost Cold's jaw dropped to the ground. It can't be. Was Akaji really such a powerful and low-key person? He had comprehended Sovereign's will, yet he was still the Southeast Divine Lord quietly. Even when he was besieged, he did not reveal his true strength. The impact of this scene in front of them was too strong. It was really unbelievable, but everything in front of them was real. Damn it, this world was really crazy, it made people feel discouraged. Jiwari, what is the beast that is specially used to restrain me, Akaji? Yue Yang disguised as Akaji this time. He waved the dragon swallowing in his hand very bravely and heroically. He pointed the spear at resentment and snorted coldly, or, let this resentment, who was once the #1 scum in sky beyond heaven, fight with me first. After I send him back to the god-vanquishing secret realm and complete Tian's request, I will fight with you again. Kai Chu, just by relying on you little bug. Resentment was angry. He could not defeat Tian and Bing Li in the past, but he was not someone that a little brat like you could be so arrogant. However, he was a little afraid of the Tian's divine power on the dragon swallowing spear. This was not someone to be trifled with. It was best not to touch it. Because he had fused with his guardian beast, he could be immortal forever. Resentment was no longer worried that he would die in battle one day. However, the pain after Tian's divine power invaded his body was not something that resentment was willing to remember. Moreover, Jiwari had his own preparations against Akaji. There was no need to complicate matters. Thinking of this, although resentment was angry, he did not make a move himself. He just stood by and watched. On the other side, Jiwari stared at Yue Yang and did not speak for a long time. He seemed to be surprised by this chess piece that was out of his plan. The Southern God Lord was the opposite of Tencho. He strongly suspected that Akaji's sovereign's will was faked and he did not really comprehend it at all. Otherwise, why didn't he summon his grimoire? Perhaps Akaji had a special skill that could be immune to or destroy the ancient code prohibition created by the original body of the ancient relics. However, this did not mean that Akaji had comprehended sovereign's will like deicide. With Akaji's talent and potential, it was impossible. Trying to bluff, dream on, Akaji, you will always be defeated by me. Tencho raised the snow-guzzling divine blade and slashed at Yue Yang, who was disguised as Akaji, who was holding the dragon swallowing. Although the power of the blade chi was slightly inferior to the sword chi of the god-slaying sword, the power of the divine weapon of the snow-drinking divine blade, coupled with the divine power of the southern god Lord Tiancho, if it was the standard of strength in the past, this move was definitely not something that the southeastern god Lord Kai Chu could contend with. Frost Cold and Black Day saw it clearly and knew the result. If Akaji did not have sovereign's will, even if he did not die, he would definitely be seriously injured. However, what would happen now? Did Akaji really comprehend sovereign's will? Jiwari did not look at the battlefield but at deicide's expression. He seemed to be trying to find a flaw in Akaji from deicide. Deicide was expressionless. He was neither happy nor angry, he was still as proud as before. No one could pry into his inner world, and no one could find anything from his expression. Even when he was in love, deicide's heart was as hard as stone. Go. Yue Yang did not use the dragon swallowing in his hand to block the attack. He thrust his spear backwards and moved his body to teleport away from Tenchu's snow-guzzling divine blade's attack range. At the same moment of teleportation, Tencho had already appeared in front of Yue Yang, snow-guzzling divine blade piercing through his chest. Sneak attack was always Tenchu's strongest move. Yue Yang was teleported 10,000 meters away. He frowned. He touched his chest and found that there was a slight trace of blood seeping out. It was not a direct hit, it was just a sneak attack, but it was able to injure someone from a distance. Southern God Lord Tenchu's sneak attack ability had indeed reached the peak of perfection. No wonder even the powerful deicide and Black Day had died under his blade. When it came to sneak attacks and power, Southern God Lord Tencho could definitely be called the top of the outer mountains. Compared to Yue Yang, who had been struck, the Southern God Lord, Tian Cho, who had missed, was even more shocked. Sneak attack failed. He had never imagined that his sneak attack would fail. Not to mention the stab he had used on Akaji, this snow-guzzling divine blade was a sneak attack divine weapon that had just drunk the blood of deicide and Black Day. Even the #1 person in the outer mountains, deicide, could not escape a stab through his chest and suffer internal injuries. How could Akaji escape unscathed? It seemed like he had only suffered a superficial wound. Could Akaji really have comprehended the sovereign will? In an instant, as the assassin, Tencho himself was somewhat shaken. If Akaji had not comprehended the sovereign will, how could he have escaped from his snow-guzzling divine blade? Others did not know, but when they saw that Yue Yang's chest was injured and his clothes were stained with blood, they were greatly disappointed. They thought that this Akaji, was lying in that he had not actually comprehended the sovereign will. Otherwise, how could he have been injured? They had all forgotten that the God Slayer, who also had the will of a supreme being, would inevitably suffer internal injuries under Tian Chao's assassination even if he used his fingers to clamp the snow-guzzling divine saber. He could not truly remain unharmed. Compared to the god-slaying technique from before, according to Tian Chao's feelings, the current Crimson Dragon was even more slippery like oil, and it was difficult to hit it. Your deception is not bad, I like your performance. Ji Wei was relieved. Akaji was injured by Tenchu's snow-guzzling divine blade, which proved that he did not surpass deicide. As long as he did not surpass deicide, there was no need to worry. Hehe, same to you. I also like your performance. Yue Yang replied with a chuckle, like a well-mannered child. Sovereign will. Tisk. This bragging, resentment sneered disdainfully. Be careful, Akaji is very strong. Southern God Lord Tencho hurriedly reminded Ji Wei in resentment to not be careless. I will immediately throw him into the world of terror. As long as he does not have the sovereign will, he will stay there for the rest of his life and suffer all kinds of torture. Ji Wei pressed his holy grimoire and summoned a super-strong humanoid beast whose face could not be seen clearly, but there was a strange twisted light wheel behind it. The mysterious masked humanoid beast looked at Yue Yang, and its eyes flashed with brilliance. Frost Cold pounced towards Yue Yang. Disregarding everything, it shot out thousands of ice chains, hoping to block the first wave of attack for Yue Yang, Akaji. His ice chains turned into fire chains in midair, binding his body and burning crazily. There was no time to scream. Frost Cold, who was blocking in front of Yue Yang, was sucked into the strange eyes of the mysterious masked humanoid beast. Immediately after, there was a small image of Frost Cold in the twisted light wheel behind the mysterious masked humanoid beast, struggling and wailing in pain, as if he was suffering the most terrible torture in the world. It was endless, and there was no peace for a moment. Countless ice chains shot out from the twisted light wheel and danced wildly. Under the fast-flowing light in the sky, they turned into fire chains that covered the sky and rolled back. Black Day saw this scene. His heart sank straight down. Ji Wei's research on how to restrain the 8 outer mountain gods had reached its limit. Frost Cold was not weak, but in front of Ji Wei, he did not even have the strength to fight back. Frost had fallen, but what about him? What should he do? Kill Black Day? Ji Wei's main body can only absorb Black Day's divine power. Stop! Qing Yun, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly shouted weakly. What? Black Day was shocked. Was this the truth behind Ji Wei's plan? Chapter 1188 Deicide, who was trapped in the net of love, suddenly looked at Black Day. Black Day felt a pain in his heart. It was like a sword stabbing him. He could not help but raise his head to look at Deicide. He found that Deicide's eyes were filled with murderous intent. A formless sword path power passed through time and space, ignoring his protective divine power, and directly pierced his heart before exploding outwards. Deicide, what are you trying to do? Your heart sword, now is not the time to kill each other. We have to work together to defeat the enemy and overcome this difficulty. Your heart sword cannot kill me at all. If you injure me, it will only worsen the situation. Stop, stop immediately. Black Day was in great pain and roared loudly. He felt as if a sword was stabbing out of his heart. With every beat of his heart, the damage would increase. If not for Deicide being trapped in the net of love and unable to combine with his external sword path divine power, he would have long fallen to the ground with the heart sword. Black Day endured the pain. He struggled to dodge Tenchu's heavy slash of the snow-drinking divine saber. At the same time, he desperately waved his hand to signal Deicide to remove the heart sword. Otherwise, they would all be wiped out. Deicide was silent for 2 to 3 seconds and finally gave up on using the heart sword to kill Black Day. Other than removing the heart sword, Deicide also used the heart sword to interfere with Tencho. But Tencho was extremely cunning. Seeing that the situation was not good, he had already turned into dozens of afterimages and did not give Deicide a chance to lock on with the heart sword. Deicide's heart sword shattered one of Tenchu's afterimages. Tenchu's main body was unharmed. Deicide sighed slightly. This kind of heart sword that was released through the air was not what he was best at. In terms of power or accuracy, it was far from Lihan in his hand. Black Day felt his heart lighten and return to normal. He felt very relaxed. If Deicide continued to persist with his heart sword, he might not be able to hold on for long before Tencho and Grudge succeeded. Of course, even without Deicide's heart sword, under the siege of Tencho and Grudge, Black Day was also in danger. The golden shadow flashed. It was the former first heavenly king of the realm beyond Avalon, Resentment. He stood calmly in front of Black Day. To him, Black Day was just an interesting prey that wasn't easy to kill. However, the more it was like this, the easier it was to arouse his interest. In front of Yue Yang, there was the mysterious masked humanoid beast with eyes that could suck people into its distorted halo. He stood in front of Yue Yang, his eyes staring straight at Yue Yang. Jiwei watched with interest. He wanted to know more about this Akagi. This person Kai Chu, how did he deceive himself? In these 10,000 years, what did he comprehend? Or did he gain something? Could it be that this Akagi found some ancient treasures or ancient secrets in the god-vanquishing secret realm, so his strength improved greatly, far beyond his expectations? Back then, Tian and Bing Li had told Deicide and Akagi, other than the known last words, what other secrets did they say? Especially Tian, why would he hide Tian's divine power in Akagi's dragon-swallowing spear? For all of this, Jiwei was interested to know. It was impossible for Black Day to escape from Grudge, not to mention that there was still Tencho in the black hole devouring nether frog that could easily swallow his divine power. Jiwei didn't even look at Black Day, and let Grudge slowly capture him. What he was concerned about now was the unimaginable, Akagi, in front of him. Under the gaze of the mysterious masked humanoid beast, Yue Yang, who was now disguised as Akagi, was suddenly sucked into the horrifying world where Frost Cold was being tortured by that strange light. On the surface, it looked like a distorted light wheel, but after Yue Yang was sucked in, he realized that it was actually a huge world. It was boundless, and the only thing he could see outside was a mirror-sized hole. From that hole, he could see Jiwei and the entire scene. That was the distorted light wheel behind the mysterious humanoid beast. From there, he could see the scene outside. Haha, I really thought that you had Ji Zun's will, but who knew that in the end, you were just bluffing. A liar is a liar. Jiwei was happy and laughed continuously. Let me out. Yue Yang, this minor character, began to upgrade to a supporting role. Although among the 4 humanoid beasts, Lu Guang and Don't Forget are the ones who fight most often, the strongest one is still Terror. While chasing after Black Day, Grudge stopped and looked at the mysterious masked humanoid beast with an admiring gaze. This masked man's humanoid beast was called Terror. Its appearance was extremely ordinary, but its strength was the strongest after Grudge, the guardian beast. It was proficient in God-stealing eyes, which could forcibly pull enemies of God level and below into a boundless and horrifying world that could never be peaceful. In the Terror world, any life with emotions and senses would suffer endless pain, suffering all kinds of torture. On the contrary, if it was an emotionless elemental life, or a special type beast without a physical body or external senses, the Terror world would only be a cage that could not be left, and it would be harmless. For humans with rich emotions, the Terror world was simply a hell. Any human warrior who entered it could not escape. They were all tortured to death. Seeing that Akagi was so easily captured into the Terror world inside the distorted light wheel, Jiwei was slightly disappointed. He shook his head and decided to put it aside for now. He no longer cared about the situation inside, and would wait for Akagi and Frost Cold to be tortured inside for 10 days to half a month. He looked at Black Day's side and found that this uncle could no longer hold on and was about to be defeated. While his heart calmed down, he also felt bored. The only thing that made him a little vigilant now was Deicide, who was trapped in the net of love. This number 1 person in the outer mountains was trapped, but there was no way to hurt him. If he was not careful, he would have to worry about the backlash from his godly sword. Jiwei looked at Qing Yun, who was on the verge of death on the ground. Suddenly, he summoned a humanoid beast with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He coldly ordered, "Ku Mu, I really don't understand. After you personally restrained him, how could Qing Yun still be able to speak? Listen, I don't need an explanation right now. I just want results. You get rid of Qing Yun immediately. I really don't want to hear him speak again. In this life, there's nothing more disgusting than the 2 kinds of people who are too good for their own good." "Yes, master, everything is as you wish." The humanoid beast, who looked like a wise old man, respectfully saluted Jiwei. This humanoid beast with the appearance of a wise old man was called Ku Mu. He was one of the 4 humanoid beasts that Huan Ji mentioned just now. Together with Not Forgetful, who pretended to be a prophet in the camp of mercenaries and galactic pirates, Flowing Light, who restrained Frost Cold's ice power and turned it into flames, and Terror, who was still flying in the sky at a high speed and refused to stop to show its true appearance. They were called the four great beasts of Jiweri. Among the four humanoid beasts, this Ku-Mu's strength was not inferior to Not Forgetful and Flowing Light. He with the appearance of an old man. He was the nemesis that Jiweri had set up for Qing Yun, the god of the northeast. He was also an important advisor for Jiweri's plan. With his intelligence that was far beyond that of ordinary humanoid beasts, he could come up with all kinds of plots and tricks. Jiweri trusted him deeply in both the layout and the way to adapt. Although the layout of the mountain beyond mountain was made by Jiweri, this Ku-Mu had also participated in it. It was a pity that this kind of intelligence gained from fighting could not be used to comprehend and achieve breakthroughs in cultivation. Hence, he, who was the most intelligent and experienced among the many beasts, fell into a state of terror. Even the rising stars don't forget, and Lu Guang seemed to have the momentum to surpass him. Ku-Mu slowly walked to the side of Qing Yun, who was on the verge of death. He tapped the ground with his walking stick. He said with fake compassion, "God Qing Yun, I personally admire your character very much. However, my master really can't stand a gentleman like you. So, I'm sorry. If there's a next life, you should become a bad person. Don't be a good person, because good people are destined to be bullied by bad people. This is the unchanging truth since ancient times. Thank you. I still like to be a good person, even if it makes you feel disgusted." Qing Yun smiled weakly. Even a blind person can see that he's jealous. It's good to be a good person. There's even a good person card. It's even better to be a gentleman. There's the benefit of having a beauty in your arms. It was unknown when Yue Yang had appeared, but he was still carrying Frost Cold, who looked like a burning turkey. He sternly criticized, "As a gentleman who welcomes beauties in his arms at any time, I express my serious protest and strong condemnation towards their irresponsible words and actions. Quickly put me down." Shuang Han was the first to raise a protest. He protested that Yue Yang kept on grabbing him and not letting him go. "Forget about saving people, you can't treat him like a bag." "I'm sorry, I thought you liked it." Yue Yang's words almost made Frost Cold's blood vessels burst. Who liked being carried like a bag? Put me down. Frost Cold didn't have any strength now. Otherwise, he would definitely use a shovel to bury this damned fellow alive. "Are you sure?" Yue Yang was 100 times more talkative than Xuanzang. Frost Cold vomited blood to the point where he was a little anemic. "You should have said so earlier if you wanted me to put you down. It's very easy for people to misunderstand you like this." Yue Yang's words made Frost Cold want to die. He wanted to find a rope to hang himself. Once he put Frost Cold down, the mysterious humanoid beast, Terror, rushed over and glared at Frost Cold. Frost Cold screamed in pain as his body was involuntarily sucked into the Terror world inside the distorted light wheel. However, it was a pity that Yue Yang, who was standing beside Frost Cold, still had a smile on his face. His body didn't move at all, as if the terror that glared at him was just a hanging ghost rolling its eyes. It was completely useless. Jiweri's expression suddenly became serious. Even the most unbridled and arrogant golden shadow, Yuan Ji, also sucked in a breath of cold air. To be able to ignore the attraction of the terrors, God-stealing eye, to be able to easily escape from the boundless terror world, and even to the extent of being able to take out a frost that imprisoned the terror world, this Akaji, if anyone still doubted that he had not comprehended Ji Zun's will, then that person would be an idiot. However, with Ji Zun's will just now, how could he let the terrors, God-stealing eye, suck him into the terror world? Could it be that he wanted to go in for a stroll? Admire the scenery inside and experience the life of a prisoner. This Akaji, what kind of mentality did he have? His actions were so strange. He really didn't understand. He actually dared to directly challenge Jiweri to a battle. One must know that Deicide was already trapped in a situation where it was hard for him to protect himself. Under such a dangerous situation, this Akaji still dared to fight head-on with Jiweri without giving an inch. Even if he had some kind of special ability and wasn't afraid of the terror's eye, could it be that he wasn't afraid of the spider demon's love thread? Wasn't he afraid of the nether frog that swallowed the black hole? Wasn't he afraid of the drunken confused worm and the flowing light that could switch between ice and fire at will? Even if he was fearless, how could he defeat the former number one sky of the realm beyond heaven, resentment? Black Day looked at this Akaji, in front of him. His thoughts changed. He felt that he couldn't see through this former comrade in front of him anymore. It wasn't just him, even Deicide, who was trapped in the net of love, frowned and didn't say a word. This brother's strength was far beyond his imagination. Deicide felt a sense of unfamiliarity, but what confused him was that in this unfamiliarity, he could feel an inexplicable familiarity. If he said that he was his brother, he didn't look like it at all. If he said that it couldn't be, it seemed that there was a connection that outsiders couldn't have. You're also not a Kaji, who are you? The southern god Lord Tencho, who was most wary of Yue Yang, asked. The question that was on everyone's mind. Actually, I'm an actor. Student Yue Yang was like Stephen Chow when he was questioned by a famous director. With 3 parts bashfulness, 3 parts timidity, 3 parts courage, and 1 part shyness, he answered weakly. Everyone fell to the ground. Damn, how long are you going to play for, kid? Can't you be more serious? This was a battle between gods, and it was the final moment of life and death. Chapter 1189. Ji Wei looked at Yue Yang and did not speak for a long time. Finally, he waved his hand and gave an order to Terror and Withered Tree, kill. Previously, he was cautious as usual and tried to test this Akaji, who was beyond his imagination. The more he tested, the more Ji Wei felt that this was a strong opponent. In the beginning, he still had an idea, that was to absorb the divine power of this Kaichu to further enhance his own strength. But now, it seemed that this move was not possible. This Akaji's power was not weaker than Deicide's and far exceeded his expectations. He did not have a particularly effective way to counter him, so he could only change his plan at the last minute. If he could not obtain something, the best decision was to destroy it as soon as possible. Moreover, Akaji was a dangerous prey. He had to finish him off before Deicide broke free. Once Deicide regained his freedom and joined forces with Akaji, the consequences would be unthinkable. Akaji, who had also comprehended sovereign will but had no nemesis and could even easily escape from the world of terror. This was an uncontrollable person. He had to be killed as soon as possible. Otherwise, the entire, god-slaying plan, might develop in an unpredictable direction. Accidents, this was what Ji Wei could not tolerate the most. When Ji Wei gave the order, terror immediately pounced on the still confused North god Lord Zhao Shi. The eyes of God shone with a terrifying light. Zhao Shi did not even have the time to struggle and was sucked into the world of terror. Compared to Frost Cold, Zhao Shi was drunk and lost his mind. The world of terror's torture had almost no effect on him. But if Zhao Shi continued in this state, he would never be able to struggle and escape. The third person to be sucked into the world of terror was Qing Yun. He was already on the verge of death and all his senses were almost gone. The pain he suffered was far less than Frost Cold's. On the other side, Withered Tree also attacked. The Withered Tree didn't attack Yue Yang. It was Master Bashu, who had been scared silly and did not know what to do. Master Bashu was undoubtedly loyal to Black Day, the Western God Lord. Just now, he accompanied and monitored Sha Feng coming to the battlefield. Then, he habitually stood in a corner and waited for Black Day's orders. However, what happened next was completely out of his expectations. The series of changes just now was far beyond his imagination, causing his pitiful mind to be unable to wrap itself around it. He stared blankly at the changes in the battle, not knowing how to react. Should they continue to be loyal to their master, Black Day, or should they pledge their loyalty to their new master, Ji Wei, who was starting to take control of the situation? Later on, Sha Feng became a scarlet dragon. Not only did its strength increase greatly, he had even comprehended the sovereign will. The entire situation was a mess, making him dizzy as a servant. He did not know how to deal with it. Sha Feng became a Kaji, turning from an ally to an enemy. It would be unreasonable to say that this had nothing to do with him, because this Sha Feng was sent by him. However, if he said that it had something to do with him, it would be a great injustice, seeing Withered Tree flying towards him. Master Bashu knew that he had to make a choice. To surrender or to fight. To support a new master, or to remain loyal to the old one. He looked at Grudge, who was beating up Black Day, and then at the southern god lord, Tencho, who had long turned against him. He felt a chill run down his spine. Then, he looked at Withered Tree's ferocious and murderous expression. He quickly cast aside all distracting thoughts and shouted, I surrender and pledge my allegiance to Ji Wei, my master. Trash, useless thing. What use do I have for you? Withered Tree laughed coldly. He slammed his palm towards the frightened Bashu. Master Bashu had no choice but to raise his hand to block the attack. He wanted to temporarily protect himself, hoping to buy time and find an opportunity to survive. The two palms met. Master Bashu used all the strength he had in his life, not to hurt his enemy, but to protect himself, who would have thought that Withered Tree's seemingly thunderous palm force was actually soft and gentle when he blocked the attack. It was completely silent. The two palms were pressed together. Master Bashu, who felt that something was wrong, cursed inwardly. He wanted to withdraw his palm and escape, but Withered Tree's palm seemed to have an infinite suction force. Not only could Master Bashu not escape, but he also felt all the strength in his body being absorbed by Withered Tree from the point of contact between the palms. "Spare me." Master Bashu was so scared that his soul left his body. He begged for his life. "Your strength is not bad. Don't waste it. As for this useless body, it can only be used to grow flowers." Withered Tree threw Master Bashu to the ground. His old hand pressed against the top of his head, continuously absorbing Master Bashu's strength. As he absorbed the energy, Withered Tree's face showed an expression of ecstasy. From Yue Yang's perspective, it was like the joy of a drug addict. His expression was twisted, evil, and self-deprecating. Master Bashu, whose energy was being absorbed, withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The energy that had been accumulated for thousands of years was absorbed by Withered Tree's master, Yue, using his devouring gift. When Master Bashu fell to the ground, he was so weak that even a 3-year-old human child could kill him with a single punch. Withered Tree smiled sinisterly. A black seed shot out from his sleeve. It pierced through Master Bashu's chest and nailed into his withered flesh. The black seed instantly came to life like a demonic seed. It sprouted and took root, madly absorbing Master Bashu's flesh and blood to nourish itself. The parasite implanted itself into Bashu's internal organs and spread throughout his entire body. In less than half a minute, Master Bashu's body was covered by the roots of the devil's seed. His skin and flesh no longer existed, and he looked like a parasitic tree ant. If it wasn't for the fact that Master Bashu's consciousness was still there and his eyes were still the same as before. Then anywho, he did not dare to admit that the devil tree ant in front of him was the West God Nation's #1 state preceptor, Baoshu, who was ranked just below Black Day. Master Bashu stood up again. However, from the look of despair in his eyes, it could be seen that he was no longer himself. He was now just a puppet tree man that the devil tree seed had parasitized. Regardless of Master Bashu's wishes, as a puppet, he could no longer control his own life and body. His body and life completely belonged to Withered Tree. Without Mu's approval, Master Bashu could not die even if he wanted to. "Go, my undying slave. Now is the time for you to fight." Mu pointed at Yue Yang, who was watching coldly from the side. Dong, dong, dong. Controlled by the devil tree seed, Master Bashu, who had already become a puppet tree man, rushed towards Yue Yang involuntarily. Before he arrived, countless tree vines had already drilled out of his body, turning into countless sharp spears and thorns that flew towards Yue Yang. 100 times faster than the puppet Master Bashu, the never-ending stream of light in the sky also turned into a meteor-like brilliance, shooting straight at Yue Yang's back. He did not make a move, but he stared at Yue Yang. As long as there was a chance, he would launch a fatal attack. Among Jiwari's 4 great humanoid war beasts, all of them were super masters. Any one of them had the power to defeat a divine-level master. Master Bashu, who had the power of a super divine general, could not fight back against Mu at all. He was abused the entire time. He was in a state where he could neither live nor die. Mu's power could defeat Xing Yun. Lu Guang made Frost Cold feel so much pain that he wished he was dead. As for terror, he was the strongest among the 4 great humanoid war beasts. He was used to restrain Akaji and the Love Silk Spider Demon against Deicide. Now, other than Not Forgetful, who was still disguised as the Prophet's envoy and was good at the light of forgetfulness, Lu Guang, Mu, and Terror, 3 of the 4 great humanoid war beasts, attacked Yue Yang together. From this, it could be seen that Jiwari valued the Akaji that Yue Yang was disguised as. This kind of solemn and serious battle. Actually, it was extremely rare in Jiwari's entire life. "Ha, if I don't show my power, do you think I'm Hello Kitty?" Student Yue Yang was not always so low-key. When he was in a good mood, it did not matter if he played a small role, but when it came to important moments, especially when he had gathered enough information, he began to steal the show. "If I can't be the male lead, I'll be the director and play you to death, you pig leg." Lu Guang pierced through Yue Yang's body, thinking that his sneak attack had succeeded. But when he flew back to the sky and looked down, he found that the one who fell was Master Bashu, with a big hole in his chest. Before he could figure out what was going on, Lu Guang suddenly realized that there was a shadow above his head, blocking the light. When he looked up, he was shocked to find that the Akaji that had already pierced through his heart had appeared above his head. The dragon swallowing spear appeared. It smashed heavily on Lu Guang's head. At first, Lu Guang had a mocking expression on his face. When he activated his special ability, he was just a ball of light without a physical body. Against this kind of attack, even if the power was 10,000 times stronger, it would still be ineffective. Moreover, he had the talent to convert elemental energy. Any additional damage from elemental energy was also useless. In other words, no matter what move Akaji used, it would be a joke to him, because he, Lu Guang, was a special existence that could not be hurt. The dragon-swallowing spear was like the golden cudgel in the hands of the Monkey King, smashing heavily on Lu Guang's head. Boom! Lu Guang's head was almost smashed into pieces. His face was twisted and deformed. His whole body of light turned into a physical body. Like a falling meteorite, he flew towards the ground and finally sank deep into the ground, causing the earth to shake. Lu Guang, who was battered and in pain, could not understand why. When he instinctively came out of the ground, he found that there was another shadow blocking his view. It was that strange Akaji. Who could hit him? Yue Yang stabbed the dragon-swallowing spear under his feet, grabbed Lu Guang's hair, and dragged this originally handsome Lu Guang, who had been smashed into a pig's head by his spear, out of the deep pit. In the process of Lu Guang's struggle, Yue Yang smashed Lu Guang's head on the protruding rocks on the ground from time to time. Smashing was satisfying. This job was really smooth and easy. It was as if Lu Guang was destined to be abused by him since he was born. Gumu's jaw dropped to the ground. He could not believe his eyes. His eyes were also wide open in horror. Lu Guang, who could never be caught or bound, was actually captured. And was dragged around and beaten up like a dead dog. I hate people who are handsome the most, especially those who are 1/10,000th as handsome as I am. Yue Yang criticized Lu Guang eloquently. From time to time, he would throw punches and kicks at Lu Guang's swollen face. Tell me, why are you so handsome? As a beast, you should have the self-awareness of being a beast. You are even more handsome than your master Ji Wei who has no penis. What kind of mentality is this? Do you want to show off? I'm teaching you a lesson, not for myself, but for your master who's the head of the inner palace of the central divine palace. Why the hell are you running? You're running so fast that I'm out of breath chasing after you. Are you trying to tire me to death? Let me see if you keep running. The people I hate the most are people like you who fly all over the sky. What are you looking at? I should hit you. If I don't hit you, you will be sad. Don't you know how much you need a beating? Ah, ouch, ah, Lu Guang screamed. He had no way of retorting. Moreover, he never dreamed that he would be caught one day. In the sky, as long as there was a gap that light could penetrate, it would be impossible to catch him. As long as there was no speed that surpassed the speed of light, it would never be possible to catch up with him. Unexpectedly, the battle had just started. But he was caught by someone. Lu Guang really wanted to cry. This Akaji, what kind of ultimate skills and strength did he have? It was completely different from the original information. In the distance, Ji Wei, who was holding down Black Day and absorbing the dark divine power, was also stunned by the scene. Grudge was so shocked that he lost his composure and let go of Black Day. Only the southern god Lord Tencho, who had been vigilant against Yue Yang, finally found the best opportunity. When Yue Yang once again punched Lu Guang, he appeared behind Yue Yang. The snow-guzzling divine blade stabbed from his back. Chapter 1190. The two shadows were pierced together by the saber. Fresh blood, drop by drop, dripping onto the ground. The South God Master Tencho, who had launched a fatal blow at the best time, maintained the posture of the snow-guzzle divine saber for a long time. Standing in front of him was Yue Yang, who was still standing with his back to him. The fresh blood dyed a large part of Yue Yang's clothes red, so red that it was dazzling, but this was not his blood, but the blood of the South God Master Tencho. The snow-guzzle divine saber was clamped under Yue Yang's armpit with his left arm, straight through his chest. On the surface, it looked like Yue Yang's body had been pierced by the saber. The moment the saber pierced through his body, Tencho began to regret. He had never regretted it so much. A trap. The best opportunity to attack just now was simply a fatal trap, set by the extremely cunning enemy in front of him. Lu Guang was indeed captured, but no matter what, before the battle was over, this Kai Chu, who was so smart that it could be described as cunning, could not attack violently like a little rascal. The flaws revealed by the violent beating were actually bait for a trap. Unfortunately, it was too late to understand. When he understood, the fish had already greedily swallowed the bait and fell into the big net of death. Any greed is a mistake, any mistake must pay a certain price. At that moment, Tencho suddenly recalled the teachings of his master. His master had once said, as an assassin who uses a saber instead of a dagger, not only must you pretend to be the stupidest person in the world, you must also not do the smartest thing in the world. Otherwise, you must pay the price in blood. It was too late to fully understand this sentence until now. Whether as a swordsman or an assassin, there was only one ending when falling into the enemy's elaborate trap. That was death. The dragon swallowing spear pierced through Yue Yang's right armpit, through Tenchu's chest, straight through his heart. The blood-stained spear head and spear shaft extended out, dripping blood drop by drop. If it was just a heavy injury to the body, it naturally wouldn't be able to cause a fatal injury to a divine lord-level expert. However, the dragon swallowing spear contained Tian's divine power, as well as an extremely mysterious power that Tencho felt was extremely unfamiliar with, exploded at the same time. Tencho felt that his soul had also suffered a great injury. Even if he didn't die and was lucky enough to escape from this war of gods, he wouldn't be able to recover his current realm for several thousand years. However, would this young man in front of him, who was as cunning as a fox and as cold as a wolf, give him the chance to make a comeback? It was obviously impossible. Dead. This was already a foregone conclusion from the moment the other party laid the trap. You are actually the same as Deicide. Both of you are the same person. What you really used to kill me wasn't the dragon swallowing spear, nor was it Tian's divine power, but a type of sword energy, a sword energy that's even more terrifying than Deicide's sword of hatred. There's no one like you in the outer mountains. Young man, who exactly are you? The southern divine lord, Tencho, stared intently at Yue Yang. Right now, he hoped that before he died, he would be able to obtain a truth that would allow him to rest in peace. The answer is in your heart. Yue Yang slowly pulled back the dragon swallowing spear. In my heart. Tencho used one hand to cover his chest, which had been pierced through from the front to the back. With the other hand holding the snow-guzzling divine saber, he stood there in a daze. Lu Guang, who was trembling in fear on the ground, forgot to escape. When he reacted, he wanted to turn into a ball of light and escape. A foot stepped down on his head. His head was directly stepped into the mud. Without Yue Yang's permission, he wanted to escape. No way, Uncle Tencho. Ji Wui's eyes suddenly turned red. He forgot himself and rushed over to support the southern divine lord, Tenchu's body. He tried his best to help Tencho stop the gushing blood. It's useless. As an assassin, I know when I should do something, and what I shouldn't do. Tencho waved his hand, stopping Ji Wui's rescue. His biggest injury was not his body, but his soul. In the invisible soul world, there were countless Tian's divine power and a mysterious sword, destroying his soul. Even if his body was healed, it would only be a piece of flesh, which was of no use. On the contrary, taking advantage of this opportunity, Tencho decided to give Ji Wui his last lesson: death. From the moment I chose the path of an assassin, I was destined to be like this. If I don't kill others, then others will kill me. For me, death is just a kind of relief. You don't have to be sad. No. Ji Wui's eyes were filled with tears. This proud son of the central shrine, who was usually arrogant and looked down on all living beings like ants, actually revealed his true feelings at this moment. Tencho sighed slightly. In the future, without Uncle Tencho, you have to walk on alone. Not every place has Master and Uncle Tencho to pave every road for you. The heaven realm is boundless, and the road you have to walk is too long and too far. If Master and Uncle Tencho can't accompany you, then you have to walk on your own. Every powerhouse is destined to be alone, just like your master. Ji Wui's whole body was trembling, as if he was trying hard to control his own emotions. Yue Yang looked on coldly from the side. He looked at everything coldly and calmly. Even when Tencho and Ji Wui were putting on a touching scene of life and death, he turned a blind eye to it. The only thing he had to do was to find more flaws and weaknesses in his enemies. Ji Wui was an enemy, not a friend. Being kind to the enemy was being cruel to friends and family. Yue Yang would rather be a bloody butcher that his enemies were terrified of, than a stupid idiot who was cruel to his friends and family. Whether Ji Wei cried or laughed, he had to kill him without a doubt. If Ji Wei didn't die, then the ones who would die would be him, his family, his friends, and everyone in Skysplit Tower, young and old. If Ji Wei didn't die, Tong Tian Tower would definitely be razed to the ground by him and his master, consigned to eternal damnation. Instead of pitying this crocodile's tears, it was better to steal their hearts and get rid of the evil for the people. He's not Sha Feng, and it's even more impossible for him to be a Kaji, I once suspected, but he's definitely not a Kaji. If the South God Lord Tencho were to be healed now, he believed that he could still drag out an ignoble existence. Although he was heavily injured and his strength was greatly reduced, there was still a possibility of recovery. What made Deicide, Black Day, and Yue Yang sweat profusely was that Tencho personally cut open his own body with the snow-guzzling divine knife and sprinkled the pieces of internal organs and blood that had been eroded by Tian's divine power. Did you see it clearly? On the surface, it was the corrosion of Tian's divine power, but the real injury I suffered was a type of sword aura. In the world of my soul, hiding within Tian's divine power, there is a black sword that is destroying my soul. I believe that this black sword is just the beginning. It is not a single sword, and there are many. Perhaps this is the weakest sword. Even so, it is still hidden within Tian's divine power. Wei, the young man in front of you is really the biggest enemy in your life. If you have the slightest bit of contempt, you will definitely suffer a great loss. Ji Wei nodded heavily and repeatedly cried out in sorrow, Uncle Tencho, give me a word of advice. Before you leave, please give me a word of advice. Tencho looked at Ji Wei and nodded solemnly. This is exactly what I want to say. Wei, you are a genius, and your talent and potential are unmatched. I have never seen such an outstanding junior like you. This is also the reason why I love and support you. However, you have to firmly remember that the heaven realm is infinitely big. There is definitely more than one genius like you. Even if you don't appear in 100 years, 1 or 2 will be born in 1,000 or 10,000 years. Therefore, you will definitely not be the only one. If you still use the arrogant attitude and habits of facing ordinary mediocre people to fight against those peerless geniuses like you will suffer a great loss. You must remember this, in the heaven realm, never be arrogant and complacent. Even your master does not dare to be complacent. Every day, he reflects 3 times, always feeling that there are many shortcomings. Ji Wei nodded with tears in his eyes, his face full of sorrow. Southern God Lord Tencho pressed his bloody hand on Ji Wei's holy scripture, with 1 part doting and 9 parts encouragement. Wei, Uncle Tencho does not have the ability to give you more. Before I leave, I will give you all the knowledge and divine power I have in my life. I hope that you can advance infinitely and eventually surpass Master and become the #1 person in the heaven realm. No, Uncle Tencho. Ji Wei's tears flowed down. 2 teardrops. Tears slowly rolled down his cheeks. Tencho's body trembled in pain. His whole body was burning with a kind of purple-gold flame. This purple-gold flame, every time it ignited, it engulfed his body and soul. Collapse. Destruction. This was Tencho's irreversible end. Before that, he imprinted all the knowledge he had in his life into Ji Wei's holy scripture, and poured the divine power he had accumulated for 10,000 years into it without reservation. Ji Wei's devour inherent skill could not better absorb different types of divine power, but for people like Tencho, who willingly imbued divine power without hesitation, it was undoubtedly the best fusion. Tencho even poured his snow-drinking divine blade and the last remaining flesh and blood energy into Ji Wei's holy scripture, hoping to give him the last and greatest support, to give him the flesh and blood energy to cultivate divine weapons and beasts. The Southern God Master had even given up his body for the sake of Tian Chu. Completely sacrificed, under the pain of overdrawing, his whole body was annihilated. Not even a trace of his body was left. His soul was also annihilated. When the wind blew across the earth, even if a divine rancor died in a destroyed state, they would still have a trace of their imprint. But Tencho was also gone. It was as if this Southern God Lord Tencho had never existed. In this world, there was no Uncle Tencho, who was willing to sacrifice everything for his nephew, Ji Wei. Only the snow-drinking divine blade, whose contract had been broken, kept buzzing, crying for its former master. Deicide was silent. He knew that he could not give everything unconditionally like Tencho. Black Day was even more impossible. Although he was Ji Wei's uncle, he was not willing to give anything for Ji Wei compared to Tencho. Yue Yang, who was watching from the side, was also silent. Although Tencho was a bad person, so bad that he would not hesitate to kill him with his own hands. But this did not stop Yue Yang from admiring a person like Tencho. To be able to sacrifice for others like this, not to mention in the outer mountains, even in the heaven realm, how many people could do this? Yue Yang suddenly thought of Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang and the others whom he had not seen for a long time. If at the last moment, those fellows would also be like idiots, risking their lives for the enemy, they were all born idiots, the kind of idiots who would sacrifice everything for others without reservation. Compared to them, he could not do it at all. Yue Yang thought of Fourth Mother, Night Empress, and Ji Zun who was waiting for him at the heaven stairway. They would never admit it, but in fact, there was no need to ask. During the battle, Shui Niu, Tigress and the others had risked their lives many times. Since the battle with the Marquis of Zijin. Until now, Ji Wuri only had the Southern God Lord, Tencho, but he himself had many friends and relatives. Just as Yue Yang was preparing to raise his dragon swallowing and attack Ji Wuri, suddenly, Ji Wuri laughed loudly like a madman. Ha ha ha, what a touching scene. Ayaya, I'm almost moved by myself. Sometimes, tears are more useful than thousands of words. Unreserved divine power, unreserved knowledge, and unreserved flesh and blood energy, this is what I got with a few tears. I hate preaching, but you see, as long as I pretend to be humble and listen, one fool after another will impart their knowledge, experience, and everything else to me. How many is this already? Ha ha ha, the fifth or the sixth? Ah, why do I have so many uncles who like to teach the younger generation? Really, you guys are not allowed to laugh, be more serious. Didn't you guys hear my uncle Tenchu's teachings? Be humble, don't be arrogant, why do you guys look so smug? Especially you, resentment, don't think that you can laugh at my uncle Tencho just because you got most of the benefits. Although he is an idiot, you can't laugh at him, understand? Only I, a little martial nephew who humbly listens to my uncle's teachings, have this qualification. Resentment, withered wood, terror, and even flowing light, who was being stepped on by Yue Yang's feet, were all laughing crazily. Deicide's expression changed dramatically, becoming angry. Black Day was the same. The snow-guzzling divine blade had a spirit and let out a blood-sobbing cry, as if it couldn't believe this fact. Only Yue Yang was still calmly stepping on the stream of light, quietly watching this scene. His gaze was as cold as ice, without the slightest change. After Ji Wuri laughed, he wiped his tears. He first looked at the wet marks on his fingers mockingly. Then he raised his head and glanced at Yue Yang, his face revealing a friendly smile. You don't mind if I settle some family matters first? Please wait for me for one more minute. Then, he turned his head to look at Black Day. My uncle, are you willing to contribute like Uncle Tencho? If you are willing, then all the aunts and brothers and sisters will feel honored and proud of you. I will count to 10, my dear uncle, think about it carefully. Chapter 1191 Black Day shuddered. He had never denied that he was a bad person. As an ambitious and ruthless person who had always wanted to overthrow Deicide and seize the throne of the #1 person in Outer Mountains, Black Day had never felt that there was anything wrong with using unscrupulous means. As long as he succeeded, it was worth it to pay any price and pay any sacrifice. Words like conspiracy, viciousness, and deception were simply tailor-made for him. Black Day also liked these words from the bottom of his heart. He even felt that other people's anger and fear towards him were natural compliments. However, Black Day now discovered that his conspiracy, viciousness, and deception were simply child's play when compared to Ji Wuri. Compared to Ji Wuri, Black Day felt that he could almost be called a good person. Black Day believed, in this world, there was no one more evil, more vicious, and more terrifying than Ji Wuri. Tencho treated him like his own son and was willing to give everything to him. However, Ji Wuri treated this kind of sacrifice and dedication as the spoils of his own conspiracy. He sneered at Tenchu's extremely selfless sacrifice. It was really chilling. Black Day looked at Ji Wuri who maintained a smile in front of him, and swallowed with unusual difficulty. He had never cared about the lives of his wife and children, and those were not conditions used to threaten him. However, when Ji Wuri said this, there was no doubt that it was a kind of strategy, a strategy to slander him. Whether he agreed or denied it, the result would be the same. Ji Wuri was just looking for an excuse to slander him openly. In this kind of situation, if he flatly denied it, then Deicide and that mysterious man who was definitely not Akaji, would definitely look on with disdain and draw a clear line between them. They would not stand together with a heartless person like him and fight against Jiweri together. This was exactly what Jiweri wanted. Deicide, I'm done for. I'll leave Zhu Yi to you. If you can survive, please find a suitable master for him. I don't want him to end up like Snow Drinker, Black Day suddenly roared. If he couldn't survive, then he had to cause trouble for Jiweri before he died. He wants to absorb the divine power of darkness before taking over Candle Knight's divine weapon. Dream on. He would rather die than satisfy Jiweri's ambition. He would rather give the artifact to his enemy than leave it to his nephew. Deicide snorted. Nonsense. Don't play your schemes on me. He flatly refused. No matter what kind of person Jiweri was, it couldn't stop him from despising Black Day. Jiweri was indeed cruel and unscrupulous, but Black Day wasn't a good person either. On the other hand, Yue Yang, who was obsessed with treasures, was a little tempted. He took the initiative to ask, Lord Western God Lord, you are not an idiot to the end. If you don't mind, I can help you take care of Zhu Yi, if you can afford the storage fee. How much storage fee do you think is appropriate for a divine weapon like Zhu Yi? Black Day didn't say anything. Instead, it was Jiweri who asked. Since it's a divine weapon, the storage fee can't be low. Taking out the entire wealth of the Western God Kingdom is still too little. It's not enough to pay. Speaking of storage fees, such as the ancient secret of the God-extinguishing secret realm, the sealing point of the heaven, earth and human valley's ancient passage and so on, we can barely get it. Yue Yang opened his mouth and offered his conditions. Good, that's what I wanted to say. Jiweri applauded. Immediately after, he ordered Jing Wu and Ku Mu, capture Black Day. Before he tells us the ancient secret of the God-extinguishing secret realm and the sealing point of the heaven, earth and human valley's ancient passage, we must not let him die. He turned to look at Yue Yang, as if seeing an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. He smiled. What storage fee can you pay? Yue Yang stepped hard on Lu Guang's head, smiling as he said, do you know how to speak human language? I don't understand your dog barking. When Jiweri heard this, he was not angry at all. He just waved his hand. It was as if it was a matter of course for an emperor to order a lowly servant to be executed. The flowing light that Yue Yang was stepping on suddenly turned into a sky full of light spots. Each light spot was connected by a mysterious mark, forming some kind of profound heaven rune light array. Gradually, it formed a rune cage, trapping Yue Yang inside. On the other side of the battlefield, Ku Mu and Resentment had already joined hands to capture Black Day. Jiweri was crazily absorbing and extracting his dark divine power. Black Day did not resist anymore and let them do whatever they wanted. Before Resentment and Ku Mu could catch him, he threw the God Pearl, Zhu Yi, far away, straight towards Deicide, who was trapped in the net of love. Compared to Yue Yang, Black Day believed more in this Deicide, who had been trying to kill and replace him for 10,000 years. He poured most of the dark divine power in his body into the Zhu Yi, transferring it to his mortal enemy, who would not rest until today. The love silk spider demon spat out a love silk from its mouth, trying to entangle the God Pearl. However, to her surprise, it was able to trap the Godslayer's love thread. It was completely ineffective. Black Day's eyes flashed with a mocking cold light. The love silk, for Deicide, who looked cold on the surface but had burning emotions in his heart, was of course an irresistible existence. But for a ruthless and ambitious person like him, it was simply a joke. Trying to use a love silk to entangle the God Pearl that was filled with his will. That was a dream. He would rather give all his efforts to Deicide than to leave any for his ungrateful nephew, Jiweri. Black Day did not resist. When Jiweri absorbed the remaining dark divine power in his body, his face was full of mockery. Right now, all he wanted was to die quickly. It would be best if Jiweri got angry and killed him in one move. But Heizhou was soon disappointed. Jiweri, who had sucked up the remaining dark divine power in his body, did not get angry, nor did he kill him. Instead, he respectfully bowed to Heizhou and said, Uncle, please come to the horror world and stay there for a while. When you miss me, just call me. If it weren't for the fact that Shuang and Han were suffering from endless torture right now, listening to Jiweri's tone, it was like a filial junior, deliberately finding a blessed place for Heizhou to enjoy his old age. The terrifying Eye of Seizing God was activated, and Black Day, who had already lost his ability to fight, was sucked in. Together with Frost Cold, he endured endless torture. He, who no longer had divine power to protect his body, felt even more pain and sadness. The god pearl of the night pearl kept flying towards deicide. No love silk or love net could stop its advance. With its master's last wish, the god pearl of the night pearl cut through the sky and flew straight towards the hatred god weapon in deicide's hands. As long as this god sword was released, then deicide would be able to recover his ability to fight. Just as deicide's eyes revealed a trace of expectation, suddenly, a black shadow rushed out. Fen fearlessly opened his arms, using his body to block the path of the god pearl of the night pearl. Poof! This black shadow was shot through by the god pearl of the night pearl. However, this 1,000th of a second of obstruction was enough for Yue to calmly flash in front of deicide's hatred divine sword. He reached out and grabbed the god pearl of the night pearl of the hatred god weapon that was about to be released. Yue's palm burned with charred smoke. The god pearl of the night pearl was resisting his capture. The spiritual consciousness and will of the god weapon refused to yield, let alone acknowledge this enemy as its new master. Haha, good treasure. The more stubborn it is, the more I like it. A god weapon with a super high spiritual consciousness and absolute loyalty. This is exactly what I need. Yue happily endured the piercing pain in his palm and forcibly held on to the god pearl of the night pearl. The god pearl of the night pearl of the night pearl of the night pearl was in trouble, and no one could save it. It was the master Bashu, who had long since become an undead puppet. The god pearl of the night pearl was in trouble, and no one could save it. It was at the most critical moment. Ding! The hatred divine sword vibrated. Without deicide's control, he released a sword chi that pierced through the restraints of the threads of emotion and struck the candlelight divine pearl. With the help of the hateful divine sword, the candle night divine pearl's power instantly soared, and it emitted an endless brilliance. Yue screamed. His palm felt like it was being pierced by thousands of sharp swords. He naturally let go as if he had been electrocuted. The candle night divine pearl that had regained its freedom, with the help of the sword chi of hatred, quickly fled out of the net of love. Withered Wood and Terror, who were trying to intercept it, failed one after another. Even Resentment, who was the fastest, was not able to stop it in time. Yue panicked. He flipped through the pages of the Holy Bible, preparing to summon a beast to assist him in chasing after the escaping god pearl. The next second, his movements froze. This was because the candle night divine pearl had passed through the rune cage of flowing lights and landed in Yue Yang's hands. Before Yue could react, the divine pearl immediately recognized Yue Yang as its new master. Yue Yang smiled widely. His expression was like a sly old fox who had watched two tigers fight each other and successfully eaten a chicken. He held the new candle night divine pearl that had recognized him as its new master. He clicked his tongue and said, "There's nothing I can do about the great charm. I can't block it even if I wanted to. I didn't want it at all, but the divine pearl came to me and it insisted on recognizing me as its master. Aya, this is really troublesome." Yue was so angry that his face turned green. He had never hated a person so much in his entire life. He had painstakingly schemed, but in the end, it was all for naught. Instead, it had benefited this fellow who had picked up the divine artifact without any effort at all. The candle night divine pearl was gone. Not only did he lose the divine weapon, he also lost the dark divine power that he was almost certain to absorb and fuse with. Black Day's desperate plan had actually allowed him to succeed. This was practically the greatest shame and humiliation in Yue's life. When had Yue ever suffered such a loss when his plan failed and he was outmaneuvered by his opponent? Understood. Yue finally understood. Why didn't he make a move against this damned brat in front of him? So it turned out that he had deliberately created this kind of predicament, forcing the Candle Night Divine Pearl to take the initiative to make a contract with him when it had no other choice. This brat had schemed so well, he had used him. Originally, the Candle Night Divine Pearl would never take the initiative to recognize him as its master. Now that he had forced it, it had benefited him instead. Looking at Yue Yang, who was still pretending to be stupid and laughing complacently in the rune cage, Yue was seething with hatred. He really wanted to kill this brat, cut him into pieces and eat him raw.